Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1201, Chapter 1201 New Members. Kisuke had to extend the log mansion because of the amount of people staying in it. And after the last one, Jin, received the special jigai, everyone gathered once again. This is really weird. I wasn't expecting that we'd be able to use the Hell's Blessing. Or magic power as you call it. Jin commented while deploying a simple magic circle on his fingertip that generated a very small cyclone, and we learned it way faster than the Godai 13 members. That's a given. Your bodies are now suited to utilize it while the Shinigami spiritual bodies are always at risk of being injured even at the slightest use of this power. Kisuke replied while compiling and reviewing all the data he gathered throughout their transfer. The materials for the basic homunculus are finalized. It's a lot easier and cheaper to acquire than I expected. I should probably start preparing a few thousand normal batches and a few of the special grades for special individuals. So when will we meet the so-called teachers? Furofushi curiously asked while playing around with a small rock in her hand by changing its shape every 5 seconds. Even the most stoic Yamamoto couldn't help but play with fire that was not produced by his Zanpakuto with deep interest. I'm just waiting for them to contact me. Oh. Speak of the devil. Kisuke's phone suddenly vibrated and as he pulled it out, he said that the other side was ready. Let's go out for a bit. Kisuke exited the house and the rest followed him silently. Between the house and the hollowed-out mountain, Kisuke stopped before waving his arm and conjured a complicated magic circle 20 feet wide. Oh right. I also invited someone who could help me adjust your Zanpakuto. As they already knew that he was not alone when he returned to this world, everyone didn't really think much of someone who'll adjust their Zanpakuto, since he or she is probably someone they don't know. They were just a bit skeptical if someone foreign could really help. A few seconds later, 5 pairs of feet appeared within the magic circle first before they slowly materialized from the bottom up. It took another few seconds before they completely materialized, but after the few seconds, instead of greetings, there was only silence, more notably, from the Shinigami side with them staring at someone with their mouths open. Nemea. Yamamoto muttered in an astonished tone. Contrary to everyone's expectations, they actually knew one of the people who arrived, and it was the illustrious and original maker of the Zanpakuto. Yo, I heard from this violent guy's girlfriend that he needs some help. However, I was not really expecting to see the former members of the Godai 13 like this. You joined his side too. No one could speak from the Shinigami side since they are still processing this new information. After all, it's hard to understand why someone who was attacked would suddenly take the side of their assailant. Not to mention, it wasn't not your ordinary assault. Kisuke and the rest of those who arrived silently walked off, leaving them to their own devices. Since explaining himself was less effective than just letting them exchange information, he didn't bother. I'm sorry to call you all suddenly like this. Serafal, who's looking at the stare-off, turned to Kisuke with a big smile. It's fine. After Flanachan released her draconic aura more than a week ago, I figured that you already started something major, so we were already prepared. It's also a good reason to break away from the human world, Kunu added. Break away? Why? Claire sighed while explaining, various defense ministries are trying to get in contact with us and it's actually annoying now. Kisuke rubbed his chin in contemplation. If it's just him, he could easily mess with them so that they won't think about taking advantage of him anymore. However, these girls are different and don't follow the same logic as he does. More importantly, I don't want them to turn out like me, not even remotely. Oni-chan. Are we finally going home? All of a sudden Tanis asked, which made everyone stop walking and stare at her. No. I don't mean that we should. I'm just asking. But when she felt Kisuke's hand on her head, she stopped speaking for a moment before saying, I miss everyone. Claire and Kunu grabbed each of Tanis' arms and looked at her with a worried expression. Nevertheless, even they can't hide that they felt the same as Tanis. They've been away for too long, huh? Even though I did tell them that it might take a few years, it's still my fault and responsibility for bringing them with me. With guilt settling in Kisuke's chest, a new resolve also sprouted. Don't worry. I'll try to finish things within a few months. Please wait until then. In the meantime, I'll be asking everyone to teach them a bit about magic and ki. Serafal gathered the girls in her arms and asked, it's already certain that they'll be joining us. As far as I'm concerned, yes. Then what's the current immediate goal? Annihilation of the chained. In his laboratory, Kisuke was meeting Uetsu alone, so why did you do it? I thought for sure that you already turned rouge. Surprised is an understatement when your girl suddenly made contact with me and I'm still wondering how she did that. I planned to make large movements. I wanted the Zero Division to hesitate when they wanted to assist. Uetsu was exasperated at his response. I understand. But did you really have an aim for the linchpin? You almost gave everyone a heart attack. Nobody was expecting a sudden heavy attack that almost took out the most important single thing in the world. Kisuke grinned at him and said, I trusted that you guys would be able to protect it. Fuck that trust. That strange kiddo after that strange chant even gave Ichibai a nervous fit. I can't do that easily, though. If I knew you could, I wouldn't recklessly come here to meet you. Uetsu sighed and changed the topic. I heard that you want me to adjust their zanpakutos to match their current bodies. I appreciate your trust, but adjustment is impossible. The only way is reforging them. But their Asachis already have very strong spirits, so doing it without my girls is also borderline impossible. But it's doable. Breaking them in the process, which is the most likely result, will be the least of our problems. Without replying, Kisuke took out a stack of paper and placed it in front of Uetsu. Curious, Uetsu took the stack of paper and scanned through it. But only a second later, he went back from the start and took off her sunglasses. This. Are you serious? You're giving it to me just like that. If you can improve the soul gears, then this is actually a small price. Uetsu became silent and appeared to be thinking about something. A few minutes later, he asked, can you also give me that body, most importantly, temporarily? I already prepared one for you. Great. Now I just have to learn the fundamentals of this magic thing. You don't have to study it much since my equipment here is enough to fill the gap. Great. Lead me to the forge that I'll be using. I'll have to test out a few things now. As a craftsman, Uetsu can't stop the allure of learning something new that would lead him to new horizons. You already prepared that too, right? The third door on the right. All the manuals that you'll need to operate the machines and tools are on the table. Without saying another word, Uetsu briskly walked towards the door that Kisuke just pointed at. But before he closed the door behind him, he turned to Kisuke one last time. This place could handle it even if I turn up the flames, right? The magic thing is enough to handle that. Even if you make a literal sun in there, everything aside from what's inside the room will be fine. That's some impressive shit. I like it. Slamming the door, Uetsu disappeared from Kisuke's sight. He'll come out in a few days. Right. Kisuke thought to himself, a bit worried. Chapter 1202, Chapter 1202 Seraphol Academy. Well then, nice to meet you, everyone. I'll be your main instructor for magic, Citri Seraphol. You may call me Sarah-chan. Seraphol introduced herself to the Shinigamis, obediently sitting on chairs with desks in front of them in an open field that reeked of destruction, as it's the same field that they used to test their abilities. The silver-haired man raised his hand and Seraphol immediately pointed at him. Yes, Jin-chan. Jin almost fell off his chair when he heard how she called him, heir. It looks like you already knew all of us. Seraphol placed both of her hands on her hips and proudly declared, I wouldn't let these girls meet you if I didn't know anything about you guys. And they are. Jin continued asking. They're your instructors too. Just a step behind Seraphol, the trio silently stood beside her while also curiously measuring the Shinigami. Everyone was shocked and looked at the girls, who didn't look any older than 20 years old, them. They're young and innocent, yes. But don't let their looks fool you. Aside from experience, they are not inferior to any of you. Well, except for that old man. That old man is an outlier. Showered by skeptical looks, the trio didn't back down. While they didn't reveal their capabilities to anyone until Kisuke discovered them and they don't know the full extent of what they can do, they're still confident and proud of their achievements. In a world where might is right, cowering would only allow for anyone to take advantage of you. That's how Sona and the others taught them in the Ouroboros Academy. She's right. You can't underestimate them. From a distance, Kisuke arrived with Tiamat behind him. As they approached them, he continued, even I have to be careful when they stack up. Wait. Even in the form you showed us last time? Furufushi hurriedly asked. However, Kisuke just repeated his words, as I've said, I have to be careful. Ho ho. What about her? Yamamoto, whose sight went back to Seraphol, asked with interest, what about her? Kisuke stopped walking and so did Tiamat. He first looked at Seraphol with a small smile plastered on her face, then back to Yamamoto. Remembering their spar back in the dungeon world, Kisuke shivered a bit. Aside from you, the others would be lucky if they could survive once she gets serious. And even if you can resist her attacks, it'll be hard for you to deal substantial damage to her. An even greater surprise shook everyone. After all, who is Yamamoto Genryosai? He isn't just the founder of the Godai 13, but also someone who's capable of destroying the Soul Society just by releasing his full power. The man in question, however, just smiled softly. That's interesting. I'm looking forward to the future. How strange. Has this old man always been this competitive? Kisuke, of course, didn't explain it any further because they won't be able to wrap their heads around the concept of Super Devil, and Seraphol herself becomes immortal as long as she has enough fuel to keep her transformation going. We won't just be teaching you how to detect and utilize magic, but also how to utilize another form of power now that you have physical bodies. Seraphol continued and forcefully changed the subject. This is especially useful for someone who's having a hard time using magic. Retsu and Batsuansai's ears immediately perked up. Out of everyone, they're the only ones who seem to be having a hard time using this strange new power. They have no problems detecting it, but somehow, they can't properly manipulate even the simplest spells. Also, you might have noticed that your Ryatsu doesn't strengthen your body as much as it would previously, and that's only natural. Serafal explained while taking out a wide whiteboard and a marker to write down on it. Your spiritual power came from your souls, and while you can use it over a physical body, it's mostly suited for a spiritual one due to the nature of its existence. However, that doesn't mean that the physical body doesn't also have something suitable for it. If spiritual power comes from the deepest part of an individual, the one suitable for physical bodies comes from the world itself, more specifically, the life present on it. Serafal finished writing on the board and faced everyone again. It has many names like chakra, chi, life force or breath of life, however, we mostly call it ki. Like magic power and spiritual power, ki is another form of energy that is generated just by being physically alive. Since ki is a testament to the existence of life itself, I'm actually surprised that no one uses it here. Is it due to the proliferation of spiritual power, or is it due to something else? Serafal asked herself while gauging the reaction of the Shinigamis. Of course, there are other forms of power out there, but these are the three most basic ones. Maybe you'll understand it better if I say that spiritual power, magic power, and ki correspond to individuality, reality, and ideality, respectively. At that point, everyone somehow understood Serafal's words. As the people who understood individuality the most, they immediately got an idea of what the other forms of power pertain to. The former members of the Gotei 13 had already set aside the statements made earlier and began contemplating by themselves while manipulating the magic power at their fingertips. And it wasn't just them but also Claire, Kunu, Tanis, and Kisuke who were taken aback at this explanation. Wait. I haven't really thought about it, but those are indeed fitting descriptions of these powers, Kisuke thought to himself. After all, the only thing important to him is how to use said power no matter what form it came in, and never really delved deeper into what they represented. Is this what she got when she stepped into the ranks of the Super Devils? Without listening any further, Kisuke turned around and started thinking about the current state he was in. Unlike the transferring of the soul from a spiritual body to a physical one, my physical body and spiritual body are technically fused together by the Hogyoku. Due to that, I was able to fuse and use Ryatsu and Ki as one. Thinking about it, the concept behind my advanced Shunko might have been impossible if not for this. Both Yoruichi and Soifensan use an elemental factor to realize their Shunko while I use Beneheim's power to realize mine. Serafal peeked at Kisuke who was leaving but didn't do anything else to stop him and just continued her lesson. That's the basic concept. You already learned how to feel and use magic power, so now we'll show you how to feel and use ki. Chapter 1203, Chapter 1203 Bait. Will that be alright? Tiamat, who had been silently following Kisuke, suddenly asked. She's teaching her own realizations as something basic. She probably wanted to try something out. And if she's successful, this may be the key to further advancement of instructing roles. Kisuke stopped walking and turned to Tiamat. What about you? What did you think of that? Don't ask me about those things since I won't be able to provide you with any suitable answers. I don't remember when or how I was born, nor when and how I came to use my abilities. As far as I could recall, I'm already me as it was before chaos betrayed my sister and me, Tiamat answered without any particular expression on her face. If you're hoping for some wisdom from me, you'll be utterly disappointed. Kisuke stared at her for a few moments before sighing with a small smile. I only wanted to check if they're going to be fine. I didn't want those old men and women underestimating them. Kisuke then turned around and used Flash Step to leave the place. Tiamat, on the other hand, turned to the direction he left and melted into the ground, disappearing entirely. At the same time, the whole field shook as Tanis demonstrated to others what they could do with ki in terms of strengthening their bodies. Since Kisuke just had to wait for Yamamoto and the others to gain sufficient control over magic power and ki to face against the Chained, he decided to resolve the issue that he had been setting aside, and that was finally re-establishing communication with his contacts on Soul Society. Kisuke came back to the world of the living alone because, according to Tiamat, she only had to stay in hell to confuse and prevent it from realizing Kisuke's existence. And since Tiamat's current abilities were way weaker than before, she wouldn't be able to defeat even a single captain-class Shinigami. The world itself won't see her as a threat and won't engineer a scenario where she has to be eliminated. Kisuke first wondered how this world could have such apparent decision-making, but after remembering that hell, and most probably the realms above it, were born of someone's dead body, it all made sense for a sliver of will to survive and direct things directly or indirectly and act as a self-preservation system that had gone rogue. I thought that I just had to prove that a linchpin isn't needed to preserve the world, but if the Soul King didn't intend the world to be made this way, then it'll be a lot more complicated. And if I'm not wrong, Hyusub Ichibai is the counterbalance that the world had created to stop the Spirit King. While contemplating this and just about to step into the light, Kisuke stopped for a moment. I guess it'll be better if they came to me. It'd also better explain the girl's sudden disappearances. Without donning his disguise and restricting his Ryatsuki, Kisuke started walking around Karakura town. Captain, urgent report. Nanao barged into Kuraka's private quarters with a tablet in her hands. Kuraka didn't mind this and just continued sipping his alcohol. I hope it's not something big again. It's been one giant headache this past week. Nanao sighed, but she couldn't reprimand her captain from consuming alcohol since it was his time off and he had been stressed this week. I don't know if this is headache-inducing, but Urahara Kisuke was reportedly spotted in Karakura town. Kuraka immediately placed down his glass and turned around to face Nanao. How accurate is the report? This only came in a few minutes ago, but it came from multiple sources. We can trust it. Also, Captain Soifun, Captain Kachiki, Captain Hirako, and Captain Yadamaru are making their way to Karakura town to confront him. What about Kuratsuchi? He's staying within his barracks, for now. Kuraka sighed to himself. He really hates that his current position doesn't allow him to move as he pleases. I wanted to control what Urahara could do to a certain extent, but who would have thought that he'd directly attack the Soul King Palace all of a sudden? I clearly overestimated myself. How about the Soul King Palace? Any news from them? Nanao shook her head, same as before. Communication was cut off. Even if the Central 46 tried getting into contact with their relatives up there, there's no answer. Even Nemea Uetsu, who came down some time ago to do a secret investigation, is out of reach. Speaking of which, what's Central 40 SIX's ruling? They should have issued it by now. While fixing her glasses, Nanao saw a few new lines appearing on her tablet. It came in just now. Godi 13 is to capture Urahara Kisuke. If not possible, immediate elimination is recommended. Oh. These old coots still don't understand the situation. Have they not realized that he might be on Aizen Sosuke's level? Kuraka sneered when he heard Nanao's words. Tell Toshiro and Rukia to prepare to move at a moment's notice. Kuraka stood up, intending to go to Central 46 to try to stop any unreasonable ruling that may put the Siriidi as a whole in danger. I have to remind them that hell is watching our every movement in the world of the living. If they suddenly attack, it'll be a disastrous loss for us. Before he exited the building, Kuraka turned to Nanao once more. Oh, and please inform Ichigo-san of Urahara's appearance. Even if there's a brawl, he should be able to stop it. Kuraka was just a bit concerned that Byakuya and Lisa would directly attack Kisuke. Late evening, in a park where there were only a few street lamps present, Kisuke sat down on a bench while eating a box of takoyaki and secretly sending people away from the vicinity. Kisuke didn't have to wait for too long. When he was on his third bite, Kisuke spotted multiple people emerging from the shadows, with Soifun leading the group and one other person coming from the opposite direction. Oh my, what a grand welcome. How did you find me? Hell's blessing should be hiding my presence. Soifun furrowed her brows and wondered what he was up to this time. Thanks to a certain group of people, we learned how to detect your so-called Hell's blessing. Shouldn't you have received that information from Sailaporo? Since Soifun could be seen by normal people, she was wearing casual attire and a hoodie as opposed to the other captains besides her. Meanwhile, Byakuya and Lisa directly pulled out their blades in preparation for a fight. Geez. Hold your horses. Shinji immediately reacted and blocked the path of the two. After they stopped, Shinji then turned his attention to the other person who came. And what are you doing here, Ichigo? I heard that Urahara-san appeared, so I came to see what's going on. The men with orange hair answered. They all stopped a few feet away from Kisuke, who is still casually eating his snack, to gauge him. On the other hand, the person in question was trying to figure out what his next step was, because his initial plans were thrown out the window when he felt a door to hell opening near them. Now then, who's coming out and why? Chapter 1204, Chapter 1204 Bait Part 2. Kisuke felt the door to hell had closed but couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the person who went through it. To his surprise, that's some impressive stealth technique. At that moment, Kisuke felt something going through the barrier he placed around the park and turned in that direction. Seeing his actions, Soifun and Byakuya didn't remove their sights on him, but Shinji, Lisa, and Ichigo turned in the same direction he was looking. A minute later, another group of people arrived and Kisuke was confused at their arrival. It's the psychotic group of girls. I'm surprised they're living well considering their personalities. The ones who arrived are the group of Quincy girls and former members of Sternritter. What are you doing here? Shinji immediately asked them, not hiding his hostile reaction to them. Giselle cheerfully waved at them and greeted him. It has been a while, Smirky. Why do you not have your large smirk today? Tisk. Shinji clicked his tongue and placed his hand on his Zanpakuto. Though before he could pull it out, the short Liltato stepped forward and said, hold on. We're not here to fight. Byakuya broke his stare at Kisuke and turned to them, state your business. Liltato sighed and turned her head to Kisuke, one of the special war powers, Urahara Kisuke. I really don't want to be here, but... She then faced Byakuya and continued, we just wanted to ask a question. You'll allow it, right? After all, though it failed, we still assisted you in invading hell. Byakuya stayed silent for a few seconds before turning away and saying, that won't be up to us. Kisuke is carefully inspecting Bambietta, Giselle, Candace, and Meninas, he sees Liltato's eyes landing back on him. Before she could say anything to him, Kisuke first said with a grin, "I'll answer it only if you'll also answer one of my questions. You can go first. Then I'll go straight to the point. Are there any Quincy's down in hell? More specifically, members of Sternritter?" Kisuke picked the last remaining takoyaki from his box and said before blowing air at it, "It probably has something to do with Oswalin, but I don't know of any Sternritter who reached hell. That reasoning doesn't apply to Pernita and Gerard." Kisuke chewed and swallowed his food before answering, "That's true. But they're not people to begin with." As he threw the empty box to the trash can beside the bench, he continued, "But that's not what you really wanted to know, right? You're wondering if Yawatch is in hell." Liltato furrowed her brows and gritted her teeth, and it was the same for the others behind her. However, neither she nor those behind confirmed Kisuke's question. Kisuke's grin grew bigger. "I can feel your resentment, but you don't have to think about this anymore. I have no way of truly confirming if any Sternritter reached hell or not, but I can assure you that it's impossible for Yawatch to come down. And think about it. If Yawatch is really down there, Sailapora wouldn't be acting like a king." Liltato looked down and released the tension in her body. "I see. That does make sense. It's my turn. I'm only curious about one thing. Where's Askin Nak Luvar?" The group of girls had their eyes widened. "Although I saw his heart ripped out of his body, I have a feeling that he's still alive and probably doing good for himself." They were quiet for a few moments, but Giselle raised her arm and answered, "It has been a few years since we got in contact with him, so we don't really know." "Gigi." Bambietta immediately protested. "It's fine. It's not like he asked us to hide it." Giselle shrugged her shoulders. "Aren't you afraid that he'll poison us?" Meninas placed her hand on Bambietta's shoulder and reassured her, "He's someone who hates trouble more than anyone else, so he wouldn't do anything like that." However, Bambietta was still not convinced. While the others were consoling the scaredy cat, Kisuke turned his attention back to Soifin and the others. "So, what are you here for?" "For attacking the Soul King Palace. We're here to arrest you." The Quincy's stopped their bickering and hurriedly turned their heads towards Kisuke and Soifin. Meanwhile, Ichigo froze on his spot as this was the first time he heard about this. "That's some serious allegations that would give me a heart attack. And here I thought that you're going to ask me for help to deal with the chained." The smile on Kisuke's face didn't disappear. What game is this guy playing now? Soifin and Shinji both thought to themselves. The former especially was very wary of his intentions now while recalling the conversation they had when she asked what his real goal is, the greatest evil, huh? Just what exactly? Shinji answered, "Your Ryatsu was felt all over Soul Society coming from above at the same time that the attack happened. In addition to that, the Zanpakuto maker testified that it was your Ryatsu that the Zero Division felt when they confronted the attacker." Now that sounds weird. "You're telling me that my Ryatsu was felt, but why does it sound like it's not me who they saw?" From his sleeve, Shinji took out a rolled-up cloth and unveiled it, showing an image of a hollow-eyed man with blood-red gauntlets, boots, Hagoromo, and a large halo behind him. This was weaved by Shitara and was distributed on the day of the attack. "It has your face, no?" Kisuke stared at it while rubbing his chin. "That's indeed my face. But that's it. Why is this guy gaslighting us now?" Soifin thought as someone who already witnessed his hollow-eyed form, but it looks like he's trying to deflect attention now that Seraphol and Belial went off the radar. If they can't be found anywhere, then they're probably in hell and planning something. Since he won't initiate contact, maybe I should go to hell myself and figure out what's going on. She guessed after piecing the available clues together. With a wrinkled forehead, Byakuya asked, "Then are you claiming that you're not the one who attacked the Soul King Palace?" "I do. But even if that's the case, the Central 46 probably already brought down their ruling and you're here to execute it." As soon as he finished his words, killing intent originated and flooded the area from Kisuke along with the manifestation of black chains around his body and half of his face suddenly becoming a black skull. "Please don't expect me to just go along that peacefully." Everyone was petrified for a moment before instantly jumping back and pulling out their weapons. Chapter 1205, Chapter 1205 Agreement. Seeing their reactions, Kisuke chuckled and his skull was once again covered by his flesh and skin while the black chains surrounding his body disappeared. "I apologize. It does that whenever I become agitated. But rest assured that the Siriiti's stance has been received well." While speaking, Kisuke's body started disintegrating into dust and by the time he uttered his last word, only his head remained. "Wait. Don't go." Soifin tried to stop him but it fell deaf on his ears. The next instant, Kisuke's presence had all departed the area, leaving behind the disgruntled audience. "Tisk." Soifin clicked her tongue and said while walking away, "I'm going to hell." "Wait, why?" Shinji hurriedly grabbed her shoulder and asked. "Something is bothering me and I need to check something." "Then I'm coming with you." Soifin turned around and looked at him straight into his eyes with confusion before saying, "Fine. And while turning her head to Byakuya and Lisa, she added, but we can't have more captains leaving the Siriiti, especially in this sensitive time. Byakuya turned around to leave while saying, do what you want. I'm returning to report back that Urahara Kisuke is hostile. With a flash step, he disappeared. The corner of Shinji's mouth uncomfortably twitched and he abruptly faced Lisa. It's going to be a mess, so please make sure that he doesn't do that. Lisa nodded and also disappeared with a flash step. Soifun and Shinji were about to leave too when they heard Ichigo's voice from behind. Wait. I still don't know what's going on. Care to fill me in? Soifun pointed her thumb to the Quincy girls and replied, it sounds like they've been snooping around, so go ask them. With Soifun and Shinji leaving, that left Ichigo even more confused, so he could only turn towards the silent Quincy's. All for the price of a dinner and some takeouts, Lilt Otto said with a deadpan expression. I can't afford to treat these gluttons. I should call Yuryu and Chad. Ichigo thought to himself. While moving towards the door that the Siriiti opened, a knife suddenly went flying in Soifun's direction. Startled, she stopped and pulled out her Zanpakuto to intercept it, tossing it spinning upwards. Soifun tried finding her attacker but failed. Shinji, on the other hand, caught the knife that was thrown at her and saw that there was a folded paper attached to its handle. He looked around and with a low voice, he muttered before opening the paper, it's probably that bastard. Soifun sheathed her Zanpakuto and peeked at the paper that had a map and a few lines of messages in it in Shinji's hand. That was some good acting. Come to this place if you want to know more. P.S. Please destroy this map after you've memorized it. It's going to be troublesome if others were to reach it. P.S.S. Bring the twins with you. Soifun's eyes landed on the map for a few seconds and without any word, she immediately burned it with magic. Hey. I was still memorizing it. You don't need it. Just follow me. Kisuke watched them leave from the shadows of the tree, and after making sure that there were no more people around, he loudly muttered, need something. I doubt you're here just to listen in. Some distance away from Kisuke, a dark-skinned man with braided hair and blindfold came walking out. How did you know I'm here? It's a clever way of hiding and it took me some time to pinpoint your exact location. But that's not really important. Kisuke turned around and faced the man. It's been a while, Tosen-san. For some reason that I won't further explain, I have a feeling that we could come to a good agreement. You really are hard to read, Urahara Kisuke. Kisuke stared at him for a few moments before saying, you should be done torturing Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, so why haven't you shed your chains? Kisuke noticed that Kanami froze for a moment but didn't point it out. What makes you say that? Oh, my bad. You're probably not yet done with him. But considering that guy's personality, he would have joined you or established his own organization. Without any news from him all this time, I can only assume that you already got your hands on him. Am I wrong? Kanami sighed, you're not, and it has been boring these days after he stopped reacting to anything. If you want to get more reaction, you can consult Kuratsuchi-san. His expertise in this area is beyond ridiculous. Enough of that. Why did you say I can shed these chains? You are Ikamaru-san's contact within Sailaporo's ranks, aren't you? You can do what he did. So you probably already heard about me from Ikamaru-san. And the reason you are here is because he won't tell you where I am. Good call for him, honestly. Since it's just an unnecessary risk just by knowing where I am staying. I hope you don't misunderstand. Kanami remained silent for a while and sighed, if you know that much then I'm going straight to the point. What do you plan to do with the chained? If they can't be reasoned with and refuse to forsake those chains, then I plan to deal with them sooner or later. Their existence is not really helpful for me. I see. I'd like to assist. Kisuke grinned, I knew we were going to get along well. Soifun and Shinji arrived at the outpost that the Siriiti built, and they were greeted by the one leading the security and military, the captain of the 7th Division, IBA Tetsuzeman, Captain Soifun. Captain Hirako, what are you doing here? Investigation. Soifun briefly answered, we're going past the scouting teams. Under his sunglasses, IBA's eyes became serious, with just you and Captain Hirako. It's urgent. We want to follow a trail, and the earlier we do, the more information we'd be able to gather. I hope. Shinji answered while scratching his head, they are going to be suspicious, but we don't really have any choice. That's right. Soifun nodded beside him, we're only hoping that we'll find Nemea Uetsu's trail and shed more detail on what's really happening. The tension in IBA's body eased up, is that so? Then please be careful. The beasts of hell have been increasing these past few days, and one of the scouting team spotted a chained north of here. Noted. For now, we'll go south. Shinji then turned to Soifun, shall we leave? Wait. I called someone to join us. Shinji's brows immediately furrowed, there's someone else. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait long as two teenage girls with identical appearance came running towards them. Captain. Reporting. Ophis, Lilith. It's going to be dangerous. Make sure to keep up. Ophis and Lilith were in their shihakushu and with katanas behind them nodded in acknowledgement. Alright, let's go. Shinji looked at the twins with suspicion, but unbeknownst to him, he was traveling with the worst monsters he ever met. However, Soifan also didn't realize what sort of ridiculous existence she was commanding. Chapter 1206, Chapter 1206 Arrival. Under Kunu's guidance, Batsuansai and Unohana were trying to sense the ki which was now present in their bodies. This isn't going to be easy, Kunu thought to herself while watching the two of them. Since ki wasn't an established system in this world, just the act of feeling it was already an almost insurmountable mountain to cross over, but after that, it should be easy. It would have been a different story if they were to learn magic first, since they could use that to attract and guide ki. However, the two of them were strangely inept at it, which reminded her of someone. They are just like Serorg Nisan. Although not completely inept, Serorg also had a hard time learning magic in his youth, and as a result, he wasn't able to learn the Bale clan's unique ability, the power of destruction, at all. On top of that, he's not naturally inclined to learn ki like most yokai species, so he had to train his body to its limits to intensify his own life force. But as a result, he managed to learn Tuki, fighting spirit, and attained an almost indestructible body and strength that would make others fear for their lives. They're already trained, so there's no point in starting from the start. They just need a catalyst to awaken it. Kunu has a different way of using ki, so her own would be ineffective. With that in mind, she turned to Tanis, who had nothing to do because Seraphol and Claire were enough to teach others magic. Tanis. Over here. Tanis turned her head towards Kunu with shining eyes and hurriedly came over, present. I think your senjutsu could help them more than my yujitsu. Tanis tilted her head, but yujitsu is much more similar to their kidu system. So it should be much easier to feel Yuki using Ryatsu as a point of reference, isn't it? That's what I thought too. But there's no result at all. Batsuansai and Unohana, who had been staying quiet, felt a bit embarrassed by their conversation. But what can my senjutsu do? It's not suitable for teaching. They can only start learning towards senjutsu when they can already manipulate ki to a certain extent. Kunu smiled. We'll do the tried and true surefire method. Tanis' expression immediately slacked. So we're doing that, huh? Why do we always end up going that route? As I've said, it's tried and true. If it works, it works. Kunu then turned to the confused Shinigamis and said, let's move to another location. Around 50 kilometers away or 30 miles, Kunu, Tanis, Batsuansai, and Unohana arrived at another barren land. Why do we need to move so far away from the others? Batsuansai asked while looking around. Kunu also looked around to check the surroundings, and after making sure that there were no worms that Kisuke mentioned to them, she turned around and replied to Batsuansai, because we don't want to disturb others. Tanis, are you ready? Tanis jumped back and made some distance from the others. With a fearless smile on her face, the color of her skin abruptly changed to that of pale blue. As she released her draconic aura, a purple starry gem emerged from her forehead along with bright blue, jet-black scales appearing all over her body and a pair of large dragon wings. Tanis smashed her first together and it made a loud metallic sound that rang in everyone's ears for a few seconds straight. Ready? To the speechless Batsuansai and Unohana, Kunu gave them a gentle smile that didn't match the situation at all. You're only allowed to defend, so please try not to die. The tried and true method that they could always lean on when everything else doesn't work. Violence. Seraphol and Claire turned in the direction that Kunu and Tanis left and felt a hint of draconic aura exploding out, so they had to resort to that in the end. Thought the former. Since they really were just teaching basic magic, Seraphol just needed to leave it to Claire. But with her age, she was worried that these guys won't listen to her well. Looking at their progress, it should be enough for them to reach the same mastery as those chained. By then, it should be enough to take them on. However, Kitan still hasn't told us how to bypass their immortality. I can't leave Claire-chan alone like that. While various thoughts were running through her head, her senses suddenly picked up something and her head snapped in that direction. Some people just went through the perimeter that I set up. Enemies? Claire hurriedly asked. At the same time, the expression of the Shinigami also became serious and they stopped their training. Seraphol didn't say anything for a while, but after a minute or two, her expression softened. Their guests. Soon enough, 4 people came dashing out from the forest beyond them, and as they landed on their feet, 2 of them immediately stopped in shock while the other 2 continued running until they almost rammed themselves into Claire and Seraphol. Ophis-chan. Lilith-chan. You're also here. Sea Captain Commander. Sasakibe-san. Yukatake-san. And even Ikamaru-san. You guys. Shinji loudly muttered. Soifan was also very surprised, but since this was related to Kisuke, she's not as stunned as Shinji. But except for Jushiro and Jin, everyone else was also shocked. More specifically, at the sight of the twins as they recalled the memory that Kisuke showed them. The monsters who were capable of erasing them in a blast of energy. Furufushi elbowed Yamamoto, who was beside her, and whispered, "Old man. They don't seem that scary. What are you getting nervous about? Aren't you also capable of annihilating things? Yamamoto could only remain quiet. Chapter 1207, Chapter 1207 Training Key. Already expecting the scene after they went through Serafal's barrier, Soifin was not as surprised. He moved with more efficiency than a whole organization. Now I can see the reason why the scouts dispatched by Soul Society couldn't find them. Shinji reacted to her words and finally noticed Serafal, one of the girls who were sent as reinforcement at the Hell Invasion, and two other people whom he was not familiar with. I don't want to think about it after his attack on the Soul King Palace. But are they on his side too? Even old man Yamamoto. As a swirl of questions started assaulting his head, the fact that Ophis and Lilith who came with them rushed to Serafal and Claire almost slipped from his attention. Wait. You know them. Serafal tilted her head in curiosity and turned her sights to Soifin. You didn't tell him. Shurji hurriedly turned his head towards Soifin and only saw her nodding her head. I promised that I wouldn't tell anyone, so I didn't. Just how much are you not telling us? Soifin stayed silent for a moment. I only told you what I'm allowed to say. Immediately the flame within her heart reacted slightly and got scared for a bit. However, the flame soon settled down and made Soifin sigh in relief. I see. It's able to judge that I can say these things to Hirako. What a mystical technique. Thanks to this, Soifin was able to figure out the lines she could thread in regard to the information she could release. Shinji found her words and actions strange and guessed that it must have something to do with Kisuke and the time she spent with him. So you willingly accepted spies into your ranks. He told me that they are not spies. And you believe him? Of course not. It's the reason why I'm keeping them close to me. Soifin paused for a moment before continuing, but I'm more inclined to believe him now. Shinji was stunned. He couldn't believe that Soifin, of all people, now believed the people who were closely connected to the strange group of people were not spies. I'm still missing a lot of things. Good thing I was able to come here with her. It looks like it's a good time for a break. Serafal interrupted them. We can talk properly once we head inside. Claire-chan, please prepare some refreshments for everyone. Everyone stopped practicing and followed Serafal's suggestion. However, just as they were about to leave, they all felt something approaching them at a high speed, and when they felt her Ryatsu, they were able to immediately identify who it was, Anohana. So she's here too. Shinji muttered to himself. But soon enough, they found something weird as Anohana approached their position. Although still quite far away, everyone has a visual acuity enough to see that she's flying sideways, bruised all over her arms, wildly flailing long hair, and with a crazed smile on her face while putting forward her blade fully covered in viscous blood in a defensive position. It was at that point that they understood that she was fighting with someone or something. She's in her Bankai. But who's her opponent? Shinji asked himself, thinking if he should jump in to assist her. Guessing his intentions, Soifin immediately blocked his way with her arm. Don't bother. Thanks to the senses that she'd honed, she could feel another individual possessing a hair-raising amount of ki making her way toward Anohana. Shinji was confused, but Soifin didn't have to explain what was happening to him because a blue beam of light came into view and immediately intercepted Anohana's flight path. As soon as she stopped in place, everyone saw a blue-skinned girl with a pair of large wings behind her back, twisting her waist and pulling her fist covered in a shimmering black and blue gauntlet. Anohana immediately adjusted her body and gritted her teeth hard while preparing to block the incoming fist. We've gone quite far, so let's go back. Those were the words she heard before the fist slammed into her Zanpakuto. The force behind the fist was way stronger than the previous ones, and Anohana thought that her Zanpakuto was about to snap. Thankfully, she could mitigate some of the force by throwing herself backward. From the onlooker's perspective, a second or two after the blue-skinned girl connected her punch, a shockwave that's enough to level the trees in the surroundings if they still existed, crushed into everyone, forcing them to cover their eyes with arms due to the incoming debris. It was only after the surroundings calmed down that everyone noticed that they were not around anymore. Stillness enveloped everyone until Serafal jokingly asked, if you want to train your ki, you're welcome to join them. Furofushi was the first one to answer. She didn't want to sound weak, however, she also definitely didn't want that sort of training designed for masochists, so she said, I'll think about it after the break. Before leading everyone while thinking, Katori. Good luck to you. I really mean it this time. What's going on? Shinji asked Soifin, who had already turned around to follow everyone. If they're letting it go, then it's probably not something bad. Let's understand the situation first before we make any judgment. She then stopped walking and turned her head sideways. By the way, can you take a direct hit from that? Me? No way. That would have punched a hole straight through my stomach. Since they could only stay for a short amount of time, Soifin and Shinji had to leave after learning about their situation, albeit only briefly, and the latter was left largely unsatisfied. Do we have to leave that early? Two captains going to hell and leaving everyone's surveillance for a long period of time will ring a lot of alarm bells. I'd like to avoid that as much as possible. I know. But I feel the need to risk it since I don't know that much. Shinji then glanced at her. I'm not someone who has in-depth knowledge of the bigger picture. I don't know that much. As much as you, I'm also confused why those guys, even the old men, are supporting Kisuke even after we told them that he attacked the Soul King Palace. Soifun sped up and changed her direction to return to the outpost from a different direction. Shinji didn't say anything else and silently followed her while thinking, maybe I could have asked those twins. But they just have to be left behind. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes were silently watching them from the shadows as they passed through a certain area. Chapter 1208, Chapter 1208 Agreement. Since Kisuke knew that it'll take a while for Uetsu to finish his research and reforge the Zanpakuto of everyone who switched bodies, he took his time to track down the movements of both the Siriitii and the outpost in Hell. And thanks to Kanami Tosen's information, he was also able to locate the exact spot where the chained gathers. Kisuke wanted to figure out how exactly Sailaporo was using the Eyes of Hell, and maybe get an idea of who was the mysterious being that Kazui met for him to have access to Hell. It could have been the lingering power of the Soul King because it looks like something he could do. But I still don't have any evidence to prove that. Kisuke is considering the possibility that they may be another powerful being that he's not aware of and could derail everything he's working on, though what I really need to know is the owner of those eyes, not who has access to it. Within an enormous castle which the chained gathered and reside in, Kisuke covered himself with an invisibility cloak that he made to hide his figure and his aura. If he's in the previous worlds, even someone a level below Reveria before she became a devil, they would be able to detect him if he's close enough. But without systematic knowledge about magic and zero experience in Ki, there's no way he'll be found if he's careful. Kisuke had been stalking the castle for the past few days now and he had already taken note of everyone's movements. It was then that he figured out that everyone who participated in the Hell invasion were all who were in Sailaporo's group. According to Furufushi-san, the original captain of the 9th Division, Kumoyan Tetsu-san is one of the chained, but he's nowhere around. And the only other notable Espada who's not with them are Coyote Stark and Lily Nettie Gingerbuck. Kisuke removed Okuiora Cypher's existence from the equation due to the nature of his death. Coincidentally and fortunately for Kisuke, when he was roaming around, he also found out their plans to attack the Siriitii outpost in Hell and eat the souls of their victims. Thanks to that, Kisuke was able to finalize their schedule of their own attack, 9 days from now on. I guess we still have plenty of time. Once they're all gathered, it'll be easier to clean them up. As he has done with what he needs to do in this castle, Kisuke decided to leave and set more countermeasures in case something goes wrong. At that moment, he caught sight of Kenpachi Kiganju and wondered how someone like him survived among these cannibals. Within the deepest layer of the Siriitii's prison only reserved for the worst of the worst, Aizen opened his single eye that's not blindfolded. He only had to wait for a few seconds when a magic circle appeared in front of him and Kisuke's figure materialized. I was expecting you. What do you have for me this time? Kisuke didn't say anything and stared at him. He was just exposed to magic a few times but he can already accurately feel it. Is it because of his evolution? How frightening. It was really a miracle that I was able to seal him. Kisuke continued to stay silent and took out his Tenchitai, divine transfer body, and waited for a minute or two before taking it back. They left, It would have been nice if they said their farewell on their way out. Aizen, who also waited alongside Kisuke, first said. Urozakuro must have offered you a way out, right? Kisuke sighed while taking out 2 seats and a table. Aizen wondered if Kisuke was expecting someone else. I have no reason to get out of here. And the moment I do, the monk will just humiliate me as I am right now. That's true, isn't it? Yawatch only managed to win because he had the power of the Soul King, which is the only being he can't forcefully name. While answering, Kisuke placed 2 cups and a kettle filled with tea on the table. Not being able to contain his curiosity, Aizen finally asked, who else are you expecting? Kisuke, once again, stayed quiet for a few seconds while staring at Aizen before bringing up his right hand and snapping his fingers. The sound of the snap resounded through the empty space but Aizen didn't care about that as he could feel the binds that confined him slowly loosen up and the Ryatsu that couldn't go out started spreading out. A few seconds later, the last harness that was keeping Aizen attached to the pillar unbuckled and he dropped down to the ground. Aizen didn't immediately move and checked the seal on him and found out that he had the same freedom from when the Quincy's invaded Soul Society. He then started walking towards the table and sat on the chair Kisuke prepared while saying, the only reason why Kuraka felt confident letting me go at that time is because he knew he could seal me back before I could completely recover my power. But it looks like you have no intention of doing that. What are you trying to achieve here? I'm just trying to set up an honest talk between us. Kisuke answered while pouring the tea on both cups. Aizen became silent to contemplate. He's already under my ability and I could manipulate his perception from here on. But this is Urahara Kisuke. He must have already put countermeasures in place before releasing me. When did you tamper with my seal? Please, I devised the seal on you and no matter how the Siriitii modify it, they can never change the underlying locks. It already had several backdoors from the beginning. Aizen recalled the moment he lost the Hogyoku's power and chuckled, I'm impressed with your recklessness despite the situation back then. I couldn't have gone this far if not for that. Aizen picked up the cup and drank the tea. It was the first time he tasted something other than blood and dirt for a long while, so he savored it. After a few sips, he brought down the cup and asked, I won't be fighting for you. Not when you're trying to change the whole world in your own image. People like you are the one I hate the most. Kisuke took a sip of his tea and replied, that's too bad. Really? So what exactly are you here for? If you want to take out that monk, I doubt you'll need my help. Before we proceed, I'd like you to watch something first. Half an hour later, Aizen started laughing out loud, Fohahaha. So it was not Kiraku who you are trying to get in contact with. He was just conveniently there to receive you. With a big smile on his face, Aizen asked, I still won't fight for you since it's still going against my principles. But I can offer you my assistance in the other areas. Kisuke grinned, I'm glad that you're easy to talk with. I just want you to assist in creating a giant hole. Chapter 1209, Chapter 1209 Prelude to War. Just like with Yamamoto and his group, Kisuke also showed his experiences to Aizen, albeit a little bit different from them. Unlike Yamamoto's group, what Kisuke needed to give Aizen was not a reason to support him, but an avenue for him to step out of a certain being's shadow and prove that he could be free from any will being imposed upon him. Of course, he also made sure to show that he doesn't have any intention of destroying Soul Society, the human world, and Hueco Mundo like Yawatch wanted to, since like the war more than a decade ago, Aizen would be the one who'll stop him. A giant hole, huh? Couldn't you do that on your own? Kisuke didn't answer immediately and thought about it for a moment. I can, but I'd like to be free at that moment. I see. Aizen then finished his cup of tea before standing up, then I'll come to you when the time is right. You're not going to ask for more information? About what? About you communicating with that man through convoluted ways? Or the fact that you're not manufacturing those bodies enough to supply everyone who'll need it? Kisuke chuckled, so you already understand the situation pretty well. Aizen then turned his back and started walking away. You're insulting me if you really thought that I couldn't understand any of that after all those hints you gave me. Kisuke thought that he'd leave the Mukin through the entrance, but Aizen suddenly stopped walking and slightly turned his head towards him with a mocking smile. I don't really care whether you succeed or not, since I'll be able to find the way out myself. However, let me remind you that you're severely underestimating Ichibai Hayasub. As soon as he finished his words, the space in front of him opened up and instantly gobbled him up, disappearing from the prison that held him for a short amount of time. Kisuke's eyes immediately widened when he saw that. He already mastered and can already use that near-instant teleportation. But soon enough, Aizen's words resounded in his head, I'm severely underestimating him. What else am I missing? Since they're technically enemies, Kisuke is not surprised that Aizen wouldn't provide him with useful information, but when he says something, it's surely something I can't discard. Kisuke cleaned up and placed a body double that'll disguise as Aizen on the pillar. Once he was sure that it wouldn't be discovered for some time, Kisuke also left while thinking, the bug that I left in the Soul King Palace still indicates no movement from the royal guards. But I guess I just can't expect them to move the way I'm initially predicting now. Kisuke returned to the log house and saw no one in it. With a quick scan, he found out that they were all within his lab. As soon as he entered the facility, he was greeted by Ophis and Lilith, who came running towards him. I'm sorry for pulling the both of you out of the Siriidi. It's about time for us to get busy, and I don't want the two of you to be burdened by potentially hurting your friends. Kisuke softly told them while patting their heads. Ophis shook her head and said, we were able to say our farewell, and it's not the last time we'll meet. That's true. After all of this is over, ask them to hang out with you. Ophis and Lilith smiled happily and nodded, that's a promise. Of course. Kisuke then turned to the group, who were looking at him with curiosity. How did it go, Nemea-san? Naturally, it's a success. Though some credit goes to your toys. They are very convenient to use. Give some of them to me. Uetsu replied while tapping on the table where everyone's Zanpakuto was placed. You can have all of them. Kisuke replied while walking towards them and scanning the group. The movement of magic power around them is very intentional, signifying that they mastered the art of its manipulation to some degree, except for Unohana-san and Katori-san. It seems that they got a different treatment. So what seems to be the problem? Why are your blades lined up on the table? Uetsu also returned his attention to the table and rubbed his chin. It seems that I'm too successful. What do you mean? Our Zanpakuto are rebelling. Furufushi answered Kisuke. Kisuke instantly became very concerned, even the old man's. Yamamoto nodded. But contrary to Kisuke's expectations, Yamamoto actually had an interested smile on his face, but it's not really a bad thing. I just have to subdue Ryujin Jaka. Upon that statement, the Shinigamis around him immediately remembered why they would have to subdue their Zanpakuto from time to time. It's because their blades gained power that's beyond their current capabilities. Furufushi grinned and grabbed her Zanpakuto. All right. Enough of that magic training or whatnot. I'll be out for a while. Don't look for me. She didn't wait for anyone and immediately darted towards the exit before using flash step to disappear. Chika sighed and chuckled, I guess that's the schedule for everyone. He also grabbed his Zanpakuto and left the same way as Furufushi. Batsuansai silently grabbed her Zanpakuto and left while Unohana smiled softly while saying, I hope I can learn that healing technique next time, before getting hers and leaving. Ask Tanis-chan. She's an expert regarding it. Kisuke replied before she disappeared. I guess I'll go too. Maybe I'll scout the chained while I'm at it. Jin also soon left. Joshua turned to Yamamoto and said, Old man Yama. Make sure to go as far as possible. It's not going to be fun if you, of all people, lose control. You don't have to remind me. Joshua chuckled and before he left, he turned to Kisuke, Urahara-san, I hope that you won't give Kiraku too much trouble that he's unable to handle it. He's going to hate me but it's nothing he can't handle. I see. Thank you. Chujiro wanted to follow the old man but he knew he couldn't do that so he just silently left. Yamamoto finally grabbed his Ryujin Jaka and looked at it for a while before turning to Kisuke, it's going to be an upheaval. Don't expect Hyusub Ichibai to be trapped. Unlike the rest of the royal guards, he's someone unfettered. With everyone picking up their blades, Uetsu made his way back to his workshop and this made Kisuke ask, going back to work already? I have to make empty Asachi so that I don't have to reforge a Zanpakuto whenever someone needs it to be converted. And please prepare that body for me. Forget about me temporarily using it. Kisuke creased his brows, why? It's something I realized after forging those blades. That man is already aware of my betrayal. Chapter 1210 Prelude to War Part 2. Are you serious? Kisuke immediately asked. Uetsu turned at him but only kept his silence. But how? I don't know. I suddenly felt his eyes landing on me when I reinforced the names of those blades. Well, I should have expected something like that from him. In the middle of talking, Uetsu remembered something and entered the workshop and came out of it a few seconds later. In his hand is a Tonto knife blade with a wooden hilt and sheath exuding a familiar aura, but much more repressed. Tiamat. I thought she's just roaming somewhere. Kisuke thought when he saw the blade. As he walked towards Kisuke, Uetsu pulled out the short and glistening blade, you should make a proper connection with her this time. With a flick of his arm that's almost impossible to track, Uetsu stabbed Kisuke in the heart with it. Kisuke was surprised but didn't defend. The blade sank into his chest, bypassing all the defenses he had but no blood spilled from it. A split second later, the knife disappeared as if it didn't exist in the first place and no wound nor damage to Kisuke's clothes was left behind. Kisuke closed his eyes and entered his inner world where Tiamat was. The space that Tiamat took looked like an empty void without any sense of direction but strangely enough, Kisuke could clearly see himself and Tiamat despite the absence of light. Why? There's no point in me hiding your existence anymore. You're found out after that Smith broke his pact. If you want to succeed, I think it's best for you not to take your time anymore. Kisuke opened his eyes back up, thanks for this. This is a lot better than the Asachi that I made to trap her in. Of course. I used that necklace of hers as the base for it so her containment is a lot more stable. I'm actually more surprised that it didn't break when you first sealed her. Uetsu returned to his workshop and before he shut the door to his workshop, he said, by the way, now that I've broken the pact of the royal guards, the chains that are limiting their abilities are now gone too. And if they were to reach hell, they would be able to release their Bankai without worrying about destroying the boundaries between worlds due to their enormous powers. Kisuke became silent for a moment before turning to Serafal, Claire, Tanis, Kunu, Ophis, and Lilith who gathered in one corner. I'm sorry but I'd have to ask you to send a message to everyone. Tell them that they only have 2 days. Whether they are prepared or not, they are going to attack the chained. Why 2 days? Asked Serafal while sensing the urgency within his voice. It looks like you're in a hurry so shouldn't we get them back now? I have to prepare a few things and transfer Nemea-san to his new body. Alright. I'll go get the old man. I'll leave the rest to you, girls. While making his way to a certain spot within hell, Tiamat's voice suddenly resounded inside Kisuke's head, why are you hellbent on eliminating them? I've been stalking the place they're staying in. I couldn't care less who they were and I actually wanted to know what their connection was to hell itself. Sadly, aside from a few clues, I couldn't come up with a reasonable expectation. And just for that, you're going to eliminate them. They are unnecessary risks. Besides, don't you find it strange? They are immortal here in hell but once they leave the door, they are just like any normal individuals that can be killed. Kisuke stopped his flash step and looked around before walking in another direction, and what about the unchained? While I was able to give them new bodies that would allow them freedom, why couldn't they leave in the first place? I know there are restrictions in place but I never figured out the reason for their existence in the first place. Don't you already have a guess? True. I concluded that they were food to slow down the rate of maggots eating through this dead body. But what's the role of the chained here if they are not the food? And what's up with their obsession with consuming others to make themselves grow? Then isn't eliminating them more dangerous than leaving them alone? I've thought about that too and just intended to kill a few of them to see what's going to happen. However, as you've said, I don't have much time anymore. As long as the other side is ready, I'm going to force through my plan. It's a shame, but it looks like I have no choice but to involve Ophis and Lilith in this. The other side. Someone who'll be able to do anything he wants regardless of the situation. Kisuke finally stopped moving and a magic circle for communication suddenly appeared in front of him, and he's also going to be the major contributor to soul migration. From the magic circle, another familiar voice came out, finally. I thought I was going to rot here, you bastard. Kisuke chuckled, sorry about that, Benihime. I'll make it short. Go reveal your identity to him. We're finally breaking everything. There's a chance that our enemies are already aware of me and about to close into me, so we don't really have a choice. I'm leaving it to you. Well, at least this ninja cosplay is finally going to end. A full day later, everyone who wanted to subdue their Zanpakuto returned, albeit a bit haggard. Say, what's the rush? Furufushi asked with a complaining voice. I almost didn't make it. We're moving up the schedule for quite a bit, so please focus on returning to your peak states, Kisuke answered her using his tablet containing various information. By the way, where's the old man? Joshiro asked while looking around. It's strange how he's the last one. I thought he'd be the first one to return. Thankfully, no one needed to answer that question as they all felt the presence of two people approaching. The sharpest of them, Kisuke and Batsuansai, however, felt something amiss and hurriedly turned their heads. Not long after, Yamamoto and Serafall came into their view. Chujuru was about to greet the former but froze on the spot when he saw the state they were in. Yamamoto has a giant gaping hole in the middle of his stomach covered with clear ice, while Serafall is missing her entire right arm with the stump on her shoulder also frozen. Without anyone's instruction, Tanis immediately ran towards them and started healing them. Kitan. Listen to this. This old man is seriously strong. His flames are actually on par with Surzek-chan's power of destruction in terms of destructive ability. Serafall, not minding her missing arm, immediately reported with a big smile on her face. Yamamoto, on the other hand, stroked his now cut-in-half white beard. Oh. My flames are actually on par with someone. I'd like to meet them someday. In any case, you're the ridiculous one here, young lady. You actually froze everything, including my flames, if I didn't compress them. On top of that, I'm also just lucky that I was able to take out your arm since I couldn't inflict damage on you most of the time. Couldn't inflict damage? Yamachan, the soul-slaying capability of those Zanpakuto is seriously frightening. I'm supposedly impervious to most things once I'm in my super devil state, but despite my best efforts, you're still cutting through my soul, forcing me out of it. Dumbfounded, Kisuke interrupted them while approaching to assist Tanis. No. You two went too far. Chapter 12:11, Chapter 12:11 Start of War. All the Shinigami were shocked at their conversation, including how Serafall was calling their captain commander, Yamachan, and didn't know how to react because there was just too much to process. Nevertheless, the first one to react was Chujuru, as he immediately ran towards Yamamoto when he understood the situation and checked his huge gaping wound even though he knew that he couldn't do anything about it. Ejisai. What happened? How did you end up like this? Nothing much. I just asked the young lady here to help me control Ryujin Jaka by pushing me to the edge. I'm thankful for her efforts. Oh, old man. How are you not dead? Chika also approached and walked around him. He could see that his flesh was already regrowing thanks to Tanis healing and the ice was slowly melting out of the way. Yamamoto also looked at the hole in his stomach and said, it looks fatal, but strangely enough, with a sufficient amount of this magic power and a bit of ki, it's actually doable to stay alive for a few hours more. This ice here is helping me control the movement of my magic power because I still have inadequate control over it. After all of this is over, I'll have to dedicate more time to learning this skill. The others, meanwhile, could only remain silent and stare at Serafall. They didn't believe it when Kisuke said that Serafall could fight all of them at the same time, but now there's a tinge of fear in their hearts. Sorry about this, Kitan. Serafall apologized because she knew that this was going to delay their plans. It's fine. I already accounted for this when you said you're going to be the one who'll fetch old man Yama. Kisuke then turned to everyone and said, please take a rest and make sure you're at your peak. Same time tomorrow, we're going to the chains base of operation and cleaning them up as fast as possible. If you think you can't do that for some reason, like you can't kill your former comrades, you're free to back out. Former comrades? Furufushi sneered, don't insult us. We all had our chances and now we're standing on opposite sides. Feeling bad now will just be an insult, not just to ourselves, but also to those who made their choice differently than ours. Kisuke looked around and saw the same expression Furufushi had from everyone else. I'm glad you think that way. Looks like I won't have to worry about you guys hesitating at the important moment. The next day, the previous casual atmosphere had already disappeared as if the air itself was filled with sharp blades that would kill if inhaled. Standing on the side far from them, Claire, Tanis, and Kuna couldn't help but be impressed. So this is the aura of real veterans. Claire muttered to herself. That's right. It's not something you can just learn through sparring, no matter how hard you go at it. Not just fighting for your life but also fighting for your beliefs and important people and things will give you a different perspective that may or may not change your mind or how you see reality around you. Seraphol answered with a rare solemn expression. In any case, you can't rush something like that. You can only take one step at a time and make sure each of those steps is a careful one. I've seen far too many people who crumbled to their knees because reality was not what they expected and ended up going on an entirely different path. With some of them destroying themselves and those they deemed important, is what Seraphol wanted to say but decided against it. While the girls are strong, they're too strong for their current mindset. She could guide them with her own experience but at some point, they would need to move forward without a hand leading them. Seraphol wouldn't be able to forgive herself if these girls stumble and get broken because they've been relying on someone for too long. Seraphol then thought to herself, they're strong, but they're also too fragile. Kisuke checked everyone and was already sure that they were ready. Old man Yama, I just need the chained, killed several times. At some point in time, I should be able to stop their revival. I'll be leaving it to you how you guys will do it. Before they all gathered, Kisuke already briefed Yamamoto on the enemy's forces and location. And since Yamamoto is technically the leader, he left everything to his discretion. Hold on. Jin suddenly put himself in between them. I have something to say. Are you worried about Tosen-san? Jin hesitated for a bit before nodding. Yeah. So you already knew. Don't worry. Old man Yama already knew about it too. Though I asked him not to trust him too much since anything could happen. All right. That's enough. Jin returned to the line and Yamamoto turned around to face them. Everyone, I won't say anything much but allow me to express my gratitude for going along with this old man's selfishness. Everyone remained silent but they were exuding a sharp aura. Yamamoto's Ryatsu then started rising up along with his voice. As the first step to the future that this child has promised, we will be facing the warriors who broke their code and became less than animals by consuming their own kind and comrades. Towards the end, Yamamoto's Ryatsu became so heavy that normal people wouldn't be able to stand in front of him. But instead of nervousness, a confident smile appeared on each one of the Shinigamis present. Flames then covered Yamamoto's entire body as he shouted, "Follow me and cut the heads off these filthy monsters who don't deserve another chance in life." With the ground beneath him melting and exploding, Yamamoto flew up, bearing his killing intent toward the enemy. Ha! Everyone simultaneously shouted as they all released their own Ryatsus and followed after him with great vigor. The procession of these Shinigamis left the space itself trembling from their might. Sometime later, within the temporary barracks where the members of the 12th Division reside and do their research in hell, an alarm went off and one of the analysts who had his eyes glued on their screen temporarily froze before he screamed at the top of his lungs. Someone call Captain IBA over and inform Captain Kuratsuchi. Former Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai's Ryatsu was detected along with others. Chapter 12:12, Chapter 12:12 Incinerated. While walking through the empty hallway of the unnecessarily huge castle, one of the chained and a former Kenpachi, Kuriyashiki, grumbled to himself, why do we keep having these nonsensical meetings? It seems that Sailaporo is already losing his patience because the rate of Shinigami coming to hell is a lot less than he expected. From behind him, a voice replied to his muttering, and when Kuriyashiki turned around he saw a dark-skinned, blindfolded man, not to mention, only a single weak captain is managing an outpost that is too tiny for everyone's appetite. Tosen, huh? Kuriyashiki murmured, I don't care. It's not a good enough reason to keep calling everyone. It's annoying. If he's hungry, he should just go alone. Kanami caught up to Kuriyashiki and started walking beside him, and what? Fell for another of Kuratsuchi's traps. He may not show it but he's really afraid of that man. Even if there's a bit of uncertainty on his part, he won't make any drastic movement. Kuriyashiki scoffed at his words, if not for him controlling these eyes and chains, he wouldn't be lording over us. He then turned his head to Kanami and said, by the way, if you want to live long enough, you should be careful around him. I think he's onto you. For what? Who knows? That's what I'm seeing from him. And why are you informing me of this? Because it's interesting. It'll be better if the two of you duke it out. Maybe a good way to pass time. All of a sudden, Kanami stopped walking and asked, do you still want an end to this wretched way of existing? Kuriyashiki also stopped walking and was so confused that he suddenly changed the subject of their conversation. Nevertheless, he didn't really mind it and answered, of course. There's no point in living in a constant state of hunger that will never go away as long as we're bound by these chains. You have a choice of casting these chains away or stepping into the human world to end yourself. Kuriyashiki became silent for a moment before he resumed his steps. Getting away from these chains is impossible for me. And dying outside of hell is not really the end either. It's just more suffering. Under his blindfold, Kanami's lightless eyes widened at his statement, just more suffering. What do you mean? Kurashiki only glanced at him and didn't answer. Kanami stayed for a few more seconds before walking forward again. Within what looked like a throne room, Sailaporo was sitting and looking down on everyone present from his overly adorned chair. Leaning on his skeletonized left arm, he loudly voiced his dissatisfaction when Kanami, the last one, entered the room. You're late. However, Kanami ignored his remarks and made his way to a corner where he wouldn't be bothered. Sailaporo clicked his tongue and his perpetually drenched in blood ram-like horns pulsated grossly, signifying that his mood had dropped even further. Even then, he couldn't really do anything against him with all the other people in the room not looking at him kindly. It was obvious that he didn't have anyone's loyalty and was just forcefully gathering everyone. He, who had the devil's horns, is the chosen one, so he doesn't really care about their opinions. Once I'm complete, I'll eat every single one of you. There were a total of 11 people within the chamber including Sailaporo, and each one of them had their own reasons for cooperation despite their incredible differences. For some reason, the detestable bugs have managed to learn something similar to Hell's blessing, so we can't wait for the fruit to ripen. In 6 hours, we'll initiate our attack and eat every single one of them. After that, we'll make our way to Hueco Mundo and directly connect it to Hell. From there, we will be able to reach Soul Society. Sailaporo told them a simple plan with a lazy voice. You're dismissed. Without any fail, each one of them glared at Sailaporo and the former Kenpachi. Kiganju angrily shouted, you called us just for that. Why? Do you have a problem with it? This bastard. The short-sighted Kiganju started fuming. I'm not your slave. He shouted while pulling out his Zanpakuto and sending flames towards Sailaporo. However, the latter only looked at him with an unconcerned expression and snapped his skeletal fingers. The next instant, the flames disappeared and the chain tattoos on Kiganju's body materialized and began squeezing him to death. Kiganju let out an ugly screech as the chains reduced him into pieces of flesh and only stopped when his head was detached from his body. Until the end, he didn't know what was happening. When he regained consciousness, he found himself standing in the same spot before he attacked Sailaporo. What was that? Kiganju asked himself with a horror-filled face. He knew for sure that it wasn't a dream because of the blood and bits of flesh scattered around him. Naturally, Sailaporo couldn't be bothered to answer even though this was the first time he showed this ability to Kiganju and just repeated his previous words, you're dismissed. The others didn't give another glance to Kiganju, nor did they have any pity to give since he's just a coward who avoided Sailaporo all this time. They guessed that he thought that they were going to back him up once they started brawling, but only now did he realize how wrong he was. Sailaporo smirked at everyone's reaction, but just as they were about to leave, a heavy Ryatsu suddenly bore down onto their consciousness. Except for the former Erinkars, everyone else shuddered at this Ryatsu full of killing intent that was directed at them. A few seconds later, a flaming meteor crashed into the roof of the throne room and landed on the floor, destroying it. Everyone could only stare at the flames in awe, and as they receded, revealing an old man within it, and then their awe changed into fear. Oh. So this is where you were hiding, you maggots. See, Captain. Chijiri Shijima muttered in horror. But the only thing that greeted him was a flash of flames that instantly engulfed and turned him into ashes. I see that you still have the guts to call me Captain. How disgusting. Everyone almost couldn't see what just happened, but they all understood that with a swing of his sword, one of them was instantly incarnated with nothing left behind, and all they could feel now was the intense residual heat. Everyone. Attack. Nobitsuna Shigyu shouted, pulling out everyone from their temporary stupor. Chapter 12-13, Chapter 12-13 going for the rematch. All of the chained, except for Sailaporo, released their Ryatsu mixed with Hell's blessing. Their sharp blades, liberated and hungry for blood, bore down on the old man. However, Yamamoto remained calm and motionless, and it was only until they were about to reach him that they felt the other people who came with and were being masked by Yamamoto's intense aura. Feeling the disadvantageous position they had, they all retreated back. Dropping down one by one with either fearless smiles or stoic expressions, the liberated ones came face to face with their enemies whom they hadn't seen for countless years. The first one who stepped out was the former captain of the 6th Division, a fair-skinned lady with long dark pink hair tied up in 2 hip-length pigtails on either side of her head. Her large violet eye that's not covered by an eye patch scanned her surroundings but only noted 2 people and 1 regenerating pile of flesh. With a large mocking smile, she addressed them while pulling and pointing her Zanpakuto at them. Shigyu, Sakahone, and... Is that Shijima? It has been a while, isn't it? Not since you last hunted down Uzuhara and Obana. And where's Kamui, by the way? Did you finally dispose of that coin-obsessed idiot? The former captain of the 2nd Division and Yoruichi's ancestor, Chika Shihuin, also stepped out while glaring at the founding members of the Godai 13 who were standing on the other side. What's the point in saying things to them? Just cut them down. As soon as he finished words, he disappeared and was immediately followed by a sound of clashing blades. Before they realized it, Chika already dragged Nobitsuna Shigyu with him outside the castle. Furufushi was about to attack the decrepit old man and Saizu Sakahon also prepared himself to receive it. But instead of Furufushi's blade, Saizu ended up swinging his sword to the side in panic and met someone else's blade. When he saw who sneaked up beside him, he felt a large force hitting his side and immediately shot off to the wall, creating a hole in it before landing in a distant mountain. Katori. What's up with that? Furufushi asked the one who attacked Saizu with discontent. While fixing her glasses, Batsuansai answered, forget about it. You don't have any chance against that old man. Furufushi wanted to refute her words but stopped when she thought about the old man's ability, and you can deal with him. Batsuansai displayed a small smile and said before disappearing, I learned something very good from the young ladies. Furufushi sighed and turned her attention back to the remaining acquaintances, I guess I'll settle with you. Furufushi swung her Zanpakuto and a blast of wind smashed onto the regenerating torso, sending it through the hole that Yamamoto created. A second later, she also disappeared. After them, the next one to move was Anohana, and faced one of the former Kenpachi, should we leave? Kurayashiki shuddered and his blood boiled because he knew exactly who she truly was. However, he wanted to confirm something first, are they here? Because of Serafal's stories, Anohana was someone who understood what he meant and nodded, are you waiting for them? Kurayashiki nodded, as much as I want to face you, I had a promise with that lass. Anohana was obviously disappointed and she didn't really want to fight an unwilling opponent so her head turned to the other Kenpachi, Kiganju, it's time to prove yourself. Before walking away. There was silence after her words and Kigaju could only stare at Anohana's back in disbelief. A few seconds later, he exploded in fury, you dare. A mere physician. Kiganju lunged at Anohana but the latter just used flash step to get away and the furious former Kenpachi angrily followed her with his voice echoing, a weakling like you dare challenge me. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Silence still permeated the surroundings and there's an atmosphere of disbelief lingered. Why did I take in that idiot? Sailaporo asked himself seriously, or maybe he left because he's afraid of Yamamoto Genryosai. At that moment, he also noticed the Tosen had disappeared and narrowed his eyes, is it him? Stop wasting time. Let's get this over with. I'll take care of that old man. The stocky and muscular man with no flesh on his head started walking towards Yamamoto, all of you, get lost. But despite not having a face, it's apparent to Sailaporo and the other, chained, that he's having ambitious thoughts of eating him. Sailaporo only chuckled and stood up and said before disappearing, if you can, then go ahead. I'll look forward to it. After him, Yami, Noitra, and Zamari also left by using Sonido and Kurayashiki with a flash step. Jushiro wanted to follow Sailaporo because he was the root of this problem but all of a sudden, the assault group heard Kisuke's voice in their head, leave Sailaporo and Kurayashiki to us. Without much choice, Jushiro changed his target and followed Yami Ryalgo while Jin and Chujiro followed Noitra and Zamari respectively, leaving behind Yamamoto and Baragan facing each other. Where did all of that vigor go? Serafal asked while watching from afar, they all came together but went out of their way to have one-on-ones. Let them be. This also reduces the risk since we don't know what Sailaporo can do. Kisuke replied to her while taking note of the direction where Sailaporo left. At the same time, Kisuke felt someone tugging on his clothes and when he turned around, Claire was looking at him expectantly, can I have a go? Want revenge? Asked Kisuke. He was just thinking of sending Serafal after Kurayashiki or looking for Suya Oza's hero who's now in hell to deal with him. Rematch. Claire corrected him. Kisuke peeked at Serafal and the latter immediately said, I know what I said that time but I also knew her growth all the while from that point. If she wants to, then let her be. It'll also be a good chance for her to give a proper conclusion to this. Kisuke sighed, fine. But if I think it's going to be dangerous or if I detect any sort of imbalance between your holy power and demonic power, I'm pulling you out. Claire nodded cheerfully, got it. I'll be careful. A second later, 4 pairs of alternating angel and devil wings appeared behind Claire as she flew toward the direction Kurayashiki left. No matter how many times I see it, I still can't believe someone like Claire-chan could exist, Serafal muttered. Meanwhile, Kisuke is very worried about how her parents and his mother would react to this, looks like the Belial house still don't have a proper heir. Chapter 1214 Fierce Demon. As soon as he crashed into an open field, Nobitsuna Shigyu immediately used flash step to gain as much distance as possible. Several tens of kilometers away from the castle, he heard Chika speaking behind him, afraid of the old man. Nobitsuna stopped running and slid through the ground while turning around, who isn't? You've seen his face and he's incredibly pissed. Even if I can't die, I'd still hate to deal with that. He knew he couldn't run away from Chika who had the best Hohu, step method, techniques among them but it was enough for him to get away from Yamamoto's wrath, and who knows? Maybe his Bankai is capable of killing us. I don't want to risk it. Chika appeared not far in front of him and tapped the ground several times with his foot. I agree. That old man is so ridiculous that even his enemies don't want to deal with him directly. Nobitsuna smirked at him, but I'm thankful for you taking me out of that place. I didn't really expect that the old man could remove the chains considering the weight he carried on his shoulders. Is he a lot more innocent than we initially thought? Despite his expression, he was incredibly confused by the turn of events. I don't know about the last captain, but even Anohana Yachiru. No matter what you think about it, this is too strange. They got away too fast. Eh? Who knows? Maybe the captain found a loophole through the restrictions. Chika replied with an equally smug face. Nobitsuna thought about it for a few more moments before giving up and said, but of all people, you really went after me. You can't kill me with your ability, and even if you could, I'm not sure if you heard me clearly, but I'll repeat it, I can't die. You on the other hand, while the hardest to kill among us, are still very much vulnerable to death. So what exactly is your plan here? Chika didn't talk anymore and just disappeared from his spot. But without any change in his expression, Nobitsuna just raised his Zanpakuto to his left and received the slash that was aimed at his neck, and if it's just containing me, Seitu and Katori could do a better job than you. Chika used Flash Step again to gain some distance from him. That's true, isn't it? My specialty is assassination, so I'm technically a bad match against you who's also mainly practicing martial arts. It was then that Nobitsuna felt something weird and saw Chika grin at him, but since our last meeting, I've expanded my arsenal. On the arm that Nobitsuna was holding his Zanpakuto with, a weird circle filled with various geometrical symbols suddenly emerged before exploding. Kook. Nobitsuna jumped back and gritted his teeth while grabbing the falling Zanpakuto with his other arm and swinging it behind him where Chika was already poised to attack. The clash between the two of them created a spark, but it didn't end there as Chika leveraged his advantage on Nobitsuna not knowing what happened to get a few attacks in. A series of metal-on-metal sounds rang out multiple times per second and dust kicked up, blood hurtling away as the both of them tried cutting each other. Although Chika was in an advantageous position, he soon had to switch his stance and take a more defensive approach with his opponent's blasted arm regenerating. Tisk. Chika couldn't help but click his tongue while narrowly dodging a strike to his shoulder that cut his clothes. With an overhand swing using both of his arms, Nobitsuna gleefully mocked Chika, too bad. Your flesh is not as disposable as mine. Not when you haven't activated your Bankai, at least. Chika blocked the overhead strike and it resulted in the ground below him cracking slightly. With a wry smile, he replied, don't call my Bankai disposable flesh. Nobitsuna let go of his left hand and sent a punch toward Chika's stomach. What else could it be called? Chika was quiet for a moment before his wry smile turned into a grin as he blocked Nobitsuna's fist with his own. You've become weaker, haven't you? Of course, Nobitsuna wasn't happy with his remark and put more strength into his arms, further pushing his opponent down. Ridiculous. What I meant is that you've become complacent. Is it really wise to get close to me like this? Nobitsuna immediately recalled what happened earlier and he still didn't understand what kind of attack hit him that time. He took back the strength he was using and tried retreating. However, it was already too late as two more magic circles suddenly appeared on both of his arms and exploded. The explosion was smokeless and lightless, so it looks like Nobitsuna's arm just spontaneously ruptured. Taken aback, Nobitsuna failed to notice in time that a blade was already lodged in his neck and cutting it open. A second later, his vision began spinning as he dropped to the ground while hearing Chika's voice. This carelessness has become ingrained within you. I guess 1,000 years of immortality isn't all that good. Finally, Chika stepped on his detached head and crushed it into a pulp. But as soon as Nobitsuna died, the chains on his body started moving and soon enough, his missing head began regenerating. No matter how many times I see it, I still can't get used to it. Chika thought to himself while putting forward his right arm and said, Hadu number 63, Reikuo, Thunder Roar Cannon. A blast of yellow lightning smacked into the regenerating Nobitsuna and incinerated him. Although he knew that it would just lengthen the time of him getting back on his feet, he still needed to do his best to kill him. I wonder. Will Urahara Kisuke find a way to finally finish this guy off, or will I die first? Chika strategically paced his attacks to keep Nobitsuna from fully regenerating, but from his previous experiences, this could only go so far. As if it had a mind of its own, the chains would leave the host's body through the ground after its host was killed several times. It would then re-emerge some distance away and would complete the revival at a faster pace. Chika, Furushi, and Batsuansai tried thinking of ways to seal the chained, but due to this behavior that they couldn't stop, it proved to be fruitless. Soon enough, Chika saw the chains leaving as if shadows escaping through the ground. As there was no way to contain it, he just waited for Nobitsuna to reappear. A few minutes later, Chika felt Nobitsuna's strange ryatsu gushing out along with his words, Bankai. Fierce demon, blood-soaked demigod of war and slaughter. When he turned to the direction of the release, Chika saw a 4-meter-tall muscular man with 6 arms attached to his torso. Chapter 12:15, Chapter 12:15 Escape. The previously tall, lanky, and pale man with visibly sunken skin on his face and chest had changed drastically. Turning around, Chika is now facing a 4-meter-tall bulky man with dark purple skin sporting 6 pairs of arms. "Let's get this over with," said the giant man with a now deep voice contrary to his husky voice from earlier. Chika didn't immediately answer and instead watched his opponent more closely, and the first thing he noticed was that 1 pair of the 3 pairs of arms were just bare jet black bones emitting a dangerous aura. This was Nobitsuna's Bankai, and its ability is to fuse and transform its owner into a hulking piece of meat that's capable of destroying everything in its path with just sheer strength. And along with this strength was the tough skin that no normal weapon could possibly pierce through. It's a simple and effective ability, however, it has its own drawbacks. First of all, the longer it's used, the more it destroys the owner's body, which could even lead to death. Welp. I can't expect anything from that now, can I? The second is that the user is now barred from using any Kita spells, which may be disadvantageous for him in certain situations like a long-range battle, but if he can't be killed no matter what, then there's no point in fighting closely or from afar. Naturally, Chika still has few choices since Nobitsuna's Bankai was also weak against illusion due to being a pure physical ability. While he was contemplating the next steps he should take, the giant man standing in front of him suddenly disappeared. Chika's eyes widened and used Flash Step to get away. The next split second, there was an explosion where he was just standing, and saw a large crater that was made by a simple stomp. His movement is a lot better than I remember. I see that he stopped exclusively training his fist techniques. The giant man disappeared once again, but Chika was still faster than him and was able to dodge. This type of exchange continued for some time, and Chika immediately found himself in a disadvantageous position. While Chika could dodge his attacks, he could hardly do damage to Nobitsuna. And even if he could give some fatal strikes, it didn't impede his movements as much as he'd like. Even the shockwave bombs that Chika was continuously deploying on Nobitsuna had become largely ineffective, with the latter just ignoring most of it. Meanwhile, on Nobitsuna's side, he only needed one of his strikes to connect properly and it would immediately turn the tides of the battle vastly in his favor. And although he's acting like a lunatic ignoring most of Chika's attack, he was calmly analyzing the movements of his opponent, waiting for the chance of him making a mistake, though he would probably use that before he makes a mistake. At that point, it'll be another stalemate. But seriously, what are they trying to achieve by attacking us? They're not stupid, so they won't needlessly risk their safety if not for something important. Nobitsuna tried baiting and cornering Chika, but that didn't work and only ended up being attacked by invisible bombs. These bombs. I'm certain that they're using Hell's blessing. How is he doing this? I thought that these guys were forsaken by Hell. Nobitsuna asked himself while regenerating the wound that the bombs inflicted on him, and they're familiar? Where have I seen it? Nobitsuna and Chika went through a few more exchanges when the former finally remembered where he had seen it, and it was from a report from Barragan about the strange man and the technique he used to decimate the beasts of Hell under their control. He immediately took some distance away from Chika, which made the latter confused. You are connected to that man? Nobitsuna asked while furrowing his brows. Chika also stopped moving. You really don't have any idea or clue about him. That bastard is such an annoying man to deal with. He always wanted to know about all sorts of things that it's actually tiring. He tried throwing Nobitsuna off with his reply. And just like Chika expected, Nobitsuna immediately formed a certain impression of the strange man by just those few words. So that's the case. He and his group are the only variables that we can't quantify and qualify. Is he a researcher? Was it with their cooperation that the old men and Anohana managed to get off their chains? Are they moving according to his will? Just what sort of deal have they managed to reach? And what is he after by pushing this fruitless operation? Thanks to Chika acting like he doesn't know much about Kisuke, it gave an impression that they're not very close and only follow certain instructions from him. If by any chance that they're actually aiming to permanently kill them, Chika guessed for certain that Nobitsuna would escape with just a slight precursor to that idea. Although there's no way in hell that he'll guess our intentions, I still have to make it look like we're just doing a recon mission just to be safe. Sadly for him, his efforts were for naught when a black butterfly suddenly flew over to Nobitsuna's side, a Hell's butterfly. If I'm not wrong, that is used by the chained Shinigami to communicate with each other. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Chika thought to himself. The next second, both Nobitsuna and Chika heard Chidori Shijima's voice from it. Nobitsuna. I'm not sure what to make out of it, but this crazy bitch just said that they're here to finally kill us off. Both of them were silent and stared at each other. And while Chika is doing his best to not show any outward reactions, he's internally cursing, God damn it, Furufushi. You and your loud mouth. Although he's not sure who went after Chidori, he's sure that there's only one who won't be able to keep herself from bragging and taunting the enemy. Chika continuously stared at Nobitsuna and saw a drop of sweat on his forehead. This coward won't instantly believe that, right? Shijima sounds like he's mocking his opponent. Yet again, he was betrayed by his expectations when Nobitsuna suddenly disappeared along with his Ryatsu gaining some distance. Fuck. Chika muttered loudly. But Chika immediately gathered his bearings and sighed loudly while closing his eyes. This is the third time I've seen Shigyu act like this. What did I hope for? Opening his eyes back up, a flash of light went through them and his Ryatsu suddenly increased by tenfold as he muttered, Bankai. Fleeting Memoir, Song of 1,000 Days. Chapter 1216 Clash of Kidu. When he was still alive, Nobitsuna had always been thrust into dangerous and life-threatening situations. However, he had always come out of it relatively safe largely because of his intuition and desire to survive. He enjoyed spilling the blood of his enemies, but ironically, he feared his own blood spilling, so among the original Godai 13, he secretly got the reputation as a coward. He ignored this since it was much more important for him that he survived, and Yamamoto himself also actually appreciated this attribute of his because it had saved the group multiple times. Ever since joining the Godai 13, Nobitsuna majorly relied on his monstrous guts to take advantage of multiple occasions. Unfortunately for him, however, he underestimated the damage his own Zanpakuto had done to him, especially after the Quincy's invasion more than 1,000 years ago. He died due to his weakened body suddenly failing him when he reached a relatively old age. In hell, he found new life, and as he discovered that he was unkillable and could even become stronger, he slowly stopped relying on his gut feelings due to their inaccuracies that didn't account for his immortality. This was the first time in a long while that he felt his instincts stirring when Chika and the others attacked, but it wasn't a very strong feeling, so he just ignored it. But throughout his exchange with him, he felt that something was wrong but couldn't point it out. It was when he heard Chidori's message that his heart almost leaped out of his chest as a dark premonition dawned on his mind. I have to escape, were his first thoughts. However, as he expected, Chika wouldn't let him go easily. As soon as he felt Chika's Ryatsu rising exponentially, Nobitsuna also felt multiple presences suddenly appearing all around him. He stopped his escape attempt and looked around to see 100 Chikas surrounding him. It was another Bankai that doesn't allow the use of any Kidu while active, so instead the user focused on martial arts. In Chika's case, he focused on foot techniques and blade techniques, contrary to him who focused on fist techniques. Damn you. Nobitsuna muttered to himself as the 100 Chikas descended upon him. Chidori kept looking at the hell butterfly in his hand but found no reply from Nobitsuna. This made him crease his brows since he was sure that he would at least reply back with something mundane. Chidori contacted him because he felt that he activated his Bankai and wanted to know the real situation on his side to get a bigger picture of what was happening right now. The next moment, he felt Chika activating his Bankai and asked himself, what's happening? Could it be? He then turned to his opponent and saw her casually turning towards the direction where Chika and Nobitsuna were fighting. Who? Chika used it, so that coward probably tried escaping. Furufushi then smirked, hilarious. So much so for being immortal. Chidori remained silent and observed the situation more. The Furufushi he was facing right now is still the same Furufushi that he knew. A brash woman who's only average in Zanjutsu, Hakuda, and Hohu. On top of this, Furufushi was incapable of properly using any high-level Kidu spells due to her innate Ryatsu being lower than even your average lieutenant these days. Regardless, she still became a captain and one of the founders of the Godai 13, and that's thanks to her special physique that allows her to regenerate used Ryoryoku within a split second, essentially making her always at the top of her form. Because of this, Furufushi mastered terrifying techniques that suit her very well, which are called Delayed Spell and Flash Cast. Putting his hand forward, Chidori chanted, Tenrin, Orchid Sky. In the next instant, a widening tornado blast appeared in front of his palm and started gouging the ground as it made its way toward Furufushi. As expected of the captain who has the highest mastery over Kidu, this casual tornado of his is enough to severely injure a normal lieutenant. Furufushi, on the other hand, just calmly turned her head back to Chidori and raised her hand to show thrust. One of the first Kidu spells that a student in the Shinigami Academy would master, had a number 1, show. Different from the students in normal Shinigami, however, Furufushi's show gathered an invisible wall in front of her before sending out a blast of shockwave, entirely dismantling the incoming tornado with ease and even sending some force back to Chidori, forcing him to slide back and crouch down. As ridiculous as ever. How many show did you superimpose? I think around 300. Furufushi honestly answered his question, which resulted in his mouth twitching. She produced 300 Hata spells in that small amount of time. Really ridiculous. Chidori thought to himself. In the past, he also tried learning the technique of superimposing the same spells into one. He thought he could do it too as long as he had enough Ryoryoku, but immediately found out that while he could replicate it, he could only overlap 10 of the first Hata no matter how much he tried and experimented. And if he increases the level of his spell by 1, the amount he could do will be cut in half. A long while after that, he figured out the reason that she could do something like that was because it had something to do with her pesky physique that granted her nigh unlimited source of Ryoryoku. Chidori hated her. He hated Furufushi as someone who did everything to master the art of Kidu and even created a few original spells of his own, only to be trampled by someone who was born with great talent. After briefly reminiscing about the past, the flames of hatred he kept deep within him came out and burned even stronger thanks to the chains binding him. Chidori smirked and said in his dark voice, I probably won't be able to defeat you with just Kidu spells, however, I found and learned something even better. Descending into insanity, Chidori threw his head back while laughing maniacally, and more than 100 magic circles appeared behind him. Behold. The spells of hell that can defeat your delayed spell and flash cast. And I'm not just limited to weaker spells. Raising his Zanpakuto in the air, he called out its true name, Bankai. Flower of the glazed moon, rejuvenating root of knowledge and truth. Chapter 12:17, Chapter 12:17 Flowers of Kidu. Along with the heavy pressure that Chidori's Ryatsu was causing, Furufushi couldn't help but admire the sight in front of her. Dancing between the magic circles are flowers of various colors and otherworldly beauty. Their vibrant blossoms dangle gracefully from slender, arching stems, swaying in the gentlest breeze like nature's own wind chimes. The petals are a study in elegance, with their thin, tubular shape and a spectrum of colors that ranges from pure white to soft pinks, deep purples, and fiery reds, often with intricate patterns and gradients that seem hand-painted by an artist. At the center of the flowers was a cluster of bright yellow, pollen-laden stamens that formed a contrast to the petal's softness. Contrary to their appearance, they exude a deadly intent that seems to want the world destroyed. I heard that they're called columbine flowers. Flowers that represent innocence. Furufushi thought to herself while watching these flowers position themselves inside the magic circle, wait. What is he trying to do? If I remember correctly, his ability is Kidu amplification. While way worse than mine, I think he also has Ryoryoku regeneration when he releases his Bankai. Could it be that it's also effective on his magic? Furufushi answered her own question with a yes because that's what happened with her own Zanpakuto too. However, her eyes instantly widened in shock when she saw that the magic circles started multiplying from the flowers. Gritting her teeth, she immediately made her retreat. The next second, hundreds of explosions were heard as various elemental magics threw themselves towards Furufushi, and the only thing she could do was dodge, since blocking any of them would result in a more focused attack. While dodging to the side and also sending various low-level Kidu to the incoming projectiles, Furufushi started cursing out loud, F***ck. To think he'd learn a new trick. It wasn't just Kidu or magic amplification. He's also siphoning the surrounding magic power and Ryoryoku at the same time while also multiplying the potency of the magic itself. Thanks to Seraphal's special crash course, Furufushi managed to learn a lot of technical things regarding magic. Although being bombarded non-stop by the maniacal man in the center of all of this, Furufushi was still glad. Why? It's because, as expected, all he can do is throw around elemental projectiles. Naturally, these projectiles were very powerful, enough to tear apart thousands of enemies in an instant. It was Chidori's greatest strength, and he was only below Yamamoto in terms of kill count in the war against the Quincy's more than 1,000 years ago. If it was just the amount of spells she could output, Furufushi, by far, was better than Chidori. However, to go against stronger opponents, she has to superimpose Kidu spells to deal enough damage since she can only use low-level Kidu. Turning around, Furufushi pointed her finger at Chidori, Hadu number 4, Byakurai, Pale Lightning. Furufushi charged it for a few seconds before firing a beam of concentrated lightning enough to match the power of a high-level Kidu like Hadu 88 used by a masterclass practitioner. The beam of white light cut through the elemental projectiles coming towards her. Nevertheless, the beam's target only smiled, and the columbine flowers around him gathered and new magic circles formed on some of them while the others started gathering Ryoryoku. In the next second, multiple earth walls rose in front of Chidori along with several translucent barriers made out of Ryoryoku, Earth Shield. Bakudu number 44, Sakisho, Barrier. Furufushi's Byakurai pierced through several of Chidori's shields but failed to reach its target. Furufushi was not disappointed and kept her finger up while dodging more projectiles, Hadu number 4, Byakurai. Another beam of light made its appearance and incinerated everything in its path until it reached the multiple shields that spawned again. Hadu number 4, Byakurai. Chidori finally stopped laughing and just focused on defending and attacking. Although Chidori could keep up his defenses against Furufushi's barrage of high-level spells, he still became nervous. She improved. In the past, it'd take her some time in between spells. I can't hold back anymore. Chidori was curious about what she said about killing the chained, but he certainly didn't want to confirm it. While I still have the advantage, I have to end this. He doesn't know what it is, but Furufushi still hasn't used her Bankai and certainly isn't as hurried as he'd like to believe. Furufushi noticed that the attacks had reduced and saw that the flowers were gathering around Chidori. She became even more careful and also slowed down a bit to figure out what was going on and respond with an appropriate action. Nevertheless, she didn't stop her attack. Hadu number 3, second, Stone Blade. In the hands of ordinary Shinigami, the third Hadu is just a small bullet made out of stone, but in Furufushi's hand, it became a large and immensely dense lance made out of black rock. And instead of one, she created 3 instances of this spell and sent it out from 3 different directions of Chidori. But unlike before, Chidori only kept the minimum amount of barriers around him to block the attacks, making Furufushi question his motive. It was when the flowers started spinning around him that Furufushi got a bad feeling and wanted to retreat. However, she was already too late. Chidori raised his arm towards her and multiple magic circles appeared around Furufushi herself. The latter wanted to know what these magics were, but she knew she needed to get away first. Unfortunately for her, when she wanted another jump back with flash step, she found herself unmoving in place. Fuhahaha. You didn't expect this, right? I can control far more things than you could ever imagine. Chidori shouted in glee while also raising his other arm, commanding the other flowers to combine their attacks, creating a large pillar of fire as if it was a dragon's breath. Watching the scorching manifestation of death coming closer, Furufushi finally figured out what happened. He momentarily controlled my muscles. He got me. Chidori watched her get engulfed with flames that he had been preparing for a while now. Chapter 12:18, Chapter 12:18 Constellations of Magic. As Furufushi was being engulfed in flames, Chidori knew that she could just stack a bunch of healing kitted to survive, so he prepared another set of spells to finish her off. He was about to unleash it when he felt the Ryatsu around Furufushi increase for a bit. This increase. It's her puny Zanpakuto. As Chidori expected, she heard her struggling voice within the raging flames, Bankai. Shackled Shrine Maiden, seeking the collapse of cosmic strife, Supreme General of the Sacred Stars. Blasting away the flames, Furufushi, while being showered by rays of small lights, donned an intricate ceremonial kimono in the deepest shade of indigo, adorned with celestial motifs that evoke the constellations and patterns resembling sacred stars that shine eternally. In her hand is a simple wooden stick with intricately folded paper attached to the tip of it. Her eye patch burned off and in her normally empty eye socket appeared an eye with a jet black sclera and a pure white shining 4-point star-like iris that didn't appear to have any pupil in the middle of it. She appeared to be burned all over, but it was rapidly healing as what looked like constellations of stars revolved around her. But upon seeing this grandiose appearance that makes it look like the whole world is giving her the blessing, Chidori could only smirk at it. Why release your Bankai, which is deemed to be the most useless one in history? From what I heard, no one stole that title from you till this day. All this time, Chidori has been on guard against her Shurkai, which allows her to cast like there are 3 of her. One Furufushi is already terrifying enough, but 3 of them are a nightmare for him. He wanted to finish her off before she released her Shurkai, but who would have thought that she'd directly release her Bankai that only calls upon constellations to do a little show and use some minor ability like increased stamina, agility, or strength. Have you gone insane? Your Bankai isn't just useless but also doesn't follow your will. Don't tell me you've forgotten that it won't go away unless the people you've designated as enemies are gone. The stars that are connected to each other and revolving around Furufushi disappeared as she finished healing herself. Thank you for the reminder, and I certainly didn't forget. Claire had already left while Kisuke, Serafal, Tanis, and Kuna remained to watch everything that was happening and react accordingly in case something outside of expectations occurred. They were currently watching Chika and Nobitsuna's fight. Those are all real? Serafal asked in shock, seeing Chika multiplied 100 times and saw one of them being obliterated into mangled flesh and blood by Nobitsuna, who became desperate. Yes. Kisuke nodded. His Bankai allows him to have 1,000 copies of himself, with each having its own mind, but all are connected by a single will. Although he could only materialize 100 of them at a time and he can't use Kidu or other special class spells with it, there are still essentially 100 of Shihu and Chika present. But that's not the most amazing part of it. Kisuke continued while watching another Chika being killed but replaced by a new one. Among them, there are no fake Chikas. Serafal was stunned and understood what Kisuke was trying to say. Wait. If there are no fakes, then there's also no concept of real among them. Is that what you're trying to say? That's right. All of them are him. As long as one of them is alive, he is alive, answered Kisuke. This is the reason why he focused on stealth and information-gathering missions. It's just very suited for him. At that moment, another change happened and Kisuke turned to another direction. Shackled Shrine Maiden, huh? Kisuke muttered to himself, I won't ask why someone like her is a Shrine Maiden, but what a strange Bankai. I haven't really seen a Bankai that makes its user weaker than her Shurkai. Even Soifensan's Bankai is not like this. So it's really just what I've read from the files. Nothing more than a few enhancements depending on the constellation summoned. Serafal asked while also rubbing her chin, but this ability? I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Kisuke grinned and said, right. I think Kuna-chan here managed to see that as well. Kunu's tail swayed in pride when her name was mentioned. As Kisuke has said, she indeed noticed this when she came to pick her up and assisted her to learn more about it, Shackled Shrine Maiden. It's a very fitting name. Because of this world's Kidu system, she ended up crippling herself. Tanis looked at them confusedly and inquired, what are you guys talking about? Magic formation art. Kunu gave her the answer. However, Tanis only tilted her head to the side, which made Kuna sigh, you should really listen to theoretical classes. But those are too boring and too hard. Then you should at least remember what I'm referring to. Kunu pointed in the direction of Furufushi. At the same time, Furufushi waved her gohei, which is a stick with intricately folded paper at the tip of it, and 8 constellations appeared in the sky and started circling Chidori and his flowers. Magic formation art is a technique that uses smaller and simpler magics to form much more complicated and stronger magics. Even though Tanis was uninterested, she's not stupid and instantly understands what Kuno was implying with just a few clues in hand. She became serious and turned her head to Furufushi, who already formed a giant magic circle that was connected to 8 constellations in the sky. What? Chidori looked up in disbelief at the imposing sight, but when he saw a giant mass of land emerging from the magic circle, horror filled his eyes as he realized what Furufushi was trying to do. Gritting his teeth, Chidori refocused his spells on the mass of land that was about to drop on him while also preparing to dodge. But before he could even move, he heard Furufushi's amused voice, "Have you forgotten? I can call upon 88 constellations in total." Before he could notice it, Chidori was already surrounded by another 8 constellations on the ground. The next instant, another giant magic circle appeared, this time, under his feet. "I am possible." "What is it, T?" Chidori wasn't able to finish his words when he was suddenly smacked to the ground with half of his face instantly caving in. What? It took him a split second to realize that he was lying on the ground with his whole body broken. In his remaining eye, he saw his flowers dropping down like wilted and lifeless leaves. What? How does it feel to stand? Or lay down in 50x gravity? Nah. Actually, don't answer. I don't want to remember it. Chidori could hear Furufushi's casual voice as the summoned mass of land dropped on him, taking away his senses. Chapter 1219, Chapter 1219 Secret Lab. She can already do something like that with just 8 nodes. Imagine what she could do with 88. Serafal commented after seeing Furufushi drop a meteor coupled with a gravity amplification formation on Chidori's head. And depending on how she uses those constellations and stars, it wouldn't be impossible for her to cast a large-scale ritual-class magic all on her own, Kuno added while admiring the sight. Kisuke didn't say anything else and turned his attention to the other battlefronts. While Furufushi won't be able to kill Chidori, she's more than enough to contain him for some time with just those 2 spells. What is this guy doing? Kisuke asked himself while keeping Sailaporo under his radar. Like what he and the girls were doing, he's keeping watch on everything, though it didn't seem that he had noticed their viewing spot. His focus is on Claire. Well, considering how she's the only unknown variable here, it's understandable. Kisuke was actually already done with his preparation to permanently kill all these, chained, and in reality, it's easier to do that than permanently remove the chains themselves. However, he's still curious about one thing. How did Sailaporo take command of all the chained? There's still a missing piece that's preventing Kisuke from seriously flipping the whole table in fear that something might hit him back and those around him. I prepared for all the scenarios I could think of, but that doesn't mean I'm prepared for everything. In any case, Sailaporo just has to make a move and he'll be able to ascertain things and finish this whole ordeal. Sir. We've detected a massive spike in both Ryatsu and magic power northwest of the outpost. From our current prediction model, we estimated that it's way beyond our explored region. While listening to various reports that have been coming in, most of Mayuri's focus is on the directive that was sent to his device just now, to all captains and lieutenants. You are to return to the Siriiti and be prepared to be deployed at any moment's notice. This directive is from the Central 46 and the 0 Division. This directive is a top priority and supersedes any current and past orders. Any failure of compliance will be subjected to a Class A punishment and removal from the current position. What the hell is this? Mayuri questioned himself while reading the ridiculous directive for the 3rd time. It's not that the directive itself is ridiculous, but the punishment is unreasonable. It even came from the 0 Division. What are they up to? He contemplated for a bit before saying to all the clamoring members of the 12 Division around him, I need to take care of something. All of you continue to monitor the situation and record everything. As he turned around against the shocked researchers, Akon came running towards him. Captain. Are you going to go against the directive? Of course not. Even I won't be safe if I ignore the 0 Division's directives. And from the looks of it, they're serious about enforcing it. Then where? Mayuri became silent for a moment before answering, to prepare for something. Akon, if things get a bit dangerous in hell, immediately deploy the emergency escape module. But that means abandoning it. It's going to be a huge loss. Mayuri resumed walking and said before exiting the building, I know what I said. Akon looked at his back and recalled what he had been doing these past few days. He opened another lab, but it was in the Rakongai. And ever since then, no one has seen Namuri. I wonder what it is for. Akon turned around and resumed his work. Whatever it was, he knew that he couldn't have discovered that lab by accident, and it could only mean that Mayuri trusted him with this knowledge. Are we in for another upheaval? After making sure that he isn't being followed, Mayuri deployed his decoy that will enter his fake lab and do some menial experimentation with magic. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, Mayuri made his way further into the Rakongai before a magic circle appeared under his feet and he disappeared. He then reappeared inside a moldy, humid, and suffocating room. It was a very familiar room for him since it was the room that was located in the now deserted nest of maggots that contained him for a few years before Kisuke invited him to work for the 12th Division. Mayuri didn't reminisce and moved to the right side of the cell and touched a certain part before injecting his own Ryatsu. The next second, dust became unsettled as a new door appeared in front of him. Mayuri didn't let it open fully and hurriedly entered it. As a response, the door also started closing and went back to look like an ordinary wall that hadn't been touched for years. Beyond the door was a fully operational lab and various glass tubes filled with translucent purple liquid. In the middle of these glass tubes were throbbing orbs of flesh. Mayuri quickly checked their status by looking through various screens displaying logs and alerts. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with them, he hastily made his way towards another wall which was once again a disguised door. As he went through it, a wider and very well-lit white room with almost nothing inside it aside from a few pieces of furniture that you'd normally find inside a house. With such a design, it's obviously tailored to be livable and there are indeed other people inside it. One is someone expected, Mayuri's partner in the latest and 8th iteration of the Namiri series, Namiri Hachiko. Normally, Namiri would come running toward him whenever she felt his presence, but this time, she was busy practicing. With her small stature, she put her hand forward with a focus that couldn't be found in someone of her age. Immediately after, a blue magic circle appeared and blue flames were ejected out of it. Once flame ejection stopped, Namiri relaxed, wiping the sweat that pooled on her forehead. Hoo! It was then that she finally noticed his presence and panicked. "See, Captain!" she nervously shouted while running towards Mayuri. "How is it?" Mayuri simply asked. "Reporting to Captain. I still don't have an accurate figure but I can confidently say that using magic and soul techniques is several times easier compared to before due to the almost non-existent collision of magic power and Ryoryoku. Continue your testing." "Understood." If one is observant enough, one would notice that Namiri possesses the same type of body as Soifun. Namiri ran towards the center of the wide room once again to continue her work. Meanwhile, Mayuri turned his attention to the only other person present, currently lazing on the couch while playing with a game console and snacks scattered around her. Mayuri wanted to berate her and ask how she got all this furniture inside the room but didn't have the energy to do so right now. "I changed my mind. Give me all the documents and materials referring to the homunculus. Chapter 1220, Chapter 1220 Hate for Nobles. The black-haired tall woman immediately looked up in shock. She stared at Mayuri for a whole 3 seconds before saying, "You'll really do it? Stop wasting both of our time and pass it to me, Benihime." Benihime didn't immediately say anything and stared at him for some more. She furrowed her brows and asked, "What's happening out there?" "The Central 46 and 0 Division is trying to impose a lockdown. I will need to go in an hour." 2. Benihime's eyes widened before she immediately closed them. A few seconds later, she clicked her tongue and stood up. With a single gesture, multiple magic circles were deployed and she even took out some unknown devices in conjunction with them, but another set of time went by and Benihime took back the magic circles while gritting her teeth. "I can't contact Kisuke. Even the path to hell was closed." As if it signaled the start of the real war, the deployment of Furufushi's magic was soon followed by the release of Ryatsu on different battlefronts. While watching all of these lights emerge, Batsuansai commented, "No one could afford to hold back anymore after that display, it seems." On the other hand, her opponent could only stare in shock towards Furufushi's direction. How is she doing this? She's unchained, so the hell's blessing should have forsaken her. Batsuansai returned her sights to the hunching old man carrying a katana in front of her and said, "Impossible, is it? But only because you haven't experienced the real impossibility yet." Saizu also looked back at her, more specifically, on the small blue pigmentations on the various parts of her skin. "Is that why you could also resist my poison?" Batsuansai lifted her blade. "Let's just say that I'm a bit different from before." With a flash step, she instantly arrived at Saizu's side, but the old man predicted her movements and was able to block her attack with ease. But even with Saizu doing nothing, the blot on Batsuansai's skin slightly worsened. "I don't think that you're totally resistant to it," Saizu commented with a smirk while shifting his blade to initiate a counterattack. Batsuansai followed the movement of his sword and used the force he put it to get away. Once she was a certain distance from Saizu, the poison in her body stopped spreading. In that short amount of clash, the situation around them has already changed drastically with everyone showing off their abilities with the flames created by Yamamoto the most noticeable. Batsuansai was still calm and picked up the scabbard of her katana and sheathed her blade back. "Sakahon-san. Before we start, would you mind me asking something?" Saizu smiled slightly and stabbed his sword to the ground. "Go ahead. Why didn't you cast off your chains?" "The answer is simple. I simply can't do it and now I'm at the point of no return." "I find that hard to believe." Batsuansai had an obvious lonely expression as she recalled the ruthless but incredibly kind old men when they were still alive, alongside the captain. "You're the one who sacrificed the most to secure the safety and rights of the commoners. I still vividly remember the time that you put your own body forward to protect the innocent people against the tyranny of the nobles. So why this path? Saiza chucked and put one of his arms behind him. I might have mellowed out during my last years, but... Well, most of you didn't notice. I wasn't just fighting for the commoners. That's really the case, huh? Batsuansai let go of a long breath. She already noticed but just didn't want to think about it. Saizu was able to guess what she was thinking and continued, that's right. I've always wanted to slit the throat of those high and mighty. I couldn't let go of that hatred that seemed to burn my very being, and the only way for that pain to subside is to accept these chains. It's not really that bad, you know. Despite being tied like this, it's a very liberating feeling. I see. There's no helping it then. Batsuansai closed her eyes for a few seconds. As soon as she opened them, the sad expression she was making was no more and was replaced by a cold, uncaring expression that is filled with killing intent. It's really a shame. Holding up his sheathed blade, she muttered, Bankai, record retainer, sea of the unknown, plague of knowledge. The blade in her hand instantly disappeared, and without any prior signs, a few hundred meters around Batsuansai and Saiza became covered with thick fog that only allowed the latter to see a few meters in front of him. And it wasn't just his sight that was hindered but also his sense of smell, hearing, and even his ability to pick up Ryatsu. However, it didn't just end there, and Saizu heard Batsuansai's voice again, heartless isolation. Although Saizu couldn't feel any changes around him, he knew what Batsuansai's heartless isolation was. Why create an isolated place for us? You know that this is just going to give me the advantage, right? Of course, Saizu doesn't truly believe that Batsuansai made a mistake nor that she's stupid. I can just fill this space with my poison, but why do this despite knowing that? He asked himself while also touching the handle of his Zanpakuto that stabbed to the ground. Bankai, fear of venom, infusion of 1,000 desecrated insects. Nevertheless, he decided to pull all the stops too. Chapter 1221, going out with a bang. Heartless isolation. It's a technique that becomes available to Batsuansai whenever she releases her Bankai. It creates a boundary around Batsuansai that separates whatever is inside from outside interference. It sounds like a very simple ability, but it's far from it because of the conditions to activate it and the way it interferes with the world itself. To deploy heartless isolation, there needs to be a mutual agreement between parties that the opposing party must be killed. If there's anyone who doesn't share this sentiment, this barrier won't activate, so it's useless against fleeing enemies. But while it has a very specific activation condition, it's very effective in what it does. It doesn't block interruptions. Instead, this barrier avoids them by placing those inside within another dimension. Any attacks aimed at the barrier from the outside will just phase through it. Meanwhile, those who are trapped inside won't be able to go out as long as the agreement is not fulfilled. This is the reason why Saiza thought that Batsuansai was shooting herself in the foot, since there was no way for her to leave alive by trapping an immortal like him. Truly. I want to know what you're planning to finally kill me off. Saiza muttered as his body slowly changed, with his hunched back going straight and his flesh gaining muscles. In addition to that, the purple mist was being ejected from his skin pores and slowly mixing with the thick fog around him and filling the limited space that they were in. It may not be easy to find you, but as long as I'm alive, it won't be long before you drop dead. Saiza's Zanpakuto, on the other hand, also started to change as it wriggled like a living being before slowly transforming into a giant centipede that wrapped itself around him. And like Saizu, it's also emitting purple fumes in addition to the purple liquid leaking from its mandibles. Just from his transformation, it's fairly obvious what his abilities are. Before he could do anything drastic, Saiza felt something from his chest, and when he looked down, there was a blade sticking out of him despite not feeling any presence behind him. Giant insect claws instantly extended from Saiza's right arm as he swung it behind him. Unfortunately for him, there's no one behind him, and even the spear that wounded him was gone. If not for the black blood spilling out of his chest, he would have thought that it was just a bad dream. Even then, Saiza was not impatient, since he knows that this domain that she created will eventually become his. On the peak of a certain mountain, Kurashiki was also watching what was happening in the distance. With various flashes of lights and signs of Bankai and Resurrection releases adding more to the chaos and heaviness of the atmosphere, he couldn't help but mutter, should have I accepted the fight with Unohana Retsu. He's now regretting the decision he made to stay away from them, though only until now, when he suddenly felt a threat and used Flash Step to get away. In the next instant, a flash of light appeared in the corner of Kurashiki's eyes before the peak he was previously standing on was suddenly obliterated by an explosion. Landing on one of the trees not far down the mountain, Kurashiki looked up and saw a floating young girl with 4 pairs of differing wings behind her. A large grin appeared on Kurashiki's face. Finally. I was getting worried that you wouldn't show up. And why the sneak attack? That's not very honorable, is it? Claire, while holding her bow, replied, I thought it was just appropriate with your Zanpakuto ready to get a bite out of me. Kurashiki's grin grew larger and a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth silently emerged behind Claire, about to swallow her whole. A staff of light instantly appeared in between the mouth and stopped it from closing. However, it didn't end there as a second mouth appeared on Claire's side. This time, Claire didn't attempt to block and just flew forward. But in doing so, another, much larger gaping mouth was about to chop her down from the front. Claire could attempt to block it, but feeling the staff she conjured as sturdy as she could be broken, she knew she wouldn't last long against it. Nevertheless, instead of blocking, Claire had a much more effective method. She pulled back her bow and a black and white arrow manifested in it as she aimed at Kurashiki. Kurashiki was surprised and thought she wanted mutual destruction. But when Claire suddenly turned her head towards the incoming mouth and her silvery gray eyes shined, it was then that Kurashiki recalled something and used flash step to get away. Claire let go of the string while the mouth froze in place. The area that Kurashiki was formerly standing was instantly eradicated by a huge explosion, and the mouth that Claire stared at slowly returned to nothing. Claire didn't let up and she deployed multiple magic circles and javelins of lights that started raining down on the general vicinity. Claire couldn't catch up to Kurashiki with his expert use of Hou. She could technically match his speed with her own version of flash step, but she lacks the maneuverability, flexibility, and experience, so an attempt would only expose her to more dangerous attacks. On the other hand, Kurashiki continued manifesting mouths around Claire in retaliation, but they only suffered the same fate as the first one that was frozen. What the hell is that? Kurashiki asked himself while dodging the continuous onslaught. He tried just tanking one of the javelins and it easily pierced through his Ryatsu strengthened skin, though that's not the real problem, but the fact that the wound it caused was healing 10 times slower. Kurashiki kept his distance and observed Claire and her actions, and what he found was, the bigger the attack, the harder it is for her to nullify Gagaku Kairu, Corridor of Hungering Music. That bow is dangerous. It could probably kill me if it hits me enough times, but I won't be going down without a fight. After a few more minutes of observation, Kurashiki went back onto the offensive with a crazed grin on his face, foregoing most of his defenses. Let's go out with a bang. Don't disappoint me, young lady. Chapter 1222, Chapter 1222 Trust. Claire immediately noticed her opponent's sudden change in movement and adapted herself by gaining distance from him. But when she saw the face Kurashiki was making, Claire stopped. She felt his intent, and after contemplating it for a short moment, she chose to accept his challenge. I'm of the same opinion. There's no need to prolong this. The mouths that kept threatening Claire disappeared, and she could feel her opponent's Ryatsu rising up to such dangerous levels that it actually started weighing down on her. The slight fear that Claire had against Kurashiki was amplified, but she doesn't let it affect her judgment. In response, she knocked her bow, and resplendently golden lights gathered to make the arrow while aiming at Kurashiki. Upon release, a loud explosion accompanied it and a streak of golden light was drawn in the sky. It was the fastest arrow Claire had released yet, so Kurashiki was a bit taken aback and took too much time to process the light. As a result, he was too late to fully dodge and the arrow took out a chunk of his left flank. The highly condensed power of light arrow continued traveling and buried itself in the ground. A few seconds later, a dull boom resounded through the earth along with a disastrous earthquake and a part of the mountain range collapsing. Claire continued releasing these kinds of attacks, taking off bits of flesh from Kurashiki each time and demolishing the nearby earth by scrambling it from within. Kurashiki, on the other hand, ignored the damage he was accumulating and could still feel that he was still immortal. But before it could eventually disappear, he has to put everything in one go. If he dies while fighting, that'd be great. If she dies before he can, he'd be disappointed, but it'd be another day for him. A few hundred feet away from the flying Claire, Kurashiki stopped. But as soon as he did, a chunk of his head instantly disappeared, taking off a portion of his forehead and his right eye. Despite this, however, the crazed smile on his face never changed and he spread his arms wide. The next instant, an earthquake, 10 times worse than what had been happening until now, began. Claire knocked another golden arrow on her bow and wanted to take off Kurashiki's entire head. Though before she could release it, Claire felt her power being sucked up, resulting in the shine of her arrow to slowly disappear. The strange happening didn't stop there, as Claire witnessed the entire mountain range morph with a deep dark gorge suddenly opening up under them and spanning for several kilometers. Claire released the arrow towards Kurashiki, but it was obviously way weaker than the previous ones and the latter just chuckled at it as he used his leg to kick it away. Kurashiki's spread arms slowly came together and the earthquake became even worse. However, Claire didn't care about that as she could only watch as the entire earth beneath them opened up. With each tooth as large as a mountain, the earth itself transformed into a giant maw that had already surrounded her and Kurashiki, revealing an endless darkness. Claire wanted to get away, but as her strength was being drained away, there was also a strange pressure that was keeping her in place. Still, she tried flying up, but the giant maw was way faster than her with half of her view already inside the endless darkness. Claire tried finding another way, but anything she did, including directly attacking Kurashiki who was still slowly closing his arms and using teleportation magic, was deemed useless. And to make it much worse, she could feel her skin dissolving as if a very strong acid was poured on her, and she also started losing her focus with something affecting her consciousness directly as if someone was singing a lullaby for her. As she slowly lost momentum and started descending, a certain excerpt from a document that she read appeared in her mind, an ability that's capable of destroying the Siri-IDI in one go. It wasn't an understatement. With everything about to be engulfed and Claire started falling, a sad look appeared on Kuroshiki's face as he muttered, "Eat up, Gagaku Kairu, corridor of hungering music." Kisuke, Serafall, Kunu, and Tanis are also focused on Claire's battle that started shortly ago. "Those are some terrifying arrows," Serafall commented when Kuroshiki started running towards Claire without much regard for his well-being. Tanis turned to her and asked, "Are they?" Tanis knew exactly what the destructive power of those arrows was, and by no means did she mean to question the strength of those arrows by asking. However, she didn't get how someone like Serafall finds those terrifying. "Of course." Serafall nodded, "Each of those arrows is fatal for ultimate-class devils. It's not about how much they could destroy but how much they could purify and burn. I've only seen that kind of intensity from seraphs. But not just that. Claire's arrows are top class even among them. Which is actually unbelievable since she's not a pure angel. Those guys are going to be shocked beyond measure. And once we return, that woman is finally going to have a real competition for the strongest woman of heaven." Serafall thought to herself when her eyes landed on Kisuke, who looked very worried. "What's up?" "That Kenpachi is staking it on an all or nothing." Kisuke immediately replied while pulling out Tiamat from her sheath, "Get ready. That guy's ability is one of the most dangerous if fully unleashed." In Kisuke's opinion, of all the Kenpachi that exists, Kuroshiki is actually the strongest of them all. If not for Suya Oza's hero taking the initiative and killing Kuroshiki in a surprise attack, no one would be able to take the title of Kenpachi off of him. Not even the current Kenpachi before he learned his Bankai. And as soon as Kuroshiki stopped moving, Kisuke shouted, "Let's go." Before he could jump forward, someone suddenly grabbed the hem of his clothes, and when he turned around, he saw Ophis and Lilith, who had hidden themselves until now, pulling him back and both saying, "It's fine. She can do it." Though Kuroshiki hadn't started, she could feel the dangerous aura and a bad premonition coming from him. Even if Kisuke didn't say anything, she would have jumped in to assist Claire. But Ophis and Lilith are stopping them. She turned to Kisuke to ask for clarification. "No. It's too risky," Kisuke answered. However, Ophis and Lilith didn't let go. On the contrary, black tendrils made out of Ryuryoku appeared beneath their feet and wrapped around Kisuke. "Trust her. She has to do this." Kisuke furrowed his brows, but within that short amount of time, a humongous maw already swallowed Claire, Kuroshiki, and the entire area. Kisuke gritted his teeth, though his grip on Tiamat soon weakened with his sigh. 10 seconds. "I won't allow anything longer." Ophis and Lilith nodded and finally let go of Kisuke. But not even 5 seconds later, numerous cracks started appearing on the closed jaw with silver light leaking through them and the small gaps in between each tooth. Chapter 12:23, Chapter 12:23 Silver. As Claire fell from the sky and her body slowly disintegrated into nothingness, she gritted her teeth hard. There's still something that she hasn't tried, and that's completely mixing her holy power and demonic power. All this time, she's only partially mixing holy power and demonic power to take advantage of their volatile reaction that causes a huge amount of energy release. However, Claire knew that that wasn't the right way to use it. She can use both sides, yet she could only use it to destroy each other. Just from that simple line of thought, she knew that she was doing something wrong. In the first place, Claire had only been using the basic nature of both the holy power and demonic power. Weapon shaping, for the former, and magic conjuration, for the latter. Although it resulted in a very powerful arrow that could destroy high-level beings, it's nothing without its destructive capabilities. As such, Claire went back to the true core of her demonic power and holy power, which are worthless and purification, respectively. Claire knew exactly how these powers worked, but no matter how much she tried them before, it had just evolved back to the twisting mess of destruction it is. She just couldn't wrap her head around or imagine how she would combine the two of them properly, until now. On the verge of death, Claire's eyes shined as realization and enlightenment dawned on her. The overwhelming fear that she's feeling right seemed to have been an illusion, and her body that was being destroyed became lighter. She lifted her arms and aimed her bow upwards. Without losing focus on the lights that were sipping from the outside world, Claire pulled her bow and the usual golden and black arrow appeared. This time, however, the golden and black light was soon replaced by a soothing silver light. It didn't have the same intensity as her previous arrows, but Kuroshiki, the only other person watching her, shuddered at its sight. "What is that?" With a newfound strength, Claire released the silver arrow upwards. The same as a firework, the silver arrow went up slowly until it quietly exploded and rained down silver light, illuminating the whole dimension with its glare. It was the first appearance of what would be called the authority of the silver light, or the silver light of repudiation, in the future. The simmering light that denies all understood supernatural phenomena. Kuroshiki was blinded and used his arm to block the light. However, it was then that he realized that something appeared on his side, and when he looked down at it, his eyes widened and his heart started palpitating. Gagaku Kairu. It was his trusted Zanpakuto in its most basic form. The next moment, he found that the artificial dimension that his Bankai created started collapsing and the destructive nature of it had already disappeared. What's going on? Kuruyashiki asked himself, but he's not an idiot to stay unmoving. He found a crack to the outside world and intended to retreat from there. Unfortunately, he still doesn't realize the extent of what the silver light could do. Kuruyashiki circulated his Riryoku around his legs, just as he would usually do when he uses Flash Step. But this time, the gathered Riryoku only returned back to him. Kuruyashiki tried a few more times but decided to give up on it. He then started creating a foothold to go to the hole, but on his first step, even the Riryoku foothold disappeared. Damn it. What's going on? Since it'd take too much time for him to escape, Kuruyashiki decided on a different approach and turned back to Claire, who started regaining her balance in the air. Pointing his palm towards her, he shouted, "Hada number 81. Ugon no Kokyu, breath of gold." But similar to his flash step, the Riryoku he had collected produced a bit of golden light before returning back to his palm and doing nothing. After seeing Kuruyashiki's Bankai start disintegrating, Kisuke, Serafal, Kunu, and Tanis all sighed in relief. "That silver light is giving me goosebumps." Kisuke commented. "You too." Serafal replied back while rubbing her arms, "It's not destructive, but that light is an enemy of everyone who wants to manipulate the laws of the world. That's cheating." Tanis immediately pointed out, "If she uses that in our sparring, I won't be able to use anything other than internal body techniques." But when Tanis turned to Kunu, she saw her still have this confident smile. "You can go around that." Kunu shook her head. "No. I don't think I can." However, Kunu pointed at Claire, who's struggling to breathe and shaking all over. "She won't be able to use that in our sparring. Look. After her mutation, she has the largest amount of energy by accessing both holy and demonic power. But just after releasing that silver light one time already left her drained. Then should we help now? I don't think she'll be able to continue." Tanis turned to Ophis and Lilith while asking the question. Although her opponent's abilities were sealed, he's still healthy. Before Ophis and Lilith could answer, Serafal's hand landed on Tanis' head. "That's only true if the world was not the way it is. You forgot that she's currently the sole inheritor of all faith right now." Claire reoriented herself while struggling to gather her breath. While it was just a single arrow, it drained all of her holy and demonic power that she was finding it hard to even fly right now and materialize her bow. But just as Serafal had said, there's almost a near-infinite amount of unused energy out there for her to tap into. Without any restriction or guidance of any system, the ownerless faith is for her to take as long as her body can handle it. "I probably won't be able to walk for a few days." Claire thought to herself while looking down on Kuruyashiki, who was still clueless about what was going on, but there's no better time to end it than now. She raised both of her hands and removed the seal that Kisuke and Serafal placed on her so that the holy power wouldn't cascade into her. Claire knows that the purifying strength of the holy power had a significant effect on the chained, so she called everything that she could. Answering her call, hell's purple sky cracked and a whirlpool of power unknown to the inhabitants of this world started gushing out. Within just a few seconds, it formed into a giant golden cross. Sadly, Claire overestimated herself. She didn't know how much she pushed herself by just releasing the silver light, so at the height of her gathering the wild holy power, it went out of her control. She thought that it was going to disperse when the safety seal on her reactivated and she was going to lose her chance to defeat her opponent. That's what Kisuke and Serafal thought too, and were about to intercept in order to help until the giant golden cross suddenly stopped dispersing and actually further solidified into a much more stable condition when Claire was controlling it. Kisuke and Serafal stopped on the spot. More accurately, they were frozen in place and looked at the middle of the giant cross with shocked expressions. Along with the familiar aura, a golden silhouette of a woman with a bright halo and 12 angel wings emerged from it. As she detached herself from the cross, they also heard a familiar voice. "Ah. I got connected." Chapter 12:24, Chapter 12:24 Judgment. The golden silhouette's senses were in a mess after the unexpectedly complicated and hard to connect to faith that appeared for the second time. Where is this? She looked up and thought, the underworld. But something is different. But because she's not in her real body, it's also hard for her to ignore the will contained within the faith that someone controlled. As she looked down, she saw a burly man with chain tattoos plastered all over his body looking up at her in shock, and the first thought that occurred to when their gaze met was, purify him, huh? Whose will is this? And when she finally looked around properly, her beautiful face widened in surprise when her eyes met with someone who was making the same expression, Claire. Gabriel Neeson. The two continued to stare at each other for a few moments, and Gabriel finally asked, "What is that form?" Genuine disbelief and curiosity was contained within her soothing voice. It was also at this moment that her senses recovered and she felt a group of familiar aura in a certain direction. Gabriel was very curious about why Claire could contain both demonic and holy power in such a harmonic way. However, due to the situation they are currently in, there's someone who she wanted to meet more than anything else. She hurriedly turned her head and saw the people she was hoping to see, Kisuke. Serafal. But at the same time, the holy power that's keeping her temporary body is also rapidly dispersing. Gabriel doesn't know the situation they are in, but she can't ignore the reason why this holy power is here. Gritting her teeth, she turned to the men who had been showering her and Claire with killing intent. I just need a few words in. Raising her right arm, Gabriel declared, Thou whom hath been tainted and shackled, receive thou retribution. Putting the entirety of the holy power that Claire called, the giant golden cross that the latter made disappeared and was replaced by another giant ornate golden cross that exuded an even holier aura compared to the previous one, Judgment Cross. As she swung down her arm, the giant cross transformed into a stream of golden light and rained down on the stunned Kuruyashiki. Kuruyashiki felt an indescribable force freezing him in place, and he could only watch the cross and the golden lady in awe. He knew that this was the end, and even if he could dodge, he wouldn't, because the light is not a death sentence, but a path to liberation. Finally. The warm light blinded, covered, and started dissolving his flesh along with the detestable chains. But strangely enough, he doesn't feel any pain or suffering. It was a light that is filled with good intentions from the chief angel of chastity. The golden light formed a pillar that pierced through the sky, leaving a majestic sight for everyone to witness. The soothing light soon disappeared, leaving behind nothing of Kuruyashiki Kenpachi, including his chains. And along with their disappearance is the halt of the senseless violence that's happening all around. Everyone was quiet as the golden silhouette flew and caught Claire, who already lost consciousness and started falling due to losing the support of the holy power. While her body started disintegrating, Gabriel gently stroked her head and with her soothing voice, You've worked hard. You may rest, Claire. After making sure that she was okay, Gabriel turned to the distant Kisuke and Serafal and said, We need you. Please return as soon as you can. A few seconds later, she completely disappeared, leaving behind a silent, strangely peaceful world and a falling sleeping girl. But it was only a few seconds later that everything jumped into action once again, and this time, with renewed vigor. Kisuke and Serafal appeared near Claire, not to catch her, but to intercept numerous people filled with killing intent aimed at the young girl. Serafal put a thick wall of ice that stopped Neutra and Zamari in their tracks, while Kisuke immediately released Tiamat and his hollowified form to block Sailaporo and Yami. All of them are already in their resurrection form, which is very different from their previous forms when they were alive, a peacock, a mantis, a dinosaur, and a Buddha. Their form is much clearer and compact compared to the last time they were seen. Kisuke thought to himself after giving them a quick glance, it looks like the chains did more good to them than the Shinigamis that have to learn magic. While it's obvious that all of them have a much more powerful form than before, they are all making the same expression, and that's fury and fear. You. Kisuke Urahara. How are you? Wait, what are you? Sailaporo shouted in Kisuke's face while pressing down his claws on Kisuke's arrow-covered arms. Kisuke, meanwhile, only grinned at him and replied, What now? The self-proclaimed all-knowing doesn't have an idea. So much so for having the eyes of hell. You bastard. Sailaporo wanted to kick him away to get to the young girl who summoned a strange being and killed an immortal. But before he could do so, a magic circle appeared in front of Kisuke's face, and in an instant, Sailaporo's face was blasted by an explosion, sending him tumbling backward. On his other side, Kisuke lifted his forefinger on the hand that was holding Tiamat, pointing it at the rampaging Yami, and blasted the hollow that was cosplaying as an ancient reptile with his pure black Siro. Kunu, Tanis. Take Claire away and hide. But don't get too far from us. We don't know what might happen next. Tanis and Kunu, who also arrived to secure Claire, both nodded, yes. Please be careful. Kisuke checked Serafal's side and saw that she froze her opponent solid and already temporarily stopped the threat. Phew. That sure took a turn. Who would have thought that Gabriel would suddenly appear? Kisuke was finally able to arrange his thoughts and calm down. But within his calmness is a deep worry. We need you, huh? Just what's happening on that side? He also glanced at the cracked sky that was slowly healing after Claire summoned all of that holy power from the world of the living. At that moment, Beneheim's blurry voice came to his head, Suk. Ki, ko. Ha. They a-mov. Although half of it was not clear, Kisuke understood the situation. Shit. They blocked the communication and I didn't even realize it. Gabriel's previous words already disappeared to the back of his head. Sailaporo, who was about to attack, suddenly stopped and started contorting as the chains on his body suddenly manifested and started contracting on him while also eating his flesh. Ahhhh. His voice that's filled with pain and suffering started something else. Chapter 1225, Chapter 1225, Flesh-Eating Chains. What now? Kisuke retreated from Sailaporo while also observing his surroundings. What he and Serafal noticed was that it wasn't just Sailaporo but also the other, chained, who started screaming in pain as the chains around them started moving around and strangling the life out of them. Ki-tan. What's going on? Serafal shouted towards Kisuke. I don't know, but forget about them. I'll leave the girl's safety in your hand. Kisuke made several hand gestures to activate the modules he prepared for Claire, Tanis, and Kunu's safety as Serafal made her way towards them. At the same time, the contracting chain suddenly shot out, but not towards him, but towards the other, chained, connecting despite the distance between them. A trap. Kisuke initially thought as he saw the chain span out, are they going to catch the others too? If that's the case, it'll be extremely dangerous. Kisuke swung Tiamat horizontally and the blade released a very sharp wind, cutting multiple chains on the way out. However, the black chains only wriggled for a bit before liquefying and connecting back to their disconnected parts. Kisuke didn't give up and used Tiamat to cut one of the chains once again, and before they repaired itself, Kisuke grabbed one of its ends with his hand and blocked it. It almost slipped out of his hand when it turned liquid, but Kisuke was faster and enclosed his hand and the chains with ice magic. The chains wriggled for a few seconds before dropping motionless. The next instant, more chains sprung up from the upper stream of the link, connecting back to the other end. It was a good try, I guess. Kisuke calmly watches this unfold while letting go of the lifeless chains in his hand. He was already expecting like this to happen considering how malleable these things were. What he really was after was to know their inner workings and what exactly are they trying to accomplish. Tiamat, any clue? One thing is clear. It has no intention of hurting you or those around you. And that one Shinigami doesn't seem to be affected. Well, isn't that annoying? Kisuke turned to the Shinigami that Tiamat was talking about while wishing that these chains were trying to hurt him. But now that wasn't the case, their intention became even more cloudy from Kisuke's perspective. Without knowing their goal, Kisuke was stuck waiting for something to happen and reacted. It looks like Katori-san's heartless isolation is effective. Probably on the same level as Dimension Lost's isolation capabilities. As the screams get louder and louder, Kisuke wonders what these former Erankars are experiencing because he's sure that they are not the type of people to destroy their lungs and throat just from unimaginable pain. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Kisuke would see the reason just a few seconds later. As the chains dug into their flesh, small mouths with human teeth and tongues suddenly opened on the chains and started taking a bite out of their flesh, further digging into their very being. This scene immediately reminded Kisuke of the chain of fate that appears when a human dies with regrets or is separated from their physical body. It's the same scene when these chains were shortened enough that they started eating themselves in a frenzy and slowly turned into a hollow. But instead of self-cannibalism, they are eating their host. I don't think this is just some sort of self-defense mechanism that suddenly activated when one of them died, Kisuke muttered to himself and observed the other Erankars and the chained Shinigamis from the distance who are suffering the same fate. Regroup for now. Kisuke sent a short message to everyone while he himself started attacking Sailaporo and activating the technique he prepared to forcefully remove the chains to render their immortality useless. Kisuke was able to separate them for a bit but only temporarily as it went back to gnawing Sailaporo. Kisuke tried it again and even strengthened his grip on the chains, but the result was the same. He naturally wasn't doing this to save Sailaporo but to study its reaction and gleam into its mysteriousness. This thing is really familiar. Could it be? While Kisuke was deep in thought, he heard Sailaporo mouthing in between his screams, "Why? Why is this happening?" It was his last words when he suddenly stopped struggling and stayed unmoving. A pathetic end for someone who boasted his power and couldn't use it until the end. What's worse than that, however, was the fact that the only person watching his end couldn't care less about it and his entire attention was just on fulfilling his curiosity. Even for Sailaporo, knowing that this was already truly the end for him, it was a disrespect that he'll never be able to forget. The properties of these chains. Not exactly metallic. But ink. As this thought went through Kisuke's head, a realization immediately dawned on him and he immediately sent an emergency message to Serafal, Kunu, and Tanis, be careful of a surprise attack. But instead of acknowledgement, he only heard Serafal's panicked voice back, Kitan. Behind you. Watch out. There was only a slight fluctuation in the air but Kisuke hurriedly tried to turn around while brandishing Tiamat. However, he was too slow as he felt something cutting through his back, slashing through his passive defenses, and almost cutting his body in half. Gah. Just a minute or two earlier, in a scorching field that's akin to the mouth of a volcano, both Yamamoto, with the burning body, and Baragan, who is now a skeleton with 2 pairs of tusks on his head and various golden accessories attached to his body, are looking towards the direction where the golden light appeared and disappeared. Oh. Looks like your comrade just met his end. Yamamoto muttered while stroking his beard. Baragan only remained silent for a few seconds before he stepped back and intended to leave. Of course, Yamamoto wouldn't allow that and directly burned him with a swing of his Zanpakuto. Baragan immediately crumbled under the immense heat but immediately started standing up when the flames were done turning him into ashes. Seeing this, Yamamoto never felt as useless as he is now. Although Baragan's miasma couldn't approach him due to the intense heat that he's naturally releasing, he also couldn't keep Baragan from reviving. While waiting for Baragan to reform, Yamamoto saw the other Erankars reach the little girl whom Kisuke and Serafal were already defending and thought, I have to punish those idiots later for letting them go. Yamamoto reduced Baragon once again to ashes to keep him in place and was about to do it again for the third time after his attempt to escape when the chain suddenly came alive and started consuming its host. Yamamoto was shocked and bothered. Regardless, he's an expert at one thing and that's the only thing he needs to do now, so he burned the writhing Baragon. This time, however, Baragon wasn't reduced to ashes and the chains around him kept eating his bones. Yamamoto didn't know what's going on, but he soon received a message from Kisuke to regroup. He thought it was a good idea and decided to leave Baragon. Because he could feel the movement of others through their Ryatsu, they were able to silently communicate where they would go, and soon they found the appropriate spot, and that's where Batsuansai and Saiza were still locked in battle, seemingly unaffected by all the chaos. Yamamoto and the others successively arrived at the vicinity of heartless isolation. But when he was just about to give everyone a short lecture, from the corner of his eyes, he saw a very familiar figure, creeping behind Kisuke, and was about to slash down his glaive that strangely looked like a calligraphy brush if one didn't look at it carefully. Chapter 1226, Chapter 1226 New Players. While gritting his teeth, Kisuke gathered Siro with his fingertips. As he turned around, he detonated it, placing an explosion between him and his assailants and allowing him to leave the opponent's effective reach. Kisuke's chest was instantly scorched from the blast, but the damage was minimal compared to the cut on his back, which was also covered in black ink. As Kisuke tried to get away, he also found out that he lost a major part of his strength. It can't be. With the flames of the explosion clearing up, Kisuke saw who attacked him and could only click his tongue as he muttered his name, TCH. Hayasub Ichibai. Dear me. The bald Shinigami placed his glaive on his shoulder. I don't really like when people like you call my name, so please refrain from doing it. On a side note, you sure are energetic for someone who's called Urahara Ki. Kisuke's regeneration capability was able to heal the wound on his back, but the ink on it remained. Tiamat, any chance we could remove the ink? None. The ink is just a physical manifestation or mark of his ability. If you can't deal with the underlying effects, there's no point in removing it. Ichibai's eyes then landed on Kisuke Sanpakuto. You brought out something ridiculous and even made Uetsu make a container for it. Where did you get that? My. What an ugly thing you have there. And what an incredibly rude thing to say to a lady, Kisuke replied with a smirk. At this point, the screaming had already ceased as the chains almost finished devouring their prisoners. What concerned Kisuke, however, was the fact that these black chains have now become connected to the oldest Shinigami in existence, so you're the owner of this place. For someone who's hellbent on keeping the world's balance, you sure can do all the fucked up shit with a big smile on your face. Kisuke could feel Ichibai's aura rising while the chains retreated back to his body and disappeared, fully showing what's their true function all along. I'm the overseer of balance, not the overseer of morals. Ichibai simply replied, you people can't handle a job like this, so I'm the only one who could do it. Ah. That's true, isn't it? Kisuke half-heartedly replied. He's trying to think of the things he could do, but he couldn't help but be bothered that he can't remember his own name beyond Urahara Ki. I know there's more to it. But. What a strange feeling. Tiamat, can you tell me my name? I can't. I'm connected to you through your soul. From my perspective, you've always been Urahara Ki. Now that's terrifying. Kisuke disappeared from his spot, reappeared behind Ichibai, who was still absorbing the chains, and swung Tiamat with all the strength he could gather while aiming for his neck. Ichibai tried turning around but found the air surrounding him had solidified, slowing his movement significantly. With a flash of reflected light, Kisuke's blade landed on Ichibai's neck and went through it like a scalding knife through butter. Kisuke witnessed Ichibai's head detached from his body, but he didn't stop there and placed his free hand on his back while gathering a black Siro on it. After detonating the strongest Siro that he could gather in an instant, Ichibai was instantly reduced to 1,000 pieces with his flesh and blood rained down on the lands of hell. Kisuke, however, retreated with a sinking heart, one piece of bad news after another. Huh? Give me a break. Because he felt that Ichibai didn't mount any real resistance against his attack, it gave Kisuke the idea that Ichibai didn't care about his efforts. And this idea soon became the truth when the flesh and blood started gathering back up like the time on them was being rewinded. As fast as Kisuke killed Ichibai, the latter also returned to life with ease. Casually stretching his neck, Ichibai turned to Kisuke, who was glaring at him. That was a nice scratch. You better put more effort if you want me out of the game a bit longer, human. Kisuke sighed and pieced together the clues that gathered. Ichibai Hayasub is most likely the administrator of hell, seeing how he controlled the chains to devour the chained. In addition to that, these chains aren't just for tying down his food but also tying them to the world itself, that constantly calls their name, isn't it? He loudly muttered the last bits of his thoughts. I really admire you for reaching that conclusion. You're on par with Aizen Sosuke for a reason. No, maybe more than him after you've acquired the ability to use the energy that I painstakingly gathered in one place throughout the countless eons. Kisuke immediately understood that he was talking about the Hell's Blessing, so the reason why the magic energy here is twisted might be because of him gathering all of them in a certain way. But the more questions answered, the more Kisuke's heart sank, since this all pointed him towards the fact that the entirety of hell itself was under Ichibai's dominion. In other words, he would be similar to Chaos if he's within his domain, nearly omnipotent. Though, unlike Chaos' situation, I don't have near enough preparation to sever his connection to hell. Heck, I'm not even sure if something similar would work since I used Tiamat's authority back then. Even though Kisuke wanted to interrupt Ichibai's absorption of the chains, he couldn't think of any meaningful actions that he could take. It's not that there is nothing that he could do, it's just that he's tied to him and he doubts that he'll let him go peacefully. And even if he could get away, he'd have no choice but to engage him once Ichibai goes after Serafal and the others. Besides, considering what he heard from Beniheim earlier, he's sure that he's not the only one crashing the party. And as if the world was confirming those thoughts, long, multiple doors consisting of translucent sheets on a lattice frame appeared in the sky with several silhouettes outlined on the other side. The next second, the doors opened, revealing the familiar figures which consisted most of the captains and lieutenants of the Godai 13 and the other 2 members of the Zero Division. Fuck. Kisuke couldn't help but mutter a curse while the corner of his mouth twitched. I'd really like to be wrong sometimes. Chapter 1227, Chapter 1227 New Players Part 2. Kisuke was very much in favor of the anticlimactic ending for the Chained, since it means less problems for him. However, he didn't really like how it was achieved. Kisuke's tattered shahakushu and long hair from holification swayed in the air as he looked up to the doors that began opening. One by one, members of the Godai 13 and 2 other people from the Zero Division stepped out with their ryatsu and killing intent flaring up. From what Kisuke could see, except for the captains and lieutenants of the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 12th Divisions and Hikifun Kiryu, everyone else is present. At this lineup, Kisuke couldn't help but squint his eyes. I understand 1st, 4th, and even Hikifun-san's absence. But what about the other 3? Especially when I have a direct connection to the 2 of them. Surprised? Ichibai suddenly asked with an amused tone, and when Kisuke turned to him, he continued, we just want to be safe. Initially, I was just thinking of containing the captain of the 2nd Division, but because she has been too close with the captain of the 5th Division, we had to include him too. It seems that was a good call. Thankfully, Ichibai was still looking down on Kisuke, and the latter is able to immediately pick up a few things from what he just said. They were suspicious of Soifun-san from the start and only made a move against Shinji-san after considering how close he is to her lately and not because of my past relationship with him. That would mean that they don't know that Belial and I are the same person prior to this. In the midst of all this bad news, Kisuke was relieved due to one thing: they don't have direct surveillance of our actions. Now then, how should I play my cards? There's a reason why these guys haven't attacked me in earnest yet. He probably wanted to figure out where I came from, since he's probably sure that my group and I are not Hell's residents like everybody else. And Kisuke is exactly on point. Ichibai wanted to observe him more since Kisuke and his group were an unknown variable to him. If he wanted to clean this mess up, he also had to clean the loose ends. In the first place, Ichibai didn't really want to engage with him this early due to prior reasons and was only forced to move his plans forward when they unexpectedly managed to kill one of the chained. Ijisai. Chujuru called out to Yamamoto, who's also staring at the members of the Godai 13. Yamamoto remained quiet, and it wasn't just Chujuru who was waiting for his response but also the other Shinigamis except for Batsuansai, who was still locked in battle with Saizu. The group could also feel their stares landing on them, and they could see the conflicting emotions they have on their faces. Yamamoto and the rest knew that since they already died, it was easy for the Central 46 and the Zero Division to label them as evil and the enemy of the world. It's not hard to imagine that they are here to hunt them down, all for the sake of the world's balance and safety. Yamamoto didn't want to make it hard for them and thought of escaping to avoid this essentially unnecessary confrontation. However, that almost certainly meant abandoning Kisuke's companions. Yamamoto has a feeling that they are not really after the dead Shinigamis but instead are here to stop whatever Kisuke is trying to do. And the moment they escape and they don't go after them, Serafal and the young girls will be trapped and, much worse, killed. But more than that, Yamamoto promised Kisuke that he would be on his side. With a small grin appearing on his face, Yamamoto finally replied, let's see how much they have improved through the years. Chujuru sighed but soon also smiled, understood. Jushiro chuckled and stepped forward, leave Rukia and Sentra to me. Would it be a good idea to divide their forces? If that's the case, I want another round with Zaraki. Unohana smiled in excitement. Because her opponent only knew how to swing his big blade wildly, she didn't feel any satisfaction from fighting him. But now an old opponent showed himself, she couldn't help but tremble in anticipation as her bloodlust also spread out. Jushiro stared at Unohana with a tired expression and thought, I hope at least both of them are still alive after all of this. So we are now reigniting our old relationships. I don't know if that's a good idea, but I'd like to get along. I'll take care of Toshiro and Ranjaku. Jin said with the same grin as Yamamoto. Immediately after that, he turned around and stared at a certain tree not far from them. What about you? What are you going to do? From the shadows of the said tree, a dark-skinned man with a blindfold walked out. I'd like to just peacefully watch. It immediately became obvious to everyone who he turned to that the chains previously seen from him had already disappeared. I see. Since Komamura is not present, you're not interested, huh? Kanami didn't say anything and just returned to his hiding spot. Furufushi turned to Chika and asked, what about you? Isn't it obvious? We know that most of them would be going after the captain, so I'll take the leftovers. Chika shrugged his shoulders while answering. Several of his clones in his fight earlier, and it'd take a while to regenerate them, so he didn't want to fight as much as possible. Nevertheless, he didn't really have a choice. I see. Then I'll do the same. There are still a few things I want to try. But before Furufushi could get away, Chika suddenly grabbed her shoulder. What? Furufushi asked as she turned around. You stay here. Katori is still fighting and we need to keep an eye on them. You're the most suitable for it since you actually learned some defensive spells. Furufushi grimaced. But after thinking about the situation more, she dejectedly agreed, fine. But if it's hard to handle without losing any of your clones, send some people to my side. She then looked at the non-members of the Godai 13, one of them will probably go after the swordsmith, so what are we going to do with the other one? I hate to admit it, but we don't have a chance of defeating any one of them if we don't cooperate. At that moment, another presence showed herself. About that, leave it to me. Seraphol appeared with Tanis, Kunu, and the unconscious Claire behind her. I'm thankful that you're staying behind to defend since that's not really my forte. Please take care of them. Oh, the big sis is finally doing something. I'm looking forward to it. Big sis. Seraphol tilted her head in confusion upon hearing Furufushi's words. You're on par with the old men, right? It's only right for me to call you big sis. Or would you rather me call you old lady? No. Seraphol instantly answered with a smile that wasn't a smile. Now that their lineup is ready, all the Shinigamis except for Furufushi moved with a flash step while Seraphol slowly floated up, waiting for further development. The cards have lined up. What are you going to do, Kitan? Chapter 1228, Chapter 1228 New Players Part 3. Leading the members of the Godai 13, the Hot Spring Demon, Tenjiro Kirinji, and the Great Weave Guard, Senjumaru Shitara, surveyed the surroundings and immediately found their targets. Unbelievable. So that Belial is really just Urahara Kisuke, muttered the former while shouldering his spear. Senjumaru was also in disbelief and checked her needles to test the current atmosphere. Despite her long service to the Royal Guards, this is actually her and Tenjiro's first time stepping into hell since no one is allowed in it for obvious reasons. Let's just do our job and return. We can't have the Royal Palace empty for long. However, behind their calm demeanor are their confused minds. There's no question that Kisuke and his group are a threat, but how did Ichibai know what's going on here and why did he have to come ahead of them and only be allowed to follow him upon his signal? And most importantly, why did Uetsu betray them? Ichibai and Uetsu's behavior was raising alarms in their heads, but they didn't have the courage to question it. The members of the Godai 13, on the other hand, all have conflicting emotions, especially when they see the comrades they previously had. Although they are all standing far away from them, the fact that they are now facing them turned their stomachs inside out. Nevertheless, there's an outlier among them, which was Zaraki, who's grinning ear to ear as his gaze met with Anohana's. Without saying anything to his melodramatic comrades, Zaraki dashed forward. Hey! Captain Zaraki! Wait! Iba yelled at him in panic. Of course, the latter just completely ignored him as he already entered a world of his own, anticipating his rematch against his first rival. Don't bother. Ikaku interrupted, he won't listen to any of us. Besides, look. He pointed towards the distant group. And as he did, one of them also dashed forward to meet Zaraki. You'll be killed the moment you go in between them. So that's Captain Anohana. I've already heard about her being the first Kenpachi, but it's seriously disorienting to see her produce that much killing intent with such a joyful face. Renji commented while feeling the goosebumps in his arm, or is that just the influence of hell? No one could answer Renji's question because this is the first time they've seen Anohana as a Kenpachi and only Tenjiro and Senjumaru are old enough to witness that. However, the answer to that question is not that important compared to the implications it brings. If Anohana could show them that much hostility because of hell's influence, wouldn't that be the same with others? The same with the former Captain Commander Yamamoto. Just asking the question quietly to themselves made them very nervous and far more fearful compared to what they faced when they fought in the Quincy War. Tenjiro and Senjumaru felt the decreasing morale from them. Although unstable, they also found it pathetic as they are supposed to be hardened soldiers who proved themselves through countless trials and reached their current position. This is also the reason why they appreciate Zaraki and Mayuri more than people like Iba. Zaraki and Anohana already started their clash and even started moving away from them. Senjumaru watched for a few seconds before turning around and said, I'm a bad match against the old men. I'll take care of the traitor. She's actually interested in going against Kisuke since both of them can, but she knows that Ichibai won't allow her. Without waiting for anyone, she disappeared with a flash step. At the same time, Yamamoto's group started moving. They are splitting up, though they don't seem to have any intent of escaping. Tenjiro observed the situation for a bit and immediately figured out their intentions. Well, pick your fight. Just make sure that they can't get away. It's going to be annoying otherwise. He then turned around and faced Byakuya. Byakuya, you're the one holding that device, so you will lead the rest to take care of Genryosai. Byakuya let out a long sigh, but he ultimately nodded. Understood. But shouldn't you be the one facing the former captain commander? It's embarrassing to admit it, but with this device, you alone should be enough to defeat him. Tenjiro immediately scoffs at him. You're underestimating me. I don't need that to contain Genryosai. However, you guys seem to have forgotten that it's not just your dead comrades that are here. Neither Byakuya nor the others liked his words, but before they could say anything, another voice resounded. But strangely enough, it's not one of theirs. I'm honored that you haven't forgotten about me. TCH. Tenjiro clicked his tongue and placed his spear across his body. The next instant, a foot landed on its shaft with enough strength that forced Tenjiro to fly back. In Tenjiro's former position was a young woman with black twin-tailed hair swaying and an aura of frost surrounding him. Several captains immediately pulled out their swords and swung them towards the young woman. But as soon as their swords touched her, they didn't feel that they cut any flesh. Instead, they felt like they just slashed at a rock. That confusion was soon resolved when they saw that what they actually attacked was an intricate ice sculpture. The real woman who attacked Tenjiro was already in pursuit of the latter. It was quiet for a moment until Ranjika Matsumoto murmured, Shiro. I think she's a lot better than you in terms of manipulating ice. Toshiro sheathed his sword and was silent for a few seconds before saying something to avoid the topic. How did she even approach us undetected? But same as Renji's question, no one could really answer, nor could they have anticipated that it was due to another power system that's different from magic and spirit. Toshiro sighed and turned his head in a certain direction. Immediately after, his eyes met with the men with sharp features and unusual silver hair. Matsumoto. I hope you're ready. You won't stop me. Ranjiku also turned to the direction he was facing, now with a mix of excitement and melancholic expression. You won't listen anyway. You better assist me instead of letting you move alone. Understood. I'm ready. Chapter 1229, Chapter 1229 Battering Ram. Within the quiet yet tense atmosphere of the Siriitii, all available Shinigami were patrolling the whole court. Now that the wall protecting them has returned to the royal palace and most of the captains and lieutenants had left for a massive operation against Hell, no one was able to calm themselves down, and this was especially true for the nobles who are now feeling very defenseless. Because of that, they had no choice but to reveal the hidden forces they'd been gathering in the shadows. This is totally absurd. Nanao murmured while looking from the veranda of the 1st Division barracks. Who would have thought that they'd have gathered this much? No wonder we were having a hard time securing and replenishing our manpower these last few years. Nanao heard several people walking up from behind her, but she didn't turn around because she knew who they were. That's not all, Nanao-chan. The prison that the 2nd Division has been managing has been cleared out through the years. Nanao's eyes widened, and faced the men who spoke to her, her captain, T then. And by turning around, she also saw the other 3 people behind him, 2 of them with shackled arms and necks. Kiraku was also looking at the same scenery as Nanao and asked, they were being funneled towards the nobles, right, Soifun-san? One of the shackled people remained expressionless and answered, if you think I can stop them just because I'm a captain and control the Onmitsukita, then you're giving me too much faith. One word from the Central 46 is enough to shut me up. Kiraku sighed and was disappointed that he couldn't deny that. He turned around and faced Soifun, Shinji, and Mayuri. Obviously, the former 2 were the ones shackled. I didn't think you'd be roped in like this. I also didn't think I'd be like this too. Shinji answered with an annoyed expression. Apparently, someone reported that I was seen with Soifun meeting suspicious people. Shinji turned to Soifun. At first, he could see her struggling trying to remove the shackles. However, it seems that these shackles are specially crafted to contain magic and ki, which he heard about from Soifun. In the first place, we wouldn't have ended up like this if not for a sudden surprise attack by this guy. Shinji turned to Mayuri with a glare. Don't resent me. If it was an order directly from the 0 Division, I can't say no to it even if I want to. Mayuri guessed what was on his mind and answered. Shinji sighed and stopped glaring at him since his words were true. Unfortunately, he'd regret ever thinking that, and his blood pressure would spike up again when he heard his next words. It was me who reported your suspicious meeting, though. Huh. So it was you. But Mayuri couldn't entertain the angry Shinji when he felt the atmosphere around Kiraku getting colder. Why is this the first time I've heard of this? From the pressure Kiraku was emitting, it was obvious to everyone, especially Nanao, that he was very angry right now. This. I can understand. Captain Kuratsuchi is essentially spitting on his authority as the captain commander right now. Nevertheless, Mayuri was a bit intimidated and even sharpened his eyes at him. Captain Commander. You do realize that you're more suspicious than Captain Hirako here. Kiraka furrowed his brows and couldn't say anything back for a few moments. But it also became obvious that something else was going on when Mayuri saw the forced poker face that Nanao was making. Captain Commander, all these years, you've been far too passive. It was too passive that it allowed the nobles to gather that much force for themselves. Aren't you worried that they'll force the weakened Goti 13 to sink further? Still, no words came out from Kiraku. Too bad that this fear of yours only fueled their ambitions. The first sound that Kiraku made was by clicking his tongue, tch. So they intend to replace the Goti 13. They've wanted to take back the military power. Instead of the Goti 13 where they only have limited control in times of emergency, they'd rather have faithful servants regardless of the occasion. The death of the former Captain Commander only revived those old desires. Kiraku's serious expression changed into a wry smile filled with lamentation, so that's why the operation to rout Old Man Yamamoto and the others was approved in an instant. Yes. They fear his return. And for some reason, the Zero Division has the same opinion as them, so it was an easy choice for them. With an unspoken agreement, the Zero Division, on purpose or not, ended up approving of what they wanted to happen. Kiraku was suddenly craving some drink right now. The fact that you know all of these. They were able to reel you in. Not just Nanao, but also Soifun and Shinji glared at him. Even then, Mayuri was not affected. My loyalty lies in the Serii. Goti 13 or not, it's the same Serii in the end. How did you come in contact with them? Soifun curiously asked. She knew for sure that not all nobles wanted to replace the Goti 13 and she actually has been working behind the scenes to find out who these people are. While she was able to figure out their tale, Soifun still had no idea of where the head was. She has a feeling that he's the one who initiated the contact because she knows for sure that these nobles are actually very afraid of the captain of the 12th Division for what he can do. Mayuri smiled in response and said while turning back, it was thanks to her. Immediately after several steps echoed and a woman with long black hair, wearing standard Onmitsukido attire appeared. Seeing her, Soifun immediately recognized her. You. It was one of the best assassins they discovered a year ago who came by the name Haim, so she was a spy. Soifun wanted to ask her who are the nobles behind her but immediately stopped after noticing something amiss. Upon closer inspection, Soifun immediately noticed what was a strange point about her and her eyes opened wide in surprise. This. She didn't know what to say or what to make out of it, but when she turned back to Mayuri, Soifun also saw him making a surprised expression. Huh? Mayuri was certain that Soifun noticed, so there was no point in hiding it and asked, what now? Cut the crap. That guy is about to flip the whole table. The black-haired woman answered with a nonchalant voice. My. And here I was, still trying to push everyone into a corner. Couldn't he delay it for a bit longer? Don't ask me that. I'm not exactly sure what's going on down there either. Confused by this turn of events and the contents of their conversation, Shinji leaned into Soifun, who seemed to have noticed something, and asked, what's going on? That woman. She has a magic body. This time, it was Kiraku, Nanao, and Shinji who were surprised. Huh? Magic body? Kuratsuchi already has that kind of technology. Soifun wanted to answer no because the aura surrounding her reminded her of exactly three people, Ophis, Lilith, and Flana. She couldn't explain, but she didn't have to due to the event unfolding in front of their eyes. So what are you going to do now? Mayuri asked. There's no way up there now. I doubt they'd left any doors open after they left. Don't worry. We have a battering ram. Battering ram. A battering ram that's enough to poke holes through all those barriers and thick walls. The woman just nodded. The next instant, another person jumped up to the veranda. With her swaying and flaming red hair, she introduced herself with a wide smile. Hello, battering ram here. Flana. Soifun yelled. Chapter 1230, Chapter 1230 The Dragons. Kiraku almost couldn't keep up and he had no choice but to respond when he met the gaze of the red-haired young woman. Oh, it's the flashy guy. It's you. Naturally, Soifun reacted to him and asked, you know her? Mayuri was also curious about the girl who looked like the infamous twins of the 2nd Division, their older sister. But something is weird. Though, despite this curiosity, he wanted to know more about how she introduced herself. You're the one who's going to bust down their gate. Mayuri found that unbelievable since even someone like Yawatch and Aizen couldn't do it without relying on the Oken. What tricks are you going to use? The black-haired woman, Benihime, looked at Flana and the latter also looked at her. A second later, Benihime grinned and crossed her arms. Tricks. She's the last person who'd have tricks up her sleeves. She's too stupid to pull off anything complicated. Benny. What are you saying? Flana immediately complained while jumping down from the wooden railings. That's rude. I can be tricky if I want to be. Beniheim's smile disappeared and she sharply stared at Flana. Oh. Why didn't you help out with the planning? Every time I hear about you, you're just lazing around. Even Ophis and Lilith are working hard to acquire more skills and friends. Flana immediately became nervous and avoided her gaze. Well, you know. I've been busy in the West. Yes. The boss asked me to do something as insurance. On the planning part, boss can do all of that by himself well enough. No need for me to interfere. But Beniheim just stared at her with suspicion. Really? I promise. Enough, however, Flana's voice was drowned out by the impatient Mayuri. Beniheim, are you just going to bicker with her instead of presenting a valid method? Kiraku, Nanao, Soifun, and Shinji all muttered to themselves, Beniheim. But Beniheim just ignored them and replied, that's a valid method, though. As she has said, she's the battering ram. With a fed-up expression, Mayuri said back, you're still not yet done with this joke. Flana, on the other hand, walked towards the center of the room while saying, it's all just flimsy films. I'm enough to tear that down. Mayuri turned to her, those flimsy films have protected the royal palace for countless years. Unless you're capable of destructive power several times stronger than Sosuke Aizen, then stop talking nonsense. The nervous Flana has already disappeared and was replaced by a confident one with a fearless smile. I don't know how strong that guy is, but I can confidently say that I'm fucking strong. Mayuri turned to Beniheim with doubt, but he only saw the latter already smiling back. That I can guarantee. She wasn't called the Apocalypse Dragon for nothing. She's indeed fucking strong. Mayuri questioned her sanity, but at the same time, the air around them suddenly became almost solid and it took incredible effort just to breathe in and out. Mayuri and everyone else's hearts started palpitating as a genuine fear for their lives took hold of their minds. Not knowing what happened, their eyes landed on the most likely culprit. Without them noticing, there's already a pair of red reptilian wings and a red tail sticking out of her back. And on his forehead is a singular long sharp red horn. It's been a while since I've properly stretched my limbs, Flana muttered to herself as the draconic aura inside her exploded out, immediately placing the whole Siriidii under her influence. This feeling. Nanao clutched her chest, which was in pain, but she, like the others, was very familiar with this feeling, although this time it was much stronger and closer. It's something they wouldn't be able to forget even if they wanted to, it's that strange pressure more than a year ago. Mayuri instantly retreated to Kairaku, Nanao, Soifun, and Shinji's side while the first one deployed a defensive kiddo that was embedded in the barracks itself. Benny, barriers, please. I can't adjust my power as I wanted. Without saying anything, Beniheim waved her arm and multiple magic circles appeared and surrounded Flana in a cylindrical manner. Thanks. Flana spread her legs and placed her tail on the floor to have a better balance. She then took a deep breath and looked up. A second later, a red glittering light fanned out of her before a red shining pillar pierced through the roofs of the 1st Division barracks, lighting up the whole Siriidii and a portion of the surrounding Rakongai district with distinct red tints. The captains and Nanao could only stare at the giant pillar of light that was ejected from the young lady's mouth, and they only had one thought as it transpired: if that was directed at the Siriidii, nothing of it would be left behind. Dear me. You just had to make it harder for all of us. Ichibai remarked while stroking his beard. I really do wonder how you pulled them to your side, especially Nemea. I still couldn't imagine any reason why he would help you. Really? No idea at all. I overestimated you then. Kisuke replied with a deriding smirk. Of course, Ichibai and Kisuke knew that the former was lying. Ichibai knew Uetsu's personality and was the only person who knew how he really sees the world. After all, Uetsu was the very first member of the 0 Division outside of Ichibai and the one who forged his brush. And what else do you have in store? Ichibai suddenly changed the topic. You better show it now if you still want to struggle. Though the outcome would be the same. Kisuke sighed and closed his eyes, as expected. He was forced to make a move. Is it our turn? Ophis' voice suddenly appeared in his head. Kisuke didn't immediately reply, and when he did, he could only say, I'm sorry. There's nothing for you to apologize for. We're just doing our part. I didn't really want to take advantage of you, but I still brought you guys as insurance. We'll take a year's supply of banana cakes as payment. Kisuke could only smile wryly. All right. I'll throw in some banana chips, banana juice, and banana candy as a bonus too. We're looking forward to it. I'll also tell Red to get things ready. Thanks. Kisuke opened his eyes back up and looked at Ichibai, who immediately said, done talking. Oh. You noticed. There are hardly any things that could hide from me now that I'm here in person. Kisuke smirked and pointed beside him. Then they must be 2 of those things. Good to know. Ichibai didn't even have time to turn around when a black mass hit him from the side and immediately pulverized his arm and leg as he was sent flying a few kilometers away. Kisuke turned to the 2 Shinigami that attacked Ichibai and said, I'll leave it to you guys. Be careful. Ophis and Lilith, in response, just gave him a peace sign. Forcefully opening up the space, Kisuke left hell. Chapter 1231, Chapter 1231 The Dragons Part 2. Isibi forcefully stopped his uncontrolled flight. He ignored what just attacked him and hurriedly turned to Kisuke, who was about to cross the boundary of the dimension. He took his brush and was about to paint over the hole in the dimension. Despite their current distance, his ink is still capable of blackening out what he didn't want to exist. However, he had to stop when he suddenly felt a hand reaching out to him. With a single glance, Ichibai immediately felt threatened and used the handle of his brush to block the incoming hand. The hand landed on his brush and in an instant, Ichibai felt like a several tons hammer struck him. What? The foothold he created with his Ryatsu was instantly broken and he was sent flying once again. This time, Ichibai took his time to reorient himself while thinking, even if by chance he could go to the royal palace, he still won't reach the linchpin. After reassuring himself and recalling the current royal palace defense, Ichibai finally took a good look at his assailants. Oh! Aren't you the twins that couldn't call their Zanpakutos? I certainly didn't think you'd be in on it too. The bigger question, however, was how they were able to exert that much strength from their tiny bodies. Ichibai certainly didn't receive any report of them having superhuman strength, and it wasn't just some superhuman strength. It was enough to instantly kill a normal fighter. Who are you two? Ichibai asked with a chilled expression. Ophis slowly floated on Lilith's side and answered with incredible dignity, followed by the latter. Ophis. Lilith. Ichibai furrowed his brows and was shocked. This is not the first time he heard their names, but this time, it felt like they were introducing themselves, not as Shinigamis. I guess the next question is, what are you? If not for the way they saddle their swords, Ophis on the left and Lilith on the right, there's almost no way to distinguish the difference between the two. No. There's an obvious difference. This Ophis seems to have a larger pressure. Ophis and Lilith looked at each other before answering the obvious simultaneously. Shinigami. Ichibai was further intrigued. He has a bit of ability to tell apart truth and lies, and he can say with confidence that they are telling the truth. Where is this weird feeling coming from? He wanted to know more about them because, in his eyes, they are in the same category as Kisuke's current Zanpakuto, totally unknown to him despite seeing them with his own eyes. However, Ichibai didn't have that luxury because he knew the consequences of underestimating Kisuke. I'm confident that she'll be able to stop him, and I'm also pretty sure that Urahara Kisuke is not after the destruction of balance, so he won't easily hurt the linchpin in the event he could go through her. But what does he want exactly? Any uncertainty is an unknown danger and something he has to eliminate. With that in mind, Ichibai clasped his hands together and raised his voice. Urahadu, Ninadu, Tachikoma, hidden way of destruction, second path, stand still. Ichibai's hand released a white glow, and before Ophis and Lilith could realize what was going on, they found the same light surrounding their body and their thoughts halted. I really want to know what sort of being the two of you are, but sadly, I don't have the time. Ichibai muttered loudly, but he knew his words couldn't be heard by the girls in front of him. Lament on your powerlessness. Ichibai then unceremoniously swung his blade towards the twins and covered them entirely in black ink. Ichibai let out a short breath and admired his work for a second before turning around to follow Kisuke. However, just as he was about to open a path, alarms in his head suddenly started ringing. Ichibai tried to take back his Zanpakuto, though it was already too late, as he once again received a hammer-like slap on his back. Ko. Ichibai spun uncontrollably for a bit before regaining his posture. He hurriedly looked back, and while Lilith remained unmoving, Ophis was staring at him, still completely capable of combat. How? Ichibai questioned, but Ophis was not inclined to answer him and continued her assault. It was the same slap with her bare hand, so Ichibai used his blade to block it and attempt to cut her. But contrary to his expectations, the moment their attacks met, it created a spark as if Ichibai hit another sword. The ink-covered Ophis was sent back by the impact, though there's no obvious injury from her side. Nevertheless, Ichibai noticed that she had become weaker. And thanks to them being covered with his ink, he also noticed the distinct connection between Ophis and Lilith that wasn't obvious to him before. I see. So that's how it is. Ichibai figured out that they were not twins. No wonder your names have this uncanny feeling. You're the real one and the other is just an anchor for your existence. Really? What a strange being. Ichibai sighed, to think I would waste this much time and strength. I apologize for underestimating you. In an instant, a white halo appeared around him, and the tip of his blade or brush became covered in white ink. With a large mocking smile on his face, he continued, but this ends here. As a sign of my respect, I'll bestow you a more appropriate name. Shinunchi, Shirafood Ikamanji. Releasing a massive amount of Ryatsu that disturbed the whole region, taking everyone's attention, Ichibai manipulated the white ink that went flying toward Ophis and Lilith. Ophis tried to dodge, but before the white ink even reached her, words already appeared on her body and Lilith's. Immediately after, Ophis felt her strength further leaving her body. So how do you feel? The one once known as Ophis, Earthworm. Ichibai asked with a condescending tone, feel the powerlessness and fragileness of an earthworm and cease disturbing me. Ichibai lifted his foot and a giant foot made out of pure Ryoryoku appeared on top of Ophis and Lilith. I bestow you death befitting of your name. Die on earth where you belong. Ophis could only stare at the giant foot descend as she hurriedly made her way to Lilith to protect her. While hugging her sister, Ophis tried conjuring her massive energy but found it very hard to gather even a tiny bit of it. When that didn't work, Ophis tried swinging her arm towards the incoming foot. It's useless. Ichibai grinned while watching them being stepped on by him and crashed down to the ground with a large explosion. Just be glad that a grave could be made for the two of you. As Ichibai couldn't feel their presence anymore, he turned towards the others who were still fighting and thought, I wasted too much time. However, as if he were cursed by something, the moment he had any intention of leaving hell, he would be stopped. Ichibai couldn't smile anymore when he saw a young lady covered in ink slowly float up to his level. You really are a tenacious one. How did you even survive? The young lady's aura was way weaker than before and Ichibai was sure that he's currently talking to Ophis right now. However, there are 2 Zanpakutos on her side. What? You weren't able to save your twin but you still saved her Zanpakuto. That's actually quite admirable. Anyhow, your tenacity is actually annoying me now. Annoying? Ophis asked with a blank expression. Ichibai was about to nod but felt something out of place. And before he could realize what was wrong, a giant jet black hand suddenly appeared in front of him. Ichibai tried blocking it but the moment the black hand touched him, his whole body instantly disintegrated, reducing him to dust. You are the annoying fly. Ophis slightly lifted her head. And while watching Ichibai regenerate himself from nothing, she added, I, Ophis, am back. At the same time, the black and white ink on her body slid off her body, revealing Ophis in her black gothic Lolita fashion. You shall taste my unending wrath. Soon, an aura that calls for the end of the world drowned the entire dimension. Chapter 1232, Chapter 1232 Mad Dragon. Jushiro gained some distance from the large bulk of the battles and stopped. And only a few seconds later, 2 Shinigami landed not far from him, both sporting complicated expressions. Rukia, Sentaro. It has been a while. Jushiro greeted them with a smile. However, there are no replies from the 2 and both of them just unsheathed their swords. I guess they've forbidden you to engage in conversations. Jushiro sighed with a wry smile. That's too bad, I suppose. Rukia and Sentaro gritted their teeth when they saw Jushiro pulling out his Zanpakuto. See, Captain. Do we really have to do this? Rukia was silent for a short while. Of course, she was very much against this and if possible, she'd like to convince Jushiro not to fight and maybe, they'll be able to find a suitable middle ground for the current situation. However, the current directives given to them don't allow any of those explicitly. So with her responsibility as a captain, she was obligated to give an answer, yes. Get ready. Jushiro nodded in satisfaction. That's admirable. You've become a respectable captain, Rukia. In that case, I have to respond in kind. With a strict expression, he muttered, Bankai. Rukia and Sentaro's expressions immediately changed as they jumped back, Bankai. Captain Jushiro is using Bankai. As far as they could remember, he never once mentioned anything about it nor released it even in the heights of war. The katana in Jushiro's hand split like it normally would when he released his shurikai but instead of a thin rope with charms dangling along it, the blades became connected by a large thick rope arching above his body with sheets of folded paper lined along it. In addition to that, Jushiro also gained a headdress that was made out of folded paper that went around his shoulders, making him look like a high priest of a shrine. Shinkai no Jyosei, Futego no Atsushi, Sujio no Kotowari, twin reflections of the abyss, law of the twin fish. Rukia pointed her palm towards him and was about to attack him with Kidu. Since they didn't have any information about him, she wanted to gain an understanding of the situation first by opening up the distance between them. But before she could do so, she hesitated as she saw him point the tip of his twin swords to his left and right and couldn't feel any hostility coming from him. Reflections of fate. Jushiro softly muttered and his ryatsu spread outward with a soft light. Rukia and Sentaro couldn't dodge the expanding light so they attempted to block it. However, the light just went through them and traveled outwards. Confused, Jushiro chuckled and stabbed his swords on the ground. Don't worry. That didn't affect the 2 of you. What? Rukia asked in confusion, not willing to immediately believe him. While removing a cloth pouch from his shihakushu, Jushiro casually explained, Suyo no Kotowari's main ability is reflection and that's the same in my Bankai, though with one additional thing. I can store the abilities that hit me for future use. Then what ability is it? Rukia hesitantly asked. Jushiro displayed a very rare grin and said, Aizen Susuke's Kyuka Suijetsu. Rukia and Sentaro immediately looked around and found that no one else was glancing in their direction. From their perspective, we're having a great time. Don't worry about them. Jushiro replied while rummaging through the pouch. A few seconds later, Rukia sighed and sheathed her sword. Captain. Sentaro immediately questioned. But Rukia ignored him for now and walked towards Jushiro. This time, without an ounce of doubt, the captain commander said that this might happen. Oh. Shunsue did. Well, considering Urahara-kun, he might have already come in contact with him before all of this happened. Out of nowhere, Jushiro pulled out a table and 3 chairs from the pouch, resulting in Rukia and Sentaro freezing from their spot. This sack sure is convenient, Jushiro muttered to himself before inviting the 2 of them to sit down with him. Rukia immediately recovered and took Jushiro's offer. Captain, what should we do? Jushiro also sat down and this time, he brought out a set of tea from the pouch. You're the captain now, so call me by my name. And if you're asking that, then it must be a strangely strict directive that you receive. Yes. Everyone has their doubts but no choice but to follow for now. Please tell me what's really going on. The situation is indeed comply. Jushiro was pouring the tea but stopped and hurriedly stood up. Rukia and Sentaro were also the same and looked in a certain direction. The direction where the leader of the Zero Division was fighting. What is that? Rukia raised her voice. I heard about it from the old man. Jushiro murmured with a twitched mouth. I thought that he was exaggerating it. But it turned out that he was underselling them. Tenjiro and Serafal have also gained considerable distance from everyone else, so it's hard to feel their presence. Who? You've kicked for quite a distance. Are you afraid that I was going to ask for help? Tenjiro took out a wooden comb from his sleeve and fixed his hair, which was slightly disheveled from being thrown around. You're underestimating me, miss. I don't need anyone's help to deal with you. Nope. It's also because my ability is not really suitable with allies around. I can't really fight properly with them around. Serafal replied while stretching her limbs as a warm-up. While she was pushing Tenjiro back, she felt Kisuke leave and Ophis and Lilith substituted him, so she's not really worried about the monk anymore. Heh? Is that so? Tenjiro then turned towards Ichibay's direction, but you sure are underestimating him. It may be a contest of Ryatsu between Shinigami's abilities, but his ability transcends logic. It won't end well for those ladies. And just in time, Ichibai covered his opponent with ink and squashed them under his feet. But contrary to Tenjiro's expectation, Serafal actually started chuckling. Of course, not. There's no way we'll underestimate the leader of the most elite squad. It's precisely because of those girls that Kitan could leave in peace. Tenjiro narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Because they were too far away, they could only feel Ichibai's Ryatsu and see the giant foot he manifested that looked like a tiny ant in their perspective. They should have been killed by that. It's not like they are Yawatch who could render abilities useless. But all of a sudden, Ichibai's Ryatsu suddenly disappeared. Tenjiro understood that Ichibai could come back to life from his earlier engagement with Kisuke, so he's not really worried about his well-being. However, it didn't change the fact that something killed him. But soon he realized what it was when a suffocating aura descended. We see your leader as the biggest threat, so we sent him our strongest hand. Serafal added, still with a large smile on her face, though I'm a bit worried. Now that she has learned what emotion is, I'm not really sure what she'll do once she's pissed. I hope your precious leader can keep this world intact. Chapter 1233, Chapter 1233 Mad Dragon Part 2. Lilith disappeared and Ophis looked down on Ichibai, who was trying to regenerate himself with an unreadable expression. Although she had returned to her usual gothic Lolita outfit, there were 2 katanas on her back, crossing each other. And despite the fact that her eyes were on Ichibai, her attention was somewhere else. Placing her hand on her chest, Ophis checked and made sure that Lilith's ego was intact after she fused back with her. If this was years ago, Ophis wouldn't have minded if Lilith disappeared if she absorbed her back, but presently, that's out of the question and she'll destroy anyone who attempts to forcefully complete her. Ophis is proud of her strength, but she doesn't mind losing it for her friend. Ichibai finished regenerating himself and looked up to Ophis with a very grave expression. What are you? Dragon. I, Ophis, am a dragon. Ophis reintroduced herself, this time, with a hint of something smoldering. It was very unusual considering she's someone who is normally expressionless. At the same time, the world seems to change along with her tune. A cascade of draconic aura gushed out from Ophis and went through everyone like a tsunami. As a result, almost all of the lieutenants were frozen in place and even some of the captains were affected like this. As for the beasts of hell in the entire realm of hell, none of them dared to even fly and just hid themselves in the ground, shaking. Thankfully, hell is a very isolated dimension, so none of Ophis' aura leaked into the world of the living. If it did, accidents throughout the whole world were just going to be the smallest of problems it'd cause. For the first time, Ichibai realized that Kisuke might not be their biggest problem. Byakuya led his team comprised of him, Renji from the 6th Division, Lisa and Yu from the 8th Division, Rajuru and Izuru from the 3rd Division, and finally, Ikaku, who was left behind by his captain, to face the greatest threats they know, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto and Chujuru Sasakaibe standing side by side. Including Byakuya, the 6 of them were holding a wooden pole 12 feet tall each with various black inscriptions laid on their surfaces. As they approached them, Yamamoto and Chujuru wondered what they were carrying. But before they could even get any word out, 5 of the pole-carrying people split up from the group and went around to surround them 100 feet or so away. They then stuck the poles into the ground simultaneously before returning back to converge. Oh. Yamamoto let out a long breath while watching them prepare with conflicted faces. Now that I'm standing opposite of them, the Godai 13 has indeed become soft. Chujuru also looked around and guessed what those poles were for and replied, "It's not a bad thing, Ijisai. A cold and merciless military is just needed in times of war. If it goes beyond that, then we'll be no different from the tyrants we tried to protect ourselves from." Yamamoto then ignored Byakuya, who seemed to be muttering something to activate the poles, and turned his eyes towards Kisuke facing against Ichibai. "That's true, isn't it? I'd really hate it if even innocent children, regardless of how powerful they are needed to fight." Chujuru turned to Yamamoto and asked, "Are you talking about what Jushiro-san said?" Yamamoto stared at Kisuke for another few seconds before sighing once again. "Looks like my retirement is going to take a while. But it's going to be different this time, Ijisai." "How so?" "Because you won't be confined anymore. You might enjoy your time this turn." Yamamoto chuckled and said, "Then I'm looking forward to it." At the same time, Byakuya finished his preparations and drove the pole he had into the ground while saying, "Seal." Ryatsu with a blue hue exploded out from the poles, destroying themselves. However, Yamamoto didn't mistake it to be a failure because he instantly felt the flames of his Ryujin Jaka receding to the deepest part of his soul. As expected, they secretly recreated Aizen's Wonder Weiss effect on Ryujin Jaka. Chujuru also immediately noticed the heat coming from Yamamoto disappeared and confirmed his guess from earlier. However, he was not worried and saw Yamamoto grinning to himself. "Shall we give these kids a good OL spanking?" Yamamoto muttered while sheathing his Zanpakuto. Striking his fists together, flames burst out from his whole body. Chujuru jumped back and also sheathed his Zanpakuto while watching Byakuya and their group's expression change to borderline panic. He figured that Yamamoto was enough to deal with them and practice the new tricks he learned. Sadly, that won't go as he envisioned. When Office restraint came off, Yamamoto's fun practice time had to stop. The flames powered by magic power around Yamamoto were instantly snuffed out when the draconic aura washed over everything, but that's the least of his problems. He turned to Byakuya and the rest, who were obviously unwilling to fight him considering how there were too few injuries on his body despite the short clash. "It should be obvious that I'm not out of my mind, so how about we stop this for now?" Byakuya immediately recovered from the aura and turned to his stunned comrades who were looking towards the floating young girl. "Let's stop and assess the situation first." Renji got out of his stupor too and looked towards Yamamoto before nodding. "Understood, Captain." It's about time things became clear. Not long after, Jin, Toshiro, Ranjaku, Jushiro, Rukia, Sentora, and even Zaraki and Unohana converged towards them. Without any reservation, Zaraki approached Yamamoto and asked, "Old man, what is that? You should know more about her than us. She's from the 2nd Division, isn't she?" Yamamoto replied, wanting to figure out their point of view first. Zaraki's expression was puzzled. "That's someone from the 2nd Division. That's the first time I've heard about it." "Captain, you're not really interested in gossip, so of course, you wouldn't have a clue about it." Ikaku replied to him while still looking at Office. "There were 2 of them earlier, right? What happened to the other one?" At this time, Yamamoto turned in another direction to see other people returning. Chika with the 9th and 7th Division, Furufushi, Tanis, Kunu, and the unconscious Claire. "You left her?" he asked while looking at Furufushi. The barrier suddenly thickened in response to that Terry. Ahem. That incredulous thing. Furufushi didn't want to sound rude to Office in front of Tanis and Kunu. These two judged that nothing and no one would be able to easily open that shell, so it's fine. Of course, the members of the Godai 13 recognized Tanis, Kunu, and Claire. However, they had no clue how they were involved in this whole ordeal aside from their connection to Serafal, who was apparently related to Kisuke. Jushiro walked towards the young girls and asked, "Mind telling us now what she is?" The old man and the other don't really tell us anything. It's not that we can't tell you. It's just that no amount of words can describe what that is. Yamamoto immediately replied to defend himself and the others who saw Kisuke's illusion. Tanis walked past Jushiro and took some distance from everyone before placing both of her hands forward. "This is the first time I've seen Office-chan in this state, so I don't really know what to expect, but I'm putting up a strong ward to keep ourselves relatively safe." While caring for Claire, Kunu turned her head towards Jushiro and said, "Well, technically speaking, Fai-chan is a god." "Ah. God? What do you mean?" Jin immediately asked. Kunu, thankfully or not, didn't have to explain further. During this time, Office lifted her right arm, and a huge black ball several tens of feet across instantly appeared above her. With the swing of her short arm, the black ball shot out while expanding itself toward Ichibai. The newly regenerated Ichibai tried countering by using his spirit appendage manifestation, which manifests a giant representation of himself. But despite this, a single touch of this black ball instantly disintegrated the giant manifestation and didn't even affect its momentum. The black ball locked the surrounding space and Ichibai didn't have enough time to move out of its way, and just like his manifestation, he was instantly obliterated. This time, not even his ash remained. Naturally, the black ball didn't just stop there as it continuously expanded to several hundred feet until it hit the ground and exploded into a blinding light and deafening boom. And when everyone regained their vision from the flash of light, they realized that a whole region of hell had disappeared as if an invisible colossal monster took a clean bite of it, as no debris nor smoke was found on the scene of the destruction. Everyone was silent for almost a minute until Tannis brought down her hands and scratched her head as she turned around with an awkward smile. Nope. I don't think my ward will be enough to keep us safe. At least, not from that. Change of plans. Let's flee. Without waiting for anyone, Kunu turned around and ran away while carrying Claire. Chapter 1234 Mad Dragon Part 3. With Kunu and Tannis running away, the group of Shinigami first looked at each other before hurriedly following them with nerve-wracking expressions, except for Zaraki, of course, who seemed to enjoy the situation and wanted to try cutting the black ball. And as they followed the girls who were making their way toward Batsuansai's barrier, they listened to their conversation. Kunu. Do you think Lif-chan is safe? Tannis muttered while turning her head back. I asked Fai-chan about this hypothetical scenario and she reassured me that Lif-chan won't disappear as long as she's alive, so let's trust her on this. Kunu also turned her head toward Opha's back, but the fact that she was forced to absorb Lif-chan back might have triggered her. You don't say. She's going ballistic. And just as Tannis said that, another chunk of hell evaporated into nothing. Furufushi got close to the two and asked, say. How long can she do that? The Shinigami around her were curious about the same thing because they didn't believe she could keep up that kind of output without tiring out. Kunu and Tannis looked at each other before the former answered, if you have unlimited water on hand, how long do you think you can keep spitting? Air. Furufushi thought about it for a second before answering, essentially forever as long as I don't get tired. She wondered what it had to do with her question, but when she looked back to her eyes which exuded seriousness, she realized why. What? Some Shinigami almost tripped on their feet and Furufushi herself stopped moving for a few seconds before catching up. You mean that's just her spitting? Tannis nodded and said, as Kunu said earlier, Fai-chan is technically a god. Chika also came beside them and asked, then Lilith is also a god? Kunu shook her head, no. Due to some incident a few years ago, Lif-chan was spawned from the power that was stolen from Fai-chan. Because of the concept behind Fai-chan's power, her strength was dramatically reduced. The entire group reached the barrier where Batsuansai was still fighting. Kunu then placed her left hand on it while her right hand took out several talismans from her pocket and threw them into the air. Naturally, she saw the confusion on the Shinigami's face, so she continued, Fai-chan is the dragon god of infinity. When Lif-chan was stolen from her, she essentially became fractured, or in other words, finite. But now that she's complete, she, once again, became the personification of infinity, and one of its facets is an unlimited energy source. The talismans flew and stuck themselves on all sides of the barrier. The next moment, the barrier started shrinking until it could be held by one hand. Since Kunu was already carrying Claire, Tannis jumped up and snatched the cube plastered with Kunu's talismans. Kunu and Tannis then started leading the group once again, this time, toward the direction where they could feel Seraphal's aura. Simply speaking, Fai-chan right now is a bottomless well that can flood the whole world and so much more. Kunu finished her explanation. All the Shinigami around them couldn't wrap their hands around the personification of the infinity. However, they felt a chill from the depths of their soul and almost sunk into despair once they thought about a being like her becoming the enemy of the world. Kunu and Tannis felt the cold atmosphere and wondered about it for a bit. It was then that they also realized how truly ridiculous Ophis is to the people who rarely or never meet any beings that are transcendent. It's going to be troublesome if they feel powerless now, so Tannis added, but just like any other special ability out there, nothing is omnipotent. Fai-chan may be a bottomless well, but as a well, its mouth has a limited size. She may have unlimited stamina, but she can't limitlessly scale up. Kunu has the same opinion as Tannis, so she also joined in, and it may look terrifying, but as you can see, all she's doing is pure destruction. To the very special individuals, including those vastly weaker than Fai-chan, destruction is one of the threats that are on the easier side to deal with. Right. If you can't defend against it, just avoid it. If you can't die, just take it. And if you want her gone, just throw her to another dimension where she can't return from. Tannis became a bit too enthusiastic. You make it sound easy. Yamamoto finally voiced out his opinion, but none of us are undying. I doubt that there are many people who could dodge that black ball. And most importantly, no one knows how to throw someone into a different dimension where she could not return from. Kunu was thinking of a suitable answer when she and Tannis felt a familiar aura suddenly appearing beside them. Don't sell yourself short, Yama-chan. Using the draconic aura Ophis was releasing as cover, Seraphal appeared beside them almost unnoticed. The attacking teams of Shinigami almost instinctively lashed out, but they were able to stop themselves. Serafall. We're a bit too short compared to that, no. Yamamoto replied to her. Then let me tell you this. Office-chan over there is an extreme outlier. You guys are also very strong with your unique abilities. Serafall stopped, so everyone else also stopped, but because of your very rigid system, it's hard to find countermeasures against that. From where we came from, Office can't act like that since there are few groups of people that can seal her for almost an eternity if she's not careful. From where you came from, huh? Yamamoto talked under his breath. By the way, where did Kirinji go? You mean the hot spring guy? He went away after I told him I wouldn't stop him if he wanted to help his boss. Serafall looked around the rest of the group as she answered, all right. Who wants to hear the full story? With Office-chan guarding this dimension, no one would be able to leave, so we might as well sit down for now and have a cup of nice tea. When they arrived at the hideout, the group could see the flattened mountain with a wounded Uetsu sitting on top of it. Yo, you guys returned. And with a lot of guests, I see. He greeted them while fixing his broken sunglasses. Thankfully, the log mansion not far from it was relatively intact. She did a number on you, huh? Serafall also greeted him while Tanis ran up to him to heal him. Uetsu thanked Tanis before saying back, that gal is horrifying, you know. You probably didn't feel it because of that amazingly talented little girl, but she trapped me in her bankai and I almost didn't survive. How's the lab? Uetsu stood up and dusted himself. It's safe thanks to Kisukuin's protection spells, but it'll require some time to open them again. With a quick sweep of his eyes, Uetsu figured that almost all of their guests were just riding the wave and didn't really know what was going on. I'll fix it up and get it ready so you do all the talking you can with a peace of mind. Since Tanis was already able to close his bigger wounds, Uetsu soon walked off to do the work he was entrusted with. Chapter 1235, Chapter 1235 Return to the Spirit King Palace. At the same time that Office started her rampage, keeping the Zero Division occupied, Kisuke, still in his hollowified form and with an incomplete name, arrived at the roofless First Division barracks. While leaving through the crack of space, he felt Office outburst and immediately thought that she might have been forced to fuse back with Lilith. Kisuke knew that this was the most likely outcome, that's why he didn't want her to face Ichibai. But in hindsight, Office was also the best match against Ichibai, not because of her sheer destructive power, but because of another facet of her, infinity, which is true shape-shifting. Sure, pure destructive power might overwhelm Ichibai, but if he's an immortal in hell, it won't be long before he finds a way around it. Ichibai's true nemesis was Office's true shape-shifting ability. Ichibai's true strike naming works by branding its target a name and subsequently changing the target's existence itself to match the branded name. Truly a terrifying ability that can only be resisted by a few things. And one of those things was Office's ability. Ichibai may be able to name Office whatever he wants, but Office will just declare and shapeshift herself back as Office, the dragon god of infinity, rendering his ability useless. Kisuke also predicted that the other members would come to assist Ichibai, but he's not too worried since Tenjiro, while capable of great healing, his only other ability is a destructive one. To a nigh invulnerable Office, he's just a sitting duck. Senjumaru, on the other hand, was somewhat unknown to Kisuke, and he was sure that her ability wasn't just illusions and suspected that she may even have some fate-altering ability. But even if that's the case, Office herself could not be affected by fate-altering thanks to her status as a transcendent, at least not of Senjumaru's level. His basis. It's his own ability to weave. Beniheim's ability is altering reality itself, so he could guess to some extent what his fellow weaver could do, and he knew for sure that Beniheim doesn't work on Office. Beniheim might have worked on Chaos, but only on the body he created to interact with the world. Chaos' real body might have been the void itself, and if he added that to the equation to mind, he's also pretty sure that Beniheim wouldn't work. It's only through killing Chaos mind or essence using Tiamat that he could stand where he is now. Naturally, not all worries left his mind because there are still many things that he doesn't know regarding Ichibai. I don't know how he'll utilize hell itself, so I have to hurry. Not to mention, those maggots. I'm still not sure where they stand in this situation. Kisuke cleared his occupied mind and looked around more to investigate, and the first thing he noticed was Flana standing still in her dragonoid human form. Boss. You're here. Flana waved her hand to him, but she didn't move from her spot. How is it? Kisuke asked while walking towards her, intentionally ignoring everyone else to check on Flana first. The whole Benny requested is done, but it looks like I won't be able to move for a short while. You messed up your output. Flana looked at him with embarrassment and said while scratching her head, I can now see why you're so intent on testing out things first. It's as you've said. I overestimated what this body could take at once and ended up frying some of my channels. It's not really a big deal since I can heal on my own just fine, and the only thing I can't do is release that much power again for some time. Kisuke became silent for a bit before asking, what about later? Do you think you can still do it? The plan, right? I heard it from Benny earlier. Even in this state, I can still do it. It's just that you'll be alone from here on. Benihheim walked towards them and said, "What do you mean alone?" "I'm coming with him." Flana turned towards her and smiled, "I've always considered the two of you a set, so my words are still technically true." She then looked towards the sword in Kisuke's hand, "And that's the same goes for you, Tia. Anyways." Flana returned her attention back to Kisuke, "I'll be fine, but what about you? It seems you got hit by something nasty." Kisuke patted Flana's head and said, "The next hurdle is something that can't be brute forced. He may have cut down my overall strength, but not the effectiveness of my abilities." Benihheim let out a short breath before she was bathed in bright light. The next second, Benihheim already disappeared and a cane appeared in Kisuke's free hand that just left Flana's head. "By the way, I also felt Gab's aura for a little bit. What's up with that? Was that the reason you're rushing things now?" "It was just her image. Though you're correct to assume that she's one of the reasons." Kisuke looked up and confirmed that the barriers were starting to close up, albeit slowly. "I'll get going. Knowing Kiryu-san, I'm sure she prepared something for me." Kisuke lowered his body and prepared to launch himself upwards. "Wait. Urahara." Kiraku tried calling out to him, but the latter only turned to Mayuri and said before disappearing, "I'll leave it to you." Mayuri scoffed while looking up and said, "Couldn't even be bothered to give more information. Forgive the guy, science-man. You know he's busy. If it's answers that you want, I'll give you some while I'm resting." That's a good alternative, I guess." Mayuri snapped his fingers and the shackles on Shinji and Soifun unlocked and dropped down. "Follow me to my lab. I'll listen to you while preparing the necessary things." "As long as you keep your hands off me, we're good," Flana replied while shaking off the dust that had fallen on her and returning to her human form. A few minutes of flying later, instead of the royal cities and palace, Kisuke saw a large, hairy ball in its place. And as he got closer, it became clear that it wasn't a hairball but a giant sphere made out of countless lively roots and branches. She covered the entire place with this. "This won't be easy," Kisuke thought while feeling that some of his vitality was already being sucked even before he got near the area. Chapter 1236, Chapter 1236 Return to the Spirit King Palace Part 2. Are you going to dive into that? It looks like it's specially designed for you and you alone. Benihheim talked to Kisuke, who started backing off to a relatively safe distance. "That's indeed prepared for me, isn't it? I can feel my own reiatsu from those roots and branches. The moment I get in between those, it'd suck me dry within an hour or two." "You're underestimating yourself again. While it's designed to instantly kill anything that matches your aura, those things will still take a while to drain everything out of you." Tiamat also joined in the conversation, "But you won't really be in a fighting stance once you're surrounded by that, especially with the current state that you're in. Looks like it could even detect my magic power signatures, so they must have had Kiryu-san prepare for this as soon as I left after my last attack. As expected of the creator of the mod soul and the authority of food and vitality." Kisuke stood still and observed the roots and branches while his holification was being undone, and Tiamat returned to her Tonto blade form. Too bad for her that she has no way of predicting otherworldly spiritual abilities. As soon as he finished his monologue, a small emblem appeared on Kisuke's forehead and an aura of darkness engulfed his entire body. And as soon as this darkness emerged from Kisuke, the roots and branches also stopped reacting and moving, signifying that they couldn't feel Kisuke's presence anymore. The Stralit clan's inherited ability, Shadow, uses the user's own Ryoryoku. However, the aura it emits is generally the same across all the boards. If someone who knew of the Luxu clan were to see Kisuke right now, they could immediately tell where he came from and his allegiance. And to anyone who's involved in EXE to some degree, this someone is practically everyone with how recognizable their clans are. Of course, no one in the current world has that kind of knowledge. This is cheating. Benihheim felt bad for Kiryu Hikifune, who prepared something complex and enormous, only to meet an ability that Kisuke technically scammed out of someone. Kisuke regenerated his Shihakushu and kept Tiamat in his sleeve. From his inventory, he took out a fresh green and white striped bucket hat and placed it on his head. "Shall we give her a surprise?" The next second, Kisuke transformed into a black blob and shot upwards. A minute or two later, Kisuke reached the roots and branches that could be described as thick intertwining trunks now that he had come close to it. Kisuke felt danger from them, but they didn't react at all even when he touched one of them. Attaching himself to the tree matter, Kisuke became a shadow that swam through the maze of giant roots and branches. Looks like the shadow's veil is effective, Kisuke thought while carefully monitoring everything that was happening around him and the current state of his own body. Kisuke then used the surrounding shadows to pinpoint where he was exactly, and thankfully, Ichibai was not around, because this would be the stupidest thing that he'd be doing around his presence. Found it. After a few minutes of searching and processing through all the information he received, Kisuke found the cleaved royal palace, which was now covered in dense tree matter. Upon further searching, he found that there are 2 life signatures in it, and they are precisely the linchpin and its current guard, Kiryu Hikifune. But the moment he found them, the slim Kiryu instantly opened her eyes and hurriedly stood up to look around. "It's going to be disastrous for you if she makes any adjustments now," Benihheim reminded Kisuke. I doubt she could make changes to this enormous structure before I could reach her. Kisuke thought to himself as his shadow darted through the maze and soon reached the chamber where Kiryu was guarding the crystallized Yawatch and where her roots and branches didn't reach. Kiryu saw a shadow extending from the only entrance to the chamber and wanted to attack it. Nevertheless, she stopped because she figured that it was going to be just a useless effort. A second later, Kisuke emerged from the shadow with a dark aura smoking out of him. How did you do it? Kiryu asked with a very concerned expression. It shouldn't be possible with just a Ryatsu hiding cloak nor with that magic since these roots actually look for soul signature. Or is it that despite how you look, you're not actually Urahara Kisuke? The darkness around Kisuke receded and the emblem on his forehead disappeared. Immediately after, Kisuke's Ryatsu went back to normal as he said, "It's me, Kiryu-san. Just a few tricks I learned." Kiryu frowned at him and replied, "That's some nifty trick. It even impersonated another soul. I can't fathom how that works." Kisuke looked around and saw that the roots and branches didn't breach the chamber, which confirmed his guess. "I guess this barrier can't get inside. It's called the Cage of Immortality, a ramped-up version of the Cage of Life that I used against the Quincy's. I just didn't expect that you'd bypass all of it." Kiryu sighed to herself while taking out her Zanpakuto with a spatula made out of bone as its handle. Because the linchpin has to hold the world as a whole, it's attuned to be as neutral as possible. Even if it's a technique that absorbs a very specific Ryoryoku, any false positives are going to be disastrous and would go against the purpose of setting it up in the first place. Say, Kisuke-chan, why are you doing this? Do you really intend to destroy these dimensions? Kiryu asked with a forlorn expression. Even though it has been a long while, Kiryu was Kisuke's teacher and she even considered him as her one and only disciple. Hayasube-san should have already told you that I don't intend to do any of that. Kisuke answered while pulling out Benihime from her scabbard. I'll be honest though, since I'm talking to you, Kiryu-san. I want the king of the Quincy's to do something for me. Well, I guess the side effect of that is removing the linchpin from the equation and I don't intend to replace him with anyone. Kiryu sighed once again after staring at Kisuke's eyes for a few seconds. Sadly, regardless of your reason and whether that's good or bad, it's my duty to protect the linchpin. I apologize, but I would have to eliminate you here. Kisuke's eyes widened and hurriedly looked behind him, only to see the roots and branches receding back at blinding speeds and flowing towards Kiryu. As a result of this, Kiryu's warm Ryatsu became very heavy from its density, which reminded Kisuke of Aizen's Ryatsu in the midst of his transformation. Bankai. Holding the Zanpakuto with both of her hands, golden light emerged from her eyes, gourmet of life and death, the final banquet of reversal. Chapter 1237, Chapter 1237 Vast Vitality. Kisuke had to lower his stance to stabilize it as the whole palace started creaking from the sheer density of Ryatsu that Kiryu was gathering. At the same time, the tree matter outside continuously disappeared inside Kiryu's body and her Zanpakuto transformed into a giant golden ladle. It may not be menacing, but I can feel the weight of life itself in that ladle. Tiamat commented while Kisuke also released his Ryatsu and Benihime. But before he could do anything, the rest of the roots and branches instantly disappeared and an enormous threat became apparent in front of him that he had to place Benihime in front of his body. Kisuke also tried jumping back, but as soon as he felt the immeasurable strength accompanied by the golden flash that hit him, he immediately understood that his effort was futile, with him instantly flying out of the palace and even giving Benihime a crack. What the heck? What hit me? Kisuke hurriedly started mending the cracks on Benihime, but before he could finish, a shadow appeared on him and this time, he used his he-arrow to block the golden ladle. Though even after raising his defense as much as he could, the golden ladle still broke his arm as he was sent crashing down. Kisuke realized what Kiryu was trying to do, so he used his broken arm to detonate a Siro to instantly change his velocity, dodging another hit from the golden ladle. Kiryu, strangely enough, stopped her assault and placed the oversized ladle on her shoulder. You've become a lot sturdier. Just what did you eat to have that thick skin? Kisuke took the breather that Kiryu offered to heal his arm. Nothing much. Just a shiny rock that apparently grants wishes. It was a scam, though. I wished I could become super duper strong, but as you can see, I keep getting kicked back and forth. I can't even remove the ink behind me. Kiryu chuckled. You shouldn't really put random things in your mouth or else, indigestion will be the least of your concerns. During this conversation, however, Kisuke couldn't help but be utterly suspicious. Kiryu has the upper hand, yet she stopped pressuring him. Her Bankai is relatively simple. It gathers all the essence of life in the surroundings and injects it into herself, granting her immeasurable physical capabilities and insane regeneration powers. However, I don't know much beyond that. Master, if you don't want to die, stop holding back. All of a sudden, Kisuke and Benihime heard Tiamat's warning. And when Kisuke looked down with a perplexed face, he finally realized that he was drenched, and it was only now that he noticed it. It was also only then that Kisuke realized that his arm had finished regenerating long ago, but instead of stopping, his flesh kept on growing. Without any hesitation, Kisuke cut off his own arm. However, this didn't really solve the problem since his arm started regenerating once again even with him consciously stopping it. And if it's like earlier, then it won't ever stop regenerating. Bankai. Kisuke did the next best thing he could do, Kananbaraki Benihime, Aratame. 5 puppet fingers with each finger bound at the joints by perpendicular red ribbons ending in a thick, downward curving blade, while the palm is composed of an ornate disc with several sections missing to asymmetrically display the straight red bars comprising it within and the circular red bar with a large tassel forming the perimeter. Meanwhile, Kisuke himself gained glowing red markings on his wrists, ankles, pectoral muscles, and clavicles like those of a doll, as well as a free-hanging necklace comprised of a red thread tied in ornate knot with 6 metal triangles hanging beneath it and held up by a red tassel on either side of his chest. Kisuke's arm also finished regenerating, but there's now a visible stitch running through it. Kisuke didn't just stop there and also cut open various parts of his body before stitching them back together, removing the terrifying cancer that Kiryu gave him. Phew. That was close. Kiryu's expression became serious. I see. So your Bankai evolved further. But can you still call it a Bankai? I got used to it, and this isn't really Benihime's completed state either, so I'll keep the Bankai epithet for now. Kisuke looked at the fingers while talking, and with his will, the blades attached to them shot out towards Kiryu with a red line still connecting them to the fingers. Kiryu knew the dangers of Kisuke's Bankai, so instead of intercepting them, she used the newly gained speed that she had to retreat quite far back while dodging the incoming blades. Only then did Kisuke feel safe enough to properly observe the water that he didn't notice when he and Benihime were drenched it. I didn't even notice that my regeneration was going haywire. What is this? And as if reading his mind, Kiryu answered, Cycle of Resurgence. It's the water of life that blesses others with vitality. On Kiryu's ladle, a small pool of water glistened, but you see, too much of everything has its own price to pay. She then swung her human-sized ladle horizontally and spilled said water, ethereal harvest. The spilled water suspended itself in the air, and from the droplets, countless translucent golden vines emerged from it, shooting while enlarging themselves towards Kisuke. Seeing the scale of the veins, Kisuke knew that it would be difficult to dodge them, so he pointed one of his fingers at them and released a pure black siro. The heat of the siro dried the surrounding air, but towards the veins themselves, it only went through them as if they didn't exist in this plane of existence. Despite this, there's no sense of panic within Kisuke's eyes as he just lets go of the downward curved blades to meet the veins. And unlike before, the blades cut through the veins, turning them into motes of light. Kiryu sighed, so this is the end, huh? She thought to herself. From the start, Kiryu knew that she had no way of winning when Kisuke bypassed the trap house that she prepared with her all. It wasn't that she was weak, it's just that Kisuke's Bankai is one of the anomalies that existed in Soul Society, and very few things could actually resist its effects. There's no sign of the others returning, and I don't even know what punched a hole through the barriers. Even then, Kiryu didn't give up and strengthened her resolve. If it comes down to it, I'll burn my own life to stop him. Chapter 1238, Chapter 1238 Reversal. Kiryu was able to take initiative and pace with her ever-growing physical prowess during their continuous clash because of her passively absorbing Kisuke's massive amount of vitality. Although it's not as much as the root and branches that failed to capture Kisuke, Kiryu still couldn't believe what she was seeing. Just being around me is enough to kill a normal Shinigami within a few minutes, yet, I can't see that much of a difference from when we started from him despite me absorbing as much as I can each time we make contact. Kiryu then recalled the instance when Kisuke said that he ate a shiny rock, and her mind went to the only other person who did such a thing. Hyusub guaranteed that another Hugyoku would not exist ever again, so I thought that Kisuke was just throwing me off, but could he be telling the truth? Her other trump card, giving her opponent an uncontrollable cancer by granting them an excessive amount of vitality in one area, doesn't work well because Kisuke would just surgically and accurately remove it before they could even become a threat. It should be hard to instantly detect it because it's naturally a part of their bodies, but after the first few times, Kisuke got the gist of Kiryu's vitality granting ability, making it essentially useless. Naturally, that doesn't mean that Kisuke isn't attacking back, and the only reason why she could survive this long was because she was able to discard Kisuke's modification by overpowering it with her own Ryatsu that was converted from her own vitality. It's a well-known fact that a battle between souls is just a battle of Ryatsu, and if one side has a vastly superior amount of Ryatsu, it wouldn't matter how amazing his or her opponent is. But while she was thinking of ways to buy more time, Kisuke suddenly sped up and Kiryu was too late to defend against it, receiving a hit on her flank and sending her flying. Kiryu didn't lose her mind and hurriedly made adjustments. Although she was hit squarely, she didn't want to get too far away from the palace. So despite Kisuke not intending to, Kiryu flew towards the palace and crashed into it, coincidentally, in the exact same spot where they first faced off, the royal chamber. Kiryu tried to hurriedly stand up but felt her body heavy. A few seconds later, Kisuke also appeared in the royal chamber while saying, "You're almost empty." Kiryu gritted her teeth and lamented that Kisuke was telling the truth. "You noticed it before I did, huh? Well, you were pretty desperate to send me back down, so I was able to adjust my pace." Kiryu was rapidly losing her strength, but she still tried her best to stand up. "I had to use all the vitality that I stored these countless years, and I still failed to stop you. You've grown strong, Kisuke-chan." Kirio only intended to make some small talk, but when she looked up to his eyes, what she saw rendered her silent. What's with that? Why do you look desperate? As someone who watched Kisuke grow up, Kirio could confidently catch any changes in his expression and could confirm whether he was acting or not. While Kirio was surprised, Kisuke walked past her and made his way towards the crystallized man while saying, "It's something I have to achieve. And frankly speaking, it's far from enough." Kirio hurriedly turned and shouted, "Kisuke, whatever you're trying to do, stop. Please stop." Kirio wanted to say more. She wanted to ask more about what he was fighting against. Sadly, her duty trumps any of that. And she's afraid. Kirio is afraid that she'll sympathize with him. Kisuke reached the linchpin that was hanging down from the ceiling and ran his hand at the crystal that was keeping the bisected man inside. "I may not like how this world operates, but my idea is my opinion, and no matter how important it is, it shouldn't be a reason to discard everyone else's." Kisuke also felt Kirio's thoughts behind her voice and also understood the position she was in. Regardless, he continued his monologue while he was testing out the integrity of the crystal. "You know, I'm not someone who's motivated enough to destroy the world as we know it. However, if it's about the people that I have and want to protect, I won't mind stirring up some massive troubles to the point of ignoring everyone else's wishes of maintaining this peace." Although in Kisuke's opinion, this world shouldn't operate as it is, it's also an undeniable fact that the world was at peace and currently continuously developing. So even if what he wants to happen is just, Kisuke doesn't deny that he's a villain. Kisuke went quiet and finally ignored Kirio to focus on the current task. Unlike what happened in the Quincy War before, Kisuke doesn't have any intention of killing the linchpin. In fact, all these troubles are for him to recruit the man himself. The enemy boss is someone who's present across all presents. So someone who can see the many futures should be enough to deal with him, right? He prepared various things to break Yawatch out of his captivity, but the problem lies after that. How do I control him? Unlike Aizen, Yawatch is someone who believes that life and death shouldn't exist. So once he's out, he'll try to destroy the balance again without any remorse. A temporary measure that I prepared is to seal his abilities. That should be enough for now, but I would have to eventually pit him against those murder robots. Soon Kisuke found the weak points on the seal and was about to break them. But at this time, his concentration was broken by Tiamat. "Master, you'll be able to survive this if you could properly use my ability." "What?" Kisuke asked with confusion. Nevertheless, Tiamat didn't have to answer as Kisuke immediately felt an enormous amount of Ryatsu coming from behind him. "She still has this much left," he thought as he turned around. There, Kirio was silently standing. What caught Kisuke's attention was the contents of the ladle she was holding, blood. "Reversal of mortality," Kirio muttered, full of melancholy. As soon as she finished speaking, the red liquid within her golden ladle evaporated within just a few seconds. "I didn't want to use this, but let's end it here now." The red mist immediately covered the entire chamber and Kisuke hurriedly covered all the openings that he had while thinking if this was poison. Unfortunately for him, Kisuke wouldn't have enough time to inspect the mist with his vision suddenly shifting downwards. The next second, he saw himself kneeling, and the next second, he saw himself lying on the floor. What? He couldn't feel anything, not even his own body. He could only move his eyes around, which landed on Kirio, who also had fallen on the ground, also looking at him. Chapter 1239, Chapter 1239 True Strike. Benihime was still active even when Kisuke fell down. However, that doesn't mean anything if Kisuke doesn't understand what's going on, and that's exactly the situation he's in now. Even then, Kisuke tried figuring out what was wrong by dissecting himself by controlling the blades attached to the red string, only to get nothing out of it. It was on a different level compared to earlier where he just simply doesn't notice the changes in his body. This time, there were really no changes similar to Ichiban's ink, but the effect was still very apparent. I was naive not completely disabling Kirio-san. Damn it. I've really become soft in strange places. While he was complaining in his head, he's not really regretting his decision. While it was easy for him to take out Kirio earlier, he doesn't have a way of knocking her out without endangering her life due to how her vitality works. Kisuke was confident that Kirio would be able to take a beating, so he didn't really hold back, but finishing her off was out of the question. He couldn't lay a hand on someone who acted like a mother to him when he was just an orphan even for a short time. Not to mention, Kisuke doesn't really see her as an enemy since she's just fulfilling the duty she swore on. Kirio saw his struggle, but unlike Kisuke, she can still speak. "Don't bother. You won't find anything wrong because there's nothing wrong." Kisuke's eyes turned to Kirio, but that's all he could do. "There's nothing wrong with it because I just reversed the law of life and death." Kirio broke her stare to Kisuke and turned her body to lay down on her back and get some relaxation. If the natural order itself was changed, then those that didn't change with it will be deemed to be breaking its rules. Change the natural law itself? That's possible for her. Kisuke thought to himself. After all, those who are not fully affected by the natural laws are the transcendent, since they rewrite the reality around themselves for their own benefit, but she's not a transcendent. What's the price for this? While Kisuke was having a bad premonition, Kirio continued speaking in the eerily quiet chamber. it doesn't really affect those who are very close to death, but the fate of those with overflowing life like you will instantly be reversed. Meaning, those who are very lively will instantly experience death and will soon cease to exist. Kiryu paused for a moment before sighing. This is the first time I've used this. But also the last. Kisuke's eyes widened and finally understood the price she had to pay, dang it. As expected. She's very loyal to the Zero Division. As Kisuke guessed, Kiryu first had to experience the reversal before she could pass it on to her target. As a result, she could only use this technique one time since there wouldn't be a second time. Kisuke wanted to grit his teeth but his numb face didn't even allow that. Still, even without looking, Kiryu could feel the frustration from Kisuke's stare. I'm sorry that it has come this way, but you and I are standing on opposite sides. I had a mission to fulfill. What are you apologizing for? Kisuke shouted internally, but as expected, Kiryu didn't know him enough nor the changes he went through to feel that. Nevertheless, Kisuke soon calmed himself and closed his eyes. Tiamat, what ability of yours do I need to use? He's on the verge of death, but it's not like that's anything new. I may not be as good as my sister, but I still have control over the aspect of life. I don't need riddles now, alright? Explain it to me like I'm 12. That has difficulties processing things. Even if you say that, Tiamat doesn't really know how to fulfill Kisuke's request because she never really talked to a 12-year-old human and doesn't really know how they think. However, it's also true that she has to relay as much information as possible for Kisuke to have a chance to get out of this predicament. I'll do my best but I can only explain what I can understand. Before I explain it further, I want you to concentrate and go back in time to recall our first clash. The time I reached the surface. Alright. What about it? The black mud under my feet. It was the sea of life that I conjured to create and convert all life to my liking. Although it was tainted by chaos that makes all life sprung from it chaotic and destructive in nature, the underlying law within it is still the same. Kisuke went quiet as he thought back to that instance. Even in the middle of a big fight that would decide the fate of the world, he didn't forget to collect some samples of the so-called sea of life. And sometime after the battle against chaos, Kisuke tried studying it. Unfortunately, it already deteriorated so he didn't get much from it aside from the fact that it was a concentrated magic power and divine power that meshed in a very messy way. Kisuke concluded that the magic power and divine power were just a byproduct as a result of it losing its power. Aside from that, his only other source of information was Seraphal who temporarily froze it, albeit, with great difficulty even in her super devil form, and Yoruchi who fought the artificial beings it created. Kisuke was in the middle of thinking when Tiamat interrupted him. As I've said, you're thinking too hard. When it comes to natural laws, it's not about how you circumvent them, but how you make them your own. Sea of life, the ocean where all life sprung out. Now if you associate the sea as the source of life, where does it end? Where does it return? Earth. That's right. Life returns to Earth. But as it returns, it also nourishes other lives in their vicinity. This is strangely philosophical. That's why I'm telling you to get away from the world's logic because it is the world imposing its natural laws on you. This is impossible, isn't it? Especially for someone like me. How so? You've been doing it already for quite some time. Didn't it occur to you? You Shinigamis are already imposing your own laws through your Zanpakuto when you achieve your Bankai. Think about it, when you use Benihime, you manipulate various objects, are you not? But that's only under the premise that I understand the underlying logic behind them and can only modify them under the same set of rules. And those rules don't break the laws of the universe. That's true. But what makes it possible for you to do something like that in the first place? Benihime's ability. Kisuke felt like he returned to the time when he was still an ignorant child. That's correct. Now you just have to apply it the same. Huh. You didn't receive any instinctual instructions to use my ability like you did with Benihime, however, you can approach my abilities as if you did. And how do you propose I do that? And all of those long-winded words just to say use your abilities like I do with Benihime's. There's a way, but I first had to make sure that your mentality is in the proper place before we proceed. Otherwise, you'll die faster with your head exploding into a million bits and no amount of regeneration would be able to save you from true destruction. Chapter 1240 True Strike Part 2. Kiryu immediately noticed that Kisuke stopped paying attention to her so she also stopped talking. Since they are just a minute or two before their eventual death, Kiryu couldn't help but reminisce. She came from a nondescript noble family and has always been fond of cooking and always dreamt of opening her own little place. However, her own Ryatsu and potential didn't allow that and was soon sent away to be trained as a Shinigami. Why am I remembering all of this now? Is this what it means to have your life flash before your death? Kiryu asked herself. However, if she was just being honest to herself, she'll admit that she's just avoiding the guilt that she's feeling right now. But while drowning in her sorrows, Kiryu suddenly felt more movements from Kisuke. She pushed her incredibly weakened body and turned her neck towards Kisuke, who had already retracted his bankai. Did he give up? Contrary to her expectations, however, Kisuke's arm started twitching before it started stretching in and out. Huh? It was just his right arm, but a few seconds later, his left arm also started moving. It didn't take too long before Kisuke could finally move his limbs and start struggling to get up. Wait. What's going on? Kiryu already confirmed that her ability was still working from the fact that she was still dying, so she couldn't understand how Kisuke was moving now. If he was able to reverse it back, I would be affected by it too. Slowly but surely, Kisuke stood up after struggling a few times, and the first thing that Kiryu noticed was Kisuke's eyes. What are those? Kisuke looked back to Kiryu, who was making a surprised expression, and noticed that she wasn't just surprised at him standing up. Your eyes. Beneheim's voice resounded in his head. Kisuke slowly reached out into his sleeve and took out his dagger. As he unsheathed it, he used Tiamat's blade as a mirror and found out that his eyes had turned pink with star-like pupils. Don't lose focus now. Tiamat's reprimanding voice soon came. This is the first time you're doing this, and any mistake on your part could spell goodbye to your head. Kisuke silently returned the dagger to its sheath and asked, what should I do next? Don't try to understand it. Just let my power go through you and instinctually control it. If you attempt to gain insight from it, your vessel, which is your soul itself, won't be able to support the burden of the mysteries and intricacies of life. You're not yet ready for that, since it's like asking a newborn soul how souls are created. Kisuke let out a long breath and did his best not to analyze the energy that was flowing from Tiamat. Now call out to the source of life. Use it to overwrite the current law imposed on you. Kisuke held Tiamat tightly and stopped for a moment to think. Tiamat didn't give him the name to call it out, but he knew how important this name is to properly manifest her ability. If he can't do it properly, it may even backfire on them. Kisuke was at loss, and this was obvious to Tiamat. Nevertheless, the latter has no intention of helping him out. She already said everything she had. Kisuke let out a long breath once again and closed his now pink eyes. What name could possibly properly contain this? He asked himself. At that moment, Tiamat's advice regarding names resurfaced in his mind. They are simply names. No need to overcomplicate it, huh? A small smile appeared on his face, and the burden he was feeling suddenly lightened as he muttered, Shunuchi, True Strike Chaos Tide, Tiamat. The dagger in Kisuke's hand shone in black light before transforming into its usual form, a green-tinted long sword with a horn-like structure for its guard. Beneath Kisuke's feet, however, was a jet-black mud bubbling up and overflowing. It didn't take long before the entire chamber was flooded by this thick and gooey liquid. Kiryu was wondering what was happening as she was surrounded by this mud. But that wonderment soon changed with astonishment as her rapidly depleting vitality started returning and her heart regained its former vigor. What is this? Like Kisuke, Kiryu also gained the ability to stand up, and she hurriedly did it. She tried reaching out to her golden ladle, though before she could touch it, it returned to its sealed form. What's happening here? Kiryu was utterly confused. Even if there's a way to cancel her ability, there shouldn't be any way to return the dead vitality. The sea of life, the source of all life. Although most of it has been tainted, it can still grant life. Kisuke tried to explain, but beyond those words, he didn't really get it either. He swung Tiamat horizontally in the overflowing mud, as if the time was being rewinded, began retreating back under Kisuke's feet, and soon, the chamber returned to its not-so-pristine condition. The surrounding aura also soon returned to normal, with Tiamat returning to her Shurkai form. But when Kisuke glanced at the blade and found out that his eyes hadn't returned to normal, I already retracted it, didn't I? What you pulled from me is not some trivial material manipulation. It'll take your body some time to get used to and fully enclose that power. Tiamat answered. Kisuke has a lot of questions, but it's not really the right time to answer those. I have to seal Kiryu-san properly this time. Kiryu saw the glow in Kisuke's finger and immediately figured out his intentions. But with a wry smile, Kiryu shook her head. You don't have to. Kisuke stopped his steps and was about to ask her why when all of a sudden, the black pigment on Kiryu's shihakusha started flaking off and disappearing into nothing, turning it completely white. And while that was happening, her own Zanpakuto began cracking and turning into dust, leaving only the handle in her hand behind. I don't know how you reversed my ability. But I already lost it all except for my life. Kisuke was stunned for a moment before sighing and taking out a thick black robe from his inventory and draping it over Kiryu. This is? Kiryu asked while inspecting the robe. Kisuke turned around and made his way back to the crystallized man. It's a magic robe that I made some time ago. It can keep the user relatively safe for some time by automatically deploying a barrier. I don't exactly know how things will turn out now, so keep yourself safe. The conflicted Kiryu could only clutch the robe hard as she watched Kisuke return to the linchpin. This time, there was really nothing else she could do. Chapter 1241 Collapse. Even though Kiryu lost her Shinigami powers, Kisuke didn't want to make the same mistake, so he left a sliver of his consciousness focused on her. Now then. Where was I again? He loudly muttered after resuming the process of breaking Yawatch out of his confinement. You do know what would happen if he breaks free, right? Yawatch himself won't be the problem. Kiryu got tired of standing and sat on the floor. I'm certain that you're not here to end the world, so what are you planning to do? Simply speaking, I'm gathering my aces. Well, I have a plan so this won't end the world. Kisuke answered while tracing various spots on the crystal and leaving a bit of magic power on it. Gathering aces. What for? I'd like to explain, but it'd take a long time. And even if I did, there's no guarantee that you'll understand it. Kiryu opened her mouth but no sound came out of it since she decided not to say anything else. It doesn't really matter anymore. Either way, I'll soon forget myself and join the cycle of reincarnation with my soul as weak as it is. She looked towards her Zanpakuto with only its handle remaining. I'll join you soon, Meisure. Kisuke finally took a step back and took out a single talisman similar to what Kunu had before throwing it toward the crystal. The black and white talisman stuck to the crystal and a few seconds later, it started shaking before forming numerous cracks. Kiryu swallowed a mouthful of saliva as she nervously watched the linchpin of the world being taken out. Is this really going to be fine? Kisuke didn't say anything else and just injected more magic power into it. A few seconds later the cracks worsened and the crystal soon started falling apart, freeing what was inside, which was the bisected Yawatch. As soon as he was free, the world itself started as it began falling apart like the crystal, but at a much slower pace. Kisuke ignored this and conjured another spell that manifested golden chains to hold Yawatch up. Since his lower body was separated from his top part, Kisuke immediately suspended it, not just to keep it safe from rotting but also to stop Yawatch from regenerating in case he attempted to complete himself. Yawatch still had his eyes closed but Kisuke knew for sure that he was awake. It's not like you to pretend to be unconscious. Don't bother. I could feel your stare ever since my first visit here. Yawatch's eyelids softly flutter and after a few seconds, they slowly open up, and his six-eye pupils directly stare at Kisuke. Urahara Kisuke. I saw your demise. I never expected that you'd one day stand in front of me. Yawatch tried to move but he was powerless and these strange chains were bounding him. Of course, you wouldn't. No matter how strong you get, you won't be able to see through the original owner of that power. Yawatch became silent but his attention was caught by Kisuke's eyes and the Zanpakuto he was holding, eyes that represent life itself and a being of beyond this world. I see. You left and came back. With the Soul King's assistance at that. How intriguing. Kisuke rubbed his chin in thought, it looks like I won't have to explain anything to you. You overestimate me, Urahara Kisuke. I can see everything in this dimension but not beyond it. Kisuke furrowed his brows. Does that mean he won't be able to see the future in the dimension he's not in, or is it that his power is limited only to this dimension? If it's the latter, then I might have uselessly freed him. While thinking of the possibilities, a certain thought suddenly occurred in Kisuke and he asked, what about hell? Yawatch stayed silent for a bit and contemplated if he should cooperate. But after considering the fact that he's currently nothing worthy, he decided to see where this goes. Hell is a foreign land that has shaped itself to imitate this cluster of worlds. Beyond that, most of it is a mystery. A light bulb went up in Kisuke's head. I see. So another factor of your defeat was due to the fact that you can't completely see through Hyosub-san. Yawatch didn't comment on that, but that's indeed one of the factors. He wrongly assumed that Ichibai was a Shinigami from what he saw. Are you not going to do anything about this? Kiryu couldn't keep her silence anymore since the shaking had worsened. The division between the worlds started disappearing and it's only a few moments from now before the worlds will crash into each other. Kisuke turned to Kiryu and casually winked at her, which made the latter uncomfortable. Kisuke turned his head back to Yawatch and asked, you don't seem to be that concerned. Yawatch immediately gave Kisuke a mocking smile as he replied, what are you talking about? Isn't this what I tried to achieve? Though I have to admit, that's a worthwhile view. I see. So you already know about her. Just as Kisuke finished his words, a red beam flashed through the closing barriers, opening them up again. The red meteor shook the entire palace and soon landed in the royal chamber where everyone was. Boss. I'm ready. This is the first time that Kiryu met her, however, she won't ever forget that red light. Why you? You're the one who punched through the barriers. Flana, in her draconic humanoid form, ignored Kiryu since she can't take her eyes off Yawatch. You better not use those eyes on Blackie or you'll have a bad time. What an interesting thing to say. I'd like to meet this Blackie of yours. Though before Flana could reply, Kisuke reached out to her while releasing 10's more talisman. Flana, don't mind him. Do you think you could do everything together? The talisman surrounded Yawatch and all of them stuck to him. The next second, a green light covered him and he soon disappeared from the royal chamber. If it's just me, it's going to be tough, but I made some friends so this should be easy if it's just a temporary solution. Kisuke started walking towards Kiryu and scooped her in his arms, then I'll leave things to you here. I'll pick you up later with a freshly baked banana cake. Make sure to make many, boss. You need to reward Blackie and little Blackie too. Flana waved goodbye to Kisuke, who made his way toward the edge of the palace. Got it. After watching Kisuke carry Kiryu and jump down, Flana let out a short breath before muttering to herself, as expected of the boss, it seems his decision to drag those guys into his problem was a good solution. She then took a deep breath and let out a roar so loud that was heard in the whole expanse of Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the human world. Chapter 1242, Chapter 1242 Stabilization. Falling from the royal palace, Kiryu implored Kisuke, just leave me behind, will you? You know I can't do that, Kisuke replied while scanning his surroundings to check the integrity of the space. Kiryu stared at Kisuke's serious face for a few seconds before sighing, it was only years ago that I've carried you in my arms. I didn't think the role would ever be reversed. Really? Not even the slightest possibility. Of course. Especially the moment I heard about you dying in the Quincy invasion. Kiryu softly chuckled, I mourned for you and Yoruchi, you know. Must be a shock to hear that I'm alive then. Kisuke finished his quick scan and found out that the Garganta was being devoured by the dimensional gap-like space, as expected. She intends to replace the weak foundation. But the rate of replacement is not enough to stop the collapse of the worlds. While entertaining this question, various roars that didn't come from Flana started filling up the entire space. What? Kiryu panicked and looked around, what's happening? But when she looked back up, she saw that Kisuke was grinning. I see. This is what she meant when she said she won't be doing this alone, huh? And here I thought she didn't like them. I guess she really has been working hard. Kisuke muttered to himself. In the next second, various rips in space appeared all around them, revealing the kaleidoscopic sight beyond that. That wasn't all, however, as various beings of different sizes and appearances began emerging from them while letting out large roars as if they were chanting in unison. Those are dragons. Kiryu murmured and thought that they were going to attack them, seeing how hostile they were acting. But contrary to her expectations, they all ignored them and continued flying upwards towards the royal palace they just left. They are going to be the ones who'll stabilize the worlds. Kisuke briefly answered her confusion. Indeed, only a minute had elapsed and the shaking of space stopped, signifying the stop of the collapse. But when Kisuke thought he'd get a bit of a breather, he suddenly felt a huge amount of Ryatsu fluctuations below. What now? Clueless, Kiryu asked, something else. Your life is too busy. You're just too free after getting into the Zero Division. That's the life of a guard where no one except crazy people trespass. You mistook capable people with mental asylum patients. Kiryu sighed, what's the difference really? Both don't think normally. Kisuke gave her a smirk before reorienting themselves head first, then I'll show you truly stupid people drunk on their power. Let's make haste. Creating a foothold, Kisuke launched himself downwards while holding Kiryu tightly. It only took them a few more minutes before the Soul Society came into their sights, and what greeted them was the entire Siriidi in shambles with various buildings on fire, demolished, or completely wiped away. Kiryu immediately understood the situation since she already received prior secret reports on the current state of the Siriidi. I stand corrected. Those guys are the real deal. The only untouched section of the Siriidi was the First Division jurisdiction and the land occupied by the academy beside it. Since that's where most of the Shinigami defending themselves gathered, they made their way towards it. Kisuke's target was the busted roof that he left earlier, but as he got near it, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw Hollows wearing a differently designed Shihakusha fighting against the Shinigami of the Godai 13. You didn't stop this. Kiryu was also disturbed at this sight and felt a little guilty about it, you know Hyosub-san's policy. Unless they touch or threaten the royal palace, he'll ignore it. In his eyes, it's just a change of administration. All part of the passage of time. I wanted to ask you if he's always been like that, but I guess you can't answer that as the newest member of the Zero Division. Kiryu gritted her teeth and said, that's true. And maybe that's the reason why the oldest of us, Uetsu, betrayed Hyosub. Kisuke landed on the roof of the First Division barracks, and all around him were Shinigami of multiple divisions surrounding him with their Zanpakuto pulled out. But before he could do anything, an elderly man with white hair combed back and a large white mustache walked out while waving his hand. Stand down. Let them through. Return to your posts and strengthen our defenses. The surrounding Shinigami immediately pulled back and saluted. But just as they turned their backs, several men wearing all black from head to toe silently appeared behind one of the Shinigami present before beheading him. While the elderly man only watched stoically, the rest of the Shinigami were obviously bothered and shocked. What are you all doing? We're in a state of emergency. Don't pity the traitor and move. The Shinigami scrambled away at his voice, and Kisuke, with Kiryu in his arms, landed beside him. It's been a while, Okikiba-san. Is the situation really so dire that you had to eliminate him in front of everyone? Okikiba didn't answer immediately and received the phone that one of the members of the Onmitsuka picked up from the dead body. While examining its contents, he replied, even the captain commander didn't expect that they'll suddenly mount an attack. They only stopped when the world was on the verge of collapse, but also soon resumed their assault the moment it was safe. The nobles didn't want to waste this chance when most of the fighting force of the Godai 13 was not present. Genshiro Okikiba finished examining the phone and confirmed that the dead Shinigami indeed sent information to the opposing nobles, though I must say, it's foolish of them to use the infrastructure that Captain Kuratsuchi built and think it would be safe from eavesdropping. Nah. They just don't care. Kisuke immediately refuted his words, these guys are disposable pawns. If they could gather information with just a tiny price of a life, then they'd gladly do it. As you've said, they don't want to miss this chance. Okikiba also thought about this but didn't want to admit it since he's also a noble. Sighing, Okikiba started walking away, this way, Urahara-san. They're expecting you. Although he noticed Kiryu, he didn't say anything about her. Chapter 1243 Trust. Okikiba led Kisuke and Kiryu towards a deserted area and a small building beside the 1st Division barracks. Inside the small building, Kisuke could feel two people hiding within the darkness of the shadow but Okikiba ignored them and continued to make his way inside. Soon, they reached a set of hidden stairs that led to a very dark tunnel that has numerous hidden presences inside it. Kisuke quietly followed Okikiba and estimated where they were going from the direction they were going, the 2nd Division area. More specifically, the abandoned nest of maggots. From what he saw when he was in the sky, aside from 1st Division and the academy grounds, everywhere else within the Siriidii was overrun by the noble forces. While thinking why they are making their way there, Benihime gave him the answer, that's where that nasty bastard's hidden lab is. I see. When you arrived on his side, how far had he progressed? He already started mass-producing the framework for the homunculi and even created a pretty special body for his own little secretary. Benihime answered but there was still confusion on her side, but how did you know he'd start copying and mass-producing the bodies you created? I'd thought of it the moment Kuraka-san snuck up on me when I met Aizen. From the start then, Benihime thought to herself while waiting for Kisuke to continue. Kuraka-san already saw me so there was no point in hiding, however, from the start, he's not really the one I wanted to cooperate with. While the position of the captain commander is convenient, it's also one of the greatest shackles a strong Shinigami could have. I didn't expect much from him from the beginning and I was right that he couldn't do something big aside from partially freeing Aizen and manipulating the information going around the Godai 13. Manipulating information is not something big. It would be a big deal if not for someone who has a better grasp on real information flowing in and out of the Siriidii. Whether I'd like to admit it or not, Kuratsuchi-san is similar to me so I predicted that after Kuraka-san met me, it wouldn't take long before he appeared anomalous in his system. That anomaly within Kuratsuchi-san's baseline was what I used to communicate with him and when the whole thing happened with Soifun-san, I figured he'd create his own in case he needed something to counter it. From then on, I slowly gave him my intentions through Serafall and my activities. I didn't attack the royal palace twice prior to this just because I wanted to distract them alright. I'm actually appealing to Kuratsuchi-san's bottom line of preserving the Siriidii and the Godai 13. Benihime went quiet a moment before she started cursing, you bastards have been talking without directly speaking. That way, nobody suspects anything. Why do you think Soifun-san, Hirako-san, and Kuraka-san were suspected by the 0 Division yet Kuratsuchi-san was trusted by them? We were being careful in manipulating the information to our advantage. Thanks to that, I didn't have to work alone in mass-producing those bodies and I didn't have to fight against the Godai 13 when I went to attack the royal palace for the last time today. Hayasube-san might have caught me off guard, but I already prepared various paths of retreat and counterattack. While explaining to Benihime the high-level overview of what he's trying to do, Okikiba reached the end of the tunnel and opened the door blocking their way, revealing the inside of the nest of maggots that served as a prison for unfortunate Shinigamis. Guarding Mayuri's former cell was the 5th Division's second-in-command, Momo Hinamori. Momo was about to greet Okikiba when Kisuke and Kiryu suddenly came into her sight and she froze, not knowing what to do. It has been a while, Hinamori-san. Kisuke casually greeted her. Yeah. Ah. It has been a while, Urahara-san, and Kiryu-sama. Thankfully, Momo didn't have to endure the awkward situation as Mayuri came out of the secret door, set the greeting aside for later. We don't have much time for that. Mayuri's eyes then landed on Kiryu and was able to figure out the current state she's in. You really pulled no punches, huh? But I guess that wasn't enough to wipe off his annoying grin. Kiryu smiled wryly and said, it's as you've said. I wouldn't even call it a fight since he just disregarded everything I threw at him. Is that so? Mayuri lost his interest and he turned his eyes towards the cane hanging beside Kisuke, you know the place so carry her to a free room. Without a word from Kisuke, Benihime materialized with her usual white shirt and tight-fit denim jeans. Okikiba and Hinamori were startled at her sudden appearance but Benihime just ignored them and picked up Kiryu from Kisuke's arms before passing by Mayuri and entering his lab. Kisuke was not surprised and said, it seems you got close to her. Close to her? Mayuri clicked his tongue and turned around to enter the lab, she's one of the most venomous women I've ever met. And if there's one thing I figured out about her, she hates troublesome things. Hikifune was the ticket for her to get out of this, so I knew she would take it. Hinamori and Okikiba looked at each other and just watched Kisuke follow Mayuri inside. Once they made some distance from the door, Hinamori manually closed the door while muttering, "So many things are going on. I don't even know if what we're doing is the right thing, but I hope the others in hell are safe." According to Captain Kuratsuchi, Urahara Kisuke wouldn't let former Captain Commander Yamamoto go away and probably already pulled him to his side. Instead of fighting each other, I can only assume that they are now together, fighting for the common cause. Hinamori was still conflicted and couldn't entirely believe Okikiba's words. "I sure hope so." As soon as Kisuke entered Mayuri's facility, the first thing he noticed was the entire 12th Division present and communicating to the Shinigami outside, defending themselves. But before he could figure out the whole picture through various monitors, he raised his right arm to defend himself. The next instant, he caught a leg that created a shockwave that knocked over some of the members of the 12th Division. And when he looked towards the owner of the leg he was holding, Kisuke saw a very angry woman, Soifun-san. "I'm really glad to see you as energetic as ever. You hoodlum. I trusted you and I thought you trusted me." Chapter 1244 Escape Part 1. Before Kisuke could say anything, it was Mayuri who got pissed first. "If you want to brawl, do it somewhere else. There are many sensitive pieces of equipment in here that are of paramount importance." Soifun glared at Mayuri, but the latter didn't back down. Soifun then closed her eyes and let out a long sigh in an attempt to calm herself down while removing her leg from Kisuke. "If you're done, then let's move inside. We don't have time to play around." Mayuri resumed his steps while gesturing to his members to go back to their work. Soifun glared at Kisuke, though Kisuke just shrugged his shoulders and followed Mayuri. In one of the inner rooms isolated from the rest for privacy's sake, Shinji, Shunsui, and Nanao turned to the entrance when Mayuri came in with Kisuke, and sulking Soifun came in. "No wonder she rushed out," Shinji muttered while sporting a grin at Kisuke. "I'll admit though, I used her as bait to make Kuratsuchi-san do what I wanted." Kisuke approached them and sat down on the free seat. Soifun clenched her fist and stayed quiet. She wanted even a bit of apology from Kisuke, but technically speaking, he didn't do anything wrong and he did everything with her consent, so he doesn't owe her any apologies. Like how she hid some things from him, he also hid some things from her. Their relationship is as simple as a give and take. Even then, she couldn't help but feel frustrated and a bit hurt because she genuinely thought of Kisuke as her comrade. "In the end, I'm just a simple pawn to him." Shunsui took a peek at Soifun's expression before looking back at Kisuke and said, "So I'm just a bait too." Although he was in the same position as Soifun, he's not as bothered. "Well, I refuse to believe that Kuratsuchi-san wouldn't be suspicious of you after acting weirdly. No matter how normal you act, you'd slip up in some places regardless of whether you like it or not." Shunsui then turned to Mayuri and asked, "Just for reference sake, how did you become suspicious of me?" Mayuri also sat down on his seat and answered, "You might have hidden it from our senses, but you can't reliably hide your Ryatsu when you release your Bankai against constantly monitoring machines. Citri Serafal can do this strange teleportation technique that's almost undetectable with our technology, so I assumed that you're guarding the Mukin secretly from possible intruders using similar techniques. So from there, you just started piecing clues together." Shinji joined the conversation. Mayuri sighed, "It'll be a long story and I hate long stories." He placed his hands together and stared at Kisuke. "We're all here for clarification, so why don't we get going with that? Nanao-chan, please prepare us some tea." Shunsui instructed Nanao, who was standing behind him, and Soifun, "Come sit down. Or would you rather stay there?" Soifun hesitated for a bit before sitting down beside Kisuke. "Now then, where should I start?" Kisuke started speaking, this time, not hiding his real intentions. After about half an hour, Shunsui was kneading his forehead, Shinji and Soifun staring at Kisuke, who was casually sipping his tea with an unbelieving expression, Nanao staring at him with fear, while Mayuri was rubbing his chin carefully thinking about what he just heard and its plausibility. Shinji turned to Soifun and hurriedly asked, "You really don't know any of that?" "How would I know that he intended to reshape the entire cycle of souls and let go 99% of the entirety of soul society? That's basically destroying it. Though I do agree with doing away with the linchpin being the sole pillar of the world's stability." Shunsui looked toward Mayuri, who was in deep thought, and asked, "What do you think? Could you agree with that?" Mayuri stopped rubbing his chin and his eyes landed on Shunsui. "The linchpin is indeed a big headache, and I really hate the fact that all of our existence depended on a single point of failure. It really didn't bode well with me. Besides, even if most of the souls in Soul Society leave, the Siriitii itself would still exist. It's the reason why I started mass-producing those bodies. However," his eyes moved and landed on Kisuke, "I'm still wondering how you'd achieve this. On top of that, I still don't know why you're making an effort to save Siriitii, since you could start all of this without these extra steps. The only difference is that the Siriitii would be dissolved and the strong souls would be left wandering around without a place to call home. Isn't that obvious?" Shinji chimed in. He didn't want to make an enemy of the entire Siriitii since we do our best to stop him. Even if we do our best, that might not be enough to stop him. As I've insinuated earlier, he could just ignore us and go on with this plan of his and he'll achieve the same thing. Who cares if he'll make an enemy out of us? He could just hide and let the Siriidii rot without any ability to replenish its power, replied Mayuri before confronting Kisuke again. What else are you hiding? But instead of Kisuke, Soifin was the one who answered. Kisuke came back from another world. He probably wanted to connect that world's reincarnation system to this world. She was worried that the contract would stop her from speaking, but thankfully, it didn't activate, signifying that it was fine for her to reveal this. After hearing his side just now, Soifin pieced together the information that she had and was able to come up with that conclusion. Another world. Mayuri instantly became intrigued and Kisuke felt nervous when he saw that his eyes started shining with unprecedented interest. That would answer a lot of things, especially the existence of those girls. Mayuri wanted to know more and was about to bombard Kisuke with various questions, but all of a sudden, something on Nanao started shining with blue light. Nanao was the first one to notice, but all of the people inside the room soon gathered their attention to her. What? Confused, Nanao took out the shining thing and it turned out to be a single piece of paper with an insignia shining. This is what Citri-san gave me when she last visited the Siriidii. The paper then escaped from Nanao's hand and flew towards the open space within the room. The light grew brighter and soon, a magic circle containing the insignia drawn on the paper manifested and soon a twin-tailed short-stacked pretty woman emerged from it while shouting, "Success! Good thing I left that with Nanao-chan." Oh. Ki-tan. You're here too. You're done with your work. Sarah-chan. What are you doing here? Kisuke asked because it's obvious that she was forced to teleport away from hell. What's happening down there? It's a literal hellscape, but later on that. Help me establish a connection with Kuchan. We need to teleport everyone out of there. Ophis didn't destroy hell, did she? Kisuke asked himself while scrambling to stand up to help Seraphol with her request. Chapter 1245 Escape Part 2. Nanao was stunned and extremely bothered about the piece of paper, but she didn't have time to say anything when the magic circle that Seraphol conjured widened after Kisuke came in to assist her. Yash. It's connected. Ki-tan, make sure not to lose it. Seraphol raised her voice as Kisuke was stunned by the aura coming from the other side. What is this? Kisuke asked himself, incredibly bothered. This is the old monks. But something is different. Kisuke turned to Mayuri and said, Kuratsuchi-san, please clear the room. Mayuri didn't say anything and urged the seated captains to stand up before taking out a remote control and pressing several buttons in sequence on it. Immediately after, the tables, chairs, and other furniture started dissolving and disappeared among the cracks of the floor, making the already spacious room wider. A few seconds later, several individuals started appearing on the magic circle, and they were the people who initiated an attack on Hell minus the members of the Zero Division. Where is this? The lieutenant of the 8th Division, Urahara, muttered, but she immediately caught sight of Shunsue and straightened up. See, Captain Commander. I see. So you guys have returned. I'd like to hear what happened down there, but... Shunsue peeked at Seraphol and the latter immediately said, Yep. Move it. There's another batch coming. Shuansue's heart immediately jumped at her words. Shunsue then turned to Mayuri and instructed, Kuratsuchi, brief everyone on the situation. I'll leave the details of the operation to you, but beware. As soon as Shunsue referred to him, Mayuri already started walking towards the exit and interrupted the former's warning, I know. They may have attacked at a convenient time, but the fact they took action meant that they are confident enough to take on the Godii 13 at its full strength. After the effect of the teleportation circle subsided, the members of the Godii 13 finally felt what was going on outside and immediately concluded that there's a large-scale battle happening outside. What in the world happened during this short amount of time? Tushiro muttered while gritting his teeth and his ryatsu flaring up. Without turning around, Mayuri answered him, That's what I intend to brief you people about. We don't have time, so follow me. That includes you, Hirako, Soifin. Shinji and Soifin looked at each other. They wanted to hear more about Kisuke's situation, but their duties came first. Soon enough, everyone except for Shunsue, Nanao, Kisuke, and Seraphol remained in the room. Next group is coming. Seraphol raised her voice. The next moment, the dead members of the Godii 13 made their appearance. Old man. Jushiro. Everyone. Shunsue already prepared himself when he heard there was a next batch, but he was still visibly shaken. Nanao, on the other hand, was stunned silent and could only cover her mouth at the moment. Oh. Yamamoto gave him a gentle look while rubbing his beard. In just a short decade, you've grown visibly older. The stunned Shunsue was worried that he was not the same old man that he knew and admired, but with just those few words, he could finally sigh in relief. I don't know how you managed to do this job for so long. Excuse me. As you know, you guys are not the only ones that have to go through it. Please move it. Seraphol, with an obvious hint of anger in her voice, addressed them, "You can have your happy reunion later." "Oh ho ho, my bad." Yamamoto chuckled while moving to the side, "We can't have those young ladies waiting, can we?" The others also swiftly got off the magic circle, but what caught Kisuke's attention was Batsuansai, who's covered in wounds and being assisted by Furufushi to walk. Those wounds don't look good just judging from their color. I guess it wasn't easy to go against the Shinigami killer. It didn't take long for the magic circle to shine again, and this time, it was Kunu, Tanis, and the unconscious Claire. "Where's the sword guy?" asked Seraphol. Kunu gave Claire a quick check before answering. He said that he can't leave the lab. What? But there's no way to protect the place in the current situation. Kisuke's eyes immediately sharpened and thought, it looks like what's happening is not simple if even she's saying that. Kisuke was not so sure of the situation, but he knows what he has to do. "Sarah-chan, keep the gateway open. I'm sending a telepathic message to Uetsu-san." Seraphol just nodded and poured her demonic power into the magic circle, but since Kuchan stopped supporting the other side, I can only keep it up for a minute or two. That's enough. Kisuke retracted his magic power and used it to initiate a communication magic. "Uetsu-san, can you hear me?" This voice, "Urahara boy. It's I. Urahara, I know what you're thinking, but there's so much of our work here. I don't want to just discard it. I still don't know what exactly is happening, but at my lab extension, the wall on the right and exactly 3.5 meters from the corner, there's a hollow spot 2.4 meters from the floor. Break it and you should see a tiny button behind it. That button will initiate an emergency transport module that I prepared and should bring the entire lab, workshop, and you to another space that I control." "Damn. You really are prepared." "Got it. You should hear the situation from the girlie. It's really a mess here." Immediately after, Kisuke disconnected the magic and signed to Seraphol that he's done. Seraphol also hurriedly closed the magic circle, and only then was she able to breathe a sigh of relief. "We got out for now, but we don't have time to rest." "So, what exactly happened?" "I can feel Hyusub-san's aura from the other side. I'm also not sure, but the black monk suddenly became insane and grew a pair of fly wings. Immediately after, probably millions of worms started breaking out of the ground." Seraphol and the girls were visibly recoiling while describing the scenery, but the biggest problem is that they started chewing on the boundary of the space itself. If I were to make any assumptions, those worms would soon reach this place or the human world. Chapter 1246, Chapter 1246 Upcoming Invasion. See chewing. Kisuke stuttered his words due to how ridiculous that sounded. "I'm sorry, but I don't have enough imagination to imagine that." "Yes. Those things are literally chewing the boundary between spaces itself." Seraphol repeated her point. "How?" "We're not really sure of the mechanism behind it, since I also noticed the boundary is having a hard time regenerating." As one of the last ones who went through the teleportation magic, Kuna was able to observe the situation more than anyone else, but if they are attracted to the thin film that separates the spaces, it won't be long before they arrive in other neighboring dimensions. Including this place, of course. Seraphol finished Kunu's words for her with her very rare frowning expression. The room became deathly quiet. The former captains who witnessed these strange worms are confident that they could take out hundreds of them at the same time. However, it's only now that they realize how dangerous the situation is, not just for the Soul Society but also for the human world and Hueco Mundo. Not to mention, they estimated that there are at least hundreds of thousands of them from their initial surfacing. "So what's the plan?" Furufushi asked while setting down Batsuansai. Kisuke turned to her and said, "Aren't you curious what they are first? There's no way you can respond to the threat properly without knowing the details surrounding them." "That's true, but we're also out of time." Furufushi answered with cold killing intent surrounding her, and that's also the same with Chika and Batsuansai. Kisuke wondered what was making them anxious but immediately recalled what they were doing when they first met. Sighing, Kisuke took out a small bag that contained 36 cubes of 1 inch each and passed them to Furufushi. "The 16 gray ones are scanning devices. They are small but they are powerful enough that they'll only last for a few days before they burn themselves. Toss them around as you go. The rest are experimental bombs that may or may not work on those worms. Due to the lack of opportunity, I haven't been able to test them out." Furufushi blankly received the bag and checked its contents. "You're not going to stop us." Chika, and Batsuansai understand how much manpower they need right now, and with them going away, would be a huge blow to the available hands that could cover large areas. There's no point, isn't it? If you're going to throw your lives away, you might as well be useful until the end. "So they are leaving immediately?" asked Seraphol while preparing to reconnect the teleportation magic they used. Kisuke also came back to his position and helped Seraphol. "You'd be doing the same if you're in their position, wouldn't you?" "Well, I can't deny that." Meanwhile, Chika turned to Yamamoto and lowered his head. "Captain, I apologize. I know that we're needed but..." Yamamoto just waved his hand. "It's fine. You swore to protect something and you know your priorities." There's nothing to be ashamed of. Batsuansai and Furufushi also lowered their heads to Yamamoto and said at the same time, "Thank you for understanding us, Captain." Yamamoto stroked his beard with a solemn expression while saying, "Although unlike Urahara here, I do believe that you'll come out of it alive. Do your best so that we can sit down peacefully again." The three of them stood up straight in salute. "Yes, Captain." At the same time, the teleportation magic reactivated and Serafal immediately gestured to them to go in. "This will return you to our previous position. That place was probably overrun by these worms, so be careful." Kisuke turned to the limping Batsuansai and asked, "Are you going to be all right?" Batsuansai, meanwhile, just displayed a resolute smile while turning to Tanis, "I'm fine. I have a good teacher, so it won't take long before the poison is completely expelled and I heal myself." "I see. Then, good luck to all of you." Furufushi, Chika, and Batsuansai stepped into the magic circle, and before they all disappeared, Kisuke had some final words, and regarding the black monk, avoid him at all costs. As their presence disappeared, Kunu approached Kisuke and Serafal with a concerned expression. "Is it all right to let them go?" Kisuke patted her head in consolation. "They have people they want to protect, and as much as we'd like to help, we're also not in the position to extend our hand. Remember that there will be times that no matter how good you become, there are still things that you can't do. Or else, you'll just lose everything. Of course, this is not to discourage you. After all, you can still do things so that you won't end up in such a position in the first place as much as possible." Kisuke turned to Tanis and asked her to take care of Kunu and Claire. "You girls should take a rest first. We'll call you back when we need to move out." Tanis nodded and brought Claire and Kunu out of the room. She knew that it was time for the adults to have a talk, and she didn't want to interfere with it too much, especially when she knew almost nothing about the circumstances. Kisuke let out a long breath and turned to Serafal again. "Before we start, what happened to Ophis?" Serafal shook her head. "I'm not sure. The last thing I saw was her restraining the transforming monk." "I see." Kisuke pulled out Tiamat and intended to cut through space to return to Hell. "I shouldn't take long, but I'll leave things here to you. You're much more experienced in affairs of a global scale than the rest of us." Serafal wanted to stop him, but she knew that she'd only be wasting her breath. The Shinigamis around them wondered why Kisuke didn't go with the previous three. However, Shunsui was more curious about something else. "Wait, even more than the old men." Kisuke faced him with a grin and replied, "She once led an army of tens of millions of soldiers. Does that count?" Not just Shunsui, but the rest also froze on their spot when they heard his words, tens of millions. Serafal, on the other hand, could only hold her head in frustration. "Please don't remind me of that. That wasn't a pleasant time." Although it should be a source of pride to her, Serafal didn't like nor feel any pride from the fact that she killed millions of people from the last underworld civil war. The smile on Kisuke's face disappeared. "Regardless, you'd have a better response than anyone else in this room." Kisuke went through the cut in space he made and disappeared, leaving behind a silent room. A few seconds later, Serafal jumped into action and turned to Shunsui. "Captain Commander-chan, please contact the West Seoul Society and ask for their cooperation. Tell them to contact the defense ministries of various nations to prepare their arsenals. And if they don't agree..." With a big smile on her face, Serafal replied with a bone-chilling voice, "Tell them that the Dragon Queen will incinerate them." Chapter 1247, Chapter 1247. A Fly. Kisuke just stepped into the dimensional gap, which had now replaced the void between worlds, Garganta. This was done by Flana and her dragon friends to keep the worlds together. However, unlike the dimensional gap that he knew, it's not an infinite space because it was just a temporary measure. It was with that idea in mind that he was not surprised to meet a lone maggot wriggling around without any sense of direction. Since the emergency protection system that he placed on Ophis hadn't triggered, Kisuke took his time to observe the maggot. It doesn't know what to do, but it looks like it's slowly adjusting. It'll take some time, but it'll eventually know how to move. It's also a problem that it could survive this chaotic space, since only a few people could come into this place and remain unscathed. With a swing of the released Tiamat, Kisuke bisected the struggling maggot. On his way to Hell, Kisuke found several more of these maggots and had the same observation as the first one. As soon as they learn to move properly, they'll reach the other worlds. While bringing that bad premonition with him, he finally took the shortest path to Hell. After Flana took over the role of the linchpin, the plan was to slowly integrate the three worlds with the larger scope of the dimensional gap. But to think it'll be this messy. I hope it's not too messy on the other side too. Kisuke soon found an increasing number of maggots, and not long after that were the holes they created to even reach the dimensional gap in the first place. Despite his high resistance to disgusting things, the hair on Kisuke's body couldn't help but stand up while watching thousands of these maggots pile out of the holes, slowly drifting into the kaleidoscopic space and spreading out into the distance. This is so much worse than I anticipated. Though thanks to this, Hell at large should be relatively safer. Ignoring the flood of maggots, Kisuke went through one of the holes and immediately scanned his surroundings. He couldn't feel Ichibat's aura, but he could tell that Ophis was around with her power still lingering. And sure enough, Ophis suddenly appeared beside him. But what surprised him more was the two people tied by her snakes beside her. You've arrived. Kisuke nodded and patted her head. I'm sorry for letting you do an unreasonable task. It even endangered Lilith. Ophis shook her head. I am glad to be of help. It's about time I returned the favor. You didn't really have to. Kisuke sighed before finally turning his attention to the two people glaring at them. I'm glad to see you guys still energetic. I truly mean it. One of the tied-up people, Tenjiro Kirinji, clicked his tongue. Do you expect us to believe that? Kisuke grinned and covered his mouth with his free hand. Of course not. But I guess this is not a good place to talk, huh? What do you plan to do with us? The other tied person, Senjumaru Shitara, asked. She had been trying to get the snake off her body, but no matter what she did, they didn't budge at all. Kisuke thought about it for a moment before answering. That'll be up to you. Senjumaru and Tenjiro looked at each other and weighed their options. As even those who were Ichiban's close confidants don't know what's going on, so they didn't really have many options. Before anything, what happened to Kiryu? Senjumaru asked again. The smile on Kisuke's face disappeared. She's fine, but she has lost all of her powers. Tenjiro and Senjumaru's eyes widened in surprise. As she lost her powers? Then that would mean. Not from the fact that she lost her powers, but from the fact that she's still alive, because they could only think of one ability of hers that would strip her of all of her powers as a Shinigami. Kisuke was able to guess what they were thinking and replied, she tried but I got lucky and she failed. Tenjiro and Senjumaru were silent for a moment before the former asked, how did you save her? As the creator of most of the Kata system, Tenjiro was incredibly curious, as he already researched this situation beforehand and found no solution. Even the immortality granted by Ichiban's naming couldn't save her in case she uses that. Just how did he? Because if there's something that Ichiban can't rename, those are the basic laws of the universe. As I said, I got lucky. You can ask her about the details later. Kisuke shrugged his shoulders. More importantly, I assume you also don't have any idea what got into Hayasube-san, do you? Senjumaru immediately answered, no. We would appreciate it if you give us some clues, because you seem to have some. I only have some guesses. Kisuke then turned to Ophis and asked, what did he look like to you, Ophis-chan? A fly, Ophis answered after thinking about it for a few seconds. I see. Kisuke heaved out a heavy sigh. This is more troublesome than I thought. And here I thought I could take it easy after replacing the linchpin. Tenjiro and Senjumaru already expected it when he returned to Hell after defeating Kiryu, but they were still shocked. Do the three worlds still exist? It does. In the first place, I didn't have any intention of destroying them. Kisuke prepared Tiamat once again and flew off to one of the holes. Let's return to Soul Society first. Ophis closely followed him, and the other two found that some of their mobility returned. They looked at each other before also following the first two. As they got into the dimensional gap, Tenjiro and Senjumaru were once again shocked by the chaotic pull the space produced. This is such a deadly place, weaker hollows and Shinigamis won't be able to traverse this, muttered the latter. Kisuke didn't say anything and just silently went through the crowd of maggots. It didn't take long before they reached where Kisuke made the hole in space and returned. Upon their arrival, Kisuke found out that there was only one person present in the room, and that was the weirdly dressed Kuratsuchi. So you brought them back. Now let's hear what your plan is before the three worlds are completely eaten. Chapter 1248, Chapter 1248 VIP Guest. Mayuri prepared enough seats for everyone while pondering about the snakes that were tying up the members of the Zero Division. Fascinating. To think something flimsy could hold someone like them. And they don't feel special at all. His eyes landed on the black-haired girl, but the latter just ignored him and sat down beside Kisuke. I only heard a nonsensical story, but I wonder how much truth was behind it. Tenjiro and Senjumaru didn't hesitate anymore and also sat down. To think those idiots would actually start a civil war. Were they too bored, muttered the former. Don't make it sound like you're not involved, Mayuri replied while giving him a side eye. But we're not. It's not our problem unless the balance is threatened. Tenjiro shrugged his shoulders. I can't say the same for Ichiban, though. He's the only one who has the freedom to act on his own. And it's not like we're aware of most of his independent actions. Senjumaru supplemented. Kisuke and Mayuri glanced at each other. Although they are not saying it outright, they are trying to hint at their current stance in the current series of events. Kisuke then turned to Ophis and said, Ophis-chan, please release them. Ophis tilted her head towards him. Are you certain? Kisuke nodded at her with a smile. Even if they start fighting, it's easy for you to erase them, right? Mayuri's eyes widened while Tenjiro and Senjumaru shuddered because he was not absolutely joking. With the same small smile, Ophis let out a proud harumph and said, of course. I'm strong, after all. At the same time, the snakes coiling around Tenjiro and Senjumaru started disintegrating into nothing, freeing them and allowing them to utilize their Ryatsu. Naturally, both of them didn't do anything that would trigger the terrifying little girl and just sat obediently. Also, at that moment, everyone felt Yamamoto's dense Reiatsu flaring up outside with the air slowly drying up. While looking up, Mayuri commented, "This thing isn't going to take long. But it's going to be noisy for a while. Then what about going to my place? Can you leave your station for a while?" Mayuri turned back to Kisuke with a suspicious look. "I'm not going to do anything bad. I also want to check on Nemea-san's status and the work I left him." Mayuri stood up and started operating his phone to send various messages. "All right, let's go. Akon should know what to do in my absence. I'm also bringing Mimu with me." Kisuke didn't mind and said, "I think I'll also bring Claire, Kunu, and Tanis. They'll be able to rest easier at home." Ophis led the way by teleporting everyone to their home, which was a large mansion in the middle of nowhere. As expected, that house in the human world was just for show. But to think you're hiding in the Valley of Screams. I'm regularly scanning these pocket dimensions, but nothing like this ever came up. I'd be more amazed if you can actually find this place, Kisuke replied as they felt another presence quickly approaching. It was only a split second later that Uetsu appeared in front of the group with a surprised expression. "Urahara. And you brought Tenjiro and Senjimaro with you? How?" Tenjiro glared at Uetsu for a moment but immediately calmed down. "You know what? Forget it. We also don't know what the hell is going on. I'm curious about something though. How did you escape from Zero Division's contract?" Uetsu displayed a large grin and fixed his sunglasses. "I hope you haven't forgotten. I'm the one who created the brush he used to write that contract. So you already have an idea what Ichibai truly is." Senjimaro joined in. "Of course I do. I've known him even before the initial conception of beings called Shinigami." "Then what is he?" Tenjiro asked. However, Tenjiro only received a shrug. "Who knows? At that time, all I knew and wanted to do is to swing my hammer and play with fire. I didn't care what those guys were doing with the Soul King." And while speaking, Uetsu's eyes slowly drifted toward Kisuke. "If there's someone who knows, it's probably this guy." That resulted in all eyes present landing on Kisuke, prompting him to respond, "I have a clue but I'm not certain. I intend to let everyone know my hypothesis in the process of planning out our countermeasures against those maggots. But before that, let's call in another person." Kisuke approached Ophis and continued, "Ophis-chan, I have another favor. Once that guest arrives, I want you to." Half an hour after Kisuke's group's arrival, Ophis was standing alone in a wide field not far from the mansion. The task that was given to her this time was to wait for a certain man. Because of her not-so-standard perception of time, Ophis didn't know that half an hour had already passed. Thankfully, Ophis didn't have to wait long as she detected a fluctuation in space. She immediately sprung into action and summoned a 6-foot-wide and 100-foot-long jet-black snake with glistening purple eyes. A tall man wearing an all-black with a white trimming outfit, swept back brown hair, and a pair of menacing brown eyes appeared with a calm expression after a violet light flashed briefly. However, that calm expression instantly turned bewildered when he saw a giant snake about to swallow him whole. As a response, he released his absolutely massive Reiatsu that's enough to erase the existence of any normal people just by being around him. His weaponized Reiatsu, which was enough to take down the royal palace, slammed into the incoming snake's mouth. But to his surprise, the snake only slowed down a bit, albeit started disintegrating. The man's violet Reiatsu intensified. Even though the snake was about to gulp him down, it couldn't bite down and was blown off into countless pieces. He immediately noticed that the snake was not a true living being and turned his attention to the little girl who attacked him. "You are that being who fended off that mechanical life form from Urahara's memories." He then pointed his right hand towards him and conjured a violet ball of pure destructive Ryoryoku. Despite his calm demeanor, he still wouldn't easily let go of anyone whose attack almost reached him. He released a second ball and sent it flying towards Ophis. To his surprise once again, Ophis didn't move at all and continued to stand her ground. The violet ball of destruction squarely hit her on the stomach and it was soon followed by a flash of violet light engulfing Ophis and her surroundings. The violet light produced a massive explosion that sent debris and dust all around. The man, however, was in for the third surprise when the dust cleared up and found the little girl without any damage and still standing, now in midair because under her was just a giant crater still glowing red from the heat. The man, Sosuke Aizen, smiled. "Interesting. However, this man was fated to be surprised for the 4th time today." Chapter 1249, Chapter 1249 Countermeasure. Except for Kunu and Tanis who had brought Claire to the medical facility, Kisuke led everyone else to the surveillance room and after turning up the barrier around the mansion to the max, he turned on the numerous screens present and they started displaying Ophis who's silently waiting. "Who did you invite that someone like her has to receive?" Tenjiro asked curiously while rubbing his chin. Since he had already stepped onto this boat, he decided to become comfortable. "Ichibai has something to do with those maggots as Urahara calls them. Might as well see where this is going. In any case, I'm still fulfilling my job technically." Senjumaru also had the same train of thought, but she was still a bit apprehensive of where they are right now. It won't be easy fighting those nigh infinite maggots no matter how weak they are individually. But it has to be done even if the Zero Division is gone. You'll see. Kisuke just gave him a short answer. And after waiting for about half an hour, something finally happened and Office summoned a gigantic snake. Is that Aizen Sosuke? Mayuri muttered while furrowing his brows. I was expecting that you'd free him at some point, but I didn't know that he was already wandering around. And looking at him, he has already recovered most of his abilities. He was also trying to hide his surprise at Office equally duking it out with a monster like Aizen. Another monster, huh? The aura around her is also familiar. Ah, that's right. It was those roars that sounded like trumpets of the apocalypse. Tenjiro turned to Kisuke, who still had a calm demeanor, and said, I know you're crazy. But you're actually suicidal. You do realize that he could do more damage than Yawatch, and it's only because he got overconfident that you were able to seal him, right? And to properly kill him, Ichibai once mentioned that you have to kill him at least 100,000 times. Senjumaru added while her eyes were still glued on the screen, watching the two of them attempt to destroy each other with no avail. Aizen is one thing, but is this little girl actually invulnerable? Meanwhile, Uetsu was much more interested in Kisuke's intention of letting Office face Aizen, and a few moments later, a light bulb went off in his head. Ah. So that's what you're trying to do? Well, if we want him to sit down on the same level as us, we have to do this first, Kisuke replied. He was not surprised that Uetsu was able to guess his intentions since he already had a rough idea of Office abilities. Soon, the moment Kisuke was waiting for arrived and he finally made his move. Aizen and Office exchanged various ranged attacks, but neither of them moved an inch. While Aizen would instantly regenerate any damage done to him, Office remained still as a cold rock without any speck of dust on her. If this was the Office of the past, no matter how durable she was, she wouldn't remain safe from someone like Aizen, but she had finally learned how to defend herself with her dense, infinite energy. Only some people like Claire, who can ignore or disable defenses, could hurt her. Aizen momentarily stopped his attacks, and so did Office. What are you trying to achieve here? And where's Urahara? However, Office only kept staring at him, waiting for his next actions. Aizen smirked and continued, well, you don't have to answer. All of a sudden, Office felt something strange on her stomach, and when she looked down, she saw an arm sticking out from it. I just have to force that guy to come out, she heard Aizen's voice from behind. When she looked back up, she saw Aizen in the distance in front of her, slowly disappearing. For the first time, there's a change in Office's expression, but it was not what Aizen was expecting. She's smiling. Aizen hurriedly pulled out his arm, but before he could do so, he felt a sting on it. Aizen made a distance between him and Office to figure out what the latter was planning. In that instant, he also took a look at the arm he used to pierce her stomach and found 2 small holes in it. Snake bite. He wanted to continue his assault, but Aizen decided against it when he felt another presence approaching. A few seconds later, he saw Kisuke appearing beside Office with a flash step. That's quite a rude greeting, wasn't it? Aizen complained with a smile. But Kisuke didn't immediately address him and turned to Office. Did it work? Office nodded, and 9 small snakes instantly manifested in her hand that she raised in front of her. Without any further instruction from Kisuke, 8 of the 9 snakes started flying towards the mansion, while the last one attached itself to Kisuke's palm, becoming a tattoo. Aizen wanted to intercept the snakes, but before he could even move forward, he was surprised that an invisible slash stopped his tracks and gave his arm a wound. However, Aizen was not surprised that he was wounded. He turned to Kisuke and asked, Kyuka Suigetsu didn't work on you, huh? Kisuke chuckled while holding Tiamat and showed him the tattoo of the snake. Sorry about this rude welcome. I have to take measures for us to properly talk, you see. Aizen turned to the snakes that had already entered the mansion and sighed. I guess that's true. But I'd like some proper compensation for this harassment. Kisuke sighed in relief. You're much more open to this than I initially thought. You'll understand once the burden of ambition leaves your consciousness. The snakes arrived at the surveillance room, and the one who took the initiative to receive them like Kisuke was Uetsu. You have to touch Kyuka Suigetsu's blade to render it ineffective. Since Aizen fused with his Zanpakuto, his entire body has essentially become Kyuka Suigetsu's blade. Its advantage is apparent since he could put everyone into an illusion by just laying your eyes on him, but so is its weakness. The little girl was giving us a way to deny his Zanpakuto's ability. Uetsu's explanation was easy to understand. And after a few moments of hesitation, everyone accepted the snakes in their palms. Chapter 1250, Chapter 1250. Another VIP. Kisuke invited Aizen inside to meet the rest. Oh. What a fun assortment of people. To think we'd all come together like this for a discussion. I would have never expected it in 1,000 years. Want to make it 10,000 years? Uetsu replied back with a smirk on his face, not backing down from the Ryatsu Aizen was releasing. There are more surprises. Everyone thought to themselves when they heard Uetsu's words. I felt his arrival earlier. I thought you might as well let him in since he's here, Uetsu added to Kisuke. Kisuke thought about it for a moment before nodding. All right. He can't come up but I can set up a remote connection. He's probably seeing all of this anyways. Mayuri and Aizen knew what happened when the world started collapsing earlier, so they immediately had an idea who Kisuke was referring to. Now, I never really expected this in 10,000 years. The latter commented with a hearty laugh while also reeling in his Ryatsu that was already hurting the small Nimue despite multiple people blocking his Ryatsu for her. The group arrived at the conference room and Kisuke offered each of them a seat while also typing on the keyboard present on the head of the table. A few seconds later, a holographic screen appeared in the middle of the table depicting a man without his lower body, suspended in half an inch of wires. How gracious of you to include me in this little gathering. Yawatch opened his mouth before slowly opening his eyes that has now returned to normal, signifying that his Almighty had been deactivated. This is also a rather interesting seal. You really do know a lot of tricks, Urahara Kisuke. The basis of that seal was thanks to a certain broke Valkyrie. I only modified it a bit to suit my needs. Kisuke just shrugged his shoulders after a short answer and took a seat. Tenjiro and Senjumaru's eyes widened and both of them were shaken by his appearance. So you really did it. I was suspicious of your claims, but to think that you were able to stabilize the worlds without him, muttered the former. Senjumaru's gaze, on the other hand, became attracted to Ophis. After witnessing all that's happening, this is actually not the most surprising thing. Tenjiro scratched his head in frustration, but he agreed with Senjumaru. Right. Now then, tell us how we'll deal with those worms or maggots as you refer to them. No. More importantly, what is Hyosub Ichibai? Kisuke paused for a moment to arrange his thoughts. With all eyes on him, he started, before I answer that, knowing what hell really is would give everyone a bit of context. I've iterated it multiple times already, but I call those insects maggots for the sole reason that they've been chewing on a dead body. At that moment, someone instantly clicked within everyone's mind, except for Ophis and Nimue who were just passively listening, of course. No. It can't be. But that also explains my weird findings. Mayuri went into his own world and started muttering to himself. So that's why you've been calling them maggots. Tenjiro also muttered while rubbing his temples, but setting aside how ridiculous this idea is and how is that possible considering how wide the hell is. What's Ichibai's connection with all of this? To be honest, I'm not so sure either. Though I suspected his connection with hell from early on, it's only after meeting the last remnants of the Soul King's consciousness that I managed to put together some pieces. Kisuke then proceeded to tell them what he heard from the Soul King when he last appeared and what transpired within hell before Tenjiro and Senjumaru arrived. Something like that happened? Senjumaru asked, incredibly bothered. Although Kisuke showed no proof of his claims, she weighed a few things in her head and concluded that there was no reason for him to lie at this point in time because any dishonesty on his part would explode in his face later on with the current members of this meeting. So that's why he asked us to follow at a later time. If he eliminates the evidence, there's no point in questioning him. Tenjiro clenched his fist and started questioning what they had been doing all this time. Aizen, on the other hand, was amused by Kisuke's story as he turned towards Ophis with a smile. Too bad for him, there's a monster waiting to trip his feet. His eyes returned to Kisuke and asked, and you used that chance to snatch the guy hanged up in the most glorified of torture chambers. I also saw those dragons pile up in the palace. Did they replace him? Kisuke nodded. Flana led them and replaced the Garganta with that strange, chaotic space. Wait. Wouldn't that mean the travel between worlds has stopped? Tenjiro asked. No need to worry about that. I'm sure Kuratsuchi-san here already thought of a way to circumvent that. Mayuri was deep in thought but stopped when his name was mentioned. I knew that Garganta and Dangai-based travel may become obsolete. So using the teleportation magic as a base, I modified both the Senkaman and Descorer to directly connect two places and speed things along. It also stopped the former's need for a Hell Butterfly for guidance considering that they're an unknown risk. The moment the 12th Division notices that the travel between worlds using conventional methods is stopped, Akon will step in and implement the changes immediately so there's no need to be worried about isolation. And now that that's out of the way, let's return to the question of, what is Hyosub Ichibai? Kisuke pushed the conversation forward. You probably already came to the same conclusion as me, and that is Hyosub-san was probably the being that the Soul King was referring to. A being that shouldn't have been born in the first place. I have reason to suspect that the dead body, which is hell now, was the physical body that the Soul King had discarded for some reason. However, these transcendents don't work on normal logic, so even if it's just an inanimate body, it still holds a tremendous power. If we tie Hyosub-san's existence to that physical body, I can think of two possibilities in regard to his true identity. First is that he's a being that manifested from the remaining power of the body and gained his own consciousness and body. Second is that he's one of those maggots that kept eating the corpse and gained power and consciousness from doing so. Chapter 1251, Chapter 1251 Let her learn it too. Everyone became quiet with each of them considering Kisuke's words. About a minute later, Mayuri voiced out his concerns. In other words, there's nothing concrete aside from the fact that we don't know anything about him aside from his obvious connection with hell and those maggots. And would answering the question yield us good information to stop the invasion? Uetsu also added, regardless of what he is, the issue at hand is still stopping those things from consuming everything. Well, maybe there's an important piece of information that could reverse the situation, but it's also true that dedicating more effort to this is counterproductive. Kisuke easily agreed with the two of them before turning to Mayuri. So Kuratsuchi-san, what do you think of those insects? Why are you asking me? Aren't you the one who observed them? Geez, did you really think that you could hide the fact that you created a tiny gateway to send and receive information from the outside? But despite being caught, Mayuri didn't close the microscopic hole he created within his arm that he uses to send and receive data from his lab. However, he also didn't deny what he was doing and told Kisuke what he wanted to know. Those maggots seem to move as one if you look at them from the top. And despite large distances, it seems that they are capable of communicating with each other. So what's the probability that this constitutes them having a hive mind? Mayuri thought about it for a moment before answering, around 90%. Their behavior is consistent with them having connected minds. However, instead of the normal hive mind, I spotted a few of what looked like flies that seemed to control the flow of information and command of the maggots around them. If this is indeed a hive mind, then those nodes are probably protection against information overload and a countermeasure in case they are disconnected from the hive. Any chance of us infecting this hive mind? If you want an immediate answer from my observations, then no. We could spend more time looking into this, however. No. Don't bother. Let's just confirm if we can use those nodes to trace the brood mother, if it has one. Mayuri also thought of dealing with the main mind if this is truly a hive mind. Considering that they're doing this, the probability is high. Though it won't be easy to reach it. Inserting himself into their conversation, Uetsu said, our goal is clear it seems. Defend the 3 worlds and a special attack force to strike down the brood mother. That, of course, if you're reading the situation right. We also still don't know where Ichibai went and what he's doing right now. Kisuke sighed and added, we also don't know the reason for his sudden transformation. Nevertheless, it's inevitable that he'll resurface once we start counterattacking. So what's the plan? Tenjiro asked. He knew that they didn't have much time, so they had to start moving as soon as possible. It now became clear to him and Senjimaro that they have no choice in this matter. I think having Aizen Sosuke as part of the attack force will increase the chance of success tremendously. He suggested but also thought, he's too much of a hot potato. It's a lot better for everyone to have him move away as far as possible. Naturally, Aizen immediately guessed his hidden intention, but he only chuckled at his attempt. What are you talking about? I made it clear from the beginning. I won't be offering my strength. Things have become very interesting, so I'd rather watch where this will bring us. Now that he knows about the existence of the other worlds, his motivation to protect the current ones has decreased. Besides, Urahara and Kuratsuchi working together will bring changes that I wouldn't like to miss. I already have something in mind regarding the division of work. So the problem will be who is going to be on that suicide mission and convincing them, huh? I don't mind going, but I think I can contribute more if I were to stay behind. Uetsu muttered while resting his arm on the table. Ah, that won't be a problem. Kisuke replied with a big smile on his face, the special attack force will consist of me. And me alone. Everyone in the room except for Ophis was shocked at his words. One thing is that no matter how strong he is, he's essentially going to throw his life away. And 2, everyone thought that he was going to include Ophis in that attack force. After all, it was she who pushed Ichibai to the limit without much effort. Kisuke didn't explain his decision any further and continued delegating tasks. Kuratsuchi-san will clean up all the mess, especially the mess that the nobles left behind. You're also free to use my lab and read any information that you can access. Mayuri was about to rant about him cleaning the mess but changed his mind the moment he heard Kisuke's second statement. I hope that you don't regret that. It's fine. You'll help me stabilize everything, so that's the least I could do. Kisuke then turned to Senjimaro, Tenjiro, and Uetsu. As for you guys, please assist Kuratsuchi-san in case he needs to do a somewhat forceful, convincing. Just what are you trying to pull here? Tenjiro asked. Although their immediate goal is the preservation of the world, they still don't know what Kisuke was aiming for. You can ask Uetsu-san later. He'll have your answers. After that, he ignored them and looked toward Aizen. I won't ask you to fight, but I do have another favor. Aizen didn't outright reject him, so Kisuke was relieved. Please teach Ophis-chan how to use her Zanpakuto. Aizen's eyes narrowed, but there was a glint of interest within. I've heard of her strange ability to be anything she could think of, which includes being a Shinigami, but how about we make it more interesting? Kisuke became instantly guarded. Like what? Aizen pointed his thumb at the person who was just silently observing all this time. Let him teach her how to become a Quincy. Kisuke was silent for a moment before asking, you want to create another instance of Kurosaki Ichigo? I'll only help out if you agree. Of course, Kisuke didn't agree immediately as it was too risky, but before he could even weigh his options, he felt Ophis tugging on his sleeve, and when he turned to her, Ophis was making this reassuring expression, it's fine. I'm strong. Kisuke stared at her with his eyes wide open for a moment before he started chuckling and patting her head. Isn't that right? You're the strongest. You'll be fine. Ophis nodded. However, the real reason why she wanted to agree with Aizen is because she wanted to brag to Baka Red that she had learned a new trick. Chapter 1252, Chapter 1252 Going Offensive. Kisuke left the isolated space to let everyone do what they want and arrived in the human world, which was already eerily silent, considering he's currently standing on a normally busy street in Karakura town. Like Mayuri, Kisuke was secretly communicating with Serafal, and the two of them had agreed to meet up in the human world. Within Karakura town, there were only some police in full gear and military men equipped with rifles roaming around and talking to their radios. The evacuation was nearly done. That's fast, Kisuke thought to himself. Additionally, some Shinigami were jumping from one building to another while carrying communication devices with them. Kisuke found a seat in the deserted shopping district and took out his phone to browse the internet. As he expected, it was buzzing with activity, and there was only one topic circulating: invisible people with strange abilities announce the imminent end of the world. What a funny headline, Kisuke thought and browsed more. After a few swipes, he found out the main reason for the speedy evacuation: large-scale teleportation magic set up all around the country to concentrate people into a few key locations for easier defense. I knew Saratan had been doing something else in her free time. Could it be this? She sure is prepared, Kisuke muttered when he saw the familiar insignia present on the magic circles within the photos posted online. What's more amazing was that these circles were present throughout the world. The effort she invested in this was no joke, Kisuke thought, but he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Whatever the case may be, the important thing is that she's helping the people now. Naturally, not everything was going smoothly, as there were many who chose to defy the evacuation orders for one reason or another, making a mess out of everything. Kisuke couldn't blame them and thought that it was one of the natural reactions since their lives were all of a sudden disrupted by nonsensical and fairy-tale-like existences. At that moment, a few soldiers finally noticed Kisuke casually sitting and swiping through his phone. Hey, you. Didn't you hear the announcement? One of them raised his voice while jogging towards him. Follow us. We'll bring you to the shelter. Before Kisuke could say anything, another voice resounded, and this time, it came from above their heads. Please wait. And when they looked up, they saw a petite woman with long black hair, a pair of square glasses, and a link of chains wrapped around her head. The white garb, worn by the members of the 12th Division to serve as a lab coat, flapped around as she landed softly not far from them. Captain. The soldiers were stunned. They still couldn't comprehend how this young woman could casually jump off from a tall building and land without any effort. The one leading them, however, immediately recovered and asked, Kunadano, is this man one of your people? The Shinigami turned to him and answered, yes, Takao-san. You don't have to worry about him. I see. The soldier named Takao fixed his helmet and nodded in affirmation. Then we'll continue our patrol. Thank you for your hard work. Kuna also lowered her head a bit. The soldiers dispersed, and Kisuke was left with the Shinigami. It's been a while, Kuna. And by the way, I'm not your captain anymore. He noticed that there's a thin film of magic power surrounding her, which resulted in her being visible to normal people. Kuna immediately shook her head. You have been my captain, and you're always going to be my captain. Kisuke smiled wryly. Kuratsuchi-san won't let you go once he hears that. Captain Kuratsuchi won't care. All he cares about is our abilities, contributions, and professionalism. He doesn't need loyalty because he doesn't trust any of us to begin with, aside from Nimue. Although that doesn't mean I don't respect him. Kisuke thought about it for a bit and chuckled. That's true, isn't it? Anyways, enough of the greetings. Shouldn't you guys be busy dealing with the nobles? That's mostly sorted out thanks to the former captain commander actively pulling his weight. Due to that, most of the nobles gave up and started blaming the others to reduce the consequences that they'll get. The remaining ones are just the stubborn ones and those who knew they'd already dug their graves too deep. They're also the main perpetrators regarding the hollowified Shinigami soldiers. For now, the majority of the efforts are being refocused on reconnecting the worlds and setting up defenses in collaboration with the West Soul Society and various human governments and organizations. I see, Kisuke muttered. However, he's curious about one thing: where are the captains and lieutenants? I've been browsing the internet and saw various news articles about the collaboration. However, the highest people I've seen are the third seat and below. Kuna paused for a moment before answering, I'm not really sure. All I heard was that the captains and lieutenants are receiving a specially made jigai that'll be useful for the upcoming defense. Beyond that, I haven't heard of anything. So he already set it in motion the moment I left for the royal palace. As expected of him. Not hesitating and wasting any time. I wonder what he'd do if I had failed back then. Kuna reported the other small things to Kisuke until he finally felt Serafal's aura appear. Kuna, Serafal is here. I'll talk to you later. Yes, Captain. I'll return to my duty. Please be careful. You too. Prioritize your survival. Although we are preparing, it may become more bloody than the Quincy War from a decade ago. Serafal arrived just as Kuna left, and the first thing that she said in a serious tone was, I'll take care of things on this side. So do your thing. And make sure to return alive. Kisuke stared at her, and although she was trying to hide it, Kisuke noticed that there was a pained expression behind her facade. With a sigh, Kisuke approached Serafal and said, I'm really lucky and grateful that I brought you with me. I couldn't have possibly handled all of this on my own. Thank you. But instead of acknowledging it, Serafal lowered her body and gritted her teeth before throwing a fist straight into his stomach. Guh. Kisuke couldn't dodge because he was not expecting her to suddenly attack him and was sent back tumbling for a few feet. Kisuke slowly stood up while rubbing his stomach and looked up to Serafal with an angry expression. With her fast movement, Serafal suddenly appeared in front of him, crouched down, and grabbed his clothes to bring his face close to hers. Why were you speaking like you're going on a suicide mission? Because I am. Deny it. Damn it. I'm telling the truth though. If you're thankful, then at least reassure me that you'll be returning. Kisuke was silent and could only stare at her furious face. If you're thankful, at least promise that you'll return for sure. Even if it seems like an impossible feat. Kisuke sighed again, fine. I'll return. I promise. What do you want as a souvenir? It was Serafal's turn to become silent, and after a few moments of thinking, her angry expression disappeared and was replaced by a big grin. Forget about the souvenir. Just take me on a nice long date. And I'm taking a down payment. What? Down pay? Kisuke was incredibly confused and started to ask, however, his words were cut off when unexpectedly, he found his lips locked with Serafal. Kisuke was shocked. Nevertheless, he didn't move nor try to do anything extra with his lips because he knew. He knew that Serafal didn't have any type of experience at all, and he didn't know how to respond to her sudden action. Thankfully, or not, Serafal moved back and let go of Kisuke, dropping him down on the ground. She then hurriedly turned around while saying, if you don't return for a week, I'll follow you. Without waiting for his reply, Serafal disappeared with teleportation magic. But before she did, Kisuke noticed her red ears. I guess that's another reason to do my extra best. Chapter 1253, Chapter 1253 New Tutor. Serafal reappeared in the mansion they bought when they first arrived in Urahara town. This is where she set up the central management system for the teleportation magic circles that she deployed throughout the world whenever she had free time. When things that Kisuke was planning got too involved with Hell, she thought that this was a good idea in case the conflict spilled out from their intended targets, and it turned out that it was one hell of a good idea. A few minutes later, while monitoring the progress of evacuation, she felt that Kisuke's presence disappeared and knew that he left to finally end all of this, but is it really that easy? As she asked herself that question, she thought back to the meeting that Kisuke leaked to her earlier. He was forced to rely on them, and thanks to that, his negotiation powers have been thrown to the trash. I have to do something to at least get back some of that. True to her former position and job, Serafal started thinking of how they'll be able to get benefits and possibly gaining their alliance after all of this is over. For starters, how about I let a few ghost cities be destroyed? If I ask the Belial House, they should be able to export some of the underworld technologies for repairs. Serafal further analyzed the management system and found that there are some disruptions in the flow of the magic power surrounding the areas they're near, Probably in 2 or 3 days. We still have plenty of time to prepare. She's also aware of those against the forced evacuation, but she figured that it'll soon be sorted out once the maggots make their way to the human world. I guess I can leave this alone for now. After setting up all kinds of alerts, Serafal stood up and stretched her limbs before teleporting herself away. Her destination, the isolated space that they had within the Valley of Screams. As soon as she arrived within the room designated for transfer abilities, she was greeted by various auras, and most of them are familiar to her. However, what caught her immediate attention was the intense and arrogant aura that seems to fill the entire space, and it doesn't look like they are making any effort in releasing that aura. How dangerous. Serafal thought to herself with a single bead of sweat dropping on the side of her face. According to the profiles I have, there's only one person who fits the description. Isn't he teaching Office-chan how to use her Zanpakuto? Serafal decided to take a look. As she went through the mansion, she made no effort to hide her presence. Although no one really bothered to approach her since they all have a lot more things that they have to take care of while Kuno and Tanis were busy bringing Claire back to health. Naturally, Aizen and Office also felt Serafal's approach, but both of them are focused on the 2 blades that are on Office's hand right now. I was wondering why that man asked for my help instead of the sword god to teach you how to use them. But it turned out like this. Office looked up at him and tilted her head. What seems to be the problem? She also wanted to use her Zanpakuto to complete her cosplay, but she and Lilith refused to call the names that have been appearing in their minds for the simple reason that they didn't like it. Those swords are trying to call to you yet you're rejecting them. They are essentially dead blades. Aizen answered her seriously. Ophis tossed one of the Zanpakuto back into the void and inspected the remaining one by pulling it out of its scabbard. At that moment, Seraphol arrived, and the first thing she did was to introduce herself. Nice to meet you. I'm Citri Seraphol. Currently Urahara Kisuke's partner in crime. Aizen glanced at her, and thanks to his experience, he was able to gauge some of Seraphol's true ability, another form of immortality. Huh? He knew that Seraphol didn't receive Ophis Snake and immediately activated his Kyuka Suigetsu. Although he really can't control the illusions that he shows now after his fusion with his Zanpakuto, the benefit is that he could always activate it for whoever is looking at him. Aizen Sosuke. Aizen simply replied. All of a sudden, the temperature around them instantly dropped, and icicles started forming in the surroundings. And when Aizen traced the source of the coldness, he immediately found out that it came from the crown of ice that abruptly appeared on top of Seraphol's head. That won't work. I have various defenses etched directly on my consciousness. Seraphol explained with a fearless smile on her face, your ability targets the opponent's brain directly. Unfortunately for you, inside my skull isn't exactly a brain made out of fat, water, protein, carbohydrates, and salts. There's only pure ice in here, she added while pointing at her head. Aizen was silent for a few moments before speaking up. Amazing. You're the second person to just directly disregard Kyuka Suigetsu. As expected of that man's partner. You don't disappoint. Then you'll probably be more impressed if you were to meet my friends. Surzek-chan will just directly destroy that ability while Ajuka-chan will immediately know that something is wrong with his formula. Flana-chan. Well, she sees the world differently, so I doubt you can hypnotize her without understanding her perspective. Who else? Probably Shiva-chan too. There's hardly anything that can fool his senses. While listening to Seraphol, Aizen's eyes widened. All this time, he hasn't really met anyone who could go against his Zanpakuto save for Ichibai, who has power over all Zanpakuto, Kisuke and Kuratsuchi, who have countless tricks under their sleeves. Yet this time, there are multiple individuals who rendered it useless. So why did Kiten ask you to help Ophis with this instead of the sword guy? Seraphol changed the subject. Aizen turned his eyes back to Ophis. Nemea can fix and reforge a broken Zanpakuto. However, her Zanpakuto isn't broken, nor is there anything wrong with it. She just needs a closer connection with its spirit. Doesn't that mean? If it's getting closer to a Zanpakuto spirit, I'd like to call myself experienced. Aizen added with a smirk. Chapter 1254, Chapter 1254 Meeting Ichibai. Kisuke dived back into hell, and the former normal landscape full of greens had been utterly destroyed with giant maggots continuously gnawing on anything they could put their mouths into. The purple sky, on the other hand, was full of holes that revealed the iridescent glow made from the dragon's dimensional gap. Upon his arrival, the first thing that Kisuke did was find a relatively clean place and set up a temporary station that would connect to the scanners that he gave to Furufushi's group. It has been some time. They probably scattered enough of them already. And as he expected, he immediately received a ping from the scanners and started receiving the data that they had been gathering. This is much worse than I expected. Kisuke muttered to himself while the corner of his mouth twitched uncomfortably. There are at least 100 million of those in that small area. There's no way we'll be able to clean all of this up even if I somehow break their connection to the hive mind or take care of the brood mother. Not in a short time, at least. And time was not on his side right now. Kisuke has a feeling that the situation has already devolved on the other side, and he can't wait to return. Kisuke operated his terminal more to figure out Furufushi and the others' location by tracking the cubes he gave them earlier and found out that they are several thousand kilometers away from him right now. He could teleport to their side right now to help them, but that's only going to be a temporary solution to their current plight and would do nothing to solve the problem. The maggots are moving to their spot. They can gather most of the attention for now. Kisuke then opened another isolated terminal to plug in the data module that Kuratsuchi gave him before he left. And once he uploaded the content, a map showing the trail of the hive mind was displayed on the screen. It's beyond the edge of hell. After finding out his destination, he cleaned up his station and tore a small hole in the space. Within that hole, a cane came rushing out, and he immediately caught it. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your time. If I knew you'd go on this suicide mission, I would have done more to enjoy myself. Benihime replied, but there's a slight tone of amusement in her voice. You defeated Chaos and you're nervous about this. Tiamat chimed in. Correction. I barely and luckily set it up for you to take care of him. And that's after careful planning and making things more convenient for me. Not to mention I have a lot of people I could lean back on at that time. This time, this idiot will be going in essentially blind, desperate to end all of this to save some time. After what Gabriel-san said. There's no way I could take it slow. When Kisuke said this, Tiamat finally realized the gravity of his actions despite him acting confident. No wonder Seraphol acted that way. Oh. What did I miss? A new lover. As his two Zanpakuto gossiped like old nosy ants in the neighborhood, Kisuke ignored them and proceeded to move deeper into the corner of the world. Since he didn't want to attract any unnecessary attention, he moved slower than he previously did while hiding his breath from all the passing maggots both in the sky and under the ground. A few days later, Kisuke reached the precipice of the world where he could now see numerous giant flies in addition to the maggots. He wanted to fight, catch, and experiment on these flies, but the risk of them all rushing towards him stopped him from doing so. There's no point in getting tired before he even reaches his target. Kisuke crouched down and sharpened his senses in an attempt to detect anything from the cliff that never seems to end. He didn't want to do any active reconnaissance in any intensity in case they're capable of picking up a minute amount of disturbance in the surroundings. But despite spending a few hours going around and trying to get as much information as possible, he couldn't get anything useful aside from the trail of Ryatsu that Ichibai left some time ago. Looks like you really don't have a choice but to go in, huh? These things probably already invaded the three worlds. Beneheim's voice resounded in his head. As much as I hate it, I think I'd really have to go with that route. Kisuke replied in his head with a deeply concerned smile plastered on his face. But it's not like you have zero plans, right? I refuse to believe that you have nothing prepared. Tiamat asked once again, you wouldn't have embarked on this mission if that's not the case. Does it have something to do with the ink on your back? When you used my aspect of life, you already rendered its effects ineffective, yet you choose to keep this shadow without any substance. What for? Without substance, huh? If you can't see it, then it's probably safe to say that he also won't be able to anticipate it. Tiamat became quiet before asking, there's something else in there. However, Kisuke didn't answer her and just took a deep breath before jumping off the cliff where Ichibai's residual aura was the strongest before finally suppressing any aura leaking from his body. This, in turn, severely limited his senses to his normal sight, touch, smell, and hearing. With almost no air to slow him down, Kisuke speedily descended as he was slowly engulfed by the darkness of the abyss he jumped into. He doesn't know if the gravity is operating normally around these parts, but he's certain that there's something else that's more massive than hell itself down here since he kept falling. Eventually, the purple sky of hell that provided light stopped reaching him after a few hours of falling. Kisuke thought that this should be impossible, but he figured that there's something in the atmosphere that's destroying the flow of energies. On the way down, he also inevitably crashed into some maggots and even some flies. However, he had a genius solution to dealing with that, and that is by not reacting to anything that happens. Because he sealed everything, the maggots and flies thought that he's just a random rock that had fallen from the cliff and ignored him entirely. And finally, after a total of 10 hours, a blue light appeared in his sights before he entered a crack of unknown material and arrived at a well-lit gigantic cavern that's full of maggots, flies, and eggs. In the middle of this vast expanse was an indescribable, pulsing being of flesh, and on top of it was Ichibai, whose appearance barely resembled his previous ambience, peacefully sleeping. But instead of fearing the aura that's coming from the pulsing flesh that's on par with Aizen, Kisuke smiled and thought, how convenient. Chapter 1255, Chapter 1255 Meeting Ichibai Part 2. Ichibai still had his Shinigami garb, but strangely enough, he didn't have his brush. He had a pair of fly wings sticking out of his back, and there was black paint covering the majority of his body and face. As Kisuke was falling, Ichibai suddenly opened his eyes, which were pure black sclera with pure white pupils, and looked in his direction. In the next instant, Kisuke also released the aura that he had been repressing and opened all of his senses to gather as much information as possible. He was discovered, so there was no point in holding back and keeping things quiet. First of all, he had to secure his path of retreat. After taking note of all the routes he could possibly take, he went and started observing the pulsing flesh and Ichibai, who was sitting on top of it. Against his expectations, the worms and flies present didn't even react to him and continued to mind their own business of taking care of the eggs attached to the walls of the cavern. Kisuke adjusted his fall and landed on a relatively flat surface on his feet. His eyes were on Ichibai, who was also looking at him, but his attention was on the overall situation. No response, huh? This should not be the case if it's just those insects. Does that mean he's in full control of these things? Another question was the gravitational pull. Are there more things under us, or is it just space warping in a strange way? I was expecting you. All of a sudden, Ichibai's voice resounded inside Kisuke's mind, which immediately alarmed him. Beneheim, Tiamat. We got it. Beneheim's voice immediately replied, and the presence of Ichibai from Kisuke's mind entirely disappeared. Oh. Impressive. Most people wouldn't be able to defend their minds like that. This time around, Ichibai's voice echoed throughout the entire cavern. You've learned various techniques that are supposed to be impossible due to how the world itself was arranged. Did you come from the outside? Kisuke was quiet and didn't immediately reply. Ichibai, on the other hand, was still calm and just let Kisuke probe everything around and patiently waited for him. Pissing him off won't yield any results, I guess. Thanks to the time that Ichibai has graciously given him, Kisuke was able to fully scan his immediate surroundings. So he replied, I wonder. Wouldn't slipping into hell without your awareness and studying how to make use of the strange new energy be a more feasible thought? I would have. If not for that black being who can transform into anything helping you out. Kisuke immediately flashed a grin. Must be frustrating, isn't it? You could have never expected someone to just completely disregard your naming ability by shapeshifting back to what she originally is. This time, it was Ichibai's turn to be quiet. Kisuke tried to detect anything from him but failed to do so. Soon enough, Ichibai spoke again, but I don't see that friend of yours now. Have you come here to die? At that point, Kisuke was already certain that Ichibai has no ability to see through everything due to the fact that he doesn't know about Flana's existence. His eyes are probably limited to what these insects could see. And I'm surprised you haven't gotten rid of that paint. I was certain that you wouldn't be able to defeat Kiryu with that on, Ichibai added. Kisuke just shrugged his shoulders and said, it was due to those assumptions of yours that you've been cornered this much. But well, it's really hard to remove. It's still weighing me down right now, and I was hoping that getting rid of you will finally free me from this. While he spoke casually, Kisuke was really glad deep down. So he can't see it too. Good. Ichibai, seemingly done with him, raised his hand. Almost instantaneously, thousands of giant flies gathered and formed a hand in midair before slamming down on Kisuke. Kisuke used Flash Step and dodged the overly simplistic attack, but the moment he stepped out of the technique, he found hundreds more hands reaching out for him. He furrowed his brows and continued using his Flash Step to close the distance between him and Ichibai while dodging the hands made out of insects. Kisuke was wondering what the use of these useless attacks was, and he soon reached within striking distance of Ichibai, thinking that all of this was just an elaborate trap. Even then, Kisuke didn't hold back and brandished Beniheim and directly aimed at Ichibai's neck. While watching out for any strange occurrences, Beniheim reached Ichibai's neck and went through it, cleanly detaching his head from his body. Kisuke knew that something was wrong and immediately retreated while checking Beniheim's state. Once he was sure that nothing foreign got into her, he saw that Ichibai's head became suspended mid-air and slowly floated above his body before reattaching itself. Ha ha ha. Kisuke let out a wry laugh. Looks like I'm in for a long run here. I hope this doesn't take all week. Kisuke clutched Beniheim hard and thought, I only have one chance. Just one opening. 2 days later, the evacuation efforts were 99.9% done, and various defensive lines were put up, including those in Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. During the past 2 days, a few worms had been making their way to all the worlds, and they didn't really pose any significant risk as they were dealt with rather easily. However, the true horror was about to arrive when the main body of the corpse-eating insects started showing itself. Ichigo, Uryu, and Chad stationed themselves on top of a tall building in Karakura town, feeling the mounting pressure of the silence in the normally bustling town. I thought we were done after the Quincy's invasion. But to think we'd have something worse than that. Chad muttered to himself while watching the sky full of iridescent holes. Uryu pulled his bow and generated a blue arrow before releasing it in a certain direction. The next second, they heard the gruesome cry of a worm. On top of that, we still don't know what exactly is going on despite the world on the verge of ending. What a shitty situation. More time passed, and Uryu shot a dozen more worms that found their way into the human world, and it was also at that point that they noticed that Ichigo had been quiet. Are you worried about Inoue and Kazui? Asked Chad. I am. Ichigo answered without turning around, but I was thinking of something else. About what? Asked Uryu. If we don't know the situation, let's ask someone who knows. Ichigo pointed to his side while turning his head towards them. That young girl that we met in Urahara shop is not far from here. How did you know? I've been learning this magic thing, and I'm getting the hang of detecting presences using it. Chapter 1256, Chapter 1256 Defense. Uryu and Chad looked at Ichigo strangely, and the former asked, how did you even learn something like that so fast? I've only started detecting this magic power around me. He's strangely been perceptive of things like these all the way back, so I'm not really surprised, Chad commented while letting out a small breath. You'll get the hang of it soon enough too, Ichigo replied while jumping to another building. Uryu and Chad looked at each other for a moment before following him. After several hops and traveling over almost half of Karakura town, Ichigo, Uryu, and Chad arrived at another building where Claire was standing all alone, holding a bow. Ah, Kurosaki Nizan, Ishida Nizan, and Sado Nizan. It has been a while, Claire greeted them first while guessing what they were after when they approached her. Ichigo, Uryu, and Chad had no idea that behind that cheerful and innocent smile was a cunning mind trained to succeed a powerful and influential house. Claire-chan, isn't it? You're alone today. Ichigo started a small talk. Well, there's just too much ground to cover so we have to spread out a bit. As soon as they heard that, the three men froze. Claire saw this reaction and understood that they took it wrong and started chuckling. I didn't mean it like that. Our enemies predominantly use a subtype of magic power, and it's a lot better for those who understand magic in the first place to be in different spots in case something unexpected comes up. Ichigo sighed in relief. I thought that we shouldn't be in just one spot. No. I actually advise you against that. We're expecting a long drawn-out battle, so covering each other's back has more merit than just acting alone. But Ichigo looked around and used his newly learned detection skills. You're alone right now. I was actually thinking of joining a group after I finish my survey. Although I can fight at close range, I'm more effective from far away. That's great. Uryu stepped up. You could join us. No. Please join us. Truthfully, we also don't fully know the situation and how it came to be. We just know that an alien species was about to invade the world. We also know that something is happening in Soul Society, but Tessai told us nothing about it and just said that we can't get involved in it. Big brothers don't have the big picture of the situation. Claire furrowed her brows and started muttering to herself, looks like the dissemination of information has some problems. Though it's true that they can't get involved with Soul Society with their status as outsiders. Tessai Niken probably thought that they'll force themselves in, so he didn't tell them anything. Claire was surprised that they only have information that was given to normal people. After thinking for a moment, the smile on Claire's face reappeared as she said, if you're fine with me, please take care of me. Likewise. I hope you'd let us understand the situation better. Ichigo stretched out and offered his hand. Claire took the hand and said, you should have been informed in the first place. Ichigo, Uryu, and Chad were absolutely speechless throughout Claire's narration of the events that have transpired. Unbelievable, an operation to take out the former Captain Commander. The Nobles' Rebellion. And Ichibai's transformation that started this invasion. Ichigo muttered while holding his head as he was reminded of what he was doing at that time. I was gleefully enjoying my vacation on the couch. He thought that since Kazui was somehow involved, he'd be informed in one way or another, so he had just been waiting at home for any news. He didn't know that world-changing events were already taking place, damn it. I thought I'd at least get a call from Renji. Well, everything was resolved in the end. Uryu fixed his glasses while also calming himself down, but we can talk about the specifics of this later. Let's now focus on the current situation. All right. Claire nodded. She wanted to finish informing them because she could feel the surrounding magic power is increasing, signifying more holes opening up in the arrival of the insects. As of now, the defensive lines of all three worlds are now up and running, so we don't have to worry about the others until they call in for help. The main coordinator in the human world will be Serenichin, and she's going to be the one commanding all the forces. She's going to give out commands, but our main objective is to protect the shelters, so we'll be moving with that in mind. I see. But why are the normal human soldiers part of the defensive effort? Small arms won't do anything against these worms, and larger weapons are a double-edged sword. They are too fragile on top of that too. Of course, I'm not saying I'm against them joining the effort because you probably have a plan. I want to know what that plan is and react accordingly if we get too close. At that moment, a light bulb went off in Claire's head. Oh right. Since you didn't receive proper information, you probably also didn't get supplied with materialization pills. Materialization pills. While the men were confused, Claire was rummaging through the small bag that she had and said, regarding the human firearms, that'll be covered by the Vatican so that even the smaller calibers will be effective against our enemies. However, the bigger problem is that most of you, especially your abilities, are invisible to them, so Kasukniken crafted these pills to make everyone visible to normal humans. Claire gave them a bottle each containing 100 or so small red pills. Once you eat one, your body will absorb a tiny amount of magic power from the surroundings, and it'll create a mirror image of you through illusion magic that will be visible to everyone around you. It might become a bit uncomfortable, but it shouldn't have any effect on your abilities. The three of them received the bottles and looked at them for a second. Ichigo was the first one to take them and was soon followed by Uryu and Chad. It feels like something is covering me. But it shouldn't be a problem, Ichigo commented while moving his body around. Let's look for the Quincy's. They probably also didn't receive anything since they avoid contact as much as possible. Uryu took out his phone. And the Fullbringers too, Chad added. Claire nodded and warned them, then let's hurry. They are about to arrive. There's still the plan of moving the Shinigamis to a new body, but the procedure isn't very clear yet, so I'll keep it to myself for now. Chapter 1257, Chapter 1257 Defense Part 2. Serafal was currently in central Tokyo where she was managing all of the monitors that she had, so Claire-chan joined up with those guys. But to think that there's a problem with the information logistics. I shouldn't have left it to them. Though she didn't really have a choice but to rely on Soul Society with a different set of cultures since she was already too busy with setting up her own information network in the human world. The Vatican also needed all the help they could receive, and I couldn't really just leave them to their own devices in case they became hostile to the devils. Serafal sighed to herself while continuously reading the reports that were coming in from the west. Since she was the one who was teaching them how to use holy power, it's not as effective as those who are truly aligned with heaven, but it's better than nothing, and it's still a very good method to make effective weapons against beings of spirit and magic. Still, Seraphol wasn't sure if all of this was enough. I told Kitan that I'll follow him in a week. But frankly, that's only because that's the longest we can hold off these non-ending bugs. No matter how strong we are individually, there are just really too few of us. If it comes down to it, I would have no choice but to start that. Seraphol was considering all the possibilities, and his eyes landed on both Claire and Eisen, who are displayed on two different screens. While they have the ability to fight against very strong opponents, there's a limit to what they can do against an army that doesn't run out. If only we had a large army, this would be a lot easier. It's already problematic enough back at home. I hope this isn't too much to add. Seraphol thought to herself with a wry smile. Claire, Ichigo, Uryu, and Chad met up with the Fullbringers and Quincy's that had gathered after the latter three contacted them. Among the Fullbringers, all the members of Skishin except for those who died and are currently in Soul Society are present, namely, Ruruka Dokugamine, Jackie Tristan, and Yukio Hans Voroberna. On the Quincy side, meanwhile, Ichigo and Chad were surprised to see some individuals. Basby and Askin Nakluvar. Ichigo exclaimed, "You two are alive." Basby immediately started scratching his head in annoyance. "Keep it down, will ya?" "No need to shout." Ichigo immediately turned to Uryu, and Uryu fixed his glasses as he explained, "Before Hashwolf succumbed to his injuries, he asked me to take care of the surviving members of the Sternritter. Kuratsuchi was dangerously eyeing the surviving Quincy's at the end of the war, so I had no choice but to hide their existence until now. I couldn't even ask Inoue to heal them because I was afraid that he'd find them, so they had to survive their injuries while relying on human world medical technology." Upon the mention of Mayuri, all the Quincy girls shuddered, and this became a testament to the horror he presented to them. Uryu indeed made the right choice. Both Ichigo and Chad thought. Ichigo calmed himself and asked, "Where are the rest?" "I'm pretty sure that there are more of you. Ryukin is managing them along with Hashwolf as aid. They have been quietly integrating themselves in the human world, but they had no choice but to reappear considering the scenario." Uryu answered him again. Askin, who has been quietly observing everyone, noticed Claire's stare of wonder. "Do I know you, kid?" Claire shook her head but answered, "No. But I heard that you gave Kasukniken and Yoruchi-Nichin a hard time." Ichigo, Uryu, and Chad were surprised once again by her mentioning another name. Askin's eyes went wide open. "You are?" Claire smiled and happily introduced himself. "I'm Claire Belial. Kasukniken's niece. I call him Big Brother though." "And niece?" Askin stuttered. "Wait. From what I recall, he doesn't have any blood relatives. And by the way, he gave me a hard time. It's a miracle that I actually survived." Claire continued smiling and said, "It's complicated. For now, let's discuss a relevant topic. Yuri and Eisen, please tell them the current state of affairs." "No wonder I can't feel the presence of those bastards." Basby was the first one to react after hearing Yuri's briefing. "So it wasn't just this place, huh? And there are so many things that made no sense, so it was related to this magic that I've been hearing about. Setting aside that magic is not making any sense, our goal here is to defend the shelters and kill as many of these bugs as possible." Claire took back the lead of the conversation. The Fullbringers and Quincy's had questions about why a young girl like her was taking the lead, but she had this indescribable aura of a leader that it's hard to voice out those opinions. In the midst of this, Liltato raised her hand. "Yes, Liltato Nichin. How are you hiding all of these people? I checked out the shelter earlier, but no one was there. Not a single soul." Everyone turned their eyes on Claire, but the latter just calmly responded, "It'll be hard to explain, but all of these supposed shelters are just a gateway to another artificial dimension where it's a lot safer and wider. It's similar to the fake Karakura town from years ago, if that's easier to understand. It's similar to my ability." Yukio muttered to himself. "I see. Thank you for clarifying. I was just wondering if you're doing something else." "It's fine. But we have to protect these gateways since they also act as anchors to the artificial dimensions for their stability. Without them, the contents of these dimensions will spill out. You can imagine what sort of disastrous scene would unfold if that were to happen." At that moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Claire, which surprised everyone. Claire's expression, however, became serious as she touched the circle and Seraphol's voice emerged from it. "Claire-chan, you've got the strongest group. I'll send you the coordinates where there's a large number of enemies and I'd like you to deal with them." "Understood. Have they arrived?" "Yes. And you'll be going there first." Chapter 1258, Chapter 1258 Defense Part 3. Claire's elite group reappeared in the middle of the mountains with the help of her teleportation magic. "Amazing," one of the Fullbringers sporting long magenta-colored hair, Ruruka, commented as she looked around. "This is different from the one Yukio uses." However, when she looked up, she shuddered and closed her mouth. In the sky, there was a large hole that almost encompassed one's sights. Instead of the iridescent colors they had been seeing, the hole was mostly populated by wriggling white worms with occasional giant flies mixed in. Oi oi. Just how many of them are in there? Basby loudly muttered with nervous laughter and cold sweat running down the side of his face. And this is just the start. Even someone like Liltato who could eat anything couldn't stop her stomach from churning. I don't really want to touch that. It was only now that the group realized how difficult this war would be. Amid the tense atmosphere, only the youngest one walked forward with confident steps. Everyone's eyes gravitated towards her as she released a contrasting aura of warmth and dread. Without knowing what was going on or where this strange feeling was coming from, a silver halo of light spun out of existence above her head, and 6 pairs of alternating angel wings and devil wings slowly emerged from her back. It had only been less than a day since she woke up, and Serafal, Tanis, and Kuna didn't really want her to step into the front line without properly recovering. However, Claire had been feeling great ever since she opened her eyes. It wasn't just a feeling of having a very good night of sleep, but as if a shackle that she didn't know existed disappeared and freed her limbs. The imploding energies inside her body had altogether calmed down, and she could now minutely control any aspect of them as if she were just moving her fingers. It also helped when Gabriel appeared and controlled the holy power that was spiraling out of control. Since it was done through her body as a medium, she clearly remembered how the seraph meticulously adjusted every flow and changed it into a tangible form. Claire had never realized how similar it is to demonic power when it's being converted into elemental power or something else. I tried to handle it differently from demonic power because they're opposites. But I should have known. After all, they are just different sides of the same coin. Claire blamed herself for not noticing something very obvious, though it really wasn't a fault of her own since her focus was largely on not letting these opposing forces tear her body apart while also taking advantage of the force generated between them. I was successful earlier. This is a good chance to try it on a larger scale. It had been only a moment since she had forgotten the gawking crowd behind her as she lifted her white bow with gold trimmings up in the air and aimed in the middle of the wriggling mass of disgustingness. In her right hand, a golden flaming arrow appeared and she knocked it on her bow. The moment she pulled the bowstring back, the golden flaming arrow became tainted with black flames. But instead of the previous messy and chaotic mix, the gold and black flames coexisted as if they were part of each other. The arrow emitted a holy aura, an aura that exudes confidence and purity. But the moment she released it, it was as if a wild beast had been unleashed, thirsting for blood and violence. The arrow left a trailing black and white light and soon reached the terror-inducing insects. It was a tiny spark compared to the giant scale of the incoming threat. Everyone thought that the arrow killed at least 100 of these worms seeing how it pierced through them, but similar to a small ember set off in the middle of dry weeds with a soft wind blowing on it, it soon spread like an uncontrollable wildfire. The flames of the arrow were holy as it purified and burned all of its enemies, but it was also demonic as it greedily reached out for more, never ceasing to feed itself more fuel. Everyone was silent as the burning worms started dropping from the sky with ear-screeching screams. But before they could reach the ground, their entirety had already turned into ashes, leaving behind a small trace of their existence in the world. The entire hole where the worms and flies are rushing out became covered with golden and black flames, but there are obviously still many of them that went through and started spreading out to the surroundings. Nevertheless, the flames had annihilated the vast majority of them, leaving only a bit of strugglers. Claire turned back around to the stunned audience with a big smile on her face. Please take care of the remaining ones, thank you. For a long time, no one could speak as a newfound fear and respect overlapped Claire's innocent image and demeanor in their minds. Tanis just blasted one of the worms she was facing into bits with a punch when she felt the rush of holy and demonic power from the dimensional gap and looked towards it with an amused expression. Is something wrong? Tyr Harabel just finished slicing the last of the worms that just approached Tanis and noticed her strange expression. Tanis shook her head and just said, nothing much. I just thought that my sister learned how to give a flashy show from Kisuke. Harabel turned to the direction she was just looking but didn't ask anything else. While there are a lot fewer of these insects that are coming towards the Hueco Mundo compared to the human world, there are also fewer of them that can fend them off reliably. Where's the next big hole? Harabel asked. Tanis pointed in a certain direction and said, Grimjiao-san already started running towards it. I suggest that we let everyone else rest first since it looks like he could handle it. Harabel looked at Grimjiao, who's already a dot on the horizon, before looking towards the numerous Erinkar around them, with some of them seeming to be seriously injured. That's a good idea. Let's rest for a few hours. Thanks to their natural regeneration and stamina, however, it shouldn't take too long before they're back to their full power. Within Soul Society, just outside of the Siriidi's walls was a large part of the land that was transformed into a multi-level temporary shelter that could house all of the souls that couldn't fight. Kunu was tasked to set up a barrier that could protect those who are inside. While Kunu could create a large-scale barrier, she couldn't sustain it, so she got the help of various Shinigami to power it up. And since there's enough combatants present, she didn't really have to do anything else. Kunu also felt Claire's holy and demonic power radiating and smiled, but she was soon disturbed by a small child wearing a Shinigami attire. Kunu-san, Captain wants to see you. Nimue. About what? I was told it was about the implementation of soul transfers. Captain wants to start the plan early. Kunu stood up from her seat and dusted her pants. All right. Please lead me to him. Chapter 1259, Chapter 1259 Fast Development. Kunu closely followed the small Nimue after giving instructions to the members of the 12th and 4th divisions in case something happened. Since their destination was in the deepest part, it took about half an hour for them to reach Mayuri's lab due to the numerous security protocols that he placed. He's going to open this place up soon. Is there a need for such an overly complicated clearance? Kunu commented while Nimue was opening the final door that would lead them to a wide chamber. Kunu was already expecting the wide chamber due to the nature of the work being done here. However, she stopped in her tracks when she didn't see what she was imagining. This is a server farm. Where are the culture pods that house the homunculus seeds? She asked herself as she looked around, trying to find the cylindrical tubes filled with nourishing liquid. Is it further inside the room? But even after following Nimue for quite some time, Kunu only saw rows of heat, light, and sound-generating boxes of towering computers. At the end of the chamber was Mayuri, watching the endless stream of data coming in and out of the 60-foot and 10-foot wide screen. Feeling their presence, Mayuri turned around. You're here. I thought that this is the place where you mass-produce the physical bodies for the soul race. Kunu asked, still curious and also raising her guard a bit. Mayuri immediately detected Kunu's guard and said, did you really expect me to settle down for his inferior methods? Kunu was surprised and confused. Inferior. Mayuri didn't say anything and just snapped his fingers. At that moment, Kunu's eyes widened and she hurriedly jumped to her left while turning her body to right. She didn't know how they did it, but all of a sudden, there were multiple presences appearing behind one of the black boxes. She immediately pulled out her talismans and her soul gear but didn't do anything else and just waited. Great. So it was effective. Mayuri commented and urged those who just appeared to come out. You guys have work to do. Come here. One by one, 4 individuals walked out and it became obvious to Kunu that they were Arinkars but felt something amiss when she saw the various stitches present on their bodies. Are they perhaps the reported zombies? The Arinkars, Charlotte Chulhorn, Sirachi Sanderwichi, Dordoni Alessandro del Sacaccio, and Luppy Antenor, however, ignored Kunu and Nimue and had very depressed expressions on their faces. So, what great experiment do we have to do? Asked Luppy with a nervous tone. In the past experiments they went through, Mayuri wouldn't bother to tell them about it, but this time, he actually warned them. They thought that the experiment this time might not just cause them death but also unimaginable suffering. They contemplated revolt, but that idea was immediately thrown in the trash because Mayuri had full control of them and they didn't even know how to get away from it. Mayuri didn't answer him and turned to Kunu. I called you here to inspect the magic aspect of their bodies. While I was able to advance my studies about it, the mysticism still eludes me, so I can't establish a reliable baseline to compare with. Kunu was still curious how these guys were able to evade her senses but set it aside for now and asked back, bodies? Where are they? Mayuri then took out a bottle of black pills and took out exactly 4 of them before tossing it towards the unmotivated Arinkars. Eat it. He gave them a simple command. The Arinkars first looked at each other before sighing in defeat and popping the pills in their mouths. The pills just looked like ordinary medicine and they slid effortlessly in their throats. Nevertheless, they know enough not to think that these are ordinary. For a minute, they were waiting and nothing was happening. They know that Mayuri's drugs always had instantaneous effects, so they wondered what's different this time around. But around 1 minute more, they felt something in their stomach expanding. Soon, horror filled their faces as they clutched their stomachs. Kuratsuchi. What the hell is this? Charlotte shouted as an ache immediately brought him down to his knees. But despite the pain they are feeling, there is actually nothing expanding within their stomachs like they thought. Instead, their skin started blistering and the clothes made out of Ryuryoku were dissolving. The blistering worsened and soon the entire skin and hairs on their bodies disappeared, revealing their bloody muscular tissues. Strangely enough, they didn't feel anything about it and just continued to endure the expanding feeling in their stomachs. While watching this, Kunu couldn't help but approach and observe what was happening closer. This is. Fortunately for the Arinkars, the pain stopped at the 3-minute mark and soon their skin started regenerating, save for their clothes. Nimue came running in and gave them each robe she got from who knows where. Mayuri, on the other hand, turned to the stunned Kunu and asked, what do you think? Kunu didn't answer. Or more accurately, she couldn't answer since her mind was still a mess from what she had witnessed. Wait. What was that? Did I see it right? The moment they ate those pills, they started absorbing magic power with their spiritual bodies. And from their stomach, a real-time absorption of spiritual particles and growth of physical cells was also happening. Within the span of a few minutes, they managed to convert their spiritual bodies to a physical one. When he didn't receive his answer, Mayuri became a bit impatient. Don't think of how it happened. I told you, I won't settle down with his inferior method. I called you here to check if there's anything wrong with them from your perspective. Kunu calmed herself down and did what she was asked to do. She observed the flow of magic power that's coming in and out of their bodies and even the slight flow of almost non-existent ki in the Soul Society. Wait. Ki. There's nothing wrong I could see, but it's better if you get Serenichin or Kisuke-niken's opinion on this. If you think there's nothing wrong, then we're done here. Mayuri turned around and went back to his work. I'll call you again after I'm done stabilizing the ones for the special individuals. Kunu stared at his back for a few moments before silently tracing back her steps to exit his lab. On her way out, she suddenly remembered Kisuke's words about Mayuri when he was briefing them about the Soul Society. If it's about biological processes, I don't know anyone better than him. He's a true genius in that regard. Been a while since I advertised my Pat.Rayon. For advanced chapters, visit patrayon.com/Goya00. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1260. Chapter 1260. Those who once sent the worlds into turmoil. Mayuri opened the path for Kunu from his terminal, and while he was doing so, his corpse unit finally got their bearings and Dordoni asked him, "What did you do to us?" The same with the captains and the lieutenants. Mayuri expressionlessly answered. The former Arankars looked at each other and inspected their bodies once again. You mean giving us a physical body? Dordoni asked again while flexing and stretching his limbs. Surachi was curious about who Kunu was, but she's more interested in one thing. But why did you ask for her opinion? You didn't have to do that experimentation in front of her, right? Mayuri could have just shown the current state of the captains and lieutenants if he wanted a better opinion. Surachi had been feeling even better compared to before she took the pill, and while inspecting her body, it was too late for her to realize that she had been questioning Mayuri's intention and hurriedly and nervously shut her mouth. The others also held their breaths back the moment Surachi started asking questions, but contrary to their expectations, Mayuri just simply answered as he typed away on the terminal, "It's because I don't trust her." They were surprised that Mayuri simply responded without an accompanying punishment. However, they are not going to take their chances for a follow-up question and just silently evaluate what changed in them. Of course, I'm not going to show them to her. Not when I'm finalizing and stabilizing their bodies. Mayuri continued to narrate to himself. Although Kisuke started this whole problem, Mayuri agreed to his views and didn't mind the change that was about to come. However, what he didn't like is the fact that Kisuke is trying to put the Soul Society, or more specifically, the Godai 13 under his wings. Mayuri knew that Kisuke had a good reason, as he was aware that he was someone whose desire was far removed from control and ruling. But that doesn't mean he'll let him be. Hence, he adjusted the physical bodies that he was giving to the members of the Godai 13 to make sure that he could get away from most of Kisuke's influence. Of course, Mayuri also didn't have the ambition to rule, since his desire lies in knowledge and creating, similar to Kisuke. This is the reason why the whole of the Godai 13 trusts that Mayuri won't tamper with their bodies and would allow him to use them however they want despite his normal behavior. We'll cooperate, but I won't allow the giant behind him to eat us up. Mayuri thought to himself. Soon enough, the stabilization of the captains and lieutenants came to an end and started waking them up. It's a shame I can't do the same for Soifan. But I guess it doesn't really matter. Serafal went over the controls and monitors. After making sure that everything and everyone was functioning normally and would have no problem, she passed the authority to the humans and Shinigami coordinating the attacks. Call me if there's an emergency. With a brief farewell, Serafal left and returned to their original base to check upon Opha's progress. Upon reaching the isolated space, Serafal immediately noticed that there were only 4 people left in the mansion, and one of them surprised her, Lilith. She muttered loudly in a pleasantly surprised voice. She immediately honed in on their position and also found out that all of them were in the same room. As the people within the mansion knew of her arrival, Serafal didn't knock and just directly opened the door to a wide saloon where the 4 people were calmly drinking some warm tea. The people who don't know them would see this as a pleasant and warm gathering, but those who knew them would have a heart attack if not outright faint. Sitting on the round table were Ophis, Lilith, Aizen, and finally a blindfolded Yawach with black metallic bracelets on his wrists. Serafal was someone who saw this lineup as normal, so she just cheerfully walked up to them and immediately greeted Lilith. Li-chan. You're back. Lilith turned to her and nodded with a smile. Omo. I have returned. So you're not bothered by this? Off to the side, Aizen asked after taking a sip of his tea. I really can't fathom the mind of someone who'd willingly degrade themselves to this level. To someone who chased the existence of the ultimate being, he can't stand Ophis who willingly let go of her own powers just to give way to a mind that was born by accident. Serafal picked up Lilith, sat on her seat, and started pampering her. Of course not. And of course, you won't understand. You're someone who wants to surpass everyone and everything. You grew from a nobody to an overlord. Ophis, meanwhile, was an overlord who wanted a home. You two value vastly different ideas. She's not degrading herself. That's true. Aizen, naturally, understood this. Despite that, he hated something that goes against his own belief, and his opinion wouldn't easily change just because someone proved it. Seraphol knew that talking to him about this was useless, so he turned to now fully regenerated and blindfolded Yawach. How was the seal? Impeccable. Yawach answered in his rough voice, I'm still trying to figure out how this is working. Ah, I'm curious about it too. Aizen's interest was also piqued. As far as I know, his eyes are just a representation of his abilities. Just blocking anything that enters it shouldn't have done anything to render them useless. Seraphol contemplated it for a moment before speaking. Well, we have a friend who has a problem turning others into stone whenever they look into her eyes. And similar to his eyes, her eyes are just a representation of that ability, since even just recalling a memory of them in your mind will start the petrification process. It was slightly adjusted to fit your use case, but that blindfold creates a separate mind space that traps your vision. It's a barrier that traps you in another world. The table became silent once again with the background noise of Ophis chewing on her banana cake. A few seconds later, Yawach smiled and started rubbing his beard. I see. So instead of seeing the world, you're fooling my eyes by making them look at another thing that doesn't contain anything. Fascinating. There's also various sealing and security magic laid on that blindfold, so it won't be easy for you to remove it. You could probably overpower them using your Ryatsu, but that's what those cuffs are for. Seraphol snapped her fingers and summoned various banana-flavored snacks for Ophis and Lilith. Enough of that. How are they doing? They are doing fine. Aizen replied, but before we go further into that, isn't it about time you tell us what you really want us to do? Chapter 1261, Chapter 1261 Those Who Once Sent the Worlds into Turmoil Part 2. Seraphol just smiled upon Aizen's question. What do you mean? Urahara showed me some of his memories, and it looks like he wanted my assistance to deal with that mechanical being trying to invade your world. Aizen paused for a moment before continuing. However, I've been thinking back to that moment and concluded that that thing does not have a soul. They have something else entirely different. Combining that with its strength, I'll just become a common cannon fodder the moment my ability doesn't work on it. It was hard for Aizen to admit, but he was sure that his only advantage against the mechanical being that Ophis fended off was his undying body. Everyone in this world could cut through physical objects, however, whether they are a Shinigami, Fullbringer, Quincy, or Witch, they are far more effective against spiritual beings. It's the reason why everyone has to expend a bit more effort against insect invaders. Yawach's Almighty may be useful because it's an ability that he uses on himself to see and control the future, but that couldn't be said the same for Aizen. Against soulless beings, it might be interesting to study them, but I won't accept a one-sided beating. Even if you use the entirety of this world's help, it'll only be a small helping hand against those things. At most, it'll be a standstill because they probably won't be able to do much against those with strong souls. After all, spiritual power could only be fully countered by another spiritual power. In the middle of speaking, Aizen had a sudden epiphany. With furrowed brows, his voice trailed, unless. Seraphol's smile disappeared and sighed. I guess it's about time for them to be properly filled in. In the first place, they are not a part of this world's defense. Ahem. Seraphol cleared her throat first. Let me preface this first by saying that we have no intention of controlling your freedom, Sosuke-chan. We know that if we try anything like that, you'd be one of our biggest problems, and we don't really like taking on unnecessarily difficult ones. Aizen was a bit taken aback by the way she called his first name but didn't say anything about it and just continued listening. What we really wanted was just letting everyone know of your existence. To explain further, Seraphol started narrating to them the current state of affairs in the previous world, putting emphasis on the existence of both Evis and Itolds. After hearing the bigger picture, Aizen finally understood the role they wanted him to take and spoke while chuckling. These Itolds are helping your world, but you want a deterrence against them. How I pity them. Can you really say in your good conscience that they are only trying to help? Of course not. But this is also only making it worse for you. If they are as large and expansive as you describe them to be, then not just the Evis, but you'll also earn the Itold's hostility. Even if they are enemies, it's easy for them to decide if your world is worth it or not. Seraphol nodded in agreement. That's true. But I'll say it again. They are large and expansive. In other words, they are the last thing from being monolithic. Oh. Aizen understood where her boldness was coming from, so you're already working behind their front lines. In that case, I'll be your little scarecrow since I also stand to benefit. He then turned to the silent king of Quincy's. I can do your bidding on a whim, but how are you going to convince him? Don't tell me you're going to control him. Seraphol shrugged her shoulders. We honestly thought about that, but the same as you, that's also a bit unrealistic. Seraphol has already heard about Yawach from the Shinigamis, especially from Uetsu. He's someone who resented how the world works and wanted to remove the boundary between life and death, essentially removing both concepts from this world and letting the souls live without the fear of death. She waited to see if Yawatch would say anything, but to her disappointment, he didn't say a word. Now let's go back to the previous topic. How are these girls doing? They surprisingly learned both Shinigami and Quincy techniques. However, the Zanpakuto releases and Volstandig were still far from their reach. Due to Ophis and Lilith's unusual nature, Aizen thinks that he's going back to his younger days when he drowned himself in his research and felt excited. He's also very cooperative because he has a feeling that observing them could further unlock the potential he didn't know still existed. I thought I was almost at the end of my path, but it turned out there's a lot more into it. Urahara, I resent you, but I'm grateful for this opportunity. However, for all of this to come to fruition, Urahara first has to succeed. He charged into that hellhole confidently, so he probably has a few things in his arsenal, but I think it's going to be that easy. Ultimately, Hyusub Ichibai won't allow any changes to this world. It had been a few days since Kisuke had descended into the depths of hell and Ichibai was still sitting on top of the pulsing flesh. He, on the other hand, was still in the distance, but in contrast with Ichibai, Kisuke was lying in his own pool of blood without any sign of his regeneration kicking in. His cane snapped into two, and the blade of his dagger cracked and fractured into 100 pieces. How peculiar. How are you still holding on for your dear life? Although Ichibai's voice was only at conversational volume, it still managed to reach the distant Kisuke. Nevertheless, Kisuke ignored him and did his best to stay alive while also asking his tenants, "Are you guys still intact?" Intact. I was snapped. Consciously speaking, we're still fine, for now. I see. That's good. What's good? We're at the end of the road. Benihime shouted in his mind. Although she sounds energetic, there's an apparent weariness in her voice. That's true, isn't it? Kisuke coughed out blood as he tried to raise his head to look at Ichibai, but he also can't see where he's walking. He thought with a grin. Chapter 1262, Chapter 1262 The Hyusub Ichibai. These past few days, Kisuke has been attacking Ichibai and the obviously very important thing under him, the pulsing flesh. Kisuke has used almost everything, including activating both his Shunko and Bankai at the same time. In addition, the insects around them didn't bother him and kept on eating the walls of the cavern without any care about what was happening. Despite all of this effort, he couldn't deal any meaningful damage to either Ichibai and the flesh would regenerate endlessly and effortlessly. Meanwhile, black spears that seemed to be made out of blank ink would manifest out of nowhere and would unbelievably pierce through all of Kisuke's defenses with ease. He tried dodging and blocking them, but these spears would appear without any indicator. It's as if they are already there in the first place and Kisuke himself just walked into them. Another reality warper. How terrifying. Kisuke tried sitting up while the various holes in his body were leaking blood. Worst of all, Ichibai and the pulsing flesh seemed to have some ability to negate both Shinigami and hollow powers, which resulted in Benihime and Tiamat returning to their sealed forms and his hollow transformation being dispelled, which included his ability to regenerate. Although he's not sure of what's happening yet, there's only a single entity who could possibly achieve that, and that's the Soul King. The origin of all spiritual power in this world. Thankfully, his use of magic power was still available and he was able to keep himself alive thanks to it. After closing his wounds up, Kisuke stood up while swaying. Are you trying to become the next Soul King now that the linchpin has disappeared? But instead of answering his question, Ichibai talked about a completely different topic. If you have brought that being in the form of a young girl, you could have a chance. Why did you come alone to face me? Was it pride? Like him, Kisuke ignored his question and continued on his line of thinking. No. You're not trying to become the Soul King. That's evident in the fact that you're now trying to devour everything. You just want to keep things in order until the day you can achieve your goal. Ichibai went quiet. And you're asking why I didn't bring Ophis-chan with me, right? I have no intention of serving you food. Though I doubt you could actually do it, I still don't want to risk it. Kisuke then started picking up the snapped and shattered blade slowly as he continued speaking. I guess that Ophis-chan made you realize something and you had no choice but to skip a few things. Kisuke paused for a moment before turning his eyes toward Ichibai. Did you forget that you're not the real thing and never will be one? As soon as he finished his words, Kisuke realized that 5 black spears were piercing his body and he started coughing blood again. Seriously. I still can't find the telegraph for these things. But I was able to confirm its rules. You dodged. Muttered Ichibai and the black spears disappeared. He intended to insert all of those spears on his head, but strangely enough, they appeared all over his body and only dealt non-fatal wounds. I was still underestimating you, it seems. I didn't expect you to figure them out. For the first time in this fight, Ichibai raised his arm and in an instant, 100 black spears appeared. To his surprise, however, none of them appeared in Kisuke's body and were instead strewn around him. Kisuke closed his wounds with magic and a grin appeared on his face, finally trying to kill me for real. Did I hit the mark? Ichibai didn't immediately reply and gestured his hand. This time, 1,000 spears appeared but the same as before, none of them appeared in Kisuke. Ichibai tried a few more times and Kisuke just smirked at him while watching the countless spears flashing in and out of existence. Thanks to you looking down on me, I was able to ascertain some of my theories. Multiple magic circles appeared around Kisuke and the scattered pieces of both of his Zanpakutos gathered and rearranged themselves into their original forms. Ichibai became interested and asked, "Theories, huh? What are they?" He also stopped summoning the black spears and started concocting another form of attack. First is that you can't see everything that the Soul King was doing, especially after his death. Second is that you thought that you kept him from disclosing the real situation by setting up what I can only be called a world-spanning barrier. However, the Soul King had a tough time because he had to do it in a roundabout way every time just so that you wouldn't be able to figure it out. To this day, those three, Kurosaki Ichigo, Aizen Sosuke, and Yawatch, still have no idea that the Soul King wanted them to disrupt you. Ichibai grinned and acknowledged Kisuke's words. He's good at choosing people with potential, but not so much as a person. Aizen was too ambitious. Kurosaki was too naive. Yawatch, on the other hand, was too drowned in his ideals. But I'm standing in front of you now, no. Ichibai nodded, still with the same grin. That's true. However, you're already too late. Even if you successfully evaded my palms, I'm already on the verge of completing it. Palms? Is that what he called the net that catches everyone that the Soul King comes into contact with? In any case, he's already confirmed it. He's trying to resurrect this thing by completing himself. Kisuke's mind went back to the time that the Soul King's last vestige spoke to him, a being that shouldn't have been born, huh? Chapter 1263, Chapter 1263 The Hyusub Ichibai, Part 2. The moment Kisuke came to this wide cavern and was face to face with Ichibai, he already had a lot of things in his mind. Most notably, Soul King's last words. He was certain that the Soul King was referring to Ichibai when he said something about the being that shouldn't have been born, but Kisuke wasn't so certain as to why the Soul King was making the effort of destroying his work. With the Soul King's power, there should be no way to have anyone compel him to create the three worlds and start the cycle of life and death by sacrificing himself. In other words, it was the Soul King's idea to create the world as it is. However, why does Ichibai want to protect it? And after all these years, why did the Soul King want to disrupt the balance that he created in the first place? Of course, from the very start, Kisuke was just speculating all of this because he's not really sure if that's what the Soul King was trying to achieve. In an attempt to search for clues about it, Kisuke spent most of his time gathering data on Ichigo, Aizen, and Yawatch secretly. It's also one of the reasons why he chose to free the latter two and allow Yawatch to restore his power for a bit. But even if he put so much effort into this, to the point that Kisuke had no choice but to leave the rest of migration in Mayuri's hand, he had almost nothing. It was then that he finally decided to look at another perspective. The perspective of the being that shouldn't have been born. And to get into that, his first target of investigation was Kazui, the child who accepted hell. After that, it didn't take long for Kisuke to piece together the clues that he had gathered when he figured out that Kazui's mission was not to provide safe travel to hell for the lost souls, but an experiment to increase the hell's population and further break down the boundaries between it and the three worlds. If Soul King was the soul of this dead body, then Ichibai is some sort of spirit that was born from its lingering powers. No. He's probably just a simple maggot or fly that gained sentience after eating and collecting this dead body's flesh. Now it thinks that he's the real thing and trying to revive himself. Kisuke intentionally talked in a cryptic way because he wanted the final confirmation from the man himself. Since Ichibai had no more reason to hide anything, he managed to give Kisuke a bit of a straight answer. Because Kisuke was loudly narrating his thoughts inside his head, Tiamat and Benihime could also clearly hear him. You mean to say that he's just one of these insects? Benihime asked, I thought that you were just joking. Then let's say that he's one of these insects. What's the point of pretending to be the Shinigami and how does this affect our situation? Tiamat asked this time. Before I answer that, this is the overview of what I think happened. Once upon a time, an unimaginably gigantic creature swam through the endless dimensions for a countless length of time. It witnessed countless worlds and probably destroyed some of them intentionally or accidentally. But at some point, something happened to it and soon met its end. Its soul left its decaying body and noticed that there were numerous creatures that were living on its body and most of them were already like it, a wandering soul with no purpose. Whether it's from the worlds it destroyed or somewhere else, it didn't know where they came from. But thanks to its long journey, it had learned a lot of things. Even though it was just a simple soul now, it still possessed a lot of power and started nourishing these aimless souls out of its own interest. Are you saying that this soul was the Soul King? Kisuke, however, didn't answer Benihime's question and just continued on narrating inside his head. The way he was nourishing these poor souls was by giving them a tiny piece of itself. Thanks to this benevolent act, they soon started having minds of their own, making their own decisions, and creating their own culture. That soul forgot something important, huh? Tiamat immediately guessed the next part of the story. As someone who was once in the position of a transcendent, she knew how important their whole being is, whether it's alive or dead. As expected of you. Kisuke chuckled before continuing, yes. It forgot something, two things in fact. It forgot that its body still exists, containing an enormous amount of power, and it also forgot that there's something else living on it and not just souls which it was fond of. The forgotten ones, these insects, and probably a bunch of others, gnawed and competed for the essentially discarded body until only one of them remained. And among the victors, one came out special and inherited the memories of this body by simply consuming a lot of it, and now it thinks that it was once this corpse. The soul wasn't just late in noticing that something huge had changed on its back, and it only acknowledged it because it suddenly appeared in front of it, forming relationships and interacting with the souls it has been taking care of for countless eons. It was only at that moment that it was compelled to use its vast power to see what would unfold. But whatever it saw, it didn't hesitate to destroy and divide itself into countless pieces, leaving only behind four major parts which became the foundation of the three worlds and its linchpin, the Soul King. Its power gave birth to countless things and shaped this dimension to the image it probably saw in its past, creating the cycle of life and death. So why did it do this? I don't know. It knew that the fake wanted it to complete itself, but for some reason, instead of fighting against it, the Soul King decided to spread himself out as much as possible and seal the way towards its dead body. The fake was probably furious, but it too can play the long game. It first opened the path to the body and started sending the scattered powers of the Soul King towards it. Slowly but surely, the fake was gathering everything into one place. Hold on. Then the reason why captain-level Shinigami and strong Erankars are sent to hell is, the story made a few things click inside Beniheim's head. They are those who manage to gather a little bit more of the Soul King's power, and the fake threw them onto its plate. Then the reason why you can't use your Shinigami and Hollow abilities is because these abilities spawn from the Soul King's power, and with its understanding of it, it's a trivial matter for it to seal them. It'd probably be the same if I had Quincy powers. Beniheim and Tiamat finally understood why Kisuke said that Ichibai was trying to complete himself. Since the three worlds are made out of the Soul King himself, he's now trying to devour everything. If you knew that, then why did you dive into this place? At that moment, Kisuke smirked. It's because I knew exactly that I came to this place. This guy is setting up the same situation as Chaos did. You know what happens to people that just eat the food I prepared, right? Equals 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 equals. And August 30th, 2024, I apologize for being so late, and sadly, I could only manage 4 chapters. My sudden break derailed a lot of things for me, and that includes my momentum for this arc. While I do have notes of what I want to happen, some of them look cryptic even though I'm the one who wrote them. I have a certain development in mind and just wrote down hints for it for me to go back to in case I forget how it'll go. But too much time has passed that those hints can't get me back to what I was thinking a week prior. Thanks to that, it was hard to get back into it. Oh well, enough of those excuses. Please enjoy and have a great day. Equals 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 equals. Chapter 1264, Chapter 1264, True Blade. You seem to have an idea of the whole truth, but what are you going to do? As long as you're a person of this domain, there's nothing you can do to stop me. Ichibai was still confident. As long as the young girl doesn't make her appearance, there's no way for Kisuke to hurt him. After all, whether it's a Zanpakuto or other Kido derivatives, everything will just be rendered harmless because he is the root. Kisuke nodded at his assessment. That's true. However, I also figured out a few things regarding your criteria of harmless. Ichibai became interested and rubbed his beard. Oh? Mind explaining. No matter how large your network is, you probably can't process everything that's happening in this domain. In that case, you probably employ some sort of filtering system that alerts you of only important factors, like whenever the Soul King uses his power or a special individual appears. Kisuke then started walking towards Ichibai, took out Tiamat, and made Beniheim disappear. Zanpakuto are also a relatively new invention for someone like you, but you allowed its existence and even spread it, as it is a good way to gather more of the Soul King's fragments, as they are essentially another vessel to contain his power, but more importantly, you named them and also acted as a limitation for the individuals who wielded them. That became evident when Aizen Sosuke thought that he could surpass his Shinigami self if he could discard his Zanpakuto. This conclusion came from his research of the Hollows and later, the Erankars. When a Hollow wanted to seal its vast spiritual power, it came in the form of Zanpakuto. However, Aizen realized that he was wrong when Ichigo instead absorbed his Zanpakuto himself. Although only possible temporarily due to its innate limitations, this showed Aizen a new avenue that made him doubt his path, and in turn, lose the Hogyoku's support. In other words, you're probably filtering out most of the information about Zanpakuto since they have no way of actually hurting you, especially as you are now. Are you insinuating that the thing you're holding will be able to hurt me because it's not of this world? Ichibai suddenly grinned widely. I hate to break it to you, but it's still a Zanpakuto. Something that has been subdued by your own soul, hence, still a direct extension of the Soul King's fragment through you. That won't be able to hurt me no matter how foreign its ability is, since it can only manifest its power through your spiritual power. Kisuke stopped walking and also flashed a grin, and what if there's a way to directly manifest her abilities? By physically summoning it. That might work, but up to what degree? I've seen what that being is capable of and there's no way for it to reach the level of that young girl. Look at how he underestimates you. Kisuke chuckled. It's the truth. Even if I physically manifest, there would be extreme limits to what I could really do. And why did you retract Benihime? But instead of Kisuke, it was Benihime who answered Tiamat, because this guy is about to do something crazy. Ichibay's grin disappeared when he saw Kisuke chuckle. It was then that the latter continued to ask, aren't you forgetting something? That isn't the only way to manifest her powers. Naturally, Ichibai didn't forget. It was one of the events that he took notice of and also one of the things he didn't want to see anymore. It was the moment when Ichigo became Zangetsu himself. Although it was in exchange for his entire spiritual power, it was a form that Ichibai felt threatened. Black spikes suddenly appeared beneath Kisuke's feet, but unlike the unreal black spears from before, he felt their existence and was able to dodge by jumping back. That's impossible for you with what you're holding. You may be able to do it with your original Zanpakuto, but not with someone who isn't related to you. And if by some miracle that's possible, you wouldn't have enough energy to fuel such a transformation, even if you sacrificed your life. The black spikes continuously appeared and Kisuke also continuously dodged them, however, the grin on his face never disappeared, 2 hurdles right. Then let me tell you something. I once fused with the Hogyoku. It's gone now though. Ichibai was surprised. He never thought that another one of those things could exist, Soul King. How did he? To those who aren't aware, they may see the Hogyoku as a wish-granting stone. However, that's far from the truth, as its essence is one of the Soul King's greatest abilities, the Mark of Adaptation. It is what allowed him to create the 3 worlds. As Aizen used it, it changed into a Mark of Evolution, which allowed him to raise himself. However, in Ichibai's opinion, it's a lesser derivation of adaptation, since it can only go forward. If his words were true and he was able to keep the adaptation aspect, Kisuke was able to read what was on his mind and continued his thoughts for him, then the first hurdle was already cleared. Even then, Ichibai was still confident because he had his own hidden cards. Then are you going to sacrifice your life? If you're lucky, you might indeed be able to hurt me with a few strikes. Ah. I'm really glad I kept it. I was thinking of using it for something else, but this is also good. Kisuke suddenly started muttering to himself. Ichibai wondered what he was on about, but before he could figure it out, his eyes widened and looked down. Although it's hard to tell, Ichibai noticed that the pulsing flesh under him abruptly slowed down. What? At the same time, Kisuke's crimson spiritual pressure exploded out. As expected, you can't control everything even though you're so obsessed with it. Ichibai stood up in confusion and watched Kisuke slowly grow a pair of large horns on the side of his head, his eyes turning pink and his hair growing out while turning it from pale blonde to a light blue one. If releasing the full capabilities of a Zanpakuto is called True Strike, what should I call this one? Ichibai heard Kisuke's easygoing voice. True Blade, perhaps. Oh well, it's time to speed things up. Chapter 1265, True Blade, Part 2. How are you doing this? Tiamat asked as she was also incredibly surprised that Kisuke suddenly pulled in her core and started taking on her features. With some references from the past and also thanks to you for helping me summon your Sea of Life earlier. Kisuke answered while feeling the incredible amount of power bubbling up, making him feel very bloated and thinking that he might just explode into nothingness. What's surprising, however, is the fact that an incredible amount of information was currently entering his mind. This might be bad. He thought to himself. How did you even pull something like this off? I don't feel any of your original spiritual pressure being used in this form. Benihime asked. Kisuke could tell that she's a bit salty with the current situation. It was supposed to be her and Kisuke who'd achieved this form, but that first time was taken away by her new neighbor. Nevertheless, she didn't say anything since she wouldn't be able to do anything against Ichibai if what he's saying is true. Kisuke first looked up to the now very bothered Ichibai and grinned. Kisuke was happy that he was able to finally elicit a fun reaction from him. This is a good start, I suppose. And from the looks of it, he also doesn't have any idea of what's happening. Kisuke stabilized himself for a bit before answering Benihime. It's his ink. Ink. Benihime remembers the ink that Kisuke refused to remove even though its effects were already disabled. What about it? Even if rendered useless, his ink is still intricately connected to his existence. It was thanks to this connection that he was able to name things. If this is a connection that goes from him to me, then it's also a street that allows me to reach him. I'll spare you the complicated stuff and just say think of it as a straw that I can sip from as much as I want. Benihime became stunned and silent. She didn't even know that that was theoretically possible. And even if it's in the realm of possibility, only those not right in the head would be able to think of that as a straw. I almost forgot. You're not right in the head. I don't want to hear that from you. Kisuke immediately retorted. At the same time, various black spikes went after Kisuke, though unlike before, he didn't bother dodging them. And as he thought, the tip of the spikes only shattered upon contact with his body. The next instant, black spears also pierced Kisuke. But the same as before, he didn't do anything to modify their coordinates. Although it appeared that he was pierced, none of these spears were actually inside his body and just fell off as if they were snapped into two. Ichibai groaned upon seeing that and started gathering more black mass into his hands that were already covered with a shiny exoskeleton. Tiamat was unperturbed by his actions and continued to ask, but that connection should have been severed the moment its effects were disabled, would it not? And how were you able to take this kind of transformation without destroying yourself? It looks like you aren't just imitating my physical features but actually transforming into a body similar to my original form. And that shouldn't be possible. Her curiosity far outweighed the threat that their current enemy was giving them. Kisuke carefully analyzes what Ichibai was trying to do, not because the surging power got to his head, but because that's all he could do right now. Although a casual swing of his fist right now could demolish an entire mountain, that same power is currently wreaking havoc inside of him, and controlling it was already taking his all. Besides, the stream of alien information hasn't ceased and he also needs to dedicate a bit of attention to figure out what's coming in and whether they are dangerous for him or not. Naturally, that doesn't stop him from continuing the conversation he's having with his partners. Did you also forget? I also have an ability that connects to darkness. Enlightenment dawned on both Tiamat and Benihime and both of them asked, the shadow. It can be used like that. I wasn't sure at first, but it turned out to be effective. Too effective that even the man himself doesn't notice that a part of him is being absorbed. That's ridiculous. Benihime muttered and thought that the original owner of this ability was probably also unaware of this possibility. Right. But this ridiculousness has served me well, so I'll do it again. Truly, Kisuke wasn't sure if this is going to work since his own observations and hypotheses are suggesting against it. However, while taking a beating from Ichibai previously, Kisuke suddenly remembered his perverted friend who defied all expectations and created miracles solely based on his desires. He might have learned a lot of things from Kisuke, but Kisuke also learned many things from him. I mean, from the fact that he could hear the voices of boobs even though they don't have wills of their own thanks to his delusions. Who wouldn't want to learn from something like that? That's basically bending reality to his wishes. As for the latter question that Tiamat pointed out, I don't really know. I just felt that I could do it. That's even more unbelievable. Tiamat muttered while sighing loudly. And Kisuke could truly understand what she was feeling since she's not just any other god that he could copy. Nevertheless, Kisuke still had a clue as to how he could do it. I'm not certain, but it probably has something to do with the now non-existent Hogyoku. It didn't make me strong like it did with Aizen, but it reshaped my body by fusing both my soul and physical body. At that moment, Ichibai finally finished gathering the black mass in his hands and raised it above his head. Kisuke took on a defensive stance and forced his sturdy body to move. This is really bad. I need more time. It was too much for me to expect that I'd be able to move immediately after this drastic change. He's hoping that whatever that's coming, he'll be able to survive it. Kisuke released the power from within him that didn't seem to be magical, divine, demonic, nor spiritual and covered his entire body with it. The black mass expanded in the blink of an eye and in the next half-second, his entire worldview became covered in darkness with nothing in it. The presence of Ichibai, the insects, and the world itself have seemingly disappeared. Kisuke waited for what could possibly hurt him, but nothing came after him, and only after a few minutes of putting his guard up did he realize what just happened. See, could it be? He expelled me into another dimension. Kisuke tried to confirm this conjecture by trying out various things, and all answers are seemingly pointing towards yes. After a few hours of poking around, Kisuke finally concluded that his conjecture is true. I can't be that lucky, right? Because of the fear that Ichibai felt for the first time in his entire existence, he inevitably has chosen the worst option for himself. Chapter 1266, Chapter 1266 Luck. I can't be that lucky, right? Kisuke muttered as he floated in complete darkness with his legs crossed. You're so lucky that I think that something is very wrong. Benihime was at loss and also agreed. Don't you think there's something else to it? I'd also like to think so. But maybe it's as simple as that. Kisuke replied while finally taking control of the rampaging energies inside him. In any case, I really need to adjust myself to this form. And these horns are too heavy. What the heck are they made out of? It feels like I would snap my neck if I suddenly turned around. This is definitely not suitable for close combat. Even though Kisuke can't see Tiamat right now, somehow, he feels that she's making a smug expression. These horns of mine represent the land. They hold the weight of life itself and nurture all kinds of creations. Besides, you don't really need to move too much in this form. Just blast your enemies if they are far away or smack them if they're up close. This is why you lost. Kisuke thought to himself. But Kisuke can also understand her point. While this form contained a lot of power, it was a lot more sluggish even compared to his base form. It's as if it weighs as much as a planet. In turn, he couldn't imagine the defense he has right now, and if Tiamat's natural self-healing ability was added, he's almost indestructible. As long as he protects his head, which he figured out Tiamat's weakness that came from the new knowledge that rushed into him, he'll be fine. If his hollowified form is a fighter jet, in this form, he's a battleship. Moreover, you don't really have to fight on your own. Although not as good as my sisters, you now possess my Sea of Life, albeit corrupted. You can give birth to 11 children who will be your vanguard if you desire to take over the world. I stand corrected. I'm now an aircraft carrier with main artilleries. He recalled when Yoruchi and Serafal had to deal with 11 humanoid creatures that Tiamat summoned and had a hard time dealing with them. Only when Serafal released her super devil form were they able to stop them temporarily. Tiamat's claim of her Sea of Life being inferior to her sisters is also true, since it was her sister who gave birth to the thousands of gods and now endlessly producing more monsters as they speak. Kisuke couldn't search his memories to figure out how to summon these 11 children, since the knowledge he got was simply on an instinctual level. Similar to when he releases Benihime, let's see. I have to generate and extend the Sea of Life to my surroundings first, and only after it's wide enough that I would be able to call them, huh? As soon as Kisuke stood up, black mud suddenly started flowing out from beneath his feet and it started to slowly gain mass. Because there's no sense of direction in this black space, the mud just formed into a sphere that got bigger and bigger with each passing second. Then am I just going to watch this entire confrontation? Benihime suddenly asked. No. While I'm practicing Tiamat's form, I'll let you take control of the shadow. Be proficient with it, because I'm going to ask you to do something with it later. Why not just tell me now what you plan to do instead of just waiting for your words? It's because several scenarios could happen and I have to adapt to each one of them. Just practice its general use case, including the absorption that I did earlier. After that, Benihime became quiet and started practicing with Luxua's shadow within Kisuke's inner world. Kisuke also went quiet and focused and rearranged his thoughts, and as time went on, the speed of the mass of black was expanding and kept increasing, signifying the refinement of his control over his current form. And when it became as wide as the entirety of Karakura town, Kisuke suddenly recalled something. Hey Tiamat. This corrupted Sea of Life could corrupt life, right? Yes. Then wouldn't that mean? That's why you should do your best to expand it. Great. I've always wanted to become a raid boss. Serafal was monitoring the current trend regarding the invasion, and she was seeing huge spikes in the insects' numbers. It's not just that. The amount of effort to kill one has increased and their coordination is getting better and better. They are learning and getting stronger. She was contemplating when she should head out when a huge explosion occurred not far from her. Serafal immediately raised his hand and put up a barrier to keep her table and snacks from disintegrating. Serafal turned her head when the explosion subsided and saw Aizen and Yawach instructing both Ophis and Lilith. To the inhabitants of this world, this sight would cause panic and outright denial of reality. But in Serafal's eyes, it looks like two uncles teaching some kids a few tricks. Although these tricks were violent in nature and not for the faint-hearted. The cause of the explosion was Ophis and Lilith failing to release their Zanpakuto. Why not just call them by their names? Yawach asked, slightly tired of this scene that has repeated for over 10 times. That is her name. Ophis immediately retorted while smacking her Zanpakuto into the ground out of frustration and creating another crater. Yawach turned to Aizen and seemingly asked, is it? Aizen shook his head. Well, it's a step forward that you two are finally capable of talking to your Zanpakuto. If you want to convince them that those are their names, I won't be able to help you. Lilith swung around her Zanpakuto, creating strong gusts all around her while thinking about what she should do next. Noir. It's about time you come out. The blade, however, only vibrated slightly. Ophis looked at her before turning to her own sword. Kiara, you have 5 minutes. Unlike Lilith's Zanpakuto, it didn't even respond. Aizen was very patient, but he couldn't help but let out a sigh of resignation. It's like I'm talking to the most stubborn and prideful kids in the world. He tried thinking of other ways for them to communicate, however, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when a burst of minute, but terrifying aura swept the surroundings. With eyes wide open, he turned to a certain direction and muttered, "Who's that?" Despite his question, there's something eerily familiar with this aura, and that familiarity is somehow invoking the feeling of annoyance from him. Chapter 1267, Chapter 1267 Moving Forward. Kisuke. Ophis muttered while also facing the same direction as Aizen. Urahara. Aizen turned to her with a stunned expression. That's Urahara. But before Ophis could say anything, Serafal came flying towards them with a similarly panicked expression. Ophis-chan. Contact Flana-chan and tell her to prepare and create a barrier for the 3 worlds. Ophis nodded and attempted to connect with her fellow dragon. But before she could establish the connection, the terrifying aura suddenly disappeared as if it wasn't real. Ophis turned her head in confusion before looking at Seraphol and asked, "Do you still want me to?" But without any hesitation, Seraphol nodded, "Yes." Understood. Ophis started talking to Flanna, and despite this, Seraphol still had a worried expression. Aizen was a bit taken aback since she was normally nonchalant even while facing him, and Yawach, why the long face? Seraphol was quiet for a bit before letting out a huge sigh. "If that's the Tiamat that I know, then I'm worried that she'll flood the whole world by accident." Back then when they were trying to suppress Tiamat, Seraphol didn't mistake that her weakness was the norm. If Kisuke didn't proactively and preemptively seal most of her abilities back then there's no way for her to stop the black mud that she released like she did. I know Kitan would be able to stop her black mud. But if by any chance she bypassed that restriction and that corrupting substance spilled into the three worlds. Seraphol shuddered as she finished her thoughts. Let's just say that the insects that are invading now would be a minor problem if compared to that. At that moment, Seraphol's communicator started ringing, and when she looked down on it, she saw Claire's name. "What's up, Claire-chan?" "Saranichan." "What's happening?" "The enemies are retreating." "What?" She thought and returned to her table immediately. As Claire had said, the current heat map was showing that the threats, not just in Claire's area, but also throughout the whole world, are disappearing. How does it look? The moment that weird aura washed over them, without hesitation and with no exceptions, they all turned their backs and started retracing their paths while losing all the coordination they had prior. And even if we tried attacking them, we couldn't get any form of retaliation. We're currently trying to eliminate as many of them as possible. Understood. Don't chase them beyond the dimensional gap and overextend yourselves. Once the threats are at minimum levels, proceed to recover and prepare the damage report. If there are immediate issues like major injuries, go straight to the appropriate departments. I'll announce a gathering later once I have more information on my side. Finally, relay the things I've just told you to Kuna-chan and Tanis-chan. I'll be on my way. All right, and be careful. But don't let your guard down yet. If you notice something strange, report it to me immediately. I got it, Saranichan. I'll be careful. The call got disconnected and Seraphol hurriedly moved to relay the same information she got to all of her contacts. Naturally, Seraphol knew that their retreat had something to do with Kisuke. However, it was precisely because of that she reminded everyone things could become more dangerous. She then tried contacting Kisuke through their special class telepathy that was derived from Leifi's magic, but was surprised not to get any sort of response. He's not dead, right? The worst possible scenario instantly entered her head, but she shook away such thoughts right away. That can't be. These guys wouldn't retreat if he's actually gone. On the contrary, the enemy was probably forced to gather all of their forces so that he could face him. Seraphol let out a huge breath in an attempt to calm herself down and stop thinking of the worst. But even the normally very positive Seraphol couldn't help but descend into extreme worry. After all, the special class telepathy was created for moments like these, and there are only two possibilities when it doesn't work. Either the recipient is in a far-off world, or dead. It can't be, right? She was about to descend into madness and started thinking of how she could follow him when a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. She hurriedly turned around and was shocked that she didn't feel her approach. Ophis-chan. Seraphol saw her own reflection in Ophis' eyes before she could say anything. It was a face of devastation. She didn't realize she was making that face. He won't perish. Not from something like this. Ophis confidently uttered. Seraphol looked straight into her eyes, and her confidence is just what she needed. You're right. What am I thinking? She replied while displaying a wry smile. Unbeknownst to her, Aizen and Yawach had also approached, and the former said, Urahara is surely blessed with great and loyal people. Not what I was expecting for someone like him. Although it sounded like an insult, Seraphol was aware that was the furthest from the truth. Like Kisuke, Aizen was also a calculative person. There's hardly any loyalty around him. And even if there was any, it was only supported by benefits and interests. The moment those are gone, it's either betrayal or being betrayed. He only trusted a few people, and now he's surrounded by a lot more. I wonder what happened in that short amount of time. Life. Seraphol shortly answered. She has already calmed herself down. Aizen took another look at her and asked, I wasn't interested at first, but now I'm curious. What's your relationship with him? Future wife. Seraphol gave another short answer. Aizen, on the other hand, was taken aback. Really? I was certain he was together with Shihu and Yuruchi. Looks like I was mistaken. Again, Seraphol gave a short answer that surprised not just Aizen, but also Yawach. She's the first wife. Both were surprised that Kisuke actually had the personality to accept two spouses at once. But the real kicker came from Lilith's mouth, and she's the 10th. Aizen and Yawach were actually too stunned to say anything. There was silence for about 30 seconds until Seraphol supplemented with a proud expression, my dear little sister is the second wife. That's debatable. Ophis instantly retorted. At that moment, Aizen burst out into a loud laughter, "Fohahaha. Looks like he's a better king than you, O king of Quincy's." Yawatch didn't say anything until the end but still found the situation amusing. "Anyways, it seems that this whole war will soon end and it's about time that I fulfill my end of the bargain." Aizen started walking away. It was also thanks to his words that more confidence sprung out of Seraphol, "Your end of the bargain. To open a path from this world to your world." Aizen stopped walking and turned his head towards them. "Claire Belial, is it? I just need to assist her." He didn't wait any longer and disappeared from the isolated space. "I hope it doesn't devolve into bloodshed." Seraphol muttered while thinking what might happen when a criminal like him meets his former adversaries. Chapter 1268, Chapter 1268 Who is Claire? Aizen reappeared in the human world, more specifically, within the Karakura town. When he looked around, he was surprised that the whole town was relatively intact, save for the numerous corpses of insects littering everywhere. There were almost no signs of live insects and the holes in space had started healing themselves. Even then, the town was still filled with noise and activities with most of the humans cleaning up the mess that the attack had left. With the advent of magic, the human race will advance and jump several generations into the future within a few years. These insects may have caused them horrors unimaginable, but they are also treasure troves of knowledge. Human culture and probably borders will undergo a massive change after this, but Aizen was not too interested in it. But because he didn't attempt to hide his Ryatsu, Aizen soon felt multiple strong presences rushing to his side. A few seconds later, various people using their movement techniques appeared and surrounded Aizen. The soldiers who were working to clean and transport the corpses stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to their direction. Ichigo, in his half-hollowified form and Bankai released, turned to them and raised his voice, "Stop what you're doing. Leave now and tell the others to evacuate from here. This place is dangerous. The JSDF knows not to mess with them, not after seeing what they are capable of." So without any hesitation, one of them spoke into a radio and soon they started leaving, discarding everything aside from the bare minimums. Now that the area has become lifeless and deserted, Ichigo spoke while pointing his blade at Aizen. "When did you come out of your seal? And what are you doing here?" Aizen didn't answer immediately and looked around. Aside from Ichigo, Chad, Uryu, the Fullbringer group, and the Quincy group are surrounding him while pointing their weapons in his direction and looking at him nervously. "If you asked me a few years ago if Shinigami, Fullbringers, and Quincy's were going to work together, I could have never believed it." With sharp eyes, Uryu urged an answer from him. "You're not here to take advantage of the situation, aren't you?" Aizen smirked and said, "That certainly isn't my intention, but if you want things to heat up again, I don't really mind granting your wish." In an instant, Aizen's thick purple Ryatsu manifested and pressured everyone. Aside from Ichigo, everyone else felt like someone hit them on the back of their heads and they almost buckled down and lost consciousness. Everyone gritted their teeth and was about to unleash a retaliatory attack when they suddenly heard a voice of question not far from them. "Uncle Aizen. What are you doing here? I thought you were with Saranichan, Ophis-chan, and Lilith-chan." "Uncle Aizen." Everyone collectively thought and slowly turned their heads to the source of the voice and saw Claire, with her wings out, slowly flying down. However, what's even weirder was Aizen's reaction. The pressure he's releasing immediately disappeared and he acknowledged Claire. "Claire. Those two are hopeless and I doubt they'll learn it in such a short time. And I'm here to discuss something with you." Even Aizen himself never thought that he'd allow anyone to call him uncle, and here he is, accepting it. The moment Claire called out to him, his mind returned to the earlier conversation he had with Seraphol. "Life, huh? Should I experience it for myself too? Although I don't think it would be interesting enough." "Is that so?" Claire landed and walked forward as she retracted her wings. She looked around and saw the tense situation and she could understand where they were coming from since she knew their history. Nevertheless, she also doesn't want to needlessly rile them up by telling them to stop. "All right. Let's ignore them for now. I have to compile my report so I'm about to head to the temporary office. Can we perhaps discuss it there?" "No." Aizen started moving and walked past the group of Quincy's standing between him and Claire. "This is much more important, so leave the menial task to others. I need you to come with me to the Soul Society." Claire thought about it for a moment and after a few seconds, she came to a conclusion that there was no way for her to refuse him and decided to do what he wanted, something important. Saranichan wouldn't have allowed him to leave if he was about to endanger me and we're going to the Soul Society so it should be alright. Where are the secret escape routes that Kisuke can set up again? Aizen soon reached Claire's side and the space around him started twisting. It was then that Claire was sure that she really couldn't say no and hurriedly said, "Uncle Aizen, let's not do that. We have prepared a proper channel for teleportation. If you go there like that, we probably won't be able to talk for a while. Then I leave it to you." Claire turned to the stunned group and called out to one of them, "Ishida Nisan, please take care of that report. I'll be leaving first." "Yeah. Sure." Uryu could only absent-mindedly answer. Thank you. After a small bow, Claire activated her teleportation magic, taking her and Aizen away. It's only a minute later that someone spoke up. What was that? Chad asked everyone, not sure if Aizen somehow put them under his illusion. Yuri fixed his glasses and asked Ichigo, can you contact the Soul Society and ask them what just happened? I will, but I'm just glad it didn't devolve into a fight. Looks like he has already recovered most of his abilities. When they heard Ichigo's assessment, they all shuddered and also sighed in relief. But who the hell is this Claire? How can she casually talk to and call that guy uncle? The Fullbringer, Riruka, asked. Although Aizen was already gone, her entire body was still shivering from fear. Nobody could answer her question. Mayuri was standing in front of all the current captains and lieutenants of the Godi 13 who just received their physical bodies except for Soifun. Go test your bodies outside. Tell me if you're feeling something wrong. However, no one is really listening to him and they are just blankly turning around and stretching their limbs. Mayuri sighed at this sight but let it go. Well, there shouldn't be any major problems. I just need to know how much of their abilities they can actually release. Mayuri scratched the side of his face in contemplation. He thought that the bugs would be a good target practice for these people but they have suddenly retreated. There's nothing else I can do aside from wait. I should focus on the nobles and their vassals transitioning. It was at this moment that a familiar and oppressive descended on the whole Siri. Oh. Maybe we can test it out after all. Mayuri turned to the direction where the aura appeared and smiled. The others in the room, however, don't have the same expression as him aside from Zaraki who was thinking the same thing as him. Chapter 1269, Chapter 1269 The Grave Situation. Although Claire was careful not to go out of the established protocols, she had no way of hiding Aizen's presence. So when she felt multiple people approaching their direction, she could only sigh. I was hoping it'd be a quiet entrance, but that's impossible, huh? They are currently in the vicinity of the Senkaman World Penetration Gate, and Claire didn't hesitate to take a sidestep to gain some distance from Aizen. Aizen, meanwhile, slowly raised his left arm and as he did, a bulky man with a large grin plastered on his face suddenly appeared in front of him, swinging down his tattered blade. The blade went an inch deep into Aizen's arm, but it didn't go any further. As brash as ever, Kenpachi Zaraki. Zaraki's smile went wider and said, and you're as tough as ever. That's great. He tried pushing his blade down further but he only advanced by a few millimeters when Aizen's would suddenly start bubbling up and Zaraki had to retreat before his sword got stuck. Zaraki was about to go in for another attack when he suddenly felt a massive heat source approaching them. When he turned around, Zaraki couldn't help but click his tongue, TCH. Now the fun's over. Aizen also didn't do anything and just waited for the old man to reach them. The moment the old man landed, the bricks under his feet immediately started melting. Before it could get any worse, the flames around him began retracting and the temperature around them slowly came down to normal levels. The old man, Yamamoto, first both looked at Aizen and Zaraki and sighed before turning to Claire who took some distance and smiled. Claire. I'm glad to see you doing all right. You're not pushing yourself, are you? I'm fine, Grandpa Yamamoto. I'm feeling greater than ever. Claire happily jogged over to him. Now that he's here, she's not too worried about Aizen anymore. If they want to fight, she'll be able to leave with relative ease. And why did you come here with him? Uncle Aizen said he had something important to discuss with me and we needed to come to the Soul Society. Yamamoto was a bit surprised and glanced at Aizen. Uncle, huh? Anything else? That's all I know. I see. Yamamoto nodded in understanding before turning to Aizen. I presume you're not here to cause any trouble, are you? I have nothing to gain from it. Aizen answered with confidence, and I'm just doing what Urahara Kisuke wanted me to do. Then you don't mind if I give you and Claire company, do you? Aizen shrugged his shoulders. I don't really care. As long as you don't burn me for no reason. Yamamoto nodded and turned his head to Zaraki. Zaraki, save it for later. Zaraki clicked his tongue again before turning around and walking away. When he disappeared with a flash step, Yamamoto talked to Aizen again. Lead the way. Aizen also didn't say anything and jumped off the building where the Senkaman was located. Their destination is the 12th Division Research and Development Center. While Claire was following them, she wondered why Kuna didn't approach and what she was doing so far away from the Siri. Must be something important. Soon, they arrived at the Research and Development Center and it was strangely deserted with only the small Nemu waiting in front of it. Welcome, former Captain Commander Yamamoto, former Captain Aizen Sosuke, and Miss Claire Belial. The captain is waiting, please follow me. Nemu turned around and started walking ahead. The three of them followed her and Yamamoto asked, where are the others? Captain sent them away knowing that they'll start clamoring and was worried that they'll break some equipment if they can't keep their hands to themselves. Good call. Yamamoto nodded in agreement. Right now, the Siri are divided into three groups. The current members of the Godi 13, the nobles, and those who came from hell. There's already a strained interaction between the groups due to how things are unfolding, and Yamamoto certainly doesn't want to make it more chaotic by throwing Aizen in the middle of it. I can probably force them to listen to me. But I can't do that. I'll be undermining Kiraku's authority. Nimue led the three into the inner parts of the facility and soon reached a monitoring room where only Mayuri was present and was watching a world map with various symbols overlaying it. "You're here," he said while turning around. "It's reassuring that you're here too, former Captain Commander." "Oh. Are you sure?" Yamamoto chuckled while rubbing his beard. "It's more believable if you have said that you found my attendance annoying." Mayuri looked at him strangely and muttered, "You've mellowed out." "How unexpected." Stepping down was a liberating feeling. Mayuri let out a short breath. Since he didn't have the time to engage in casual talk, he turned his attention to Aizen. "What happened? Why are they moving out?" "According to the Lady of Citri, it has something to do with Urahara Kisuke. Meanwhile, they have started preparing something to shield all of the three worlds." Mayuri and Yamamoto immediately furrowed their brows. Meanwhile, Claire made a surprised expression while muttering, "So that's really Tiamat Nichin. Fully unleashed. Explain." Mayuri immediately demanded. Claire didn't like his demanding tone, but there was also no point in keeping it secret. If the brief aura earlier was really from Tiamat Nichin, then Sarah Nichin's actions are understandable. "I only watched it through a recording, but when I saw Kisuke Nichin, Sarah Nichin, and Yoruchi Nichin fight against Tiamat Nichin, then I can confidently say that she's on Ophis-chan's level in her complete form, or maybe even higher. She's also a world creator, so she's also probably on the same level as your Soul King." Mayuri, Aizen, and Yamamoto looked at each other and thought that this Tiamat was probably enough to deal with Ichibai if her claims were true. However, the most problematic was her ability, the Sea of Life. For reasons that I won't explain right now, well, I only heard it from Sarah Nichin and Kisuke Nichin, so I won't be able to explain it properly either. Her Sea of Life was corrupted. Instead of nourishing life, it actively destroys it and gives birth to something else entirely that's very hostile to all other forms of life other than its own. Instead of nourishing, it actively destroys them. Yamamoto couldn't fully understand. On the other hand, Mayuri and Aizen's eyes widened at the implication of her words. Well, simply speaking, any life that touches the Sea of Life will be consumed and destroyed. And from that destruction, a new life, with the same memories and abilities, will be constructed and emerge out of it. All of this reconstructed life will be hostile regardless of their previous alignment. Yamamoto heard something similar from Joshua that occurred during the Quincy War. "Do you mean like those zombies?" But instead of Claire, it was Mayuri who answered him with a grave expression. "No. They're not similar at all. Zombies are just controlled through their muddled minds, but these things are reconstructed. They are natural and they are not under control." So Citri Serafal wanted a barrier because she's worried that this Sea of Life will reach the three worlds? Aizen asked. Claire nodded. "It has restrictions, like it could only expand on the ocean, but I heard that in the right conditions, it could expand throughout the whole world, drowning everything in it." Yamamoto is also now realizing the graveness of the situation, but he's still confused about something. Is that something she or Urahara can't control? It's fully under Tiamat Nichin's control. The problem is that she gets stronger the more she expands the Sea of Life, because it's essentially expanding her domain of influence and authority. Depending on their opponent, they might need to expand it very far. Chapter 1270 Preparations. A few moments of silence veiled the room until Yamamoto asked, "Is there anything we can do?" Mayuri sighed and turned around to return to his work. "Insert ourselves between them." "That's impossible. I don't know what Urahara discovered, but I'm pretty sure that there's nothing we can do to help him." "You know him too, former Captain Commander. He wouldn't dive into that fight alone due to arrogance. Urahara went alone for a reason, and it must be a very good reason." Yamamoto then started making complicated expressions, and even without turning around to look at his face, Mayuri could tell what he was thinking. "Are you worried that he might fail?" Yamamoto was surprised, not because Mayuri guessed it right, but because he didn't think he'd directly mention it in front of Kisuke's young niece. Yamamoto peeked at Claire's expression and could only sigh. But before he could say anything, Mayuri continued, "And that's the reason why Aizen Sosuke is here right now." Mayuri peeked at Aizen, who was making an amused expression. "Am I right? You've looked into it, right? Moving into the world where Urahara and these ladies came from, I mean." Aizen returned his own question. Claire frowned upon hearing that, but she didn't voice out anything. Although she had the inkling of what they were planning to do, she didn't know anything concrete. It's normal to plan ahead of various circumstances. There's no need to get upset. "I believe in Kisuke Nichin," she told herself. Mayuri's hands briefly stopped on Aizen's inquiry but soon resumed pressing on the keyboard in front of him. "That's only natural. I don't know what Ichibai was trying to do, but it's safe to assume it's not for any good. I refuse to stay still with an enormous threat like that looming. If we can't fight that thing, then we can try escaping." And that's the reason why Mayuri was rushing to move everyone into their new bodies. He needed them to be prepared for escape as soon as possible, so what do you propose we should do? Urahara has surely left traces or a path to reach that world, but he's not here right now. He told me that he needed my help to create that path and I would know how to do it when the time is right. I don't know what he intended to achieve previously, but I know exactly how we'll reach that world. Mayuri stopped working again and properly faced Aizen this time. He stared at him for a moment before his eyes went sideways and landed on Claire. I see. So you will be the spear. Mayuri wondered why Aizen brought Claire with him but soon recalled what he detected and captured through his measuring devices when Kisuke initiated his attack on the chained, and she's our compass. Aizen nodded, something like that, yes. Understood. I'll prepare what we'll need so make sure that both of you are prepared. I'm glad that it's easy to talk to you. From their conversation, Claire also understood the role Aizen wanted her to fill, although I was able to summon Gabriel Nichin last time, I have no idea how to do that again. Don't worry. You accidentally summoning her means that you have an innate connection with her. Mayuri replied, and these connections often happen in the soul. Where do you think you are? How long has it been? Benihime asked, feeling bored within the endless blackness. She was first interested in what Kisuke was doing but since he was doing it so slowly, her interest soon fell off. As Kisuke feared, Benihime contracted the worst modern disease introduced by the modern lifestyle, immediate boredom. It has been 3 days. However, I'm not actually sure. I don't know if the flow of time was altered in here and even if it's not, I don't know what this transformation did to my perception. For all I know, I might be perceiving time faster or slower than normal. Same with my biological functions. I don't know if my heart is beating slower or faster. Then let's assume you're correct, isn't it about time for you to end all of this before that reckless ice lady follows you? Well, I'm also thinking of going out now. I already figured out how I'll pop this bubble end. Kisuke looked down and saw the black mud which he could hardly see the edge of anymore. I think this enough. Right now, Kisuke was standing and looked like a tiny dot in the sphere of black mud that was enough to fill the entirety of the Pacific Ocean several times over. I'd like to have enough to flood the entirety of hell, but it'll take months or even years to do that. Enough to flood the hell? Then lucky for them that you don't have enough time to do that. Them. You know, the founding members of the Godi 13 and their towns filled with people. Ah. Them. No need to worry about them. By this time, they've probably already left hell. How? You're asking that because you're forgetting someone. Though I can't really blame you since you only met her once and she didn't tell you what she planned to do after. Stop giving me riddles. Who is it? Kisuke stretched his limbs and gave his body a final check. She's someone as crazy if not more so than you. And you hate her guts for it. A certain blindfolded individual instantly entered Benihime's mind. Oh. That crazy bitch. I forgot that I urged them to go to hell. Even if he doesn't want to, he'll be forced to move and despite his criminal status, he's someone who couldn't let go of his duty of helping his comrades. By now, those guys should have reached Soul Society. And how did they move an entire population? It's going to be tough if it's just going to be them, but as long as one of the 3 girls are present in Soul Society, which I'm sure they are, they would have felt their attempt to breach the space. They would be lucky if Kuna-chan is around since she's the one who can do large-scale ritual-style mass teleportation. At that moment, both Kisuke and Benihime heard Tiamat sigh, it's done. I gave you as much authority as possible. You should be able to summon your children now. Mine. Yes. Yours. But don't worry. They are not the children that you'd normally think about. They are creatures that reflect your own life. Chapter 1271, Chapter 1271 First Child. Children that reflect my own life? Kisuke asked while feeling the black mud under his feet. The moment Tiamat spoke up, there was this strange feeling that started welling up deep in his soul as if something was trying to break out. Yes. I asked you not to immediately summon them because I had to make a few changes so that you'd receive my full authority first. If you had summoned them, instead of yours, you'd summon mine, the 11 children that were born out of resentment and regret towards the deities that I trusted and considered as my own. There was a small pause before Tiamat continued, they were children who were manifested solely to slay gods and that's not something you need right now. I see. So you're saying that if I call them now, they will take on a form that's most suitable for me? Yes. Even I don't know what sorts of creatures you'll come up with. But beware, they are born from the corrupted sea of life so they're inherently violent and against the natural order of life itself. If you're not careful, they might go beyond the scope of your control and become loose weapons that only know how to destroy everything around them, including you. Well, only one way to find out, right? Kisuke took a deep breath and focused on the strange feeling he was having. He didn't have to vocalize anything nor do any special actions when the sea of life under him started boiling up. The next second, an enormous amount of energy was ejected out of Kisuke and sank into the sea of life, further heating it up. Kisuke only intended to come out after he finished summoning the so-called children, but with just the process alone, the pure black space started shaking and cracking due to the pressure suddenly increasing from the inside. So even before any one of them showed themselves to Kisuke, the light started pouring into the absolute darkness and the shell that Ichibai had locked him in began peeling off. Gravity began to work again and the boiling sea of life under him was set in motion. As the black mud spilled out of the black shell, the collapse of the artificial dimension was further hastened. But due to this black mud flooding everything, Kisuke wasn't sure where exactly he was. Although he was sure that he was on the surface of hell after seeing the purple sky filled with holes that led into the dimensional gap. What a warm welcome, Kisuke muttered sarcastically because the purple sky and the view to the dimensional gap were actually a small portion of what he was seeing, with the vast majority of it consisting of maggots and flies waiting for his emergence. Deep inside this forest of bugs and almost 10 kilometers away, Ichibai was carefully watching Kisuke while commanding the bugs to leave the ground and fly up. But even with his speedy reaction, millions of these bugs were instantly drowned by the rushing black mud. They instantly died. I can't feel them anymore. Ichibai tried sending a few of his stronger flies, but the moment they touched the mud they seemed to lose all control of their bodies and were willing to let themselves be swallowed. This is trying to figure it out, are we? Ichibai suddenly heard Kisuke's voice and simultaneously felt a threat coming for him. Ichibai waved his hand and a kilometer-thick wall of bugs instantly formed in front of him. Even then, a 3-inch hole suddenly appeared in his stomach, spilling out black blood. When he looked forward, he saw that something pierced through his wall of bugs and even went through his exoskeleton that's supposed to be harder than Aizen's armor. The hole in his stomach started healing and was still considered nothing to Ichibai. However, Kisuke was able to confirm that he was not invulnerable to his attack anymore like before. It was an ability that was similar to Yawacha's Almighty, but now that he was outside of its influence, Kisuke could finally hurt him. But where is the pulsing flesh from before? Was it still in the same spot or did he do something about it? He feels a bit different than before. Be careful. Tiamat, whose senses were attuned with Kisuke, warned, he's more or less already complete. At the same time, Ichibai disappeared from Kisuke's view once again. Kisuke wanted to snipe him one more time to gather more information, but he had to stop when a flaming palm, 3 kilometers across, suddenly manifested in the sky as if the sun had descended. Kisuke's eyes widened at the existence of this giant hand made out of fire and his instincts were screaming at him, telling him how dangerous this is. What's this? A weakness of the Sea of Life. If you could bring enough destruction down on Earth that it'll evaporate the entire sea, it'd be rendering it useless. Well, that's a shame. I was looking forward to face tanking that. You can, if you want a big portion of the Sea of Life to disappear. Kisuke's pink eyes lit up and a translucent round pink barrier that was 5 kilometers across appeared between him and the descending hand. The giant flaming hand soon landed on Kisuke's barrier and upon their contact, a massive shockwave instantly erupted from them and created a tsunami on Kisuke's Sea of Life almost a kilometer tall. If this were to happen on Earth, it would instantly mow down a few countries and no survivors would be recorded, for their bodies would have exploded into pieces just from the sheer force they generated from the simple collision alone. Kisuke's barrier soon started cracking, but before they broke, the flaming hand lost its fuel and disappeared. Of course, Ichibai's assault didn't stop there and at least 100,000 bugs went to rush Kisuke while casting various attack magic. Kisuke wanted to intercept them, but he also noticed that Ichibai was preparing a big attack and would rather be on guard against that. I can annihilate them, but that'll open me for an attack for a brief moment. I doubt he'll be able to kill me with just one attack, but I can never be too careful. There's also a choice of slowly taking care of the bugs, but he'll never be able to get an initiative that way, and will lock him into a perpetual defense. So, do I risk it? He asked himself when Tiamat interrupted his thoughts. No need. The next instant, a blinding flash of lightning went through his vision and instantly cut down half of the approaching bugs. When the flash of lightning stopped, Kisuke's eyes went wide open as he muttered, "What? Why, Yoruichi? Looks like that's your first child, Yoruichi. How surprising." Chapter 1272, Chapter 1272, Children. Yoruichi turned towards Kisuke and was able to determine that the person standing far from him and just burned the bugs with her lightning was not the Yoruichi he knew. Aside from the glowing red veins running through her entire body and darker skin than normal, there are no thoughts behind her eyes. The stranger thing, however, is the violent will that flows off of her that makes Kisuke think that she only exists to destroy. That is uncanny, Kisuke thought to himself. At that moment, the bugs started changing. Instead of rushing towards Kisuke, they momentarily retreated back. Yoruichi tried going after them, but Kisuke gave her a command to stop. Thank goodness she listened. Or else I'd have to take her back for having that much firepower but no control. Kisuke wanted to see what Ichibai was trying to do since he doubted that he'd actually retreat. And upon further watching, he almost regretted having Tiamat's expanded and much more accurate senses, especially to those that possesses life. The flies, which were at least 30 feet long each, went forward and the maggots around them started gathering and squeezing themselves into it. So much so that the maggots are being mangled in the process. While they were disgustingly exchanging flesh and fluids, they also slowly formed a humanoid silhouette with the head of a fly, acting as the head of the form. Kisuke doesn't exactly know how many bugs he's facing right now, but there are at least hundreds of thousands that are becoming walking 100 feet tall giants right now. That looks disgusting. But why only with that amount? Although there's a large amount of these humanoid giants, the very vast majority of the bugs kept retreating towards Ichiban's position. It can't be, right? You're allowed to transform, so what's stopping him? Benihime commented with a small chuckle. Kisuke sent a signal to Uruchi to resume her assault, and she immediately moved by projecting tens of magic circles around her before each one of them sent pillars of lightning towards the giants. Each of the pillars easily pierced and charred one or two giants, killing them for good. However, the moment it reached a third one, it lost enough power that the giants just opened a maw on their stomachs to eat the lightning. Those who ate Uruchi's magic immediately started emitting electricity themselves and sent the magic back to Uruchi. Uruchi showed a surprised expression, but she was able to dodge using Shunko. But on the very next moment, it was Kisuke's turn to be surprised as the other giants, who didn't even come close to Uruchi's magic, started generating their own electricity around their bodies and started shooting out lightning magic towards Uruchi and him. While Kisuke was fine, since even if they hit him directly it did nothing to him, that's not the same for Uruchi. Uruchi was very fast with her Shunko, but she was already forced to use barriers to block the attacks due to them coming from all directions from hundreds of sources at a time. This is bad. Looks like their connection wasn't just for simple communications. Kisuke thought while watching a portion of giants endlessly pour lightning magic on Uruchi. Kisuke raised his right arm and pointed it at the cluster of giant amalgamations while ignoring all the magic attacks that were hitting him. This time, he didn't want to use Tiamat's ability, but his own to test if there's nothing wrong with it. A second later, a dark green ball formed on his right hand before it instantly ballooned into a 10-foot wide ball of destruction. Zero. Kisuke muttered. The ball widened to 15 feet before it turned into a beam of light that directly targeted Ichiban's last known position. The giants momentarily ceased their assault and stacked up to block Kisuke's Zero, but to no avail. Kisuke's dark green Zero went through all the blocking giants and instantly vaporized them. However, this didn't go on forever, as the Zero soon lost its power, not just because it trudged through literal flesh and blood but also because those in the vicinity of the Zero took a bite from it. Kisuke's brows furrowed, and as he expected, the giants started shooting out Zeros too, and more of them started forming to replace the dead ones. And it doesn't just end there, as more and more maggots and flies are coming out of the dimensional gap to replenish their numbers. Did he call everything to his side? Looks like I won't have to be worried that they'll be behind schedule. Although Kisuke wanted to finish things here up cleanly, he also didn't want any delay to his return, not after what Gabriel insinuated, and here I was hoping that I could kick back and return to being a small candy shop owner for a bit. Kisuke's Zero didn't give them the advantage he was expecting. Instead, Uruchi started to become overwhelmed. He intended to assist her until he felt something shooting out of his sea of life. The next thing he knew, two flashes of light went through the giants and they were cut into pieces before turning into ashes. Seriously? Benihime exclaimed, they can utilize holy power. The two lights stopped and floated beside Uruchi. Kisuke already knew their identities the moment they released holy power, and by extension, the criteria for the children. Akino with her fallen angel and devil wings, and Irina with her angel wings radiated holy power that's a bit darker than normal. However, they still have the same lethal effect against the insects, and there doesn't seem to be any indication of them eating the holy power and copying it. And the same as Uruchi, they had dark skin and their eyes had a 1,000-yard stare that didn't contain any consciousness. The insects' attention was solely on Uruchi before, but after the holy power's assault, they seemingly forgot her existence and went after Akino and Irina in an even greater frenzy. Too bad for them, the Sea of Life ejected another individual, and this time, she slowly floated with her long purple hair rustling through the wind and gem-like purple eyes that attracted the enemy's attention. The rushing insects stopped moving, and while their momentum brought them forward, they soon began dropping into the Sea of Life below, never to be seen again. Only the amalgamations of insects were able to move again and take flight, but their movements were obviously slowed down compared to before. These insects had multiple eyes, and that gave them the advantage of more information gathered, but that only backfired when they faced Medusa's mystical eyes. Chapter 1273, Chapter 1273, Children Part 2. It would seem that the Sea of Life has finally finished constructing Kisuke's children, as two more of them came rushing out. Different from the previous ones, they didn't engage with the insects and directly carved their way towards the hiding leader, Ichiban. That's Aika and Riveria. They're directly going to Ichiban even though I didn't tell them to. Kisuke asked loudly. Tiamat also observed the situation before answering. Their motivations are mostly influenced by your state of mind, so when you tried to fish out that guy earlier, it's the same as them receiving the command of attacking that guy. It's also the reason why the previous three tried protecting the first one. That means I should control my rage and not get angry at random things, huh? You. If it's you from before, nothing would be able to influence your state of mind. Now, however, you'll go ballistic if your precious family members are hurt. Thankfully, none of them are here right now. Benihime also added with a teasing tone. Oh, looks like you finally have time to ease up. Have you gotten used to it? Yep. It turned out to be easier than I thought, modifying the shadow, that is. Benihime replied, full of confidence, it's a much simpler ability than I initially thought. I can now understand how you were able to pull off this form, though it's still pretty much a fluke that you got it right. I told you it's very much possible, right? I just had to put my mind to it and it'll work out. You probably already have an idea what you want me to use this for, don't you? Kisuke became silent for a moment to finalize his thoughts before nodding, yes. I don't know if Hyusub has realized it yet, but the most threatening thing for us are his abilities as a Shinigami. Thanks to me achieving this form through my fusion with my Zanpakuto, he's thinking that this is a Shinigami ability, and right now, he's contesting us with magic and numbers because he's probably thinking that this is the way to counter me. Nevertheless, it won't take long for him to figure out that I'm still no match for him as a Shinigami and he will soon utilize this advantage. If you're worried about his naming ability, then don't bother. Tiamat chimed in, even with a bit of pride radiating from her voice, the current situation is that you are me and I am you. As long as the Sea of Life exists, you and I will persist. Not even death will be able to claim my authority. Unless, of course, it was cleverly and patiently taken away from you. At that moment, Tiamat instantly shut her mouth. Surprisingly, Benihime felt bad for her and pushed the topic forward. It doesn't sound like you're worried about the naming thing if you can poke fun at her. Naturally. It's one of the reasons why I'm keeping the ink on my back. I could just let it propagate and render another naming instance ineffective. What I'm wary of, however, was his authority over black. All of the color black from all beings, dead or alive, becomes his power. He last used it against Yawatch, but Yawatch was technically the sole king at that point, so that didn't work on him. Although when Yawatch tried stealing that power from him, it also didn't work since he just gathered all the black back from all the other sources. When he faced Ophis-chan, he didn't use it because he realized how he was going to fuck himself over if he tried absorbing her powers. Benihime immediately found the implication from Kisuke's words, you're stealing his Ryoryoku through shadow. Yes. And technically, shadow is black. Also correct. Then the moment he used his authority over black. Kisuke smiled widely before replying, we're basically fucked. The moment he absorbs that shadow, I also won't be able to maintain this form. Kisuke could hear Benihime audibly sigh in his head, and the fact that he doesn't notice that something is being sapped out of him proves that he has a reserve that doesn't know the end. So what's the strategy here? I've said it, right? The abilities on the level of an authority could be claimed if cleverly and patiently done. Kisuke then looked down on the black mud gushing out of his feet, and it just so happens that we have the right blueprint to make that happen. After considering all of his options, Kisuke opted to deal with Ichiban's black, and the way he planned to do it is how Chaos attempted to steal Tiamat's powers. Most likely, the moment he uses that ability of his, he'll also absorb the color of the Sea of Life. Too bad for him, the Sea of Life isn't just black, but also chaotic. Tiamat understood at the same time and exclaimed, I see. You wanted to taint his ability. Kisuke didn't confirm Tiamat's guess, but he also grinned while muttering, I wonder which one is a bigger glutton. Black or chaos? Half an hour has passed and the children are doing their best to reduce the insect's number, but instead of going down, Kisuke has noticed that their numbers only increased. Aika and Riveria, who are hacking away in the middle of the crowd in an attempt to find Ichiban, have not resulted in anything and their target still completely eluded them. Say. There are only 8 of them out there. Where are the remaining 3? You already have an idea under what criteria the children are born, so you probably won't be able to summon all 11 if the criteria isn't met. Tiamat immediately answered, nevertheless, I still know 3 people that could appear, so that would mean that the Sea of Life is having a hard time making them a reality. Why though? Kisuke was surprised. Although he knew who else was about to come out, he was also confused why they hadn't come out yet. Maybe that's the case. Tiamat muttered to herself before addressing Kisuke, direct more power to the Sea of Life. Kisuke wondered what Tiamat was talking about, but all he got was the instinctual use of her ability and didn't really understand its inner workings, so he could only listen to her. Before he proceeded to do that, however, he commanded his children to retreat and assume a defensive stance. This is because he has been allocating power to them so that they could continue fighting. After the children managed to get an adequate space for themselves, Kisuke poured more of the Ryoryoku he had been stealing from Ichiban into the Sea of Life and even increasing his rate of absorption. He might finally notice, but with him hiding, I think it's about time to raise the stakes. Ichiban, deep within the earth, has been eating everything that was available for him through his beloved minions when he felt something being drained from him. He immediately opened his eyes wide and traced where the drained Ryoryoku was going and found that it was going in Kisuke's direction. Seeing this, he grinned wildly, I see. So that's how it is. I was being wary over nothing. Chapter 1274, Chapter 1274, Children, Part 3. The Sea of Life expanded further and the only thing that could be seen over the horizon was its darkness. Kisuke and Benihime also noticed that it was getting harder to absorb more Riryoku and concluded that Ichibai had found them out. Benihime, let's get as much as we can and store it in the Sea of Life. Benihime understood what he was intending to do and opened the channel they have to Ichibai to the utmost, on it. Kisuke could immediately feel a massive amount of Riryoku going through him as soon as Benihime answered. Normally, he would have died from this, not just from the recoil that his body wasn't designed to take, but also from the Riryoku itself not being his, and needing purification before use. In this instance, however, he didn't need to purify anything, instead, anything that goes through him was automatically tainted, hence becoming compatible with him, that settles it. It really was a miracle that we were able to defeat chaos at that time. Well, it only became possible because he thought no one would be able to touch him. Kisuke had to be careful too, however, since he would have the same weakness as chaos, which is anything tainted could also be used against him. Which is why he was not extending the Sea of Life's chaotic attribute beyond itself. If he didn't have this weakness, he would have already sent this chaotic attribute to Ichibai to control and destroy him from within, at least not directly. I have to make it look as natural as possible. Kisuke's next step is to wait. There are only 3 other individuals who could appear and he could already guess why they were taking their time. I hope Sona-chan comes out soon. Benihime suddenly let out a bewildered voice. What's wrong? Nothing is changing. He's not closing it further. In fact, it feels like he's allowing it. A large grin appeared on Kisuke's face. Aha. What's going on? Asked Benihime while increasing the rate of absorption. If I guessed it correctly, he's probably thinking that he can take it all back. Kisuke then went to talk to Tiamat. Tiamat, I would like to confirm what I just got into my head. Am I correct to assume that the moment that the Sea of Life is destroyed, I'll be released from my shackles? But Tiamat didn't immediately give an answer and Kisuke could feel her hesitation on it. I'd like to know what I'm working on here. Tiamat sighed and finally replied, yes, but I hope you don't let it come to that point. So what's the risk? More than risk, it's a detriment. You might have been fine if it's me from the time before I met chaos. I'm telling you this now, but there's a reason why the dungeon was giving birth to monsters and it's not because my sister wanted to shape them that way. In my case, it would be arguably worse since the moment I'm released from the shackles of life, I'll turn into a mindless being, only craving for destruction. Almost, huh? I can work with that. I'm warning you. You might not be able to return. Kisuke then proceeded to ignore Tiamat's words and said, we only get one chance. He took a deep breath and using the massive power that was now available to him, he forcefully made a path to the 3 worlds to let everyone in it hear his voice. Please proceed with the disconnection and migration. As soon as possible. After those few words, he retracted his power. Do you think they got that? With the amount of power you invested in that? I'd be more surprised if no one lost consciousness. On the front lines, Kisuke's children were starting to get overwhelmed. While they are strong, they're not as strong as their original counterparts. Nevertheless, when Medusa's eyes started losing their effectiveness due to the sheer number of opponents, another figure appeared from the Sea of Life and instantly froze the incoming enemies. Seraphal, the greatest child Kisuke could have for crowd control. To think that the last 2 are the 2 individuals I needed the most. The Sea of Life is just answering your wishes. Because of what you want them to do, it'll take more time for the sea to give birth to them. Well, that makes sense. Mayuri was having all the members of his division distribute the pills that will give a soul their physical body. Of course, he didn't just give the pills to the nobles and their servants, but also to the special interest groups including the former members of the Skytian Fullbringer group, Hollows, and obscure clans that had already retreated from Siriidii due to various reasons like the Wolfman clan where Sajin Komamura originated. Good. We can have everyone have their bodies in 3 more days. Mayuri nodded in satisfaction while looking at the reports. However, it was at this moment that he heard a detestable voice, please proceed with the disconnection and migration. As soon as possible. A nerve immediately popped on his forehead as he muttered, you can only cause more problems when you're alive, huh? Captain. Akon called out to him after hearing Kisuke's voice too, what should we do? Mayuri sighed and walked towards his personal console while giving out commands, asked the entirety of the Gotei 13 to help out with the distribution. But various problems will come up with that and we might not be able to handle it. That's a lot better compared to being late. Couldn't you guess the implication behind his words? Implication. Mayuri turned to Akon and with an still obviously pissed expression, he answered, things are about to get much worse. About 30 minutes went by and the number of insects pouring out from within Kisuke's sights only kept increasing. He couldn't tell the exact number, but he's guessing that there are around trillions of them clumped together now. Forget about defending, just their corpses is enough to destroy the 3 worlds. Kisuke commented while thinking that he seriously underestimated their numbers. But despite all of this, he's not that worried about their presence because the children that he had been waiting for have already emerged, Sona and Hestia. Upon their emergence, Kisuke immediately noticed that something was different about them, and that was soon proven when Sona raised her right arm and the entire sea of life started to rise. A tsunami that was about to engulf everything has come to life. Chapter 1275, Chapter 1275, Children, Part 4. The sea of life, it nurtures and gives birth to life, so it is not allowed to be disturbed and cause harm. Even Tiamat herself was only allowed to fill it until the boundaries of the land, because anything further is antithetical to its existence. The sea is where it originated and the land is where it would end before it could return to the sea. The sea of life's ability to produce life is undoubtedly a form of miracle, but to freely use this miracle, it has to abide by its own rules. Such is an authority. An authority is only imposed if the foundation of its concept is adhered to. Of course, there are exceptions. It could be used at smaller scales even if not all the conditions are met, like what Kisuke did to reverse Kiryu Hikifyun's ability. But in this case, no matter how chaotic the battlefield had become, the sea of life had remained mostly still, with the waves rising only a few feet high. So how is she doing this? Benihime asked while watching Sona raise the sea and usher in a sight that could only be described as a biblical apocalypse. The sea floor under Kisuke's feet became visible and the black mud slowly rose up, 5, 10, 15, 20 miles up. And just like how the insects would forever disappear the moment they fell into the sea, all those who were gobbled up, without being able to fight back, were swept away and were forever incorporated with the black mud. Well, it's probably thanks to the other late lady. Kisuke briefly answered Benihime's question. Benihime didn't really understand, but thankfully, Tiamat supplemented Kisuke's answer. Hestia, one of the first few deities that were born from Null with my help. She inherited that nurturing aspect from both of us. Through countless years, that nurturing aspect gained an identity of its own which became known as the Hearth's Flame. Just like the name suggested, it's a flame that protected and nurtured all those who occupied its home. And right now, this Hestia has designated the entire sea of life as her home, thus, any changes in it are deemed as normal, just like a normal home. In simpler words, she became the flame that allowed this type of change. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Asked Benihime with a bewildered tone. That's just how these authorities work. It's always a stretch. Within Kisuke's inner world, Tiamat looked towards her neighbor and thought, her own, Modify, is already a borderline authority and a lump of potential that could possibly reach that level. Well, they have to realize that on their own. She dared not guess what Kisuke and Benihime could do if they could really reach that level. That would be close to reality altering, so I doubt they'll really be able to reach that. Starting from Kisuke, the towering wave expanded and swallowed everything it touched in all directions with the exception of those who originally came from it, the 11 children. As it traveled further away from Kisuke, the height of the wave kept rising until it reached around 40 miles, and only when it devoured around half of the insects, did Kisuke finally hear Ichibai's slightly panicked voice, no. A giant hand made out of earth suddenly rose up from below and tried grabbing Sona. Sona looked down but didn't attempt to dodge as she could feel the temperature around her drastically going down. In an instant, the hand stopped and was frozen solid along with the land around it. However, that was just a small distraction when a 10-mile-wide semi-translucent and glowing palm manifested in the sky and descended. It was a similar attack from earlier, but its scale was drastically larger, intending to flatten Kisuke and his 11 children. Kisuke immediately started preparing a much stronger Siro than before and already opened his widened mouth with a row of sharp teeth when Sona suddenly snapped her fingers and the tsunami started losing its momentum and returning to its former stillness. But before the previous calmness could return to the black mud, something else started emerging from it throughout its entirety. Ichibai, who was watching this from his hidden corner, was stunned when he saw that the maggots and flies whom he considered minions started rising from the mud by tens of millions at a time. What? I can't feel any connection from them. Ichibai felt a bad premonition when he noticed that these insects carried the same characteristics as the 11 people that Kisuke summoned, dark skin and shell along with bright red nerves running through their entire bodies, so he tried speeding up the descent of his palm. But to his dismay, the much smaller insects moved faster than his palm and they all rushed and intercepted it. In the far distance, this looked like a very dense dark fog rising up to the hand that was coming down. And just as Ichibai had feared and predicted, these insects that were out of his control began gnawing on his palm until nothing was left of it. It was the moment when the insects consumed everything and started going after the rest of the insects that weren't swallowed by the tsunami that Ichibai realized his mistake of waiting at this rate. Ichibai didn't want to visualize it. Now that Kisuke has the same ability to eat everything as him, Ichibai was afraid that he'll lose everything to him. This isn't everything yet, but there's no point to this anymore. Deep within Hell's Earth, Ichibai stood up and a pair of giant fly wings on his back spread out. He then extended his right arm covered in a black exoskeleton before suddenly taking it back and aiming at his left chest. His hand pierced through his chest, spewing out black blood. He, however, didn't react in pain in any way and just grabbed his own heart before squeezing it and bursting it into tiny pieces. Ichiban's eyes lost their light as he slowly dropped forward to the ground, dead. From his unmoving body, Ichiban's black blood began to drain and mix itself into the pulsing flesh not far from him. It was at this moment that the entirety of hell began to tremble. Chapter 1276, Chapter 1276 Madness. Kisuke could feel the earth shaking and he furrowed his brows as he could feel something, for lack of better words, malicious. At the same time, all the remaining insects on Ichiban's side abruptly ceased moving as if they were frozen in time. This sight not only shocked Kisuke but also became concerned since they didn't just stop moving but also stopped retaliating from attacks. But when he saw their bodies turning entirely black, Kisuke immediately commanded the insects on his side to retreat. Unfortunately, this came too late for some of them as those in contact with the other side also started turning black. The blackened insects then started liquefying and soon congealed into a giant mausoleum with a fence in front on top of shattered gravestones out of the blackness that covered the entire sky. Before it could gain a clear image, Kisuke shouted, "Benihime, stop absorbing and help me channel everything to Hestia." Benihime didn't say anything and just faithfully followed Kisuke's command. Disconnecting the shadow from Ichiban, Benihime reconnected its end towards Hestia and reversed the flow of Ryoryoku to have everything from the Sea of Life transfer to the warm deity. Meanwhile, Kisuke didn't just stop helping Benihime facilitate the transfer but also used the remaining of his focus and energy on tearing up the space in front of him, revealing the dimensional gap. Beckoning Hestia to his side, Kisuke pushed her into the tear he created while encapsulating her into a strong barrier. Kisuke then sighed and stared at Hestia before saying, "I'm leaving it to you until they can move away from here." The supposedly emotionless being suddenly softly smiled and nodded, which surprised Tiamat. Her own children had emotions, but they are an exception since she created them from scratch. Kisuke's children, on the other hand, were just a copy of their original and were only created for their abilities. This is surprising to say the least. Tiamat thought to herself. Also in response to Kisuke's will, the other 10 children started turning into ashes as they passed on their remaining power to Hestia. Kisuke touched the barrier surrounding her and imparted a shockwave that sent her shooting through the dimensional gap, immediately disappearing from everyone's sight. The tear in the space soon healed itself and Kisuke returned his attention to the disaster forming on top of him. "Benihime, are you ready? Just tell me what I need to do. Have you figured it out?" Kisuke first sized the black mausoleum, which is at least 3 miles wide and 4 miles tall. He thought that this was a lot smaller considering all the volume it took to form itself. Nonetheless, Kisuke finally figured out which plan he would initiate, and with a large grin, he replied, "Hide yourself within the shadow, and go along with it." "What? I won't repeat myself. Please do just that." Within the inner world, Benihime opened her mouth to further question his intentions. However, it was also at this moment that she realized his plan and why he was so confident regarding the potential berserk. "I'll be sure to bring back everything I can. So, please. Don't make me wait." Kisuke knew that this was not Benihime's usual tone but he didn't make fun of her for it. "I'm not sure about it, but I promise you. I'll take you back, no matter what." Benihime finally went silent and focused on her task. Meanwhile, the Sea of Life that has started to turn still from the tsunami that Sona caused, started rumbling once again as a jet-black giant arm holding a white sake cup. This arm went as high as 3 miles, just stopping below the mausoleum with Ichiban's distorted voice filling up the whole space. "O twilight, and everlasting darkness, come to me, come and have a drink, and once you do, your life will fade. The flowers will bloom along the road to hell. Where there are fish, let me paint them black, cut them into 8, and cook them well atop a flame of black, and then enjoy the meal. All that's left are bones of white, make them a gravestone, and pay respect. May they never be reborn again, so that you won't be sacrificed as food." From the Sea of Life that was holding Kisuke's power, blots of black emerged from it, slowly. But as time goes on, these blots start to gather more and more as they fly towards the sake cup. The black mud, now a dark gray mud, started to lose its color. And it wasn't just the Sea of Life, everything that was remotely black was being absorbed, including Kisuke's flesh and blood that light couldn't reach, hence, the darkness. Kisuke, however, only watched this all happen as he felt his innards being twisted and being moved outside of his body. His only concern was the shadow, and ink behind him being dragged to the cup along with Benihime's presence. "Tiamat, do you know why I'm confident that I'll be able to handle it once I transform further?" "I honestly don't have any idea, but it seems Benihime knew exactly what you're about to pull." "Well, I'll most probably lose my mind and devolve into something that's only seeking destruction." "Then how?" "The pain of being mangled inside out as various lacerations appeared on his very durable body was almost unbearable even to someone like Kisuke who has an unreasonably high pain tolerance." Even then, Kisuke didn't move and just gritted his teeth. "The moment your instincts to use your power were transferred to me, I also figured out what would happen the moment the Sea of Life is destroyed, and I just asked you for confirmation regarding it. But you see, the key words here are, only seeking destruction. Meaning, I would have a goal to a certain extent regardless of my state of mind." Tiamat immediately understood what Kisuke wanted to happen, so you want to change that? Yes. Instead of keeping my mind intact, which will probably fail at some point, it's easier to just keep one simple thought. At this point, the sea of life had turned completely white, and all the children Kisuke summoned, including the insects, had turned into dust. But at the same time, the absorption of black from his body stopped and rage-inducing thoughts started appearing in Kisuke's mind uncontrollably. As his body started to expand and warp itself and his horns grew more prominent, Kisuke pleaded with Tiamat, "Help me out here. Please make sure that I don't deviate from my goal." "Which is?" Tiamat asked calmly, respecting his resolve. Kisuke consciously gritted his teeth for one last time and declared, not only to the world but to himself with great conviction, taking Benihime back, no matter what. It was at that moment that his mind snapped and he lost all reason. While watching Kisuke's monstrous transformation, Tiamat has a small smile on her face. "O child who inherited thy fangs. Bear it, use it, drench it with your enemy's blood. Cleave your obstacles with thy claws. Let the world know the weight of despair with thy horns. Fulfill your deepest wish. Only then, you shall see the dawn of reason after this long, lingering twilight of madness." Chapter 1277, Chapter 1277 The Black Giant. Located at the center of the Siri-Iti, Serafal arrived on top of the Tsukioku Hill where she'll be overseeing the migration with some people. Aizen, who was standing beside Claire, couldn't help but smile and reminisce as he looked around. This is where it all started, and to think this is where it'll end. How fitting. Along with the three of them, the other present people are the current Captain Commander, Shunsui Kiraku, the former Captain Commander, Genryusai Yamamoto, the captain of the 12th Division, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, the three members of the 0 Division, Tenjiro Karinji, Uetsu Nemea, Senjimaro Shitara, and finally the other girls, Tanis Belial, and Kunu. Was everyone given their bodies? Serafal asked Mayuri. Not quite. Mayuri gave an answer while still looking at his tablet, browsing through the data he was receiving in real time. Those who came from hell came quite late, though instead of giving bodies, I'm converting their bodies made out of magic into spiritual type. That way, they'll be pulled in too with whatever reincarnation system that's in place. There are also some who are still in the incubating state, but there should be no problem. Mayuri then gave her a glance and asked, "What about the human world?" "It's fine. The invasion has completely stopped, so it's just cleaning up what's left." Serafal answered while watching Claire close her eyes and concentrate all the holy power she could into her hands. "By the way, what would happen if that were to fail? I don't really like working on just a single plan." Serafal sighed and looked up. "We'll have Flana-chan, Ophis-chan, and Lilith-chan to open a path for us since they are the only ones with an innate connection to that world. If they can do it, why have that child do it?" Yamamoto approached the two with other Shinigami behind him. Serafal turned to him. "They can do it, but it'll take some time, and time isn't exactly what we have right now since we don't know how the situation would further develop. Another reason is that in heaven, the ones who handle the reincarnation system are also the ones who control holy power and faith. If the one who opens the path is one of their members, it'll be easier to integrate the souls into that system." Truth be told, Kisuke and Serafal also planned to have Flana, Ophis, and Lilith do the work of opening the path back for them, but the moment Gabriel showed herself, both of them changed their mind. Aizen, seemingly also noticing this point, opted to have Claire's cooperation. Mayuri saw that both Senjimaro and Tenjiro were making complicated faces and asked, "Still can't accept that you'll finally be relieved of your duty? Shouldn't you be the happiest?" Uetsu chuckled at Mayuri's words and said, "They are an old man and a hag who spent most of their lives stationed at their own posts. They are inflexible and stubborn like any other old fellas out there, so don't blame them too much. They just don't know what they should do next." Tenjiro immediately clicked his tongue at Uetsu, "And you're too accepting of this. Why not? No need for this artificial balancing that we've been doing, right? It's because you guys thought that this could go on forever that you can't accept this change." Tenjiro immediately shut his mouth because he couldn't refute Uetsu's words. "Well, that's probably right," Senjimaro muttered. She had been thinking all of this to herself, and no matter how much she twisted her own logic, there was no justifying what Ichibai was currently doing now. "I don't know what he's planning to do, but I do agree that we have to escape from him." Tenjiro started scratching his head and sighed. All this time, it's just his own pride working against him, and even he is already realizing that this is a very childish thing to do. So much for being an old man. We've been living in a tiny bubble, so it doesn't matter how long we've lived. In hindsight, Uetsu, who acts like a child all the time, is probably the most mature one among us. At this moment, a bright light was suddenly released from Claire before a pillar of golden light rose up, piercing through the sky and into the unknown. Good. Now maintain that connection until the other side responds. Do not lose focus no matter what. Ignore everything that's happening around you, even if the world is about to end. Aizen instructed Claire while looking up. Claire nodded while squinting her brows, and sweat dripped on her face. She was surprised and wondered how Aizen could still joke around. However, she didn't know that Aizen was very serious about it. If Hyusub Ichibai's goal is to really eat everything using those insects, then there's no way he would stay still when the food on his plate is being snatched away. The beautiful pillar of golden light also released motes of light that rained down on the entire Siriidii, warming up the surroundings and giving everyone a satisfying feeling of calmness. Such a magnificent light, Shunsui muttered to himself, wishing that Nanao could also see it too. However, this serene scene didn't last when something tore through the space and crashed near everyone, kicking up dust everywhere. Claire almost lost his focus, but Aizen immediately reprimanded her. Meanwhile, the rest pulled out their weapons and waited for the dust to settle down a bit to see what happened. And upon recognizing the one who crashed, Seraph's eyes instantly widened. Hestia-chan. Hestia. Yamamoto repeated her words but didn't let his guard down. Although Seraphal recognizes the person, the aura she's releasing is too dreadful, and it's hard to believe that this little lady is not hostile. Of course, Seraphal immediately noticed her difference from the original one and immediately said, "I know her, but she's not her. That's a fake." She also has the same opinion as Yamamoto, but unlike him, other information is available to her. She won't be present here if not for Ki-chan. What is she? Hestia only gave them a glance before her apathetic eyes moved towards Claire and the golden light she was releasing. She then closed her eyes and put her hands together as if praying as she released an iridescent light and golden flames around her. Unlike the aura she's releasing, the flames surrounding her give a very contradictory feeling of security. The group of Shinigami immediately pointed their weapons at her, but Seraphal blocked their way. Wait. Seraphal remembered something important regarding Hestia, and it's the fact that she can't fight, if she has the same ability. Then. Sadly, it wasn't just Hestia that was attracted by the light, but also something very sinister. While everyone's attention was focused entirely on Hestia, Aizen shuddered, and with a surprised expression, he looked up. Without anyone noticing, gigantic jet black arms dotted with eyes that had two pupils each were reaching out toward them from the dimensional gap. Chapter 1278, Chapter 1278, The Black Giant Part 2. At some immediate point, others also noticed this giant shadow that was looming over them, and like Aizen, they were stunned and were trying to figure out what they were looking at. However, one thing is clear. The hand that was reaching out for them appeared to be way larger than they initially thought. As it approached them, it became certain that just the palm itself was enough to cover the entire Siriidii, which is approximately around 700 miles in diameter. Since it's such a massive thing, even those who are below have noticed its existence, and just like those who first noticed it, they could only stare at it in quiet awe and trepidation. Naturally, the battle-hardened ones are the first to react, and even Aizen himself is prepared to intercept the ominous hand. But before they could do anything, Seraphal shouted, "Stop! Don't do anything!" Everyone looked at her with confusion, but at this point, Seraphal already gained enough rapport and trust that they listened to her strangely dangerous instruction. However, this didn't mean that they'd let their guard down and kept releasing their enormous amount of Ryatsu that any normal Shinigami caught up in this wouldn't be able to move. While watching the arm extend with anxiety, they all felt a bit of relief when they saw a thin golden film manifested and stopped the hand's advance. The hand seemingly kept pushing forward from how it bent its fingers, and the muscles on its arm moved. Nevertheless, it couldn't move even an inch forward, and the thin golden film only glowed brighter. "The Flame of Hearth's protection," Seraphal muttered to herself. "Flame of Hearth." Mayuri repeated her words. "Wait, before that. Do you have any idea what that thing is?" Seraphal shook her head, "But I know what that golden film is, and it came from her," she answered while giving a glance towards Hestia, who still has her eyes closed and praying. "She's not capable of fighting, but when it comes to protecting a designated territory, she's the best." A few seconds later, the boundary of space where the arm came out was further torn up, revealing more of what's behind such a monstrous arm full of eyes with two pupils. A vaguely skinny humanoid form, and just like its arm, it's littered with eyes at random intervals. The only part that has a remotely recognizable pattern is the part where the face supposedly is. Different from the rest of the eyes from the rest of its body, it has 7 remarkably bigger eyes, with one of them having additional features, arranged in a symmetrical fashion with 3 eyes on each side of the face and a single, bigger one in the middle vertically, and that bigger one has 3 pupils on it going around chaotically and wildly. Just what the hell is that? Shunsui muttered with a very disturbed tone, not really expecting an answer. However, Uetsu gave a reply, and it was a reply that no one was expecting. "Hyusubichibai." It was also at this moment that the situation drastically changed when Flanna, Ophis, and Lilith appeared beside them, but instead of talking to everyone, they stared intently, not at the giant black figure but further beyond it. From the depths of the dimensional gap, it appeared. A being a bit smaller than the black giant. Adorned with giant horns traced with red light. Skin that assumed the same tint as its light blue hair. Bulging arms that are covered in dark blue and red striped scales that also extend to what seems to be dragon wings, and at the edge of these wings are more horns acting as curved blades due to how sharp they look. Finally, its lower body is covered with dark sludge that doesn't fall off, and a long, white dragon tail is attached to its back, also assuming the same color as its horns. It was vaguely humanoid in form too, similar to the black giant but with its monstrous form, a mouth that extended towards its neck while revealing several rows of sharp teeth and clearly distinctive beastly roars that convey madness. It was nothing but a beast, empty of intelligent thoughts. Strangely enough, Seraphol managed to ignore all those features and was attracted to its eyes devoid of any humanity and only filled with its will of destruction. Kisuke. While everyone heard her, nobody could give her any attention as this monstrous being opened its mouth wide and took a bite at the black giant's neck. The black giant ignored the beast that sank its teeth into him and kept pushing its hand. However, at some immediate point, the black giant seems to have noticed that something was amiss and all of its eyes and its body creepily turned towards it. The black giant then moved its other hand and grabbed one of the arms that had been digging into it. With a single swift movement, the black giant yanked it out of him. But instead of dragging the beast, it kept on chewing at him while its arm was instantly torn away from it. It appears to be that the black giant finally realized the gravity of its situation and took back the hand that he had been pushing and used it to grab one of the beast's horns. Although he was able to twist its head back and forth, it discerned that the beast's head was strangely sturdy. Flana saw her chance and immediately released her draconic form. "Little lady, open it up for a bit." She was referring to Hestia, and the latter understood what she wanted to do. As soon as a small hole appeared on the golden film, Flana shouted while spreading out her wings, "Blackie, little Blackie, push them away." Ophis and Lilith nodded and held each other's hand before extending their free arms to the sky. In the next second, a magic circle appeared on top of them before a beam of black light emerged from it. The shockwave from the light almost demolished the Sokayaku hill, but it was able to hold out with eyes encountering the recoil. The beam of black light went through the golden film and the tear in the space, hitting the black giant. The black giant tried blocking it, but without any proper foothold and being unable to assume any counter, it was blasted away along with the beast on its shoulder until they were just a speck of dust in the depths of the dimensional gap. Flana then clapped her hands, releasing massive amounts of draconic aura. As her aura washed over the surroundings, the torn-up space started healing, and this wasn't just limited to the Soul Society as the same thing was felt and observed on the other two worlds. Flana took a deep breath and turned to the stunned audience. "Whatever you're doing, make haste before those two return." Chapter 1279, Chapter 1279 Unknown Future. Moving back the hands of time for a bit, Ichibai opened his eyes and he never felt better than before. More importantly, he's now seeing the world differently than before. Right now, he's being bombarded with various sights that he's not used to. Incredible. Ichibai muttered while trying to make out what he was seeing. Past, present, and the branching future. So this is what he's seeing. Ichibai marveled and tried to move around. It was then he found out that he could move at will at any of these sites. He was now able to escape the shackles of time even if it was just inside his consciousness. Even though he's deep within the earth, he feels extremely liberated. However, this feeling of liberation didn't last long as he also noticed a weakness in his vision. All he could see were those in his vicinity and he couldn't see anything specific about himself. It was at this moment he realized how he, in his previous life, died and how Yawatch was defeated. All I could see is the waves that I caused and not how I caused those waves. Then again, another question popped out. If Yawatch was defeated by a part of himself, how did he die specifically? Did he die of a natural cause that he couldn't see? Or did he kill himself for one reason or another? Although Ichibai considers himself as the being that died and became the foundation and land for hell, he has no way of recovering his previous memories. Ichibai also understood that while he could never expand his vision inwardly, he could still do something outwardly. I guess this is the limit of being incomplete. It doesn't matter. I'll eventually take everything back and the past will reveal itself. His sights then turned towards Kisuke and the women he summoned to fend off his legion. And now that Ichibai discovered how he was fueling his form, he didn't need to watch him any longer. And even after seeing how Kisuke summoned the part of his legion that his Black Sea devoured, it didn't bother Ichibai in the slightest because he knew exactly a future that would render everything he was doing right now useless. He also knew what would happen to Kisuke once he proceeded, but not long after that, he'd decay into ashes without anything supporting him. And that's when he, Ichibai Hyusub, became blinded by his own far-reaching eyes, and this was precisely what Kisuke would call a chance. Kisuke knew that Ichibai may acquire ability similar or the same as the Soul King, so with that in mind, he devised a plan that would present an apparent weakness that Ichibai would take advantage of, and that weakness must include him dying in his vision, which would make the chances of Ichibai being reeled in higher. So when Ichibai went ahead and absorbed all the black, Kisuke completed the stage for his defeat. Ichibai raised the sake cup into the sky and let all the black in hell gather to him, and this included the shadow that Kisuke was using to siphon Ryoryoku from him. If someone were to ask why he represents black right now, he would be able to answer honestly, and it's simply because the Soul King is white. It was a nonsensical reason, but this is where the Soul Society stemmed from, which he helped create. If the Soul King represented life, he represented death, and created a cycle in which he slowly gathered everything on his side. As the cup was filled to the brim, the rest of his body rose from the earth and drank its contents. While Kisuke was transforming himself, Ichibai's pure, jet-black body also started expanding and more eyes appeared on his body. Consequently, Ichibai could now see beyond hell and was able to see what was going on with the three worlds. He first intended to finish off Kisuke because even though he'll soon lose what's little left of his Ryatsu, magic, and ki, it's not a reason to prolong eliminating a potential threat. Unfortunately, Ichibai had to discard this notion when he saw what was happening in the Soul Society. If Kisuke could still think, he would smirk at this and say, if there's a fly that has been bothering you or there's a cat trying to snatch your food, which one will you deal with first, I wonder? The answer was obvious. Ichibai immediately ignored Kisuke and tore the space, enough that someone as large as him could easily go through. Thanks to him clearly seeing his destination, traversing the dimensional gap was easy, and was able to arrive at his destination instantaneously. Although he was moving in haste, Ichibai was still not worried. After all, he could see what was happening and could see several futures where he was able to stop the migration of the souls. He also knew that it was a migration of the souls because he also saw the future and he didn't stop it from happening. Since all the souls in this dimension are essentially his food for his completion, he couldn't allow any of them to escape. Ichibai tore open the fabric of space for one more time, which revealed the Soul Society, and since the aura he was releasing right now was very foreign to its inhabitants, it took them long to notice his existence. He reached out his hand and was already expecting someone blocking his way. Nevertheless, it's something he could break before they complete their ritual, so he continued forward. Naturally, his sights also never left Kisuke, who now became a monster that's half of his size and was aiming for his neck. He continued to ignore him because he didn't see any immediate threat from him and prioritized annihilating whoever was trying to connect this dimension to another. That was Ichibai's second mistake. Ichibai might have discovered the real reason why Yawatch was defeated through the use of his newly acquired ability. However, that was also the same for Kisuke. Just in his case, he asked the men directly. The moment Kisuke's fangs landed on his neck, he stole back some of the chaos element that Ichibai got from his Sea of Life, which also dragged some of the latter's essence, making him technically part of him. As a result, the monster, Kisuke Urahara, suddenly disappeared from all of his sights. A future that Ichibai couldn't see due to the technicality of his own eyes. Chapter 1280, Chapter 1280 Prima. Yawatch, being left alone after Ophis and Lilith suddenly left, helped himself to the tea that doesn't seem to run out or get cold. As he took a sip from his cup, he also felt the strange, but somehow very familiar fluctuation of power. What a fascinating experience. So this is how it feels to be seen. He muttered to himself. Since he's blindfolded, he can't even see his own reflection from the cup. The world could end as he sat comfortably, but there was nothing he could do. Yawatch thought that he would feel nothing as everything around him collapsed, as this is a very flawed world that he tried to correct. However, he was wrong. Very wrong, as he's finding himself feeling frustrated without being able to take action. He hated the world where death is accepted and seen as an inevitability. However, what he hated more was it disappearing into nothing, much worse, into the stomach of someone who thinks they are the one. Nevertheless, his inability to do anything on his own doesn't mean others can't take action on his behalf. So when he heard Kisuke's conjecture about Ichibai's true goal, he didn't hesitate to reveal the secret of his own defeat. Yawatch was defeated not because he was cut by Ichigo's Zangetsu but by a Zanpakuto spirit that was formerly known as Yawatch. Ichibai tried ripping Kisuke off from his neck, but as he pulled his arm, he only ripped off that arm and the latter continued chewing on his neck like there's no tomorrow. It was at this point that Ichibai realized that Kisuke was not truly a mindless monster but someone who was moving to accomplish a certain goal. But that's the least of his worries now, since this monster actually disappeared from his past and future sights. Ichibai understood his mistake of ignoring him initially, and now he became a threat that he must eliminate at all costs. I see. That's why I only saw very few versions of him perishing in the future. The attack from the dragons pushed Ichibai and Kisuke into the depths of the dimensional gap, and the former couldn't do anything but ignore their assault as he was busy ripping the latter off of him. Without any hesitation, Ichibai sliced off a piece of his neck that Kisuke was biting using his hand before grabbing another of his arms and hurtling him away from him. The monster that's now resembling a twisted dragon spun uncontrollably within the directionless space for some time before it finally decided to properly orient itself. But instead of continuing its assault, it carefully chews on the black flesh before swallowing it. While Kisuke lost the support of the shadow, he could continue this cursed existence as long as he could eat. Meanwhile, Ichibai could only use all of his eyes to silently stare at the monster, relishing the flesh and blood it earned. He also didn't immediately attack Kisuke because he wanted to arrange his thoughts first. While he became an unimaginable being capable of seeing through space and time, which changed his perspective, he's still the same Ichibai when he was posing as a Shinigami. In other words, no matter what he gained, it was still the same for him. He didn't get any sort of enlightenment that would allow him to think like the Soul King. And that only became more obvious when he realized that Kisuke baited him when he recalled that it was one of his summons who blocked his path. Aside from Kisuke, he could still see everything that has happened, what's happening, and what's going to happen. However, the uplifting and invigorating feeling brought by it from before has already disappeared and was washed over by the debilitating feeling of inferiority. He could see the past, present, and future and even manipulate them to some extent. He's supposedly an all-powerful being that no one can touch, yet the almost mindless monster in front of him just created a future that he couldn't see. Ichibai was feeling inferior. Soon, however, this feeling of inferiority was soon overtaken by dread. If Kisuke created a future that he couldn't see, then what else is hidden from his eyes? Fueled by this dread, his desire to pulverize this monster into non-existence shot to the top of his priorities. While it is true that his main ability was rendered useless, Ichibai was still confident that he'll be able to overpower Kisuke, who's already on the verge of death. Ichibai assumed a cross-legged position, and while all the eyes facing Kisuke were locked on him, he straightened his arm before clasping his hands together. Kisuke finished swallowing the flesh he got, and he also started regenerating his lost arm. With a single goal in mind, he shrieks, releasing a deadly roar, and launches himself with reckless abandon towards his food. Slap. Kisuke only moved for a few hundred feet before two translucent golden and white hands that made him look like a tiny mosquito slapped him. It was so abrupt that he couldn't even let out a scream of pain. Kisuke's limbs were instantly flattened into a paste and his torso warped. Thankfully, his head and heart were sturdy enough to endure the impact and he remained alive. Just a beast and nothing more. Ichibai commented in his mind while watching Kisuke struggle, he may have caught me in a trap that I've yet to understand, but he had to give up his greatest weapon. Ichibai separated his hands and the translucent hands also disappeared. But soon enough, another set of hands appeared on the opposite side of Kisuke, and this time, it was much more solidified and radiated with power that dwarfed the previous instance. This is the end, Ichibai muttered calmly while a silhouette of his eye with three pupils appeared on the horizon, looking down on Kisuke, who was unable to move. Kisuke moved his neck to look up to the eye as if his joints were covered in rust and debris. His instincts are telling him that this could be the end of him if nothing is done. Although only one desire is running through his mind, Kisuke's self-preservation didn't entirely disappear, and in front of this colossal threat, Tiamat felt something changing in him fundamentally. Huh? How? He shouldn't have access to this. Not in his current state. Tiamat dives deeper into Kisuke's inner world to understand the situation and finds out that his body is changing way beyond what she had expected. This isn't from monsterization, nor is it from releasing the limiter. Something else is shaping his existence. It was then that Tiamat recalled Benihime mentioning the mysterious gem that seemed to have disappeared. Chapter 1281, Chapter 1281 Prima Part 2. The palms that Ichibai continued to grow in size and intensity, but when he saw Kisuke's pink, star-like eyes shine in a strange glint, he suddenly felt his spine shuddering as a foreboding premonition alarmed his instincts. He didn't know what suddenly changed, but one thing is certain. He has to kill Kisuke at this very moment. Ichibai stopped gathering power and clasped his hands once again with even greater force than the first one. Without any air resistance, the palms traveled multiple times faster than the speed of sound, and they silently and almost instantaneously slammed into Kisuke. The next instant, a huge and blinding explosion lit up the spot where Kisuke was, as if numerous high-yield nuclear bombs were detonated at the same time. The heat from it was enough to completely scorch a country, and the shockwave it produced was enough to wipe an entire continent's worth of lives. Despite this, Ichibai made sure that all of the impact and energy was concentrated on his target, and it was enough to create several instances of nanoscopic black holes for several microseconds. Ichibai was at ease. Although his eyes are essentially blocked, his other senses were working extremely fine. The moment that Kisuke was crushed into nothing, his presence also ceased to exist. Before, he could easily feel his presence through the Ryatsu, magic power, and ki he was emitting. This time, however, there's nothing. Ichibai couldn't feel even a strand of any string of energy from him anymore. Not with holy power, not with demonic power, and not even a strange form of other energies like Ophis Infinity. Absolutely nothing. So imagine his surprise when the light subsided, and he saw the monster, still in its mangled state as if the previous attack hadn't done anything to him. Only this time, there's a thin, uneven, glass-like bubble full of cracks surrounding him. I didn't hurt him. Stealth. It was the first thing that went inside Ichibai's head, but he instantly discarded that notion because aside from the feasibility of Kisuke hiding from his senses was very much nil, there was no point in doing this, especially when trying to defend against an attack, which he clearly did. Was it the bubble? He asked next. But immediately after, the bubble surrounding Kisuke collapsed into nothing, but he still couldn't feel anything from him. It was as if he didn't exist at all, and the one in front of Ichibai was just a visual representation. So next to his train of thought was the question, am I somehow caught in an illusion? Ichibai didn't know whether to accept or deny this theory because 1, he still didn't have any idea what Kisuke prepared for him, and 2, his guts were telling him that this was reality. And while Ichibai was contemplating, Kisuke's mangled parts actually stopped regenerating. Instead, the majority of his body started turning into dust before rearranging itself into immaculate body parts that soon connected with Kisuke seamlessly. What? From Ichibay's perspective, it looked like Kisuke's injured parts just blurred out of existence before returning to their normal, healthy counterparts, regeneration. Ichibai didn't wait anymore and raised one of his arms before bringing it down in a swinging motion towards Kisuke. In an instant, a golden light manifested and divided Kisuke into two. The light disappeared as soon as it appeared, and while Ichibai was only able to scratch Kisuke's head, from chest down to his crotch, a clear cut that spilled blood and innards became obvious. But just like before, the injured parts would turn into dust before returning to their normal state. Losing his patience, another pair of arms suddenly appeared behind Ichibai. He then pointed all of his open hands toward Kisuke before clenching them with considerable force. At once, 20 walls of golden lights bisected Kisuke from differing angles, separating him into hundreds of pieces. While Kisuke's head remained relatively unharmed, it was still just a head. Ichibai thought that he finally was able to deal substantial damage to him and was thinking of further pulverizing his body. But to his astonishment, those chopped parts turned into dust before reassembling themselves back into their pristine condition. It was then that Ichibai understood that this is not regeneration, this is more akin to reconstruction. How did he suddenly have these new abilities? Ichibai also understood that if this is really indeed reconstruction that he was doing, then he needed to destroy where Kisuke stored the information of his healthy state, and it's quite evident where that is, his head. Now it makes sense why it's strangely sturdy. Ichibai unfortunately won't be able to take the next action when Kisuke, lacking the previous madness, suddenly starts imitating Ichibai's posture. It was the former's mistake once again for him to not grasp that Kisuke had calmed down. Although his eyes still lacked clarity, some finesse returned to Kisuke's movement, and it was already too late when Ichibai noticed that. Continuing the imitation, Kisuke also clapped his hands. Ichibai wondered what he was trying to do when all of a sudden, a sensation of pain abruptly erupted from his right shoulder. Before he could realize it, something he couldn't perceive expanded from within his shoulder and severed his right arm. Ichibai's mind lagged behind due to the sheer ridiculousness of the event that he failed to stop the severed arm from flying towards Kisuke. With an arm that was almost as big as him, Kisuke caught it, and before he started chewing at it, Ichibai was further stunned when Kisuke suddenly turned to his direction and gave him a mocking smile. Kisuke then became busy with eating and ignored what was happening. Alarmed and infuriated, Ichibai raised his three remaining arms and made a circular motion with them before a ball of darkness surrounded Kisuke. Ichibai knew Kisuke's biggest weakness right now, and he decided to capitalize on it. Because Kisuke became a myriad of possibilities in his eyes, Ichibai thought that sealing him in another dimension wasn't a waste of time anymore. He decided to take the coward's route and wait for Kisuke to lose all of his reserved energy and rot into nothing. I can't directly confront him anymore. He has too much uncertainty, and I might just feed him more. Chapter 1282 Prima Part 3. Ichibai lost one of his arms, but that didn't actually hurt him aside from expending energy to regenerate it. Ichibai metamorphosed and produced another set of arms from his back. The three pairs of arms then started doing various gestures and hand signs which produced more barriers that surrounded Kisuke, locking the space itself so that he wouldn't be able to tear it open. Ichibai couldn't see what was happening inside the barriers he created, as it just became multiple black spheres overlapping each other. However, he's sure that Kisuke was doing nothing to escape from it, since he created a ripple through his barriers whenever he attempted. He must be busy devouring that piece of arm. Since it's not directly connected to me, he'll only be able to lengthen his life for a few more minutes. Ichibai was also taking a look at what's currently happening in Soul Society, and he figured out that they were able to make a successful connection to an unknown realm. As much as he wanted to interfere, there was nothing he could do right now aside from focusing on eliminating the monster. He really tied me up here. Is this part of his plans? No. That can't be. He's not the type of person to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Of course, he also tried viewing the future, but strangely enough, he couldn't see much, and everything in the immediate future was blank. He would have panicked if not for the future he saw, where he's standing in front of someone who's not of the soul race, Shinigami, Fullbringer, Quincy, or Hollow, yet possesses a considerable amount of spiritual power in the form of darkness cast by light. Sadly, due to his incomplete existence, he couldn't see any further than that, nor exactly know where in point of time that is. As long as he could see that future, he's certain that he'll rise victorious in this fight. The next instant, however, his train of thought was derailed when the eyes he had on his back saw the monster opening its mouth and about to bite down on Ichibai's neck once again. A minute earlier, Kisuke was munching on Ichibai's arms in complete darkness without any care in the world. Tiamat also noticed the change in Kisuke's behavior when he snatched Ichibai's arm. Have you regained your senses? But Kisuke only returned groans that were not even directed at her. Sighing, Tiamat started muttering to herself, is this the required minimum amount of intelligence to manipulate prima materia? A pretty low bar to pass. Prima materia, a material that Kisuke believed was the source of everything, and which demonic power, holy power, magic power, spiritual power, ki, and any other type of energy came from. It's a material that can't interact with anything in existence until it changes into a subset category, which was the previously mentioned energy types. Kisuke tried studying more about this prima materia after hearing about it from Tiamat, since this would explain the existence of unique energy types like Ophis, Infinity, or Flanas, Dream and Illusion, which everyone thought was an evolution of their draconic powers. Instead of an evolution, Kisuke was thinking that it's actually a devolution of something else, and that something else is precisely this prima materia that only the transcendent has a chance of touching. Tiamat herself explained that she couldn't use prima materia in its original form and had to change it into something else before she could manipulate it. And this is where Tiamat's ability as a creator came from. From prima materia, she was able to create original elements, which she used as the building block for a world. It was also from the original elements that she was able to create the Sea of Life, which is just a cheap emulation of her sister's, Null's, original idea, which created the souls of deities. It was because of these abilities derived from the prima materia that the sisters were able to create a world teeming with life out of nothing. Tiamat was still not sure what changed, but it was thanks to the original wind that Kisuke was able to protect himself from Ichibu's hands. Because of its nature being closer to the prima materia, it was hard to detect even though it could be perceived through the basic senses like sight and hearing. I thought I would have to get out to assist and buy you some time. You have me as a backup, but I wonder if this is also part of your plan. What truly surprised Tiamat, however, was the way Kisuke healed himself. Tiamat was already shocked when Kisuke used the original wind to create a sturdy force field to surround himself, but when he used various elements of the original elements and sophistically manipulated them to deconstruct and recreate his body, Tiamat thought that she was just seeing things. Ichibai was correct that Kisuke is not regenerating. He's just kept recreating his body or parts for himself. Soon enough, Kisuke finished eating Ichibai's arm and was able to get back a portion of what was stolen from him. But when he found a tiny trace of Beneheim's trace, it was as if his vigor was renewed and he roared within the darkness, shaking the whole space. Tiamat wanted to guide Kisuke on how to use the original elements to break from the seal, but didn't really know how to relay her intentions to a simple beast that only wanted to do one thing. But when Kisuke suddenly disappeared from his spot and reappeared behind Ichibai, Tiamat could only make a blank expression. Did he just use the remnants of the original wind that he used to cut this man's arm as an anchor for an instant teleportation? Really? Just how is he doing this? Tiamat prided herself as someone who's capable of creating worlds from nothing, but after seeing Kisuke utilize her own abilities despite being out of his mind, she thought that maybe it wouldn't hurt to study a bit more. Ichibai tried dodging, but Kisuke's appearance was too sudden and too close, so he was only able to shift his body for a bit. Even then, he was still easily caught and had his neck bitten. Ichibai hurriedly used 4 of his hands to crush Kisuke's head. However, he was only able to snap his horns, which immediately returned to their normal state. Ichibai also considered slicing off the part he was biting once again, but found the weirdly sturdy invisible barrier was now covering him and Kisuke, trapping both of them within this bubble. He tried tearing apart Kisuke's body, but it would just turn into dust before reappearing perfectly intact. At this point, his only other choice was to use a large and powerful technique, but that would effectively go off as self-destruction with the situation they are currently in. Ichibai could also feel tiny bits of his energy being drained, so he had to act fast. And it was then that an idea dawned on him. Eating everything is literally one of his greatest talents. So if there's no way of avoiding him, contest him in the field he wants. As soon as Ichibai resolved himself, his back suddenly split open, revealing an uneven row of sharp white teeth that were similar to the maggots he commanded. And just like Kisuke, Ichibai also took a bite and pierced through Kisuke's body. Chapter 1283, Chapter 1283, Opening the Path. It was as if time had frozen for the both of them as they stopped moving within the bubble that Kisuke created. Even Kisuke stopped chewing and just kept drinking Ichibai's blood, since he stopped struggling while also completely ignoring the hundreds of fangs that were stuck and drinking his blood back. Tiamat saw things on a deeper level and noticed that Kisuke was being drained way faster than he could drain Ichibai. At this rate, Kisuke will disappear first before he can hurt Ichibai. However, she's not actually worried and is surprised that Ichibai would choose this option. Isn't this way too convenient? While it looks like they are both stealing from each other, they are fundamentally eating different things. In Ichibai's case, he would be eating one's energy, and when that's depleted, he'll be eating his victim's soul, which is where an individual's core is located. Kisuke, on the other hand, was eating everything that chaos had tainted, and the energy he was getting was just a nice little bonus. Absorbing chaos is actually Chaos' main ability that Tiamat managed to get after the former tried stealing her authority and existence. By tainting someone with his own attribute, Chaos could quietly consume them from the inside. However, there's a big problem with his ability. As strong as it is, it takes too much time. In addition to that, the victim has to be unaware that they are already tainted to a certain point. Chaos almost succeeded when he worked closely with both Tiamat and Null, gaining their trust. In the process of creating a world, Chaos would insert his own attributes into them slowly but surely, and when there's no way for them to extract the poison, he backstabbed them. Nevertheless, it couldn't end there, since his attribute has to completely corrupt both of them so that he'll be able to eat them whole. This took countless eons to be realized, but chaos just had to involve a meddlesome guy and tripped on the final step. For Kisuke to be successful, he had to solve these two big glaring problems, and in Tiamat's opinion, he managed to do just that spectacularly. The first one was easily solved by baiting Ichibai and absorbing both the Sea of Life, which was filled with the Chaos attribute, and Shadow, where Benihime was encapsulated. As for the second problem, time didn't become an issue because of Benihime, a controlling force behind the Chaos when it was normally left alone, resulting in a much faster propagation. Of course, there's no way for Benihime to spread Chaos to everything that Ichibai has, so they would have to be very specific to what they want from him. And fortunately, it wasn't much of a hard choice, and there's almost no risk of being discovered. Kisuke's target. Ichibai's black. The authority that became the foundation for him to become the existence he is now, and the very ability that was used to absorb his Sea of Life, full of poison, and the Trojan horse, Shadow. Back in the world of dragons and gods, Michael was enduring a headache, not because of any physical ailment but because of the frustration he's feeling right now. At this point, the alliance is essentially finished, right? Michael is currently sitting within the sixth heaven where only seraphs are allowed to come in. Beside him were two other individuals. One of them was his fellow great seraph, Gabriel, and the other was a man wearing a black hooded cloak. And they are blaming the Ouroboros group for it. Gabriel sighed. Michael leaned back in his seat. Well, they are the most prominent group, right? More than the DXD team. They had too much influence, so it's an easy pick for the threatened ones. It also doesn't help that they are openly hostile against Shiva and Indra factions. Gabriel picked up the cup of tea in front of her and blew the steam off it. Do you think this would happen if Kisuke Urahara was around? Forget about this not happening. Things might have devolved into further chaos if he's around. The man in the cloak answered. The two great seraphs became quiet and couldn't disagree when they contemplated his words. There's no need to hide your face. We're the only ones here, and no one is going to think that a devil king is here. The cloaked man was silent for a moment before pulling down his hood, revealing swept-back green hair and light blue eyes. My bad. I've recently developed this habit. Considering the overall situation, I'm not really surprised that you'd move on your own in secret. After taking a sip of her tea, Gabriel placed down the cup and asked with a worried tone, by the way, how is Kaneko-chan faring? According to my sources, not that great. It seems that Kuroka is using her senjutsu non-stop just to keep her condition from deteriorating. Ajuka answered. Do we have any idea where the assailant's from? I'm still investigating, but all evidence points towards Shiva's faction. There are several strange points, so I can't really pull out a conclusion from this. The Ouroboros group is also staying silent, so I can't grasp what's really happening. I'm sure of one thing though. That is, if he returns now, it won't be pretty. You have to prepare yourselves. Their secret meeting, however, was interrupted when a surge of holy power suddenly appeared within the entire structure of heaven. Ajuka's eyes widened and thought that the two great seraphs in front of him were suddenly releasing their power, but upon closer inspection, the surge was happening everywhere. What's going on? Michael and Gabriel were both silent at his question, but Ajuka could also tell from their expressions that they were as shocked as him. The great seraphs immediately pulled out a translucent orb, and both of them saw a massive amount of souls making their way to the third heaven. Michael hurriedly stood up and imbued his voice with magic for it to be heard throughout the entire heaven by all angels. Angels, escort out all of our guests. As soon as that's done, initiate the lockdown protocol. All those inside will remain inside, and all of those who are outside are not allowed to go back in regardless of their ranks. Should I get out too? Asked Ajuka. Michael thought about it for a moment before shaking his head. You're trustworthy enough. And out of all of us, you're the one most suited to dealing with him. Ajuka was surprised yet again. You mean? He's returning, and just like what you've said, it might not be too pretty. Chapter 1284, Chapter 1284 Opening the Path Part 2. Claire's clothes were already drenched from all the sweat that's coming off of her, but no one would wipe it off her even though they wanted to. There were a lot of distractions around her and she almost failed several times. Thankfully, Aizen would exert his pressure on her to block out outside information from reaching her. This would have been a lot easier for her if I could use Kyuka Suigetsu on her. Aizen thought to himself while turning his head to the already mended space in the sky, but even if we successfully pull this off, there's no point if Hyasub is going to be on our tail. At that moment, a tinge of an unknown, foreign aura passes through Aizen's senses and he hurriedly turns his head to the golden pillar. Aside from him, Ophis, Lilith, Flanna, Tanis, Kunu, and Seraphol also felt this aura. To them, however, it gave a very familiar feeling of holiness. Step aside. Aizen shortly uttered with a commanding tone aimed at everyone else present. Seraphol immediately brought the two girls to her side and pulled them to the side while the group of Shinigami jumped back. As for the dragons and Hestia, they entirely ignored him and just focused on their work of strengthening the boundaries between the three worlds. In the next second, a massive amount of Ryatsu erupted from Aizen and took the form of a purple pillar that rose along the golden pillar coming from Claire. To the tiny crack that Claire created, Aizen forced it open, widening the channel and solidifying the connection where the golden pillar ended. This is insane, Seraphol muttered with her mouth twitching. Tanis, who had better senses, was also shaking. How many seconds do you think my arm could last if I stick it in there? Kunu gave Tanis a weirded out glance, but she seriously answered, 12 seconds before complete vaporization. And please don't stick your arm in that to test your durability. No wonder Kitan asked him to take this job, Seraphol added. She was surprised not because of the sheer amount of force he was exerting that was enough to erase high class or even some ultimate class devils with ease, but because of the control he had over this colossal spear that perfectly preserved the fragile link that Claire created to the other world. This minute control is impossible for Ophis-chan, Lilith-chan, or Flana-chan. Seraphol now had to rethink her opinion of him as just having a massive amount of energy. I thought Kitan was overestimating him because there were a lot of things that I could think of to counter his abilities. But now I understand. He's a giant monster that could flawlessly do precision work. How terrifying. For Seraphol, there's no need to fear people who are only capable of mass destruction, but people who can manipulate the tiniest things are the enemies that would hit you with something you can't see. Nevertheless, she immediately threw this train of thought behind her head when she saw countless streams of light from all around the Soul Society rising up to where the golden pillar was. After thinking about it for a second or two, Seraphol and the others figured out the identity of these lights, so it's begun. Yamamoto loudly muttered while carrying the complex feeling he had while watching the true end of his duties. The other Shinigami are of course carrying the same sentiment. It was an idea at first, but now they're witnessing the reality of it. With how long they'd been doing their job, which is essentially the meaning of their lives, they found it a bit hard to accept. Tanis saw their forlorn expressions and tried to say something. But before she could do that, a hand landed on her shoulder and squeezed it. Seraphol stopped her. No matter how good her intentions are or how right she is, it's not good for someone who doesn't carry the same weight and experience as them to say anything. In any case, this isn't the time to be helping them better, since once a large and stable channel is established, it's not a one-way trip. As Seraphol expected, she immediately felt 3 individuals coming from the other side, and she was very familiar with all of them. They responded faster than I thought. Huh? And why is he with them? Soon, everyone saw 3 silhouettes from the top of the golden pillar, 1 golden, 1 white, and 1 black. The eye-catching golden and white ones were both sporting 6 pairs of angel wings, while the black one was wearing a long cloak that covered his entire body. The group of Shinigami were about to place their hands on their weapons when Seraphol explained to them, "Please don't worry. They're my friends." Soon enough, the 3 silhouettes also saw the group, and despite their confusion, they slowly descended to where Seraphol and the other girls were. I have no words. You guys have done it again. The cloaked one was the first one to land in front of Seraphol. To think you'd open another path to a foreign world. Is it that easy? Seraphol gave him a wry smile as he removed his hood. No way. We're at our wits' end here. Ajuka panned his head out and saw the other people in the vicinity. Despite their apparent and strangely low magic power and ki, he couldn't help but be a bit nervous. They're similar to Urahara Kisuke, huh? I don't really like to imagine that. His eyes then landed on Aizen, who'd just retracted his aura. What a dangerous world. I'd like to ask what's going on, but it seems like it's not the time to casually chat. The men with golden wings said while looking at the struggling Claire, "Gabriel, please." The voluptuous woman with sets of white wings began moving before the men instructed her. "I'm on it." Gabriel approached Claire, and this time, Aizen didn't stop her since he judged that his work was done. Spreading her wings out, an immense amount of holy power erupted from her, and compared to Claire's, it's much more pure and dense. And unlike Claire's, her holy power didn't shoot out into a golden pillar. Instead, strings of it converged out of Gabriel and wrapped themselves around the pillar. After ensuring the stability of the pillar, Gabriel patted Claire's head gently. "You've done enough, Claire-chan. Let me take over." Since there was no response from Aizen, Claire slowly let out her breath, and the rush of holy power from her steadily decreased until all of the holy power in the vicinity was under Gabriel's control. Claire's knee soon buckled, and before she could fall to the ground, Gabriel caught her. Nevertheless, the holy power was just serving as a guide for the souls to reach their destination and didn't ensure the stability of the channel. Seeing the crack in space, Michael turned to Ajuka. "I'd like to ask a favor." Ajuka shook his head. "You don't have to. Increasing heaven's standing will be a benefit for me too." He then raised his right arm and pointed it towards the sky. A second later, his demonic power gushed out. Although the stable presence of the holy power was of utmost importance, Seraphol was not worried because the man in front of her is known for his ultimate control. Sure enough, despite his demonic power capable of drowning everyone, it only gently embraced the holy power as it went up and produced tens of thousands of magic circles, creating another unbelievable sight of majesty. Chapter 1285, Chapter 1285 Opening the Path Part 3. Thanks to Ajuka stabilizing the space, Gabriel managed to create more channels to speed up the process of the soul migration. She was also able to relegate the holy power that's being consumed by the process to heaven itself, essentially making things stand on their own without further manual manipulation. Yamamoto, after watching for a while, approached Michael. Although he finds his appearance strange and intriguing, there's no visible emotion on his face. May I ask, what exactly is going to happen to all of these souls? Michael turned to the old man and with a glance, he managed to roughly guess the position he held thanks to the way he carried himself compared to the other people present and how everyone else looked at the old man. Replying in the same respectful tone, Michael answered, each and every single one of them would go through a purification process. To ensure the safety and integrity of every soul, the purification can take a long time, so while they are in it, they are given comfort and rest through the entire process until they are once again ready to join nature and go through another life. Michael paused for a bit while marveling at the purity of each soul that's going through the channels. There are also several sorting systems in the middle of it which are dictated by the soul's karma. As you might have already known, souls with heavy, negative karma can harm other souls, so another purification process is dedicated to them. What about the stronger souls? Do these purification processes work on them? From behind, Mayuri also approached them while asking. Michael turned towards him and smiled, yes, as long as the soul is willing, that is. And the unwilling ones? Dangerous individuals like them are sealed in a separate space. Sounds very dangerous, Mayuri smirked. But Michael's expression didn't change and just nodded, it is. But it's really rare for individuals like that to appear since most of the time, they die in battle. And that level of battle would very rarely leave the soul intact. It'd be hard to explain any further, so Michael turned to Serafal to greet her and ask about Kisuke's whereabouts. He needs to hear the news first. I don't want him to think we're hiding things from him. But as he panned his head, he saw that Ajuka was staring in a certain direction with a stunned expression. He also turned to the direction he was facing curiously and found 3 young girls and immediately recognized the 2 of them, Ophis and Lilith. I wonder what they're doing, releasing that much draconic aura. His eyes then landed on the red-haired girl possessing the same face, a pair of draconic wings, and a single horn in the middle of her forehead. That's... Did Ophis split another part of her? But as he stared more at the girl looking up at the sky seriously, a certain familiar aura that she was exuding was finally caught by his senses. Great Red. Hearing her former title being called out, Flana finally gave some attention to what was happening to her surroundings. You guys are from that side. She commented when she saw Michael and Ajuka looking at her. Great. I think you guys could assist Blackie and little Blackie here to move things. Move things? Ajuka immediately asked. He wanted to know how Great Red was still alive, but after using his Kankara formula earlier, he noticed many weird things happening right now, like how this dimension was on the verge of collapse and something indescribable was causing tremors from beyond this space. Ajuka immediately judged that there was no time for a casual conversation. Move the 3 worlds into the vicinity of the dimensional gap. Stabilization can come after that. Michael had no idea what she was talking about, and Gabriel, who'd just finished strengthening the channels, was also confused. Ajuka, however, started analyzing the situation from the information he gathered just now and said, "You overestimate us. Something this big is beyond the current members. Then ask for assistance. You can do that, right?" Ajuka was silent for a moment before letting out a deep breath. I wanted to keep myself out of the spotlight for much longer. I guess this is much more important, He then immediately raised his right hand and began constructing a form of communication magic. Michael, allow my magic to go through. All right. Michael himself sent a few words to the other seraphs to make an exception to Ajuka's demonic power to come through Heaven's barrier. Let's see. There's no way for me to get in contact with the members of Ouroboros. Ajuka contemplated for a moment before sending an emergency signal to 5 individuals. I invited 5 people. Please let them through. Michael nodded, but Serafal immediately frowned at his words. Only 5 people. Ajuka sighed. The situation is a bit complicated and heated. Aside from the fact that I don't want any information about this leaking, I also can't move many people since that might just cause a spark that could light up a barrel full of undesirables. What about Sona-chan and the others? They should have a way to covertly move and even discover. They should be able to deal with it. Unfortunately, they locked themselves up and I have no way of contacting them. Serafal and the other girls with her became extremely worried because they knew that the members of the Ouroboros Academy wouldn't easily be forced into a lockdown. They're here, muttered Ajuka as he looked up and prevented Serafal from asking any further. The situation is stable for now and this is more urgent. Up in the sky where the path towards another world was opened, 5 individuals started descending, with the one leading them sporting 6 pairs of jet black angel wings. Another surprising thing yet again, as expected of Kisuke. He also always delivers. Behind him are 2 young ladies with devil wings, a young man in a long robe, and another one covered with full crimson armor. Azazel, this is sudden, but help me out formulate a working mass dimension travel spell. That's really sudden. And if it's you who's asking and you called us specifically, then the scope must be massive. Ajuka nodded, yes. 3 worlds worth. T3 worlds. Azazel started scratching his head, this is still beyond us even if you brought Issei into the equation. His eyes then caught the sight of Ophis and Lilith, unless they're helping. Azazel sighed, when's the deadline? He has no idea what's going on, but he can read the atmosphere. I'd appreciate it if you could do it right now. Flana suddenly interjected. Azazel was shocked because he also missed her due to Ophis and Lilith. What? Wait. RY dash. However, he was not destined to finish that sentence when a crack in the sky suddenly appeared, revealing numerous terror-inducing giant eyes looking down on them. Chapter 1286, Chapter 1286 The Crimson Warrior. Those who came with Azazel, Issei Hayadu, Keisha Abaddon, Sikvera Agars, and George Faust, remained silent. Although this wasn't the first time Issei had been suddenly called like this, he immediately noticed the heavy atmosphere and decided to listen in. These members, do they want to do some large-scale space manipulation? So I'm here for support. Issei, take a look at that. Drake interrupted his thoughts. Although he didn't have anything to point with, Issei immediately knew what he was talking about. Great Red is alive as you've said. As expected of Kisuke. And if this is revealed, a lot of those old men would be restrained, to a certain degree at least. Issei scanned his surroundings and saw some familiar faces. Although he wanted to greet them, he held himself back. He also saw Hestia but immediately concluded that this is not the Hestia that he knew. The situation is becoming weirder and weirder. Just what are they all waiting for, standing like they are ready to cut down anyone who approaches them? Take a closer look again. Those guys give off the same aura as Kisuke Urahara. Not to mention, the man on the right is making me nervous just looking at him. Of course, Issei also instantly noticed Aizen but decided to be on guard against him while ignoring him for now. While he's setting off alarms in his head, there is no hostility coming from him and he wants it to remain that way as Issei and the others who came with him know how eccentric people at that level are. One wrong look and things might get dicey. If their current actions are not eliciting hostile reactions, then they're doing something good. While wondering where Kisuke was and the conversation between Ajuka and Azazel progressed, Issei was able to confirm that his guess was right, though on a much larger scale than he ever imagined. Issei was still not able to wrap his head around moving 3 worlds when a crack in the sky manifested and a horrifying feeling immediately crashed into everyone's mind. As they looked up, they saw nothing but darkness, dotted with strange eyes full of malice. What the? Issei muttered loudly. But unlike the people wearing traditional articles of clothing, Issei's group and those who came from the same world as him managed to respond faster with his gauntlet letting out continuous, boost, noises. Should I go for a preemptive attack? You watch its movements for now. If you want to attack it, consult Great Red. Azazel immediately replied while looking at the eyes before turning back to Ajuka, let's get this done. Keisha, Sikvera, George. We're in a race against time. Give us your ideas. Let Kuna-chan help you. Serafal added, she has a good grasp of the 3-world structure. Without waiting for their reply, Kuna ran towards the group and started showing them various diagrams through her magic, immediately joining their conversation. Tanis-chan, take care of Claire-chan, okay. Serafal gave her final instructions before walking towards Issei. Thanks to their strangely calm demeanor, the Shinigami group also managed to get their bearings together. It looks like I'm really getting old. Yamamoto chuckled while brushing his beard with his hand. Don't make this about your age. They're the strange ones. Mayuri immediately retorted while looking up. The sky cracked but there's nothing happening beyond it in the meantime, but that won't be for long. The moment he reaches out once again signifies that Urahara has failed. Serafal-san. It's been a while. Where's Kisuke? Issei asked when Serafal came closer. Serafal gestured towards the crack in the sky and answered, fighting that thing. Issei, Azazel, and Ajuka were incredibly surprised that she didn't have her usual upbeat attitude since they knew that she was someone who could still laugh and joke around even if the situation was dangerous. It's only natural that Serafal couldn't remain smiling. After all, she also realized the implication of Ichibai's arrival, and I can't feel even a slither of his aura. Kisuke. Please be safe. At this point, the other members of the Godai 13 started making their way toward the Sukioku Hill because the nobles around had stopped causing problems. Hey, Drake. Poke that thing for a bit. Flana suddenly raised his voice. Issei knew that she was actually referring to him because that's what Ophis used to call him too. I won't be able to hurt that though. It's fine. Soifan was the first one to arrive and appeared beside Shunsui. Who are they? She immediately asked. Friends from the other side, replied Shunsui, but he was not too sure either. He and the others are wondering what Flana meant when she said to poke the eyes. Poke. Out of everyone here, only the old man could probably make those eyes blink for a moment. And Zaraki perhaps. However, Shunsui and others' minds would blank out when Issei released his draconic aura. Upon receiving confirmation from the Great Red, all the boost he's getting instantly takes effect, resulting in his oppressive aura exploding out. Although it didn't have the same pressuring effect as the Ryatsu, Issei's draconic aura would instantly send those with weaker minds into panic if not outright losing their consciousness. Promotion, True Queen. Issei muttered and subsequently his gauntlet, Cardinal Crimson Promotion. In an instant, his deep red armor changed into a bright crimson one as its scales morphed to become sharper and a set of crimson translucent wings emerged on his back. Hestia understood his intentions and adjusted the barrier for him. As soon as Issei saw the opening, he kicked the ground which almost made the Tsukioku Hill collapse and transformed into a streak of crimson light. Issei stopped just beneath the crack and took a quick peek at what was beyond it. It was then that he realized what he was looking at. What the heck? This is terrifying. Don't get close. You become a lot more durable compared to years ago, but you'll be out of commission if that thing hits you. Drake hurriedly warned, also realizing the monster behind the crack. I have a feeling this guy is capable of even more destructive power than Ophis and Great Red. Don't worry. That feeling is clear to me too. Issei took a long breath and retreated for a bit before the wings on his back transformed into two long cannons on his shoulders, Crimson Blaster. The cannons on Issei's shoulder lit up for a bit before releasing devastating green and crimson beams that intertwined with each other. To those watching from below, it only looked like a tiny glowing stick compared to the eyes beyond the crack, but thanks to Ophis, Lilith, and Hestia they could hardly feel any tremors from it. But the moment this stick touched one of the eyes, a blinding crimson light that served as a second sun dawned on the entirety of Soul Society. It was a blast that was enough to easily obliterate the entire City and leave nothing behind. A power of pure violence. Chapter 1287, Chapter 1287 Perception Check. The blinding crimson light was almost unbearable, but thankfully it didn't last long and soon lit up, revealing a widened crack in the sky and the mangled eye. Its black blood exploded out and some of it went through the crack, dropping into the City. Well, that's pretty devastating. Aizen finally said something and with an amused expression. The group of Shinigami didn't know how to take Issei's display in, but after those remarks from Aizen, they finally understood the gravity of his power. Aizen saw a monstrous amount of energy gathering from the hurt eye and said, but it wouldn't be such a problem if pure violence could solve that. Issei also felt the energy gathering and his armor transformed once again. This time, the cannons on his shoulder retracted and his gauntlet tripled in size, solid impact booster. He muttered and put both of his arms forward. The next instant, a faint flash of white light came from the eye and something hit Issei. But with the latter already anticipating it, he put his arm blasters forward and destroyed the thing that flew towards him, although it also resulted in him being thrown back from the impact. As fast as it flew up, Issei also crashed down in the same manner, slamming into the Tsukioku Hill and creating a crater while also kicking up dirt and dust. Serafal immediately blew the debris away, clearing everyone's sight, and saw the armored guy standing in the middle of the crater with enlarged arms. His armor reverted back to how it was when he arrived soon enough and he jumped out of the crater towards Serafal's side. Issei noticed that there were more people present now and most of them were looking at him strangely. Nevertheless, he's already used to these sorts of stares and just asked Serafal-san, just what the hell is that incredibly massive thing? This is the first time I've seen something that big. We're the same as you. Serafal answered while watching the hole that Hestia created closed. What do you think of it? Issei looked up and saw that the eye had almost healed itself completely before saying, as I expected, I have no way of actually hurting it. I might be able to injure it a bit more and stop its regeneration momentarily with Longina Smasher, but I won't be able to use my gift ability for quite a bit, so that's out of the question. I may be able to fight it using Apocalypse Answer Arms form. But summoning Ryutaimaru to my side now would immediately cause an alarm and ruffle some people's feathers, so I'd rather not do that. Though if needed, I won't hesitate to use it even if it's just buying some time. I see. Anything else? Issei easily noticed Serafal's hopeful expression and answered, somehow, it won't move from its current position and the thing attached to its back may be the reason. Serafal's face immediately lit up, is that so? Thanks. I guess you can settle down for now and wait for further development. Although it's nothing concrete, it's still evidence that could prove that Kisuke is still fighting. Issei sighed in relief when he saw Serafal's expression become lighter. The next second, his armor started glowing before it disappeared, revealing a young man with short spiky brown hair which further surprised the group of Shinigami. At this point, the rest of the captains and lieutenants have arrived on Tsukioku Hill along with those who came from Hell, wondering what's going on and especially curious about who just unleashed the devastating attack moments ago. I didn't expect a young man behind that exaggerated armor. But knowing Citri, he might just be as old. Shunsue muttered to himself with the corner of his mouth twitching. In response, Yamamoto just chuckled and said, I believe he's a bit younger than Kurosaki Ichigo. Ah. Furufushi exclaimed, no wonder he looks familiar. Meanwhile, Azazel and Ajuka were also making their own observation and judgment with the arrival of more people, another faction, huh? whispered the former to the latter through telepathy magic, and a pretty major one at that. The deities in the dungeon world already scared a lot of groups. If they come into the spotlight, I don't know what's going to happen, replied Ajuka. There and then, Azazel and Ajuka's communication was intruded upon by a third person. Must be a real mess on that side if even you don't know what's going to happen. Seraphol, I see that you've cheered up a bit now that you decided to eavesdrop. You guys are basically asking me to join in with such a simple encryption. How's the progress of your work? We found a working framework and are working out the details right now. From then, we'll scale up, replied Azazel. Now it's my turn to ask, what's up with this group? According to my investigation, the estimated strength of the guys wearing a white Haori ranges from ultimate class to upper god class, and the guys wearing the armbands range from high class to Satan class. They follow a military structure, so most of them are combat specialists. On top of that, they all use spiritual power and are capable of directly hurting souls. Pretty dangerous individuals, I must say. Seraphol didn't say that they are weak against magic and ki, since they could hardly sense that. I'm not sure what's happening on the other side, but it's better to hide that for now. They'll need more time to adapt to magic and ki. Azazel hummed to himself. Then they could be classified as a major faction, even if just counting the people here. Then what about that guy there? Even without pointing it out, Seraphol knew what Azazel was referring to. His name is Sosuke Aizen. Let's just say that even if he's not on complete Ophis level, he's at least on par with Shiva. By the way, you guys better check your current perception. He has a pretty strong illusion type ability, and the moment you looked at him, he probably already caught you in it. Azazel, Ajuka, Michael, and Issei, who were silently listening in, were surprised and hurriedly checked the integrity of their minds through various techniques. And as Seraphol expected, the first one to notice the anomaly was Ajuka, and while projecting a wry smile he said, "How dangerous. I didn't even notice that he already altered my sense of time and distance. It wasn't much of an alteration, but the fact that I didn't immediately detect it." Naturally, Aizen also noticed that Ajuka got out of his Kyuka Soijetsu and smiled. "You really do have interesting friends, Citri Seraphol." On the other side, the group of Shinigami is also discussing among themselves about the visitors and the eyes that have been peeking at them when the space rumbled and the cracks began to widen. The giant had started to move. Chapter 1288, Chapter 1288 gone. Fingers stuck out before an entire hand emerged from the crack, grabbing the boundary of the broken space. With a single swing of its arm, the black giant further destroyed the boundary as if a thin sheet of glass was being smashed by a hammer, revealing half of its body with all of its eyes focused on the people standing on the Tsukioku Hill. As the shards of the boundary rained down upon Soul Society, it created a surreal and beautiful scene that complemented the grandiosity of the Soul Migration. Sadly, no one in their right mind would be able to enjoy and appreciate such beauty that's accompanied by a world-ending disaster. And this is especially true for Seraphol, as the first thing she saw was the bodiless and shriveled head of the draconic-like monster still hanging on the black giant's neck, and no. She let out a devastated shout when she realized that it was already lifeless. Kisuke. Ah. That pest is finally gone. A revibrating and grisly voice resounded on everyone's head. Now I finally have the time to deal with you lot. To the Shinigami group, however, it was a familiar voice despite its horrendous tone. That's really Hayusubichibai. Soifun loudly muttered with cold sweat drenching her back. I'm summoning Ryutaimaru. Issei shouted as his deep red scale mail covered his entire body once again and a dragon gate appeared behind him. Thanks to his voice, the others also woke up from their stupor, drew their weapons, and released their auras. They knew they're not a match against this adversary, but they also wouldn't sit still. Otherworlders. An interesting bunch that allowed Urahara Kisuke to gain more abilities than he could have possibly had. The giant then raised his other arm and almost in an instant, the sky turned black and the migration was ground to a halt. A good chance to know more about you. Maybe after this, I'll be able to observe that side more. A collected gasp immediately erupted. The first ones to react, however, were the two seraphs as they hurriedly lit up the whole area with their holy power. Since the channel they were maintaining was forcibly closed, Michael and Gabriel also impatiently secured the souls that couldn't cross over. Shit! Issei exclaimed once again, and it was because his dragon gate was also abruptly closed, disconnecting him from his familiar. Without much choice, Issei had to transform into Crimson Cardinal promotion mode once again. The next one to move was Yamamoto, jumping back from the rest and directly releasing his Zanpakuto from its restraints, Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. The temperature all around instantly increased to an unbearable level with his blade transforming into an ancient and worn-out katana, severely scorched by fire. I'm not going to survive a hit from that. Azazel's survival instinct was yelling at him even though he was just looking at his sword, didn't expect that this old man was more fiery than our Tiamat. He, of course, was referring to one of the 5 dragon kings who possesses a similar fire-type ability. Azazel then immediately turned his attention back to Ajuka. How is it? I'm already analyzing this lock, but it'll take a few minutes. The Shinigami group was worried that Yamamoto might burn them before he could the enemy, but at that moment, a counteracting force burst forth, and it came from the furious Devil King. Flana turned her eyes towards Seraphol, who had lost all of her calm demeanor and sighed, "Open the barrier for them." Hestia nodded and created another hole. Meanwhile, Ophis and Lilith are also looking up at the giant and ask her, "Kisuke." "He's gone." Seraphol's hair turned pure white and her eyes turned light blue, with the temperature around her dropping to dangerous levels. As 12 wings made out of pure ice appeared behind her and a glistening crown of ice on top of her head, she shot up, going through Hestia's barrier and leaving behind a white trail of light. The ground that Yamamoto was on was also melting before it exploded and propelled the old man through the same hole. Issei was taken aback by the auras they were releasing but also immediately followed after them. "I knew Seraphol-sen already reached Super Devil level, but I didn't expect the old man to match that temperature intensity. It feels like I'm standing close to the sun. That sort of heat could possibly match Surzek's power of destruction. Sadly, that's not something as versatile as the power of destruction, since the old man probably won't be able to use that for long if Seraphol is not around." Drake replied inside his head. After watching those three fly off, Flana finally answered Ophis' question, "I don't know. But I can't feel nor see anything from boss." Just like her, Ophis and Lilith knew that Flana could see the world in a different light. Both the Infinite Dragons could see Kisuke from their perspective, so they were hoping that Great Red would be able to see something with her dreams and illusions. Ophis and Lilith both looked down and already lost their motivation. They have been helping Hestia keep up the barrier, but the moment they were about to let go, Flana glared at them, "Don't even think about it. You're just going to do that guy a favor. Besides, do you really believe that boss would just end things like this?" Ophis and Lilith were thinking of just evacuating Seraphol, Claire, Tanis, and Kunu and leaving everything behind, forcefully breaking through the restrictions placed by the giant. But after contemplating it more, they decided to hold on for a bit more. "If things don't change, I'm going to leave you behind." Flana sighed. She's also thinking of ways to change the situation, and it's the real reason why she hasn't done anything yet. If boss is really gone, then the priority is to stop that guy from following. The same as Ophis and Lilith, Flana thinks that the safety of the girls is the most important, and she has no qualms with abandoning this world and all the work they've done. Maybe she'll help out those who originated from the same world as them, but regarding others, she wouldn't lift a finger for them and may even use them as bait. Flana was formulating numerous plans in her head when she noticed something akin to buzzing. R.E. Flana turned to Ophis and asked, "Can you hear something?" Ophis tilted her head and looked around. "No dash." Is there something?" Now that Flana was able to confirm that she was not just imagining things, she turned to others and gauged their reactions, only to see all of them keenly watching the three who got out to blast the giant. R.E. There's definitely something out there. What is it? Flana sharpened her senses and Ophis also did the same. Despite this, they couldn't detect any fluctuation from the surroundings aside from the battle that was going on. Me. Fla. Is, th. A voice. Flana thought before broadcasting her own thoughts outward, "Who are you?" Everyone reacted and turned in her direction, including some eyes on the giant's body. Nevertheless, she ignored them and just waited. C.nu.earm. Flana, Ophis, and this time, Lilith too, heard the voice and in a much clearer tone that they understood what it was trying to say despite blanking out several times. "Yes." Flana attempted to reply, which further confused those who were around her and raised suspicion from the giant. Gre.t.b.ys.or Tim. Isaac.s, il.live, bui ned more. IME. Flana, Ophis, and Lilith looked at each other because they finally recognized who that voice belonged to, Tiamat. They all simultaneously uttered. A smile emerged on Flana's face and her draconic aura exploded out and a silhouette of her previous form manifested around her. "Then I guess it's my time to shine." Chapter 1289, Chapter 1289 The Old King. Yamamoto cut the arm that was sticking out of the enlarged crack while Seraphol instantly froze said arm that began to fall down to the Siriidi and the entire hole to seal off the giant's passage. Issei on the other hand kept charging his crimson blaster to use it as a push in case the giant kept moving forward. Seraphol-san in her super devil form is one thing, but that old man is also amazing. That sort of destructive power is enough to scare most of the gods that are running wildly right now. They are strong. But that's only enough to slow that thing down. Drake commented, "I hope you realize how dangerous the current situation is. Prepare to secure everyone you want to be safe and escape. I could probably leave the adults and dragons to themselves." Issei turned his head around and glanced towards Kunu, Tanis, and Claire. "If things don't improve, I'll swoop in the moment Ajuka-san finishes analyzing and undoing the lock in space." Issei kept boosting himself to the limit his body could take when they heard Flana give an indiscreet broadcast of her thoughts. "What's going on?" Drake remained silent for a moment before replying, "I don't know. And when do we ever guess what they are thinking?" The next moment, everyone was startled when her aura suddenly flared up and became visible in the shape of her former form. Flana also shot up from the barrier and everyone could see that light started gathering in her throat before she released a massive wave of a bright red beam that instantly melted Serafal's ice and struck the giant behind it that was about to crush the ice in the first place. "Keep pushing." Flana shouted with a big smile on her face, "Wreck that bastard." Flana continued flying straight towards the pseudo-dimensional gap with reckless abandon. This thoughtless action of hers stunned not just the group of Shinigami but also everyone from the other side. But unlike the former, Flana, or rather, Great Red's exertions made them think of its implication and almost most of them came to the same conclusion. Great Red forsake escaping and decided to take on the enemy head-on. Naturally, that wasn't good news for them since they were leaning on escaping instead of fighting back, and having her help on the former makes it so much easier and safer for all of them. After all, they didn't want to risk it all for the world they knew nothing about, much less care for it. "I think we made a mistake coming here. I apologize for dragging you to this unnecessary problem." Ajuka muttered, genuinely regretting his decision. Change of plan. "Let's work on creating our escape route." Thankfully, the people that he called could also make a secure channel for them to withdraw. "No. Let's not do that." Azazel immediately disagreed. Ajuka was surprised and thought that he had lost his mind. But when he looked at him, Ajuka saw that Azazel was observing a group of people and when he followed his line of sight, he saw the group of young girls who came with Kisuke and Serafal to this world. Ajuka couldn't describe it for some time but soon enough, he figured out the expression they were making, relief. The next thing he knew, the mysteriously terrifying men entered his sights and approached the girls. Without attempting to hide his voice, he asked them, "What do you think?" Just like the newcomers, a certain conclusion also arrived in the girls' heads when they saw Flana's actions. The red dragon may act childish and stubborn most of the time, but they know that she's not someone thoughtless. Unlike Ophis and Lilith, Flana considers far more things that affect her decisions and actions. And because of this, they knew that Flana wouldn't spring into action like this for no reason at all. In the current situation, there's only one thing that would make her appear reckless: Kisuke is alive. Answered Claire with great certainty. This statement ground everyone's thoughts to halt before launching into higher gears. Azazel and Ajuka hurriedly turned towards Serafal's direction and sure enough, she didn't have the same furious expression that seemed to curse the entire world as earlier. Instead, a large, beaming smile painted her face. She arrived at the same conclusion. Ajuka and Azazel thought before looking at each other and nodding. It's very risky, but if they can pull this off and assist Kisuke in this monumental disaster, they knew that they would be able to request a few things from him and these few requests were enough for them to put themselves in danger. This is also true for the other three working on the urgent project, Sikvera Agars, Keisha Abaddon, and George Faust. In the world they're in, Kisuke's name has become synonymous with a wish-granting shopkeeper. Naturally, they also know that he has his limits and there are many things that he can't do. However, there's a reason why he gained such epithet from those who knew of his existence and his achievements. On the other hand, Aizen didn't have much reaction to Claire's words. He's still trying to weigh the situation but he doesn't have enough information. Well, if there's a lack of information then ask someone who knows about it. He then turned to Ophis and Lilith and called them, "Ophis, Lilith, summon the old king here. He could probably tell us more about that thing." Ophis and Lilith's eyes widened before nodding. Raising their right arms, a magic circle appeared on the ground in front of them, and in a few seconds, a tall man with long black hair, wearing a long black robe and a blindfold on his face materialized from the magic circle. The moment he appeared, hostility in the air instantly shot up with Zaraki instantly moving and slashing down his sword at the newcomer. At the same instant, a blue silhouette moved in front of Zaraki and caught his sword with her two bare hands, stopping his advances. However, it wasn't just Zaraki who stepped forward as another captain sprung forward to the opposite side, thrusting his sword towards the newcomer's neck. But just like the former, before it could reach its intended target, a paper talisman blocked the blade's path and stopped it in its tracks. The men who attacked, Byakuya, frowned. "Why are you protecting this man?" His eyes never left the black-haired man but his question was directed toward the owner of the talisman, Kunu. Chapter 1290 Blind. Instead of answering Byakuya's question, Kunu sent out more talismans to block more advancing Shinigami and it's not because she didn't want to answer, but because she honestly didn't have any idea what to say. Aizen, in everyone's eyes, was still a criminal, but compared to him, the man standing in front of them is an unforgivable existence that they won't hesitate to lay their lives in order to slay him. "You're making a mistake here, young lady," Byakuya added with his killing intent the highest it had ever been. Ophis, Lilith, Aizen, and the men in question, Yawach just ignored their surroundings full of action and killing intent. The twins didn't let down their arms and summoned a jet-black snake that slithered its way towards Yawach's head. It crawled around his head for a few moments before opening its mouth and biting the blindfold on his face. There wasn't any reaction for a second until a few irregular lines of purple light appeared on the blindfold's black cloth before it started burning with purple flame. Soon enough, the flame engulfed the blindfold completely, and the restriction was placed on Yawach. As the blindfold turned into ashes, Yawach's closed eyes immediately opened, revealing a set of eyes with 2 pupils each. Just 2. So he hasn't recovered at all. Aizen thought to himself. But contrary to his calm demeanor, the group of Shinigami only further panicked and pushed forward to the point of hurting both Tannis and Kunu. Soifun, one of the Shinigami who didn't move, gritted her teeth. As much as she doesn't like seeing these kids get hurt, she doesn't have the justification nor the authority to stop their assault. She hurriedly turned to Mayuri and Kiraku, the only 2 others who stayed their hands in addition to those who came from hell, to figure out what they should do. While Mayuri remained unmoving and continued his passive stance and observation of the general trend, Kiraku sighed to himself and slammed his Zanpakuto on the ground, creating a loud noise akin to a small explosion. Cease this. The group of Shinigami immediately stopped moving, with some of them turning in his direction. Of course, this doesn't mean they agree with him. Why? The captain of the 10th Division, Tushiro, asked with a glare. I know you hate him and I do too, truly. Kiraku returned the glare, but do you really think this is the time for this? The world is about to end, but when did the Godai 13 carry this much emotional baggage? Every Shinigami who heard that was stunned. Nevertheless, Kiraku's demeanor only got heavier. Have you forgotten that you're soldiers who vowed to protect this world? Stop acting childish. You are not children. Stop swinging your blades dictated solely by your feelings. You are weapons. Follow my orders. Finally, all members of the Godai 13 turned to him, and with an ashamed expression, they all pulled back. As expected of the men who replaced him. Aizen smiled while watching this unfold. And now things have become quiet. He turned to Yawach, who had been staring at the giant beyond the fractured space with a surprised expression. What do you think? Yawach didn't answer immediately and instead returned a question. Is that perhaps Hyusub Ichibai? We've guessed as much. Mayuri, already aware of his freedom, approached. If those eyes are the same as yours, then he could probably manipulate the future like you do. Frankly speaking, I don't see any chance of us winning, as unlike you, this monster is immortal. The other Shinigami were shocked at Mayuri's casualness, but he also ignored them. Maybe if it's you, you'll be able to render that ability useless. Isn't this why Urahara Kisuke freed you? Kisuke freed him. Shinji exclaimed, and like everyone else, he couldn't follow what was happening anymore. However, Yawach stayed silent, seemingly failing to hear what Mayuri just said. Mayuri and Aizen found this reaction a bit strange, and they certainly didn't have the patience for him to come out of his stupor. Aizen thought that raining down his Ryatsu on him would wake him up, but before he could do so, Yawach suddenly grabbed his own head and bent his back. Fahahaha. He suddenly blew up into laughter. What is it now? Tannis muttered loudly. She was tired and she didn't really want these strange uncles entertaining themselves in times like these. Yawach only finished his hearty but also eerie laughter a few seconds later and added, even I didn't manage to instill such fear in him. Urahara Kisuke. How did you do it? This time, it was Aizen who was surprised. Fear. That monk who can't die. Yawach finally managed to gather his bearings and face the Godai 13. Rejoice, my friends in the afterlife. This is your chance to break the chains that this man has shackled all of you for almost eternity. Hyusub Ichibai has become blind. The ever-so-powerful being, Hyusub Ichibai. He always thought that as long as he achieved, even a partial form, he would be unstoppable, at least in the current realm. His desire to return to how he was countless eons ago allowed him to persevere through the erosion of time. With little steps, he finally managed to see the light at the end of the tunnel. His finish line is right in front of him. Never would he have thought that he'd stumble on the last obstacle, even though that obstacle had been eradicated down to his soul. Why? Why can't I see? Ichibai screamed internally. For some reason, his ability to see and manipulate the past and the future had disappeared. Why? His overwhelming strength didn't disappear. In fact, he even got stronger when he absorbed the monster he was fighting against, aka Kisuke. He had enough power to destroy the entirety of Soul Society if he wished to. But if he did, his chance of completing himself would also go with it. It didn't make it better that multiple pests were bothering him right now and he's so close to just smashing everything apart. His rage is boiling. Sadly for him, Yawach was able to see through him. His rage was only a tough exterior, and deep beneath was his debilitating fear of not knowing anything. It was only for a short time that he tasted such omniscience, yet it was too unbearable to have it gone. Chapter 1291, Chapter 1291 Death with a Finger Part 1. Ichibai kept questioning why his precognition had ceased to exist and thought of various possibilities. And the most probable of them all was the fact that he absorbed Kisuke. For some reason, it destabilized his form and affected his abilities. This should just be a temporary problem. Ichibai reassured himself. Of course, this isn't just some baseless optimism. He already predicted that something like this may happen since this form is technically in an experimental stage. Ideally, he would want to compress this form into the size of a normal human and concentrate his strength. Kisuke has something very foreign from the current world, so Ichibai is pinning that as the main reason for his destabilization. Even then, the amount of destruction he could cause didn't lessen. Instead, he seemed to have absorbed his abilities to manipulate the elements. Ichibai was only able to calm down when his instincts told him that the future where he would meet unknown people with spiritual abilities still holds true. At this level, instincts provide more benefits since most of the abilities and phenomenons couldn't be explained by logic. This absence of precognition also explains why he couldn't see the specific timeline before reaching that future, so that's why it's a blank canvas. I don't have the ability to see at that point in time. In that case, I just have to follow this blank canvas to come out of that future. He doesn't know how long it'll take, but it's certainly a future where he exists and his cognition will return. For starters, Ichibai was able to reach the Soul Society and stop whatever they were doing by blocking the dimension with his own power. His arm was cut off, but it's not something concerning for Ichibai. The boundary that he destroyed was also blocked by ice, but he still could see everything that was happening beyond it. But soon, his emotional turmoil returned when he saw Yhwach making his appearance. The two of them looked at each other's eyes, and Ichibai figured that he found out his current situation. In an attempt to cover up the previous festering fear, Ichibai erupted into rage. These pests. Regenerating his severed arm, Ichibai extended out his hands and blocked the beam of light that came from the red dragon. Ichibai retracted his arms and created a circular motion with his hands, turning the beam of light into a ball of light in front of him. This red ball of light expanded in his hands before he slowly pushed it back to where it came from. The one who sent it, a young-looking girl with a shadow of a 50-meter red dragon around her, was visibly shocked and roared at the counterattack in an attempt to intercept it. But her roar only shaved a little bit of power behind it, and she had to ball herself up to defend. The poor dragon was blasted back to where it came from and crashed into the grounds of the Siriitii, destroying a part of the 8th Division's jurisdiction. Considering that the entire Siriitii is about 5 times Japan in size, this was a sizable amount of damage. It's still alive. Ichibai thought, with his vision not impeded by any obstacle, but it shouldn't be able to move for a while. In addition to returning her attack, Ichibai also imbued a sealing technique in it. So when the attack hit her, Flana was instantly enveloped by tape-like black material as she was buried deep beneath the ground. Next, Ichibai closed his hands together as if praying. This gesture doesn't only increase the output of his technique and spells but also his control over them. Golden hands appeared within the Soul Society, and the three that were about to assault the Black Giant, Serafall, Yamamoto, and Issei, were startled because they found them moving towards them at an incredible speed. It was the same hands that almost completely destroyed Kisuke in his monstrous form. Shit! Issei shouted and immediately transformed his armor into a speed type. However, he could only move forward, and he won't be able to bring Serafall and the old men with him to escape. He could only pray that they survive this. By turning the power that he has been gathering and using it as propulsion, Issei shoots forward, turning into light while leaving behind a loud boom. This allowed him to dodge the hands, but he also knew that those hands were deliberately positioned in a way that he would overextend himself towards the enemy. And when Issei looked back, he saw a horrifying sight of 2 people squashed between the hands like mosquitoes. Yamamoto was still holding his sword, but his limbs were pointing in the wrong direction and streams of blood were coming out of his body. Thankfully, he's still alive, and the heat that was coming off him is actually melting his surroundings, allowing him to have a bit of space. Serafall, on the other hand, although a lot less bloody compared to the former, was arguably in a far worse situation than Yamamoto, with one of each of her arms and legs missing and her entire body cracking under immense stress. Since her body was made out of ice in her Super Devil form, there's no blood that's coming out of her. She was supposed to be invulnerable to most attacks, but Serafall, whose body was about to collapse, could only grit her teeth and think, these hands, they directly attack the soul. Serafall already expected this, but she didn't expect that it would go through her defenses instantly. After staying in this world for some time where spiritual abilities were the norm, Serafall already prepared appropriate countermeasures against it, and considering that it's one of her only few weaknesses in her Super Devil form, she made sure to go above and beyond. So much so that she wouldn't be fatally injured even if a Shinigami Zanpakuto cut her body in half. But all of that was rendered useless against this attack and was now on the verge of being crushed to death. This is bad. Now that I know Kisuke is still alive, I can't fall here. Serafall-san. Issei shouted from in the distance, intending to drill his way through the translucent golden hands. Worry about yourself first, partner. Issei also immediately felt the threat. However, he wasn't sure where it was coming from, and it was already too late when he realized that a few jet black spears were already piercing through him. What? 3 more pests down. But that woman clad in ice seems more trouble than it's worth. Ichibai thought to himself before deciding to completely eliminate Serafall. Ichibai gathered his immense strength within his forefinger and reached out for his target. It wasn't just Issei who was near Ichibai, but also everyone else who realized the gravity of the situation. Chapter 1292, Chapter 1292, Death with a Finger Part 2. As Ichibai stretched his arm and reached out his finger of death towards Serafall, Issei's right gauntlet's gem turned blue before its body turned white. He then grabbed the spears piercing him and yelled, "Divide! Divide!" Drake's voice also came from the gauntlet. The spears in his body, including those he was not touching, were instantly reduced to half of it. Issei repeated this several times until the spears were gone while also moving the fastest he could toward the outstretching arm. Issei touched the giant's arm with his white gauntlet and shouted again, "Divide!" As his dividing gear, the divine dividing mode of his boosted gear that he got from absorbing Albion's crystal, worked its ability, Issei instantly realizes the vastness of what he's trying to take away. Since he's not as efficient as Valley, his dividing gear was instantly overloaded, and the excessive amount of energy that he was able to take from the slight contact immediately recoiled at him and worsened the wounds that he'd just received. Shit. This is bad. Issei is not as good at reading the flow of energy as the others who specialize in it. However, he could easily tell that the giant's flow of aura was fully concentrated on the finger, and he could easily tell that his defenses suffered from it. The power contained within his finger was too much for him to deal with, so Issei was contemplating if he should attack the main body. Although he took serious wounds, he's also charged up from it. Fortunately, it wasn't just him who noticed the danger, and the first one to move was actually Aizen as he released his Ryatsu. "I can't pull them out. The space around them is too chaotic." Ophis and Lilith also stopped powering the Hestia's barrier and shot out in panic. They held each other's hand, and a 10 feet wide blackish-purple magic circle, bearing the insignia of the Ouroboros, appeared in front of them. A second later, a 10 feet wide and more than 200 feet long snake that matched the color of the giant. But despite its size, it was able to wrap the tip of the finger, and before it could even do what it intended to do, it exploded into a million pieces. Ophis and Lilith placed a considerable amount of power within that snake, so they were surprised that it was instantly destroyed with nothing left. They also tried teleporting to Seraphal's side to pull her out, but the same as Aizen, they couldn't even estimate the position that they have to come out due to how warped the space is. Behind the Ouroboros dragons are Tanis and Kunu, synergizing with the aura they're emitting and using that as a foothold to release their forbidden techniques, Fox Dragon Mode and Outrage for Kunu and Tanis respectively. Kunu's hair and fur turned white and her ninth tail emerged. She then tossed all the talismans she could handle, numbering in thousands, into the air. The numerous talismans hurriedly made their way towards Seraphal and destroyed the part of the hand that was trapping her and Yamamoto. While Yamamoto started falling, Seraphal strangely stayed suspended, and even after physically pulling on her, Kunu found out that she couldn't budge her from her position, and if she forcefully dragged her out, she was afraid that it would worsen Seraphal's already precarious condition. Kunu couldn't think of anything to extract Seraphal right now, so she turned to Tanis, who already lost most of her rationality. "Tanis, don't touch it." Thankfully, Tanis could still register simple statements inside her head, and her own instincts were telling her that the finger was in danger. With insanity almost taking over her, Tanis' blue skin resurfaced, and she also grew 2 dragon horns on her forehead. In addition to that, the starry black gem in the middle of her forehead became red. Her wings also doubled in size, and her soul gear covered her entire arms, which looked like the overlapping scales of a dragon. She placed both of her hands together in front of her before letting out a loud, deafening roar. In an instant, a blue beam of pure draconic aura of ruination blasted out of her hands, which isn't any weaker than Issei's Crimson Blaster. But instead of exploding on contact, the beam pushed against the finger, which slowed it. Ophis and Lilith followed her example and released an attack of their own, aiming at the finger itself. It would actually be more effective to buff Tanis, but with her current rationality, it's almost impossible for her to accept their blessing. The black beam from Ouroboros dragons also slammed against the finger and slowed it down further. However, that's it. All they could do was to slow it down, and the finger was only a few miles away from Seraphal. Ophis, Lilith, and Tanis kept increasing their output, and Kunu even joined in. This slowed it down more but didn't stop the threat. They tried changing its trajectory, but to no avail. Despite their concerted effort, Seraphal's death seems to be inevitable, and as the finger approaches, the calm and collected Ophis and Lilith actually begin panicking. Aizen also isn't about to give up and joins the effort and sends in his own attack, Hada number 99, Goryu Tenmitsu, 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Upon the materialization of 5 purple dragons made out of his Ryatsu, the entire Tsukioku Hill was ruptured and everyone on it had to jump off. The entire Siriidii shook upon the 5 illusionary dragons' flight as they approached the finger. Aizen first controlled to go around Seraphal to see if he could remove any restrictions on her, but to no avail. This isn't just a simple anchoring. He thought to himself before letting his kiddo join the pushback. The giant's hand slowed even further, but that's it, this is hopeless. To Aizen and everyone else's surprise, however, Yawach suddenly lifted his own arm and pointed it towards the sky. Kirchenlied, Sanctschwert, Churchim, Saint Sword. 5 towering crosses of pure reishi appeared all around the Siriidii before each of them shaped themselves like double-edged swords. They then shoot towards the sky. But instead of the finger, the shining blue swords flew towards Issei, who was using his Ascalon trying to cut off Ichibai's arm to assist him. The Godii 13's pride, naturally, wouldn't allow them to stay quiet after Yawach's display. With Mayuri in the lead, the prominent members of the Godai 13 released their Ryatsu and combined their efforts to produce one of the most powerful spells at their disposal, Kiduwa, Kida Cannon. Lastly, Azazel, Michael, and Gabriel also pitched in this do-or-die situation. Upon seeing all these awe-inspiring lights that bring hope to the world, the eyes on Ichibai couldn't help but curve into a crescent as if he were smiling, mocking everything that he was seeing. Ah, too easy. Ichibai thought to himself. He didn't just target Seraphol but also spent the majority of his power in this attack. However, what he wanted wasn't Seraphol's ensured death, but for every pest in this realm to tire themselves out. I didn't think I'd get everyone on this bait. I underestimated that foreign woman's importance. If Ichibai had to deal with all of them separately, he could have been in danger no matter how powerful he was since he didn't know what sort of tricks they might pull off. But by using Seraphol as bait, he forced them to play on the same field as him, a pure power struggle. He would have to use a large portion of his power and would be vulnerable for a short amount of time, but it's a risk he's willing to take if it means dealing with the aftermath a lot easier. After all, once Seraphol is dead, it won't just be him who would be vulnerable. If he had a complete face, he would be making a mocking smile to all of them. If not for their stupid camaraderie that even dragged Aizen and Yawatch into the fray, there might have been a chance for them to repel him. Unbeknownst to him and everyone else, however, Yawatch could see an illusion only available to him. An illusion of a young woman lethargically floating in front of him, while that idiot really thought that he'd already won. I really wish I had popcorn right now. She was the reason why Yawatch decided to make his move. I don't see any chance of Seraphol Citri surviving this ordeal. Are you really just going to lay down in your seal and watch? Yawatch tried sending his thoughts to her. Thankfully, she heard him and turned her head to him with a grin. Do you know who's the easiest to fool? Yawatch thought about it for a second before answering, someone who thinks he already knows all the answers. Flana's grin grew larger, correct, and thanks to that idiot focusing on baiting everyone, he himself didn't realize that he was baited. Yawatch didn't know what Flana meant, but it's also at this moment, Ichibai's finger was just a few hundred feet from Seraphol, and everyone was already desperate that they heard a weirdly annoying voice ringing to their ears. I thank you so much for making this a lot easier for me, Hayusub-san. That went a lot smoother than I thought. Weirdly so. Makes me think that you're actually helping me out here. Sundara. Chapter 1293, Chapter 1293 Collapse Part 1. Seraphol's consciousness seemed to be on the verge of being cut off and she was doing her best to hold onto it. She's also trying to regenerate the damage that was done to her, but the demonic power that she was managing had run wild due to her soul receiving sudden massive damage. She also tried moving away upon realizing the threat that was coming towards her, but she's also helpless in that regard. It has been a while since I felt this useless. Her meager senses could barely make out what was happening. And when she realized that death was upon herself, she could only let out a wry smile. There's no way of getting out of it, huh? Seraphol tried sharpening her senses more, but the same answer came back to her, which was certain death. Too bad. I wanted to see Sona-chan one more time. She tried moving and releasing her remaining demonic power, but it only further destroyed her body. She could feel multiple influences trying to move her, but it resulted in nothing more than what she was already doing. I should have asked Ichuka-chan what was happening on the other side. It doesn't look like things are peaceful there either. As time went on, Seraphol could feel a familiar aura that clashed against the darkness that was coming for her. I was already prepared for something like this the moment I joined that war long ago, but I didn't think it'd come to me so suddenly like this. She could hear various voices, but she couldn't make out any of it. I really let my guard down there. That guy is strong, but to suddenly pull off an almost instant death skill like that's cheating. Seraphol could see various colors covering her vision, but it looked strange because her sights resembled that of broken glass. I was able to keep myself alive, but that's all I can do. Ki-tan. I got too excited when Flana-chan suddenly took action. You're still there, right? Her mind went back to the time before Kisuke dived down to hell. I should have done something more. I thought that he'll make a move on me sooner or later, and I think I made my intentions clear. I waited passively while teasing him from time to time. At that point, her wry smile soon changed and it slowly turned into a grit, but it was already too late that I realized that he was putting up a wall between us for some reason. I broke that wall partially, yet here I am, regretting that I didn't do it earlier and properly. Death kept approaching, yet all Seraphol could feel right now was remorse and anger. If I'm going to die either way, I'd rather have a year. No. A week more instead of none at all. The temperature around her plummeted even more and her own body approached absolute zero. The cracks on her body lit up as she burned everything she had to convert it to demonic power that could overpower the restriction holding her, reducing her thousands of years of lifespan down to just a week. I just have to last enough that I could give that guy a peace of mind. And I really want to see Sona-chan and others before I go. Seraphol was about to pull the trigger and detonate the converted demonic power when she suddenly heard Flana's voice. Hold on. Stop. Stop. What are you doing? Don't worry, I could still live for a week after this. No. Boss is nearly done. Don't do anything stupid. Serafal's eyes widened. Kisuke. Yes. So stop whatever you're trying to do. It's my fault for using you as bait, but please spare me of that dangerous stuff or I won't hear the end of it from boss. Serafal didn't know what to say, but she slowly pulled back from what she was trying to do. Although she ended up wasting almost 1,000 years of her lifespan, she didn't care about it at all since her mind was occupied by another voice that resounded to everyone. Thank you so much for making this a lot easier for me. Hyusub-san, that went a lot smoother than I thought. Weirdly so. Makes me think that you're actually helping me out here. Sundara. Kisuke. Serafal did her best to look up and saw that the darkness that was approaching her had stopped moving. Everyone also stopped their attacks on the finger and looked up at the frozen black giant filled with eyes. From its extended hand, the darkness that had been covering it slowly dissipated as if pure white paint started to crawl on him. It reaches its elbow and shoulder and soon its entire body has turned completely white with the exception of its head, resisting with everything it has. The giant visible shake and soon, all the black left it including the color of its pupils. A few seconds later, cracks started to form on the giant before it slowly disintegrated into dust, along with the restriction that had been placed on the entirety of Soul Society. This took a few minutes until all that was left from the giant was Ichibai in the form that everyone was familiar with. The only difference is that there's a complete absence of black from everything he has, starting from his shahakushu, down to his body hair and eyes. During this time, everything is silent. Including Ichibai, no one knows what just happened nor what's going to happen now. The deafening silence was only broken when the remnant of the monster that the giant had been fighting also turned to dust, revealing the men who started all of this. I'm finally out, damn. That felt too long. Kisuke stretched his limbs that had become numb and while doing so, he felt the silent dumbfounded stare that everyone was giving him. What's up, everyone? Did my face change somehow? Kisuke immediately started touching his face, worried that his handsome, merchant face was somehow disfigured. Meanwhile, Ichibai slowly turned towards Kisuke like a rusted machine, and with a fury-filled expression, his Ryatsu exploded. Urahara Kisuke. Oh shit, a ghost. Was Kisuke's response upon seeing his face, which further infuriated the former. Chapter 1294, Chapter 1294 Collapse Part 2. Ichibai turned into a blur and reappeared in front of Kisuke while brandishing his glaive. Sadly for him, his impatience made it very easy for Kisuke to respond. While blocking the glaive with his dagger, Kisuke lifted his foot that was on Ichibai's blind spot and kicked him on his flank, sending the whitened monk like a meteor to the depths of the dimensional gap. Kisuke stared at the direction he disappeared for a few moments and concluded that he wouldn't be attacking any further until he understood the situation more. The problem is this. Kisuke thought while glancing at his cane. He unsheathed her for a bit and saw that the former silvery blade was now pitch black. I can't talk to her at all. What happened? While repeatedly attempting to contact Benihime, Kisuke turned around to greet everyone. Yo, Issei. I didn't think you'd come here. I also didn't think I'd be responding to a call like this for a second time. Couldn't you settle things peacefully? Issei sighed in relief and began healing his wounds with Tuki. Kisuke then glanced at the rest, stopping for a bit on Yamamoto, Aizen, and Yawatch before moving towards Serafal, who was still dumbfoundedly staring at him. He smiled wryly at her and said, "You're a mess, but thank you for the hard work. It isn't settled yet, but you can rest now. I'll see you later." Kisuke then turned around and like a flash, he disappeared in the depths of the pseudo-dimensional gap. Wait. Serafal tried calling out with her hoarse voice, but she couldn't even extend any of her remaining limbs due to the strain of aborting her self-destruction earlier. She doesn't know if it's the injury she received or the relief of knowing that Kisuke is still alive. Her vision blurred and soon darkness has claimed her consciousness. Since the restriction keeping her in place had disappeared, she started falling and Kunu hurriedly caught her. Upon closer inspection, she found out that Serafal's condition was not any better than those on their deathbed. Tanis. Come over here, please. Unfortunately, Tanis is still in her outrage mode, so it'll take a while for her to return to her normal self. Bring her here. Kunu suddenly received a telepathic message through magic while thinking about what she should do next. She hurriedly turned around the source of the message and found that Mayuri was looking at her at a distance. You don't want her condition to worsen any further, do you? Thankfully, my facility is still intact and most of the damage she received was directly inflicted on her soul. Kunu gritted her teeth and flew straight toward Mayuri. Mayuri, on the other hand, turned around and started walking away from the group. Wait. Where are you going? Kiraku asked him when he noticed his movements. We're done here. All there's needed to do is to resume the migration and clean up. Mayuri replied before turning towards Retsu. Anohana, please follow me. I might need your help. Retsu nodded, but instead of immediately following, she turned to Aisane, the current captain of the 4th Division, and said, Aisane, please look for Kirinji-san. He should be in Hifyun-san's room along with the other members of the 0 Division. Please tell him to follow us. Mayuri furrowed his brows at her and said, there's a reason why they haven't shown themselves. And that reason was kicked to the side. Give a little bit of faith that Urahara will finally put an end to this. Retsu replied, besides, I think we should give it our best effort to restore her to full health. Maybe we'll be able to use that for the incoming negotiations. Mayuri stared at her for a while before sighing and disappearing with flash step, do what you want. Retsu also disappeared following him, and Isane first looked at Kuraka for confirmation before also leaving to fetch Tenjiro. Kuraka was glad that Retsu suggested that to Mayuri, since it wouldn't just allow them to get additional negotiation chips, it'll also prevent Mayuri from doing anything suspicious. Kuraka is confident of Mayuri's loyalty to their organization, but that same loyalty allows him to unhesitantly cross dangerous lines. Kuraka looked around and his attention landed on the group of foreigners, back to politics again. I really hate this job. Because there was no resistance, Ichibai flew uncontrollably through the twisting space, and this allowed him to travel unreasonably farther than normal. But since Kisuke already knew how to track someone within the dimensional gap, he didn't leave his senses even for a bit. Kisuke took his time to catch up to him to check the overall condition of his body. Aside from being unable to talk to Benihime, everything seems to be fine. I'm surprised I didn't sustain any serious injury from that transformation. Well, you essentially transformed your body's composition infinitely close to prima materia. Tiamat's voice resounded in Kisuke's head. Oh, is it the same as Surzek's and Seraphal's super devil form? While it's similar to those incorporeal transformations, it's also something else entirely different. It's even debatable if you're truly someone alive at that point. Huh? Isn't that the same body you have in your prime? It looks like mine and even functionally the same, but I was not able to wield prima materia as well as you. I have no way of reconstructing my body like that. Reconstructing? I did something like that. Tiamat paused for a moment, and with an obviously bothered tone, she asked, you don't remember? Nope. Everything is too blurry. I was too busy holding on to my will, answered Kisuke after thinking about it for a moment. By the way, can you contact Benihime from your side? In Kisuke's inner world, Tanis is standing on a black flood, and in front of her is a pitch-black Japanese castle. No, but I can tell you that she's in here. Kisuke tried using his shadow, but nothing happened when he tried summoning it. I also can't feel whatever she took from Hyasub-san. Is she actually digesting that? Oi, Benihime, if you can hear me, don't just eat whatever you got. It'll be bad for your stomach. Ichibai's mind was running at full throttle, trying to understand what had just happened. Although he's still trying to find out the cause, Ichibai is able to figure out that his power didn't disappear but was scattered everywhere. He could still feel his innate connection with them, and he's certain that he just needs to gather them back together, but something is missing. What is it? But before he could answer that question, Kisuke's figure appeared in front of him, barring him from further action. Ichibai wanted to snatch some of those scattered powers right this moment. However, he didn't have a choice but to face the detestable men who dragged him down back to something insignificant. You'll pay for this. In any case, this is also a good chance to find some answers to what Kisuke truly did back then and the black substance he caught that isn't part of his authority over black. Chapter 1295, Chapter 1295 Difference. Ichibai's expression of wanting to tear Kisuke apart was very obvious to the latter, but both of them didn't move for a few minutes and just stared at each other. After those few minutes, the first one to speak was Kisuke. I was hoping that you'd just disappear into oblivion after that collapse. Ichibai gritted his teeth and held his glaive tightly. In the past, all of his opponents would have a hard time seeing whether his Zanpakuto was a brush or a blade. But now that his ability to control all black in the world has disappeared, it just looks like a normal glaive. This Zanpakuto has already lost its spirit. No. That's not right. It's debatable if that thing even had a spirit to begin with. Kisuke thought to himself. You. What have you done? Muttered Ichibai, full of hate. Kisuke flash stepped in front of him with his dagger aiming at Ichibai's neck. While Ichibai lost his authority, he still had all the abilities of a normal Shinigami and much more because of the energy he retained. So after he cooled his head for a bit, it was easy for him to respond to Kisuke's actions, and was able to block the assault with ease. Ichibai's right hand left his glaive and sent out a palm towards Kisuke's flank. Kisuke managed to block the hand with his elbow, but it was still enough to send him flying to the side. He immediately reoriented himself while bringing his palm pointing towards Ichibai, Heian, abolishing flames. A blast of purple flames burst forth from Kisuke's palms. Ichibai calmly lifted his own palm and thrust it forward, materializing a transparent white palm of his size. The flames and palm collided and resulted in a large explosion. But that explosion was also instantly pushed away with the two fighters clashing their blades in the middle of it. Curious, aren't we? Kisuke smirked while pushing his dagger towards him. But instead of replying, Ichibai suddenly opened his mouth wide and a beam of white light ejected from it. Surprised, Kisuke hurriedly shifted his head, but at the same time, Ichibai's foot swiped his leg, forcing him to the trajectory of the beam. Thankfully, Kisuke was able to materialize his hollow mask on the side of his face, and that took most of the brunt of the beam before being thrown off once again. This time, Kisuke didn't continue his assault and instead retreated. As expected, you still have a few tricks in your pocket. That would have been bad, he said while wiping the blood that was streaming down the right side of his face. It was at this moment that Ichibai realized that Kisuke's regenerative powers were not as potent as he'd displayed in the previous instances. Tiamat, it seems that I also can't call you. Kisuke was forced to use a simple healing Kidu to mend the wound on his face. Don't expect anything to go back to normal after pulling what's essentially a miracle. You've already burnt yourself out. It's actually a surprise that you can fight like normal, was Tiamat's immediate reply. Any longer and you'd be at a disadvantage. Finish him off. If you can't do it, it's time to give up and call for assistance. I'd like to do that, but I first have to ascertain that he has no way of escaping. Inviting others would introduce more variables that Hyusub could possibly exploit, and even though I have a way to end this, failing that may allow him to escape. Kisuke replied while fending off Ichibai's attacks, I wouldn't hesitate like this if that's just annoying, but it's an actual disaster that would be brewing. Kisuke knew that if he let Ichibai get away at this point, he would have no way of preventing him from coming back. Once I'm sure, I just need one strike. Kisuke put more distance between them, and Ichibai also soon stopped his assault. To think that you'd hold back. You're too paranoid. Ichibai had completely calmed down, so that's how it is. Benihime, is it? Thank you for not cleaning up properly. Kisuke furrowed his brows and was incredibly bothered by his uncanny calmness. Nevertheless, he still had to figure him out and reopened their conversation to buy some time. Don't you think it's strange? We both have the ability to consume, yet the result is wildly different from what you were expecting. Ichibai stopped moving, remembering Kisuke's habit of explaining his tricks when his opponents had already fallen victim to them. As a matter of fact, both of them are aware that they both need time, and the first one to analyze the situation accurately will become the winner of their little contest. You see, my power to eat was fundamentally different than yours, Kisuke continued. You can consume everything and anything, converting them into your own flesh and blood. That allowed you to grow beyond imagination and unlock the Soul King's temporal ability. Most frighteningly, you didn't have limits or any conditions for these consumptions. You just open your mouth and everything would settle itself for your own benefit. Mine, on the other hand, was mired with conditions. To compare it to something mundane, you can just bite into anything and it'll be fine while I have to prepare the ingredients and cook them for me to even have a chance to eat. Confident that he found his answer, Ichibai sat down with a mocking smile and asked, but you were able to eat a part of me. This demeanor of him is now making Kisuke nervous. What am I missing? He asked himself. However, he didn't let that show on his face and continued talking, because you eat everything without a care in the world. Did you really think you'd be safe once you took something away from me? Ichibai thought about it for a moment and figured out the moment it went strange. I see. That strange see. That was black, but there's something else attached to it. But how is it different from my power to eat? You couldn't have defeated me just from the sheer volume that I could take in. With the amount you can consume and the conditions to trigger your ability, yours is obviously inferior to mine. Inferior? When did I say mine was inferior? Kisuke wanted to laugh. I've already said it in the beginning, our abilities work fundamentally differently. If what you eat is the contents, I eat the container. Container. Ichibai was genuinely confused. Chapter 1296, Chapter 1296 Moment of Hesitation. Container. Ichibai was genuinely confused, but soon enough, he understood what Kisuke meant. But that's ridiculous. Ichibai thought to himself. After all, that would mean that while Ichibai is consuming the energy itself to make himself grow, Kisuke is actually stealing the know-how of gathering and wielding that said energy. Kisuke saw his reaction change and smirked. I told you, mine is not inferior to yours. You can gather massive amounts of ki, spiritual, and magic power and seamlessly incorporate those into yourself without any detrimental effects. However, mine steals what's making that possible in the first place. I took. No. Benihime took over your authority over black. The restrictions and conditions that come with it are needed to properly pull it off. Impossible. Ichibai couldn't easily accept it. But that would also explain what he had just experienced. His previous form was broken because what was holding it together was stolen. It also didn't happen in an instant because the first one to have left his hands was his precognition abilities. The signs were there and he just never figured out what was happening until it was already too late. Kisuke resumed his assault on the stunned Ichibai by bombarding the latter with projectiles both made from Kidu and magic. Ichibai gritted his teeth and used the various techniques that he had learned from his time being a Shinigami to intercept and counterattack. Various colors of lights flashed as the two of them duked it out from both range and close combat. Kisuke was hoping to get some sort of reaction from Ichibai with their conversation, but that obviously failed. On top of that, although Ichibai could realize the things he explained on his own given time, Kisuke still saved him precious time. Well, I took the risk and failed. It doesn't always go the way I wanted it. Kisuke thought to himself, I would have been very happy if he showed any indication if his escape route is still viable. There's also a chance that Ichibai didn't have this so-called escape route and is truly at the end of his road. Kisuke, however, refused to believe without any concrete evidence even though he had confidence that he could cut down Ichibai in an instant. After all, Ichibai had all the time in the world for everything that may come down, he's not an idiot, that's for sure. Worst case scenario, he could bring his consciousness to his scattered pieces. I could lock him down before I cut his head off, but I doubt he's going to allow that to happen. In this messy stalemate, Kisuke was thinking of ways he could delay Ichibai so that he could initiate a lockdown. However, he had to throw that idea away when he saw Ichibai suddenly grin. Kisuke shuddered and immediately disengaged from the fight. That was a mistake. As soon as he took some distance, Kisuke immediately noticed a change in Ichibai. A single strand of his beard had turned black. Shit. He exclaimed loudly. It's just a single strand, and it almost escaped Kisuke's notice for how insignificant it looked. Nevertheless, the implication of this change is very far from insignificant. How? Kisuke asked himself as he dashed towards Ichibai while bearing his dagger at him. Ichibai, with his newly regained confidence, met and clashed with Kisuke while displaying an even deeper and pronounced grin. So this is how you reached me, huh? I wouldn't have noticed it if I hadn't weakened to this degree. Maybe it was a good thing that I discovered this now instead of later. Kisuke's eyes widened, and it was also at this very moment that it finally came to his attention. A small channel that connects Ichibai to Benihime. The same channel that Kisuke used to steal Ichibai's authority. The shadow. Panic set in Kisuke's mind and hurriedly tried disconnecting that connection, however, to no avail. The shadow was fully entrusted to Benihime so that she'll have the highest chance of success, but she hadn't replied to his summons, much less returned it to him. Damn it. Kisuke cursed under his breath while trying to suppress Ichibai and also watched him slowly regain his color along with his widening and sickening smile. Kisuke was able to reach Ichibai through the shadow, but that also rings true in reverse. It was his rare complacency, thinking that Ichibai wouldn't be able to realize its existence, that finally bit him back. Should I kill him now? Kisuke debated. Right now, there are two choices in front of him. Either continue his investigation and hopefully find a way to permanently kill Ichibai, or kill him now with the risk of him escaping his current body. If he chooses the former and fails, Ichibai would be able to return to his former form. At that point, there was nothing he could do anymore as he exhausted all the cards he had. He couldn't afford to fight the giant once again. But if he chose the latter and Ichibai was able to escape with his consciousness intact, there would be peace and quiet for some years or maybe even millennia. However, his threat will never disappear unless he finds a way to locate him. He's aware of how vindictive this guy is, and he would undoubtedly use the chance not just to get revenge against him but also absolutely torment and destroy those important to him. Kisuke gritted his teeth in frustration. He's truly at loss, and if make a wrong choice now, his death will be the last of his worries. In fact, he's very afraid that Ichibai would actually spare him to make him watch what he's going to do next. Naturally, he tried looking for other options, and he actually thought of one, and that is, destroying Benihime. But as soon as that surfaced in his mind, Kisuke also threw the idea out of his head just as fast. Sure, destroying Benihime would also destroy the shadow that's with her, and that would stop the current problem. However, that doesn't solve the most pressing issue. And most importantly, he wouldn't sacrifice his partner for something like this. While being torn on what to do, another change caught Kisuke's attention. Half of Ichibai's beard and his garb have already recovered their color, yet Kisuke doesn't see all of that as his eyes were on Ichibai's eyes, which have two pupils each. It's the terrifying reality that he has to make a choice now. Without a clear choice, Kisuke froze on the spot. He always has an answer for everything he tackles. It was these moments, however, that he hated the most, and with a massive consequence at hand, his mind also halted. Of course, Ichibai just left him alone, as it's much more important for him to recover what he had lost. No matter what Kisuke did, it was his win. He knew that Kisuke had no more aces in his sleeve. It was a difficult battle, but he emerged victorious. It was also at this moment that Ichibai started seeing a glimpse of the future. While he couldn't do anything to it, he could still see the same future he saw from before. Him standing in front of someone with a strange Ryatsu, neither a Shinigami, Hollow, Quincy nor a Fullbringer. And after recovering a part of his power, he now knew how he was able to reach that future, and it's also because of this that he knew exactly what choice Kisuke would take, further cementing his victory. Kisuke was unaware of what Ichibai was thinking. As much as he wanted to open his head to take a look inside and help him make a choice, he didn't have that kind of miraculous ability. Kill him. All of a sudden, Benihime's voice resounded in his head, albeit very soft. But without any hint of hesitation, his body started undergoing complete hollowification, and Kisuke also shouted while releasing all the Ryatsu he had, Shunku. Blood Gate, Acceptance. Chapter 1297, Chapter 1297 Escape. Ichibai made a shocked expression when he saw Kisuke transform once again and hurriedly put both of his hands in front of him. The next instant, an image of Inyang appeared, covering his body, Urabakudu. The Great Way. It was another unknown kiddo that Ichibai pulled out. Nevertheless, Kisuke couldn't care less. His only goal is to cut him down. While pulling Benihime, he arrived in front of Ichibai. Kisuke raised his blade and gritted his teeth. He didn't want to do anything fanciful, just a simple single downward slash with all of his remaining strength. Ichibai could see Kisuke's transformed body creaking and cracking from the pressure alone. The yin-yang barrier in front of him shined brightly to an almost blinding degree. However, Kisuke ignored this and moved forward, bringing forth his, hopefully, last strike. His darkened blade instantly made contact with the barrier, and Kisuke immediately figured out what exactly it did, as little pieces of body were being blown away with the force of his sword being reflected back to him. Still, he pushed forward. Thanks to the simplicity of his strike, even most of the force being reflected back is being cut and deflected away from him. A quarter of a second after the strike connected, a small crack appeared on the barrier. A fifth of a second later, Kisuke's blade went through the crack. Then an eighth of a second more, Kisuke's strike went through the barrier, along with its owner, bisecting them into two equal parts. The yin-yang barrier bursts and Ichibai's body started drifting away from each other. But instead of despair, both of Ichibai's half-faces twisted into gruesome smiles. Kisuke hurriedly retreated, further pushing his body to its limits. However, he couldn't get away. Ichibai's bisected body liquefied and turned into a pool of black ink before it shot out, not towards Kisuke, but to his beloved blade, merging with it. Kisuke tried swinging his blade in an attempt to flush away the ink, but the blade absorbed it like a dry sponge. The next instant, the ink was gone and only Ichibai's resounding voice was left behind. Until we meet again, Urahara Kisuke. That cold message almost sent Kisuke into a downward spiral, but he managed to keep himself calm and closed his eyes. While Ichibai seems to be on the verge of escaping, he still trusts Benihime. Within his inner world, the already dark surroundings became even darker because the blood-filled world was instead filled with ink, and even the majestic red castle was painted jet black. He looked around, but aside from Ichibai's lingering aura, he couldn't find the man himself. Thankfully, Benihime was present this time and standing not far from him. Her usual red kimono was dyed black, but Kisuke was confident that she was still the Benihime he knew, so... What's next? Benihime was facing away from him, so he doesn't know what sort of expression she's making right now. She looked up and Kisuke also followed her gaze towards the tip of the castle. There he saw a very thin black string to chase after him. Benihime replied. Kisuke turned his sights towards her again. He started walking forward until they were standing side by side and he could see her side profile. It was when he saw the nasty grin she was making that Kisuke finally felt relieved and sighed. What did you do? I opened a path and he happily jumped into it. Benihime then turned to Kisuke. Your frustrated face must have been very appealing that he didn't even doubt it. Kisuke's eyes widened and he finally understood why Benihime was unresponsive all this time. So you used me as bait. As the saying goes, deceive your friends before deceiving your enemy. Benihime began walking towards the castle, creating small waves on the ink beneath her legs. You understand why I wanted him to leave, yes? Because there's no way to cleanly and surely finish him off when he's literally surrounded by his body parts. If we can isolate him somewhere, it'll be a lot easier to erase his consciousness, Kisuke replied before pausing for a bit and asking, but where did you lead him? Benihime stopped walking and answered, to your dear master. Kisuke was stunned. He wanted to say something but he couldn't find the right words and could only scratch his head in bitterness and exhale out an exasperated sigh. I'm dragging her to my problems again. Ha! To follow that guy, you'd have to leave too, right? Yes. Then please give her my regards. And help her out with whatever she needs. Kisuke started releasing the fetter that was connecting him to Benihime. Leave it to me. And I'll be back. The moment she finished her words, Benihime disappeared as if she wasn't there in the first place. The next moment, the very thin string on top of the castle also snapped and soon the whole inner world containing Black Sea and Black Castle disappeared like a mirage and was replaced by a desolated and lifeless forest. Beside Kisuke, Tiamat was standing while looking up. You two are truly cut from the same cloth. I'll take that as a compliment this time. Kisuke smiled before turning around. Let's go and finish things up on this side. Before Kisuke could leave, Tiamat asked him, are you confident that she'll be able to do it? Of course. After all, this ability to ink things is not really compatible with her. What do you mean? On a relatively small planet that's almost covered with lush forests of towering trees with ivory white trunks and branches and golden leaves, a young lady with white hair and green eyes is standing in front of people with similar features as hers. They are obviously family members, but a happy familial atmosphere couldn't be found as the young lady was wearing cuffs while receiving strict stares and sometimes scorn from most of the people around her. Do you understand your crimes now? The man who looks a few decades older than the young woman raised his voice, echoing through the large chamber they are in. But instead of cowering, the young lady stood straight and even glared at the middle-aged men. Stop wasting everyone's time. You already decided what punishment I would have behind closed doors. What's the point of making a show out of this obviously biased trial? Ah. That's right, isn't it? You just want to make an example out of me because I can't give you the answers that you want. Must be nice to have. The young lady's statement, however, couldn't be finished as she was forced to shut up. Stralit Luxo. The woman on the highest seat who looks like the young lady but aged up, spoke. This council is giving you one last chance. Explain why you thwarted the operation on Draconic Deus and where your successor is. Chapter 1298, Chapter 1298 Unknown Place. After being forcefully shut up, Stralit could only listen to the matriarch of the Luxo clan, her own mother. This council is giving you one last chance. Explain why you thwarted the operation on Draconic Deus and where your successor is. The invisible force that's keeping Stralit's mouth loosened, but she didn't answer immediately and collected her thoughts. Regarding her successor, John Smith, there's a clan law that dictates all main members of the clan introduce their successors upon conferment and have them take a rite of passage. Regardless of the result of this rite of passage, the honor of being a successor could never be taken away. However, the successor's potential will dictate the predecessor's future position and authority. This clan law isn't normally enforced, and there's a tacit understanding that the successor can have some time to prepare for the rite of passage before the official introduction for better chances, yet these geezers couldn't wait to meet him. Stralit thought to himself. Well, it's not like she couldn't understand their feelings, because his last appearance sent many of the prestigious clans of Atolds a wave of panic for his presumably anti-spirit weapon. If by chance the Evies get hold of this weapon and manage to replicate it, it'll immediately tip the balance of war against them. But thanks to that sudden panic, a lot of nasty things are being aired out in an attempt to gather more information about it. Stralit recalled various scandals plastered on the headlines before she was forced to return to their home planet. And it was also thanks to these nasty things that Stralit was able to come in contact with certain individuals and stopped a certain operation that they suspected to be compromised by Evies and would lift the barrier surrounding the Draconic Deus. Still, why is my crime of interfering with the operation is on the same level as me not introducing my successor? Stralit looked around to carefully observe each and every member of the council before thinking, there's so much about the Draconic Deus that's being hidden that it's probably only the matriarch who has a good view of things over there. If they know about those three, they won't be asking about my successor. Not to mention, the weapons that are being developed there could warrant a much greater response. It's only now that Stralit realizes how restricted the flow of information is from Draconic Deus. No wonder Alicia couldn't give any attention to what's happening in the backlands. Stralit sighed. Either way, she didn't have any sort of defense for this trial. First is that she didn't have any proof of Evie's involvement in the operation, and second is that even she doesn't know where her successor is, much less present him to the council. She already fully expected to be thrown in prison until some things are changed. Maybe that will finally fish out the goddamn traitor who sent Ajax Aurelius to me. Your silence won't save you. The middle-aged man with long white hair and a beard standing in front of her interrupted her thoughts. This man is her uncle, and for some reason, he's giving her a stare full of hate. No. I know exactly the reason. Grenlin and I were just way too much better than his own son and daughter. I really pity those kids. The matriarch sitting on the highest seat wanted to sigh but couldn't show any expression because any of that would be seen as favoritism. She was her own daughter, but she absolutely had no idea what's on her mind. I know that I'm a failure of a mother, but what exactly is she trying to achieve here? Strangely enough, Grenlin is not trying to involve himself in this mess. Are they fighting? She also asked her trusted aide to investigate Stralit's previous actions, but the only strange thing she found was a coincidental meeting with the young lady of Yarwood. Of course, she's not discounting the fact that Stralit may have been able to hide her tracks, but even then, it doesn't really explain anything aside from her knowing more information than what's available. There's also the instance of Aurelius targeting her. I destroyed the clan, but I doubt that's the end of it. Thanks to that, the Luxo clan received a sanction from the Holy Family, and she lost a substantial amount of authority within the council. The matriarch stared at Stralit for a few more seconds before thinking of handing down the punishment. It seems that she's already prepared for this. How long should I give her so that these old men won't argue back? But while thinking about this, the matriarch first noticed it and hurriedly stood up with a glare. A second later, the other members of the Luxo noticed it too, and also got off their seats. Stralit's uncle jumped back and shouted, Stralit Luxo, what are you trying to do? The person in question, Stralit, was also shocked at their sudden actions until she realized that she was releasing a tremendous amount of spiritual power and her shadow wiggling. What? How? I'm on cuffs. And while looking down on the cuffs that seals the power of a Luxo, black liquid started dropping on it. Huh? She muttered loudly and touched her own face, realizing she was now crying with black tears and her nose was bleeding with the same black substance. Stralit could even finish what she was saying when an indescribable pain suddenly assaulted her senses and made her almost lose consciousness. It was so bad that her knees immediately buckled and she couldn't scream for help. She could only keep her head down and vomit a concerning amount of black liquid which started to flood the floor she was standing on. No one in the room knew what was going on, but the matriarch immediately issued a lockdown command, thinking that someone was remotely attacking her daughter. Is this poison? One of the councilmen asked while trying to approach to inspect Stralet's condition. It's not. And don't approach. The matriarch hurriedly yelled back. A few seconds later, the pool of black substance began moving away from Stralet, and from it, a man started emerging from it. At the same time, a strange heavy pressure that directly assaulted the soul made everyone freeze, and some weaker people instantly lost their consciousness. What is he? A being of pure spiritual matter? The matriarch asked herself. Chapter 1299. Chapter 1299. It was the premonition of the end. Stralet was struggling on the floor, feeling like her insides were being chopped and mashed together. Her throat lurched as the last of the black liquid exited her body, and with a blurry consciousness, she looked up to see a bald man with his back facing her, who? A dangerous individual that has to be eliminated. Unexpectedly, a woman's voice answered her question in an awkward accent. Now I'm hallucinating. You're not. Hurry up and open your eyes properly. He's about to kill you. The mysterious voice answered again. Stralet did her best to refocus his blurry sight and found that the bald man was already looking at her with his eyes with two pupils each. Stralet shuddered when she stared at those eyes and felt like her whole being was revealed to it. What's that? It's not exactly an unfamiliar feeling since she has become Gwen Yarwood's acquaintance, but it's way worse than that. Stralet could hear various voices filling the room, questioning the strange man. The man, however, didn't answer at all and just completely turned towards her direction. Stralet did her best to get and sit up, hoping that she'll be able to stand up soon. She had a hard time because she was still in the handcuffs that sealed her ability, but she was not really worried because as of right now, this hall is the most secure place on this planet with the matriarch's presence. However, those expectations were instantly dashed. Some of the councilmen started attacking the intruders for not answering their questions. Their shadows sprung up like blades and spikes aiming to behead and skewer him. But before they could reach him, a wide cup suddenly materialized on his left hand, and the surrounding shadows twisted peculiarly before moving towards the cup and turning liquid. Everyone in the room was stunned, and the mysterious voice inside Stralet clicked her tongue, TCH, so he already managed to gather enough to use his authority. The strange man then crushed the cup he's holding, dousing his left arm with the liquefied shadow. Like a spot of ink on the tip of the brush, it spread to his entire arm before several eyes possessing the same two pupils opened on it. He took a single step forward towards Stralet but didn't continue and muttered, Danku, splitting void. A translucent barrier instantly materialized behind him, blocking a giant spear made out of shadow. The spear was momentarily stopped but ground on the barrier a bit and went through soon enough. The strange man hurriedly turned around and slapped the spear away with his darkened arm. He then turned to its source and saw the woman standing on the highest point of the hall. It was a very familiar sight. It was the same future he had seen multiple times. Designating her as an enemy, the strange man grunted and pushed his darkened arm forward towards her. Senritsu Tenchu, heavenly passing palm of the thousandly, a giant golden hand appeared from his hand and shot towards the woman. The shadows surrounding the woman, including those of the councilman, moved and wrapped around her. She didn't feel any threat from the palm, so she just prepared to defend against it. But as soon as the palm made contact, her eyes widened and an invisible force suddenly started pushing her back uncontrollably, blasting her through the walls of the hall and sending her towards the vast sky. With the threat gone, the men turned back around to face the young lady frozen in fear. What? Stralet questioned what just happened, but everyone around her was just as clueless as her. The men continued approaching Stralet while a glaive suddenly appeared in his right hand. She tried standing up but she only ended up slipping on the black pool. It only took a few steps to reach Stralet, and with some hesitation, the strange man lifted his glaive and aimed it at her, intending to cut her down into two. Ah! Stralet could only let out a voice of resignation and frustration as she watched the glint of his blade. She could try running away, but with how messy her body is, she won't be able to get far from him, not to mention that her shadow was sealed for this trial. Don't worry. I'm already here. She heard the mysterious voice once again before a blade suddenly shot out of the black pool, cutting her cuffs and deflecting the downward swing of the glaive. Two distinct sounds rang out in the hall, flooded by shouting voices, but all Stralet could hear was the angry voice of a woman inside her head. What are you doing? Stay focused and catch me. Catch. Stralet finally saw the spinning sword midair and that's falling towards her. She was trained in various weapons, so it was easy for her to catch the sword's handle and immediately use it to block the second swing of the glaive. Stralet was sent rolling back, and it wasn't pretty when she smashed herself to the wall behind her. However, she's alive. She was saved by a sword that suddenly appeared. It was a sleek medium-sized sword. Its hilt's grip, which has a gentle black decorative wrapping, bends forward at the end, with a pommel-shaped overlap 3 times, and a crimson tassel dangling from its base. Now call my name. The mysterious voice yelled. Name. Strangely enough, Stralet knew exactly what she wanted her to do. Without standing up, Stralit gritted her teeth and released her spiritual power, Kananbaraki Benihime Aratame. In an instant, various strings came out of nowhere and started attaching themselves to Stralit, controlling her body's movement. The strange man was obviously furious by this and dashed forward with even greater strength. Do your part. Your shadow is still attached to him, and it's the only shadow in the room that would work on him in his current state. Shadow. Stralit looked beneath her feet and into the black pool. Strangely enough, it's still connected to the strange man and it has hints of her shadow. Wait. That's not my shadow. Who cares if it's yours or John Smith's? You can control it. Bind him down. Stralit was startled when the woman's voice was raised up further, but she did what she wanted and her shadow sprung up from the black pool. The men tried controlling it like the others, but it didn't heed his command and wrapped around him, stopping him in place. The man's strength was enough to tear this shadow away, but he knew he didn't have time, not when the giant woman mannequin behind the young lady started moving. Stralit didn't realize that such an uncanny thing appeared behind her as her body moved on its own, lifting the arm that's holding the sword and pointing it toward the men. The man struggled to free himself, but Stralit saw a line being drawn from his forehead down to his crotch before it opened up like a zipper. She thought that his innards would spill out, but what was behind the cut was an iridescent purple and red space. Here. You can have it back. Stralit unintentionally opened her mouth and started speaking a language she only heard from Draconic Deus. Her arm then began moving and the sword she was holding started releasing ink from the tip of its blade, soon forming an unknown symbol for her. As soon as Ichibai emerged, the first thing on his mind was to cut off the path he took to reach here, and it looked like the source of the strange shadow that he was trying to manipulate was the young lady drenched in the black pool of his own power. But before he could even approach her, the incessant voices around him speaking in an unknown language stopped and were replaced by assaults using spiritually powered shadows. Just where is this place? He asked himself while summoning the cup of his mausoleum. Thanks to the path he took full of his scattered power, he was able to access his authority once again. And since these shadows are black, it was easy for him to control them. Ichibai gathered these and bathed his arm with it. He was not aiming for a gradual recovery right now, but an immediate power spike and transformation to strengthen his ability to see. But despite transforming his arm, he still couldn't see anything in the future. Is this still not enough? Within this question, a fear slowly sprouted. He shook his mind off of it and turned towards the young woman he had to eliminate to close the path. But as soon as he took the first step forward, he was startled to feel a massive spiritual power behind him and blocked it with Kidu. The Kidu didn't last long and he had to turn around to directly deflect the spear made out of shadow because he still didn't have enough power to directly manipulate it. It was that moment when he looked up that he finally realized that this is the future he has been seeing. It was this close. Fear further bloomed deep within his consciousness. Seeing that the woman on top was the only threat, he immediately moved to remove her temporarily, and he was successful. Doubt started shrouding his mind as he turned back to the young lady, and even if he lifted his glaive at her, Ichibai still wasn't sure if he was doing the right thing and hoping for his ability to see the future finally manifest. But it all went downhill when a familiar Zanpakuto suddenly appeared in the young lady's hand and called its name. If he was his normal self, this Zanpakuto wouldn't even be able to release herself to the world, much less call her own name, but as it stands, only his authority over black returned and not his naming ability. Ichibai was wondering where this ability had gone. Fortunately, or unfortunately for him, he was soon given an answer when the young lady drew death in the air. Ichibai wanted to get away, but the shadow that had been binding him was strangely tough and the Zanpakuto's ability opened up his essence. Soon the character flew out and went inside the cut that was made on his body, and it was at this moment that he finally acknowledged what was really happening. It was the reality he didn't want to admit and the nutrition for his fear that had already fully blossomed. It's not that his ability to see the future hadn't returned. It's just that there was no more future for him to see. The future he saw was not an indication of him escaping, but an omen that there's nothing beyond it. As soon as his cut began stitching up, could immediately feel the name that was granted on his essence, and the only thing he could do was to shout in defiance and despair, Urahara Kisuke. It was, however, cut short when he was instantly melted into a pool of black, lifeless substance. The giant mannequin behind Stralit slightly opened her eyes and watched the demise of her master's foe. Despite everything that happened, she and her own master still respected the first Shinigami to some extent. As a sign of that respect, Benihime engraved his last moments into her mind. He would, at least, not be forgotten. Now then. I guess that's still too much for her. If I don't do something, she'll have a gruesome death. Benihime thought while looking down on the girl who released her true name and was now coughing and tearing up once again. But instead of the previous black substance, it was real blood this time. Well, it could have been worse. Chapter 1300, Volume 18, Chapter 1300. After the battle. Slowly opening her eyes, Seraphal felt like she was rousing from a very comfortable and long sleep. But when her mind began clearing up and she remembered what happened before she lost consciousness, she instantly shot up from her bed and was momentarily blinded by the sun rays coming through the window. Where am I? Serafal loudly muttered while instinctively covering her eyes from the rays. We're back at our place in Urahara town. A familiar voice answered to her left. Serafal's eyes widened and her head hurriedly turned to see Kisuke busying himself on the drawers. Without turning his head, Kisuke immediately felt Serafal's sudden movement and used flash step to arrive at her side and push her down by the shoulder. Don't even think about jumping out of bed. You're fine, but you still strained yourself too much. Serafal was forced to sit back down, but that only made her pout. I'm not so weak that I can't tackle you. The corner of Kisuke's mouth twitched. So you really were intending to tackle me? He sighed and sat down next to her bed. That recklessness. Well, I guess that's just part of who you are. I won't say anything about your attempt back then since it was also a valid choice, but settle down for now. I won't allow you to hurt yourself further, no matter how small it is. Serafal was really happy upon hearing that and wanted to hug Kisuke tightly, but upon further inspection of her own condition, she found out that despite her stable condition, she was in a really fragile state right now, that even a simple utilization of her demonic power could crumble the delicate balance. Soon, however, her frustrations were washed away when she felt Kisuke's arm wrapping around her head and bringing it close to his chest. I'm really glad that you're safe. Serafal was surprised for a moment but soon smiled. She slowly and carefully moved her arms to wrap around him too. I'm also very happy to see you back. After patting her head for a bit, Kisuke let go of her after a minute or two. Rest up. Things on the other side aren't exactly peaceful either, so you'd need to get up and move around soon. Ah, that's right. What happened? Ajuka-chan also hinted that it doesn't look great on their side. Wait. Before that, how long have I been sleeping and where are the girls? Serafal asked while looking around, noticing the strange quietness. Kisuke stood up and went back to the drawer before pulling out a tea set from his inventory. It has been a week. Were you able to defeat the monk? Kisuke didn't answer immediately and instead looked towards the window, staring into an empty space. Yeah. I definitely did. Serafal wanted to ask him about the strange pause but he didn't let her. Ajuka-san and Azazel-san also told me what happened on the other side, the summary of it. I have to oversee the transfer over here and the channels aren't that wide enough, so I sent Ophis, Lilith, Claire, Kunu, and Tanis back first along with Unohana Retsu and Tenjiro Karinji. Serafal immediately frowned and asked, why? Kisuke answered while pouring the tea. Apparently, Kaneko received an injury directly to her soul and Kuroka has been using her senjutsu non-stop to keep her condition from deteriorating. Kaneko-chan. And if it's a soul injury, Sephiroth Grawl should be enough, right? Kisuke returned to Serafal's side and passed her one of the cups he was holding. It seems that the Sephiroth Grawl wasn't immediately effective and some research time is needed to mend her soul. Why didn't you go yourself? As I've said, I have to oversee the transfer process here. I would have gone if the entirety of hell was going to be transferred too. Kisuke took a sip of his tea. Besides, those two are better equipped than me when it comes to healing an injured soul, especially Tenjiro-san. I could have asked Kuratsuchi-san to go, but there's no way I'm going to trust him. It might look like Kisuke isn't too concerned with Kaneko's well-being with how nonchalant he's acting, but that thought never once crossed Serafal's mind as she knew well that Kisuke was just pretending to be calm and was about to explode. So who did it? It's not clear. But it stemmed from the conflict between Shiva and Indra, with both sides taking Itold and Eevee's support respectively. No way. It became a bona fide proxy war. What are those two doing? Not just that, the other factions also started taking sides, and the only major factions that haven't taken a side are the Heaven, Grigori, Underworld, and the Ouroboros Academy. Even then, the Underworld side is also being torn apart, with nobles wanting to side with either Shiva or Indra. Serafal couldn't help but grit her teeth. This means that the alliance has effectively disbanded. That's what they told me too. Wait. So Indra attacked the Ouroboros Academy? Serafal asked, thinking that the Itold won't easily make them their enemy, but hold on. That's strange. Only the Itolds could possibly directly attack a soul. If the Evis had this kind of technique, they would have already used this to attack the Itolds. It was indeed Indra's side who attacked the Ouroboros Academy because he didn't want neutral forces as much as possible. But you're right. The Evis couldn't do this. That's why there's no clear person who's responsible for this. At this point, it was already public knowledge among the higher-ups that the Evis couldn't overpower the Itolds because they don't have the capability to attack souls directly, which is the latter's source of power. On the other hand, the Itolds also couldn't overpower the Evis because these mechanical beings are essentially immortals. Even after their defeat, they would somehow return to the battlefield and be stronger than before. So we have no information at all. Well, we don't, but Yoruichi probably does. It's just for some reason, she's not revealing it yet. Yuri-chan. Seraphal tilted her head. Last I heard that she's going to be gathering information on both Evies and Atolls, but I doubt she could establish a proper network in just a short amount of time, much less make it reach to the front lines. Kisuke turned to her and smirked. I didn't tell anyone before to avoid potentially being compromised, but I actually asked her to meet and cooperate with one of the 3 leaders of Evies, the wicked god, Seraselbs. Seraphal almost dropped her cup and stared at Kisuke with a blank face for a while before suddenly yelling, Hoo. Editors. 28th00. Looks like it's gonna be a wholesale apocalyptic massacre. Or at the very least, Indra is gonna die. Only the 3 factions remained neutral too, That's not good.